Kongqing was originally a powerful being in the plant cultivation world, but during a thunder tribulation, she was struck and ended up in a starless age devoid of spiritual energy. To make matters worse, she not only suffered severe injuries and lost her memory, but also inexplicably became pregnant. In her time of danger, 3 children, tormented by radiation, rescued her and adopted her into their home. Looking at their impoverished living conditions, along with her newly born tree spirit baby and the 3 adorable little ones, Kongqing felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Fortunately, she was skilled at growing radishes, which were considered treasures worth their weight in gold in this era. However, she soon discovered that the value of radishes was far beyond that. The Starry Age was fraught with danger. Mutated flora and fauna, greedy governments, arrogant nobles, and civilians whose lives were worth less than grass, alongside mecha warriors, suffering from mental storms. Was all of this the arrangement of fate? Where her little tree spirit blinked its innocent big eyes and asked, "Mama, who is my daddy?" Kongqing could only helplessly reply, "Trees don't have daddies." Meanwhile, mecha warrior Lucianza, while scouting for a bug tide, saved a dying woman, and the two ended up having a one-night affair due to poisoning. To save her, he unleashed a mental storm, turning from a heaven-born genius into a madman, while the woman seemed to evaporate from the world. What he didn't know was that she had always been there, sometimes taking on a male form, sometimes a female form, and sometimes not even human. Until later, she became a deity, saving not only him but the entire world. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Starry Age, Kongqing was counting the overdue payment notifications she received on her light brain. Electricity bill overdue by 100 star coins. Internet bill overdue by 59 star coins. Nutrient solution, 200 star coins. Lee Zipping's mechanical arm needed 2,000 star coins. And then, water, medicine. Calculating it all, she needed at least 2,600 star coins to barely maintain their living for the month. But now, there were only 320 star coins left in her account. Kongqing had never been this poor. She was a lightning-struck tree spirit who had become immortal in the deep mountains. Cultivating as a plant was not easy. Over thousands of years, she never grew weary, mastering talismans and formations, and finally succeeded in her cultivation in a modern society. With thin spiritual energy, only to be struck by lightning, which transported her directly to this place. This was the Starry Age. The day she crossed over coincided with the largest bug tide in the history of Blue Hua Star. She appeared out of nowhere and fell into a pile of bugs. Thousands of strangely shaped insects instantly surrounded her. Kongqing had not yet grasped the situation and instinctively entered a combat state. But only she knew that she had just completed her thunder tribulation and was already at the end of her strength. She attempted to escape several times, but was suppressed by the winged bugs. Even more tragically, the air in this world contained almost no spiritual energy. She exerted all her effort to absorb it, but the spiritual energy converted from what she absorbed was not enough to cast even one spell. Her spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and her meridians were empty. She couldn't even self-destruct. After thousands of years of cultivation and countless dangers, the fate of cultivators seemed to be dying on the path of cultivation. She calmly closed her eyes, not wanting to see how ugly the bugs that would kill her were. Feeling a layer of slime sprayed on her face, she then lost consciousness. What she did not see was that at the moment she fainted, a black mecha descended from the sky, slicing the bug that was about to devour her in half with a light blade. Seeing the mecha, the bugs became even more excited, swarming in and soon engulfing Kongqing and the black mecha. In the year 082 of the new era, Lucianza, the strongest mecha warrior of the Lu family's new generation, experienced a severe mental storm while scouting the bug tide. After being rescued back to the main city, he was disoriented and forcibly confined in the highest level isolation room. The Lu family offered high salaries across the Starry Realm to hire soothing-type mentalists to help Lucianza stabilize his mental energy. Half a year later, as the mental storm subsided, he regained his senses, but his mental energy level drastically dropped from S to A. Investigators looked into what happened during the bug tide, and he insisted that he only encountered an S-level bug tide attack with no other anomalies. However, Kongqing was unaware of all this. She had lost her memory. She did not know how she escaped the bug tide. When she regained her memory, she was pregnant and lying at the entrance of a now-closed orphanage, covered in wounds, with 3 children dragging her into the house. In her extreme weakness, she gave birth to a baby boy and then fell into a state of weakness. Plants become immortal by exhausting their cultivation when nurturing life. After giving birth to a new life, they only need a breath of spiritual energy to recover. It took her a year of hazy consciousness to gather that breath of spiritual energy until just a week ago. When she opened her eyes, she saw 4 little heads surrounding her in a circle, and upon seeing her awake, they exclaimed in surprise. "Sister, you're awake. Sister, do you still want to sleep? Sister, are you hungry?" Ah. The 4 children were an 11-year-old girl, Li Un, who had congenital heart disease, a 10-year-old boy, Li Zipping, who lived with a mechanical arm, and the only healthy boy, Li Luji, who was 13 years old. The youngest, who could only babble, was her son, now 1 year old, named Meng Meng. Li Luji, as the only one who had studied, explained that Meng Meng means sprout because the little baby would grow slender branches from his hair. So we named him Meng Meng, Li Luji explained seriously. Thus, the child's full name was set as Mu Meng. A week after Mu Kongqing woke up, she learned that this world had suffered from space radiation 200 years ago, resulting in not only mutations in animals and plants, but also the unavoidable evolution of the majority of people, leading the world into a new era. Those who evolved possessed mental energy genes, making them more suited for survival. In contrast, those who did not evolve became the lowest class in the society. The 3 children who saved her were ordinary kids who had not evolved. Survival was an urgent issue. She put away her light brain and picked up Mu Meng, who was entertaining himself on a nearby chair, preparing to find Li Un and the others. When Mu Meng floated up, he was a bit dazed, looking up to see his beloved mother, and happily stuffed himself into Mu Kongqing's arms, his chubby face pressed against her. Squished flat like a soft, bouncy, glutinous rice cake, that a slender green branch stood straight up in his messy hair, particularly thin, adorned with 2 tender leaves, which Mu Kongqing did not recognize. He was wearing clothes made from a tattered bedsheet that Lian had altered, with a hole cut out, draped over his neck, trimmed to a suitable size, and tied at the waist with a string, making it a skirt that let the wind through. But at least he wasn't running around naked. She silently added buying clothes for the child to her expense plan. This child looked like her. His essence was a tree, showing no traces of anyone else. Mu Kongqing sometimes wondered who she had child with. But it didn't matter, as most plants did not know who their fathers were, and she herself did not know her father. Moreover, she had checked online, and in this world, there were only mecha pilots, no cultivators. There was no record of it in history either. Was it a coincidence that the heavens struck her here? But for now, none of that mattered. Earning star coins was the most important thing. In the yard, Lian and Li Zipping were lying on the ground, examining the radishes Mu Kongqing had planted 2 days ago. These radishes were dug up from the nearby mutated forest after she woke up. Plants could provide her with a lot of spiritual energy, but the plants in this world were different. The land was severely polluted, and only mutated plants could survive, many of which grew abnormally tall, blocking out the sun. But Mu Kongqing was disappointed to discover that the spiritual energy they could utilize was very little, barely comparable to a cabbage on Earth. Some plants can even attack. Mu Kongqing tried to communicate with them, but got nothing in return and almost got hurt. The radish was found under a tall tree, small and undeveloped, having not evolved but with very little pollution, and it looked like it was about to die. Mu Kongqing dug it up and found that her spiritual energy was just right to counter the pollution. Using her spiritual power, she removed the impurities from the radish and purified a small patch of contaminated land, replanting the radish and nurturing it with a bit of spiritual energy. After this little task, the spiritual energy she had just absorbed was completely used up. There really isn't enough spiritual energy. When Lian saw Mu Kongqing come out of the house, her eyes widened with excitement, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. Her voice was filled with enthusiasm. "Sister Mu, your radish has sprouted." Chapter 2. Interstellar Luxuries, Cabbage and Radish. Mu Kongqing was very surprised to hear this. "Sister, let me take a look at..." Li Zipping waved his mechanical arms nearby, chasing away the little bugs attracted by the radish's aroma. His mechanical arms were already tattered, with wires completely exposed, occasionally crackling with electricity. As he waved, the thumb of his mechanical left hand fell to the ground. Li Zipping picked it up, trying to reattach it, but failed. This finger was completely ruined. And Kongqing walked over, placed Mu Ming next to Lian, took the mechanical finger from Li Zipping's hand, and rubbed his little head. You could do without this. Wait for sister to get you a new one. Li Zipping had a round face, looking a bit fierce. Both of his arms were mechanical, and he was somewhat withdrawn, not fond of talking, but happily nodded at her words. When the radish matures, you won't have to drink that awful nutrient solution anymore. Mutated plants are completely inedible, and usually the three children lived on relatively cheap nutrient solutions. Mu Kongqing had tasted that nutrient solution, and it was truly indescribably terrible, with a bitter aftertaste that reminded her of the celery juice she had tried back on Earth. Lian looked at her with starry eyes and admiration. Sister Mu, you're so amazing. Mu Kongqing smiled and rubbed her head. I need to go to the city for a bit. Can you three stay home? Sister Mu, you can go worry-free. The protective shield in our yard can still last for a few days. The protective shield was donated by kind-hearted, wealthy individuals to the orphanage, preventing any outsiders from entering. Thanks to this protective shield, the house survived the insect tide, but now the shield was about to completely break down. Moreover, the protective shield was very expensive. Extremely expensive. Mu Kongqing had no identity on this planet, but she had the personal terminal of a late director of the orphanage who had unfortunately died in the insect tide. Each personal terminal came with artificial intelligence, but she lacked the biological information of the previous director, so she couldn't unlock all the functions. The director was a young woman named Li Wen. Mu Kongqing used the spiritual energy she had accumulated over the past 2 days to slightly alter her appearance, making her look quite like the director at first glance. Lian and Li Zipping had already seen Mu Kongqing's magical abilities, but they felt she wasn't magical enough. If only Mu Ming's hair could turn into leaves, that would be even more magical. Mu Kongqing didn't want to take a vehicle, so she had to walk. Using her personal terminal, she navigated to the nearest commercial area and began her first shopping trip in a new place. There was only one super large city on Blue Flower Star, which was Blue Flower City. Other areas were occupied by mutated plants and animals. The orphanage was located on the southwestern edge of Blue Flower City, where ordinary people lived in extreme poverty. A massive insect tide 2 years ago completely destroyed this area. People either died or fled, and the orphanage ceased to exist, leaving only 3 unwanted children with nowhere to go. Later, the management felt there was no need to invest star coins to rebuild the area, allowing it to remain in ruins in a corner of the city, forgotten by everyone. The same city felt like 2 different worlds. There were few people around the orphanage, and as Mu Kongqing walked further, shops and fellow travelers began to appear by the roadside. The fellow travelers were all young children, all expressionless, silently making their way. When an AI-driven bus passed by Mu Kongqing, it slowed down and beeped, but the bus was very worn out, an outdated model specifically running on their remote route. Seeing that the bus ignored her, it sped up again and wobbled away. The closer she got to the commercial area, the smoother Mu Kongqing felt absorbing spiritual energy. When she encountered the AI bus for the 3rd time, it beeped at her, and she finally arrived. The commercial area in front of her resembled the city center on Earth, but the buildings were taller, reflecting a special sheen when the light hit them, as if made of some kind of mineral. Occasionally, small flying vehicles zipped between the buildings. The silent companions gradually merged into the crowd in the plaza. Mu Kongqing saw a short young man pull out a bowl and kneel under one of the buildings in the plaza. Among the passers-by were not only humans, but also many robots, some carrying bags, others holding boxes, all following their owners. Mu Kongqing had no specific destination and walked along with the crowd until a large shopping mall appeared before her. She noticed that at the prime location near the entrance, a store had a sign featuring a green plant icon, resembling rapeseed, with no words at all. How confident must they be in their brand to do this? Through the floor-to-ceiling glass doors, she could see several formally dressed staff members at the entrance welcoming people inside. Cultivators have excellent vision. Mu Kongqing saw that in the center of the shop was a tall glass counter with a single cabbage displayed inside. On Earth, some shops would display cabbage-shaped ornaments to symbolize wealth. But surely having a fresh cabbage in the middle of the store couldn't mean the same thing? She stepped forward, and a staff member hesitated upon seeing her simple attire, but still opened the door to welcome her in. Welcome, madam. What kind of vegetables would you like to order? What a luxurious store, just to sell vegetables that Mu Kongqing pointed at the cabbage in the center. How much is this one? The staff member smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, madam, but this one is not for sale. It is for attracting wealth in our store. It really is for attracting wealth. Then how much for ordering a cabbage? How much? How many star coins? A cabbage without quality restrictions is 1,000 star coins per 500 grams. Currently, ordering requires a 1-year wait. We guarantee the pollution level will be kept under 1.3. In this world, star coins are exchanged 1-to-1 with RMB on Earth, and weight is standardized to grams. 1,000 star coins could only buy 500 grams of cabbage. So expensive, and you have to wait a year for it? What is this pollution level? Seeing that Kongqing had no expression, the staff member continued, you can apply for a membership card. With a membership card, if you purchase items worth 5,000 star coins, you can pick up your vegetables early, which would take about 3 months. Right now, a one-time recharge of 300,000 star coins will allow you to get a membership. This card is valid at all vegetable stores and restaurants under the Zhang Group across the star domain. Just look for the green logo on the sign. Kongqing thought for a moment. What about white radishes? White radishes are 1588 star coins for 500 grams, the staff member replied, taking out a device similar to a phone. If you need it, just tap your personal terminal to check the prices of all the vegetables for the day, and you can also follow our online store for reservations and purchases. Kongqing didn't know if she could use the functions he mentioned without biological information, so she declined to tell her radish was worth so much. Kongqing began to plot in her heart. Having obtained the information she wanted, Kongqing left the shop amidst the staff's welcome next time. However, she had no clue how to sell the radishes. A bottle of ordinary nutrient solution was enough for a small eater's meal and priced at 3 star coins. Compared to that, the price of vegetables was exorbitantly high, likely due to radiation pollution making them rare. The taboo of cultivating immortality is to flaunt one's wealth. She had to sell them secretly. Just as she was pondering this, a commotion in the distance interrupted her thoughts. Kongqing turned to see a crowd surging in one direction. Following a few steps, she saw a boy jump up, raising his fist to swing at another slightly taller person. In the next moment, Kongqing recognized that the boy who jumped was actually Li Leji. Chapter 3. The Life of Ordinary People. The tall boy looked at the approaching fist of Li Leji with a disdainful smile. He casually waved his hand, and in a few breaths, his entire arm was covered in mecha, tightly clenched into a fist as it rushed toward Li Leji's chest. Kongqing summoned her spiritual energy, and a protective shield that no one else could see appeared out of thin air, blocking the mechas. As the tall boy swung down his fist, it suddenly stopped mid-air. He felt his fist blocked by something unknown. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance an inch. At that moment, Li Leji's fist landed on his face. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. It was unheard of for an ordinary person to counterattack against a mecha warrior. Humiliated in front of everyone made the tall boy furious. His eyes widened as he retracted his arm and swung down with even more force. The insufficient protective shield finally shattered under the pressure. The fist was about to land on Li Leji when he rolled to the side, agilely avoiding the second punch, which struck the ground, causing cracks to appear in the metallic floor tiles. That heavy punch was intended to kill Li Leji. Not allowing him to swing again, Kongqing formed a spell with her hands, but nothing happened. Her meridians throbbed with pain as her spiritual energy was exhausted. The tall boy didn't hesitate to throw a third punch. This time, he had learned from experience and used the combat techniques he had learned at school, sealing off Li Leji's escape route. Li Leji had nowhere to dodge. Just as Kongqing was about to rush over to his aid, a young man leapt out from the crowd and swiftly subdued the tall boy with a single movement. According to Article 2 of the Interstellar Constitution, no spiritual power mecha attacks may be used against ordinary people. The young man had golden hair and a clear voice. Taking advantage of this moment, Kongqing hurried to Li Leji's side and helped him up. Sister, his clothes were disheveled, and he was surprised to see Kongqing quickly jumping up and positioning himself in front of her like a small leopard. It wasn't me. That kid started it first, and many people saw this moment. Others nearby echoed in agreement, confirming that the child had indeed struck first. He has made me run errands 5 times without giving me a single star coin. Li Leji shouted angrily. The surrounding crowd turned to blame the tall boy for not paying the child. Hearing this, the The tall boy's eyes darted, quickly seizing the loophole in Li Leji's words. Is it your family behind you? Having adults at home and letting a minor work outside is illegal. I'm going to report you. Kongqing was taken aback. She didn't understand the rules of this world, but from the tall boy's words, she guessed that minors couldn't work freely, and she had no identity in this world to withstand scrutiny. That if formal authorities got involved, it was very likely Li Leji would be taken away. If this world was friendly to ordinary children, then 3 kids wouldn't have chosen to live together in isolation. Li Leji couldn't be taken away. Li Leji realized he had misspoken and became tense. The area around them, bustling with people, suddenly felt eerily quiet. Kongqing quickly thought of a plan and pulled Li Leji aside. Quick, apologize. Have you been secretly making money outside? Want to buy a robot? After saying this, she discreetly poked him with her finger. Li Leji understood instantly. He could protect 3 children here by himself. He knew how to survive. He relaxed his body, quickly changed his attitude, and bowed 90 degrees to the tall boy, speaking sincerely. Brother Oriole, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted impulsively. Please forgive me. The youth named Oriole immediately became smug and shouted, Oh, really? Aren't you tough? You're just an ordinary person, and your sister is too, right? Do you have any evolved beings in your family? How dare you act arrogant with low-grade genes in the city? A barrage of malicious taunts bombarded Li Leji. The boy hunched over, his previously relaxed body tensing up again, and through the thin fabric of his back, one could even see his bones protruding from strain. Kongqing then noticed how thin he actually was. A frail, unprotected child. The surrounding spiritual energy began to involuntarily surge towards Kongqing. Insulting ordinary people, you must still be in school, right? Which school do you attend? The golden-haired young man's voice returned Kongqing to her senses. She couldn't act impulsively. She wasn't strong enough yet. Meanwhile, Li Leji remained hunched over, with no one able to see his expression or what he was thinking. Kongqing even thought he might jump up without mercy to punch Oriole again. But he didn't. His small body maintained the bowing position, slowly speaking. Brother Oriole, I was wrong. Please forgive me. His voice betrayed no emotion. Oriole ignored Li Leji and arrogantly looked at the golden-haired youth instead. I'm from the 1st Military Academy. Do you have a problem with that? The 1st Military Academy was one of the top schools in Lanhua City. The golden-haired youth replied, I'm Eugene, a member of the student council at the 1st Military Academy. I will report your behavior to the school's teachers. Now, apologize to this child. Only then did Oriole realize he had messed with the wrong person. His expression changed, and he quickly pulled out some star coins, handing them to Li Leji while saying, I was wrong. Here, this is the 23 star coins I owe you. Li Leji straightened up, ignoring Oriole's threatening glare directed at him, accepted the coins, and turned to hand them to Kongqing. After giving the coins, Oriole hurriedly left, and the farce finally came to an end. Kongqing wanted to thank Eugene, but he seemed indifferent. As he left, he glanced at Li Leji and muttered to himself, such good physical conditions, yet just an ordinary person. What a pity. After saying that, he turned and walked away with the 2 young men who had come with him. Behind them, seated by the window in the mall, were 2 young people. It's Eugene. He's still so kind-hearted. The speaker was a woman with a high ponytail and a striking appearance. Lucianza, my spiritual power seemed to sense something just now. Did you feel it? Lucianza seemed uninterested in what was happening outside. He looked cold as he browsed through information on his light brain. You're S rank. I'm just A rank. I can't sense anything. The woman pouted, seemingly finding him uninteresting, and stopped asking questions. Meanwhile, Kongqing was looking at Li Leji. Kongqing was tall, while Li Leji appeared a bit short due to prolonged malnutrition. The contrast was striking. Li Leji stood there, watching Eugene's retreating figure, his face revealing an expression that was hard to tell if it was envy or something else. When he withdrew his gaze, he found Kongqing looking at him, her gaze filled with concern. He quickly reassured her, Sister Mu, it's okay. Every ordinary child here grows up like this. Many people never really grow up at all. He had long realized that Sister Mu and the little brother were not from this place. Sometimes, parts of Sister Mu's body would turn into wood while she was in a deep sleep. There were no people in this world who could turn into wood, he knew, but he didn't say anything. He still remembered how Sister Mu lay on the bed, covered in bruises and looking as if she was about to die. He knew that many people were having a hard time. Kongqing was stunned when she heard his words. Is this how ordinary children are supposed to live? She turned to look at the shop she had just come out of, which was exquisite and luxurious. The cabbage displayed in the center had turned yellow and wilted. At that moment, she had absorbed all of the cabbage's spiritual energy, and several staff members were anxiously making phone calls around it. Does existence alone mean it is right? In the past, her goal was to cultivate. The plants that had gained intelligence all said that it was too difficult for plants to become immortals, so everyone became spirits while she persisted. Eventually, she succeeded in becoming an immortal, but for some reason, she did not ascend. Without a goal, she tried different lives in modern society on Earth, day after day. And now she patted Lilaji's lean shoulder. Sister promises you, Sister will help you all get rid of this life. Chapter 4. The online store launched. Lilaji listened attentively and nodded heavily. He believed, inexplicably, in what Sister Mu had told him. Kongqing squatted down to brush off the dust that had gotten on Lilaji from rolling on the ground. While hiding her lips' movement with the action, she whispered to Lilaji in a hushed tone, "Something is watching us." Despite his young age, Lilaji remained calm. He turned his body to make it easier for Kongqing to tidy up his clothes, and his eyes casually scanned the surroundings. He then quietly replied, "Sister, there's a small flying device hovering motionless next to the building behind you." Kongqing could not decipher the intentions of the flying device and decided to ignore it, thinking it could watch if it wanted to. After fixing Lilaji's clothes, she stood up and took his hand. "Let's go accompany Sister for a walk." The two headed straight into the nearby mall. The moment they entered, Kongqing felt the sensation of being watched fade away. Meanwhile, a segment of surveillance footage was sent to Lu Xinzi's light brain. The strikingly beautiful woman sitting across from him had already left. Lu Xinzi opened the video, the screen's glow reflecting his sharp features. He had lied. He had felt something moments ago. For an instant, his long frustrated mental energy sensed a kind of affinity and bizarrely calmed down. Reacting quickly, he used his light brain to activate a small intelligent flying device to monitor the square outside until that sense of affinity completely disappeared. The mech key hanging around his neck flickered twice, and mechanical electronic voice echoed in Lu Xinzi's mind. "You have a lead on her, right?" "Yes," a low voice responded. Lu Xinzi opened the surveillance video and began to scrutinize it. In just a minute of footage, dozens of women appeared. No one knew he had been searching for one specific woman. That woman could fight without relying on mechs in the giant wave of insect tides. She was incredibly strong. More importantly, she had been infected by the female insect's aphrodisiac, and when he experienced a sudden mental energy riot, he had to. After regaining his senses, he began to secretly gather information about her. But for a full 14 months, he found no trace. It was as if she had never existed. He had thought she was lost without rescue, unfortunately perishing in the contaminated zone. However, the abnormal fluctuation earlier gave him a familiar feeling. It was the sensation she had given him. Lu Xinzi, I look forward to meeting her. Lu Xinzi quickly identified 5 suspicious women from the video, turned to look at the bustling square outside, and after a long while, he responded with his mind, "So do I." Meanwhile, Kongqing and Lilaji were looking up at a mech towering 5 meters high. Kongqing's eyes were filled with shock. The mech before her had a streamlined metallic shell, and the delicate blue coating refracted flowing fluorescence under the focused light. It was an industrial aesthetic she had never seen before. In contrast, Lilaji looked enviously at it. "Sister, ordinary people can use this mech," he murmured. Upon hearing this, Kongqing immediately glanced at the virtual screen's price list. 1 million star coins, too expensive. If ordinary people can use it, then why are they being eliminated? Kongqing wondered. Because we don't live long. It's hard for us to survive past 25. The radiation waves continuously damage our bodies. Some have tried to live in radiation-proof suits, but it doesn't work. Any slight exposure leads to relentless radiation attacks, Lilaji explained. Look at the staff in this store. They're evolved beings with mental gene traits. They don't have mental power themselves, but because of their genes, they can survive. They are more like ordinary people of this era, while I don't know what we are like. Maybe in a few decades, there will be no trace of us left. The boy's voice was pure, but spoke of death. Radiation? Kongqing realized she still knew too little about this world. "Sister, if I could live a little longer, I want to become an excellent mech warrior." Lilaji shared his small dream with Kongqing, his gaze lingering on the blue mech with a hint of obsession. A few seconds later, his expression gradually became clearer as he looked at a corner of the mech's back where a counter was located, which had a virtual screen displaying the word promotion. The mechanical arm for Li Zipping has arrived. Li Liji pointed out to Mu Kongqing. This mechanical arm can be used by ordinary people. It might not be produced anymore. I paid a deposit of 500 star coins, thinking of selling the Dean's light brain to buy it. Mu Kongqing approached the counter, and against the backdrop of mech parts, the mechanical arm looked dusty and overly plain. A small virtual screen nearby displayed the word order. It seemed to be the mechanical arm mentioned in the morning's payment reminder, requiring 2,000 star coins. The radish needs to be sold quickly. Mu Kongqing looked around. There weren't many people in the mall. She took Li Liji to an empty corner. What should I do if I want to sell some things? You could set up a stall. Many ordinary people make a living by selling small items at stalls. Is there a less noticeable method? Li Liji thought for a moment. Yes, sister, we have an online store. We used to sell handmade goods made by the children in the welfare home. But since the welfare home is no longer around, the online store has been abandoned for many years. No one knows who applied for it back then. Now, everyone values privacy. Even household robot information can't be disclosed casually. We just need to hide all the information. An online store? That's indeed a good idea. Finally, Mu Kongqing took Li Liji to browse the clothing section, confirming they couldn't afford anything before they boarded the autonomous bus. Swaying back to the large courtyard on the city's edge, using the photography function of her light brain, Mu Kongqing took a picture of the radish. It hadn't been pulled out in advance, as the welfare home lacked appliances with storage functions like refrigerators. She changed the background of the photo to white to conceal any geographical information that might be revealed in the image. Next came the online store. There were two modes to switch between, 2D mode and 3D mode. The 2D mode projected a virtual screen from the light brain, similar to a computer desktop, which could be operated by hand swiping. The 3D mode was an immersive store experience, where wearing a holographic headset allowed one's consciousness to project into the network. Inside was a virtual world, where everyone had a virtual personal avatar. Virtual stores were situated in corners of a commercially constructed street, where customers could be seen coming and going and could request conversations with each other, akin to moving the commercial district into the network, allowing people to shop with their virtual images. They only had one holographic headset at home, so Mu Kongqing and Li Liji used 2D mode to browse. They first searched for vegetable selling stores online and discovered there were indeed many. The first store that popped up was the familiar green logo, the high-end vegetable shop she had visited today, named Fresh Grain Green Plant Official Store. Apart from a few large chain stores, most of the vegetable selling stores had only 2 or 3 products, and the majority were sold out. The vegetables on the shelves were marked with their pollution levels. Mu Kongqing noticed one store's radish was about the same size as hers, priced at 200 star coins, with a pollution level marked at 17. While fresh grains vegetables typically had pollution levels between 5-13. Mu Kongqing saw the explanation. Pollution level referred to the extent of radiation contamination on the vegetables. The online store had clear regulations that the pollution level for selling vegetables must be kept within 20. If it exceeded 20, they were inedible for humans. Mu Kongqing selected a range and found that there were no vegetables for sale with 0 pollution, and only fresh he was selling some with 5 pollution. But the quantity was very small. Mu Kongqing was confident that the vegetables he grew himself should have a pollution level of 0. He opened the store for the welfare institution, which was empty, and first set all the information to private. To keep the store low-key, he changed the name to a very common green plant sales store, and the system automatically assigned a suffix of 2025. Mu Kongqing searched and found that there were conservatively thousands of online stores with the same name, just with different suffixes. The first online store, Green Plant Sales Store 2025, officially launched in this world. Chapter 5, Let's Start Selling. The functions of this online store are quite similar to those of online stores on Earth. After Mu Kongqing read the user manual, she uploaded a photo, conservatively chose a pollution level of 10, estimated the weight to be 800 g, and set the price at 2,200 star coins. While busy listing products, she patiently taught Li Liji. She needed a lot of time to accumulate spiritual power and collect vegetables and fruits, So this online store still had to be managed together with Li Leji. Behind them, three little heads are lined up watching. Lian whispered to Li Zipping, "The radish is going to be sold. Sister Mu is going to do business from now on. Right?" Li Zipping nodded, his round head curiously following Mu Kongqing's moving finger on the virtual screen. Li Ming stretched out his chubby little hand, reaching for the radish photo from afar, pretending to eat the air he grabbed, mimicking eating the radish. "It's delicious. Mommy said we can eat it." Mu Kongqing turned around and saw this scene, unable to help but laugh. "This time you won't be able to eat this radish, but I promise you, one day you'll get to eat fresh vegetables, not just radishes." Lian and the others happily nodded, expressing that they didn't mind. These two little guys had never left the vicinity of this large courtyard and knew nothing about radishes. For them, earning more star coins was far more exciting than eating radishes. A short notification sound rang out. It was a chat message from a customer. And Mu Kongqing didn't expect someone to inquire so quickly. "Excuse me, do you have a photo or video of the radish tested by a detector?" Li Leji suddenly remembered. "Right, sister, I forgot. Vegetables need to be checked for pollution levels with a detector, but we don't have one." "No problem. Let me take a look." Mu Kongqing searched online for detectors, with prices ranging from 150 star coins to several thousand star coins. But it was too late to buy one now. Mu Kongqing recalled her online shopping experiences from years ago and typed a response. "Hello. Our radish is guaranteed to meet the standards, with pollution levels controlled within 10. If the radish you receive exceeds the pollution level, you can return it for free within 12 hours. Xingtai Network is the largest shopping platform in the entire star system, and the platform has a good reputation. If there are issues, the website can ensure that customers do not suffer financial losses." The other party received her reply and placed an order within seconds. At this moment, Mu Kongqing still didn't know how in demand vegetables with pollution levels under 10 were, especially given her pricing, which was significantly lower than those of big brands. It should be noted that similar quality vegetables from big brands could sell for 3,200 star coins. Next came the delivery issue, and, coincidentally, the delivery address for this order was right in Lanweiching. Li Leji confidently assured that he could handle it. He was already working odd jobs in the city to earn star coins, and this address was not far. He could take a public flying vehicle there and back in a day. "I can deliver to nearby places, and for farther ones, we can collaborate with Speedy Express. They are fast and keep confidentiality very well. Everyone in the star system needing secret deliveries goes to them." Mu Kongqing nodded and immediately entrusted the delivery matter to Li Leji. "What can I do?" Lian's soft voice chimed in. Tilting her head and looking at Mu Kongqing with sparkling eyes, "Sister, I want to help too." Li Zipping raised his mechanical arm, indicating he also wanted to help. But before he could speak, one of his mechanical fingers fell off, which everyone was used to by now. Mu Kongqing thought for a moment and showed Lian the chat box she had with the customer. "You can help reply to customer messages." Lian looked a bit troubled. "But sister, I don't know many words." Mu Kongqing then realized that they were still children. Kids need to go to school. In Huahua, the 9-year compulsory education is not just a saying. It is very important. You and Li Zipping need to go to school, and Li Leji, you should go too. Don't you want to be a mecha engineer? Schools should teach how to operate mechas without using spiritual power, right? Mu Kongqing changed her tone and immediately began searching online. This world offers good welfare for children without spiritual power. They can attend school for free. Good news, not only is it free, but there really are mecha courses. The nearest school is near the commercial area they visited today. Mu Kongqing decided right away to take the children to school tomorrow. The two little ones would go to a regular elementary school, while Li Leji would go to a specialized mecha school. After coaxing the children to rest, Mu Kongqing took Li Ming to the spot in the yard where she was planting radishes. This radish needed to be faked a bit. Mu Kongqing extracted a bit of spiritual energy from the radish and introduced a trace of the polluted soil's murky air, keeping the pollution level of the radish at a non-zero state. She estimated this pollution level to be about 5. If she polluted it anymore, she wouldn't want to, as the plants belonged to the same source as her, and maliciously harming plants will be detrimental to her cultivation. The cycle of life is repeated. There are gains and losses, and changes are constant. She couldn't absorb all the spiritual energy of the growing plants for her own benefit, nor could she maliciously pollute spiritual energy. This is a restriction set by the heavenly way for cultivators. Although she didn't know if this world had a heavenly way, she could cultivate to become an immortal, and her heart was steadfast. She had cultivated to become an immortal, but Li Meng was not. She nurtured Li Meng, who was born as an immortal. What could a little tree spirit do? Kongqing wasn't quite sure. She looked at Li Meng, who was curiously looking around her arms, and thought it was worth a try. She held Li Meng and marked out a small patch of land, placing him on it. Baby turned into a tree. Li Meng looked up at his mother, and the chubby baby slowly transformed into a small sapling in Kongqing's eyes. It resembled the mutated tree outside the courtyard a bit. Kongqing dug a small hole and carefully planted her son into it. Li Meng planted in the ground. Didn't he know what his mother was doing, but he believed whatever his mother did was right. He settled into the soil, shaking his branches and leaves. Watching her son's branches and leaves unfurl, Kongqing sat down nearby and began to meditate. The sporadic spiritual energy in the air was drawn into her body, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. The sky gradually brightened. There was no sun here, but there was a star similar to the sun used for illumination, called the light star. Kongqing slowly opened her eyes and saw that Li Meng's little leaves, which had looked very lively last night, were now a bit wilted. She dug her son out of the soil, holding the main trunk in one hand and shaking it up and down. The dirt on the branches and leaves fell off in clumps, and once she shook it clean, Li Meng slowly turned back into a chubby baby in Kongqing's hands. He crawled into the drafty skirt, sitting on the ground, with 2 wilted leaves still perched on his head. He made a sad face and spat at Kongqing, looking silly yet adorable. Kongqing pondered for a moment and understood. It meant it was very hard to eat. Li Meng didn't need to eat. He could live well with just sunlight and water. But Kongqing had long noticed that this child had a bit of a craving and wanted to taste everything he saw. This greedy look was a bit like her. At that moment, Kongqing suddenly felt a deep nostalgia for Earth. The steamed buns downstairs, the rice dishes at the corner, the sour soup hot pot in the commercial area. She wondered if she could ever go back. Li Meng patted his dazed mother, and Kongqing came back to her senses, pulling her thoughts away from the delicious food and recalling the important matters. She checked the small patch of land where Li Meng was rooted. Indeed, the soil had been significantly purified and was now suitable for planting, but she wasn't sure about the pollution level. Chapter 6 First Meeting. This was the first time Li Zipping and Mu Meng went to the city, and they seemed a bit excited, whispering little talks to each other. There were a lot of leftover bed sheets and fabrics from the welfare home. Enlin carefully dug out a worn bed sheet from a pile of old items, wrapping up the freshly pulled tender radishes, tying a light knot, and hanging it on Li Luzhi's shoulder, looking like an inconspicuous little bundle. Mu Meng wore a slightly oversized hat that covered a small twig on his head, with the hat string tightly tied under his chin so it wouldn't fall off no matter how he shook his head. The brim of the hat just happened to cover his eyes, revealing only his small nose and mouth. So he kept using his little hands to pull the brim outward to look around. Kongqing changed his appearance, and a group of 5 arrived at the bus stop. When the unmanned smart bus arrived, there was not a single person on it, and riding it cost 1 star coin. Seizing this opportunity, Kongqing taught Lian and Li Zipping how to ride the bus and how to pay with star coins. When they reached the vicinity of the school, Li Luzhi parted ways with them to continue delivering radishes, while Kongqing took the remaining 3 children to the school. The school gate was bustling with activity, and upon inquiry, they learned that some kind-hearted individuals were coming to the school to make donations. Just as Kongqing explained their purpose to a teacher at the school gate, they were warmly invited inside. When the principal of Hongyan School heard that ordinary people were inquiring about free enrollment, he felt incredibly lucky, as very few ordinary children chose to come to school nowadays. He was worried about how to satisfy the donors, and here was an opportunity for a ready-made achievement. Kongqing led the 3 children through the office door under the teacher's guidance, and the principal greeted them enthusiastically. Gomin, I am Principal Zhao of Hongyan School. Please fill out this information. Saying that, he handed her a pen. Kongqing was holding Mu Meng in front of her, with Lian and Li Zipping behind her. She took the pen handed to her, still a bit dazed, and met the gaze of the person sitting on the sofa. What a coincidence! Lu Shenze did not expect to encounter this woman here. Li Wen, 21 years old, the director of a small welfare home on the outskirts of the city, had her welfare home shut down after the insect tide. An ordinary person who grew up in the welfare home had no idea who her parents were, and no one had ever paid attention to her experiences. The scanned information still lay in his optical brain. The people filtered out from the video yesterday had already been ruled out by him, leaving only this woman, whose information was too sparse and had the biggest suspicion, but her appearance did not match. Although Lu Xinze later lost his sanity due to a mental breakdown, he clearly remembered what had happened before. The woman he was looking for had long hair, and when fighting during the insect tide, her agile figure would create a sharp arc with her hair tips as she turned quickly. She had a cold appearance, thin lips, and a prominent nose, making her look sharply beautiful. After regaining consciousness, he immediately drew a portrait of the woman and hid it in the privacy space of his optical brain. However, the woman in front of him, holding a child, had short hair and appeared more approachable, her features completely unrelated to his memory. Her gaze swept over him without any ripples. Kongqing's gaze swept over the three people sitting on the sofa, holding the pen, and began to fill out the information at the desk. Meng hung on her chest, secretly looking outside with his eyes, seeing a strange uncle in front of him. Mr. Liu, you see, our Hongyan school has always adhered to the principle of education for all, with kindness and goodwill. For ordinary children like these, we have not abandoned them because of their physical defects. Principal Zhao spoke passionately about his school. Hearing his words, Li Zipping secretly hid his tattered mechanical arm behind him. Leaning closely to Li and feeling a bit uneasy, Lian was braver. The table was a bit high, so she tightly held onto Li Zipping, standing on her tiptoes to see what Kongqing was writing on the paper. Meng's round eyes peered over the chubby belly of the talking strange uncle and locked onto a pair of indifferent eyes on the sofa behind. A handsome uncle. Lu Xinze raised an eyebrow. This little child, looking at him, gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. These are all ordinary people, and that little child has a vibe very similar to yours. Similar to me? Lu Xinze questioned with his mind. That child, although he doesn't have mental power, I sense a wave in him that is very similar to yours. Unconsciously, Lu Xinze rubbed his chin with his fingers, a habitual gesture of his when thinking. It was Meng's first time meeting a stranger, and he found it very novel. Moreover, he noticed a flash of light on the handsome uncle's neck. Ah, Meng pointed at Lu Xinze, nudging Kongqing, wanting her to see the light. Just as Kongqing finished filling out two forms, which were easy to fill out, besides the name, ID number, and address. The rest could be filled with none. She followed Meng's pointing direction and looked at Lu Xinze. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the mecha key flashed again. I like this child. The cold mechanical voice expressed its feelings and then fell silent. Mr. Liu, thank you for the support from the Liu Group to our school. We promise to spend every star coin on school construction. The principal concluded his passionate speech. Li Zipping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Lu Xinze made a brief evaluation. The Liu Group will continue to track whether the donated funds are used properly. After saying this, he naturally stood up, his imposing height of 190 meters creating a strong sense of pressure, his long and powerful legs wrapped in dress pants. He approached Kongqing. Now, the number of ordinary children coming to school is decreasing. Our Liu Group is very concerned about children's education. Would it be convenient for this lady to share a contact method? The Liu Group will continuously pay attention to the education of these two children. Kongqing, without suspicion, directly added Lu Xinze's personal account for communication. Her thought was simple, with the attention of a large enterprise. The two children would have more confidence in their studies at school. Indeed, there was a more serious look in the principal's eyes. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, these two children have no foundation, so we will first place them in the first grade to help them adapt, and then adjust their grade according to their learning progress. Saying this, the principal also handed 2 backpacks to the children, indicating that they were gifts containing a few notebooks and pens. The issue of the children's studies was thus settled unexpectedly smoothly, and Kongqing was very satisfied. As the group left, Lu Xinze intentionally or unintentionally walked near Kongqing, taking several glances at her from head to toe in just a few seconds. No flows. Kongqing felt the gaze of the other party, although there was no malice. Being stared at like this by a practitioner was very uncomfortable. She suddenly stopped, turned her head, and was just about to speak. "Do you want to touch?" A deep, magnetic voice sounded as the man behind her spoke first. Kongqing followed the man's gaze and looked at Mu Meng in her arms. A pair of bright eyes peeked out from under the brim of his hat, caught sneaking a look, feeling a bit shy. His little face flushed as he looked at his mother. "I want to touch." Lu Shenze casually took off the mecha key hanging around his neck and handed it to Kongqing. Kongqing didn't have much feeling about human beauty or ugliness. But even so, she had to admit that the man in front of her was exceptionally handsome. When seen up close, the visual impact was especially strong. His deep features, sharp and smooth facial lines, eyes dark and scrutinizing, his expression somewhat distant yet not cold, and his fingers holding the object were long and strong. Kongqing was still examining the item in the man's hand when a pair of chubby little hands reached out. It was Mu Meng. Lu Shenze paused and gently placed the mech key into her small hand. The chubby little hand was soft and warm. As Lu Shenze set down the key, Mu Meng instinctively grabbed the item handed to her, brushing against his fingers. A warm sensation spread throughout her body from the spot where their fingers touched. Lu Shenze retracted his hand, his fingers gently twisting, as if he could still feel that soft touch. The mech key sparkled in Mu Meng's little hand. This time it was not a faint light, but a series of glowing blue lights lit up around it. In the center, a sword-shaped emblem slowly revealed itself, followed by a small black sword floating in the light, the size of a pinky finger, standing upright and gently rotating. It was a virtual projection, and Mu Meng's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time Lu Shenze had seen the mech show off like this in front of someone else. It really liked her. "Its name is Chiu Sao, and it's my mech," Lu Shenze said seriously as he introduced it to Mu Meng. Chapter 7. The Evolving World. The amazing radish on the other side, Li Luzhi, carrying a white radish, arrived at Xinjiang District. Xinjiang District is located in the central western part of Lanhua City and is a relatively affluent area, well known for housing the prestigious First Military Academy. Following the address, he reached a villa area with strict security. After handing over the radish to the security guard, Li Luzhi hurriedly left, still concerned about his younger brother and sister's schooling. The radish was transported to the entrance of the Duan family's estate by a security drone. The butler of the Duan family had installed a plug-in in the family's intelligence system, which would automatically notify him whenever edible green plants with a pollution level below 10 were available. Duan Cheng, a rare S-class mech warrior from the Duan family, would benefit from the calming effects of vegetables with a pollution level under 10 on his mental strength. Since the entire galaxy experienced space radiation over 200 years ago, most humans began to evolve. Evolved individuals were better suited for survival, while ordinary people gradually faced extinction due to radiation issues. Evolution took 3 directions. The majority became gene carriers, who did not develop mental strength but carried the genes for it, allowing them to survive in the radiation-affected galaxy. Most importantly, they could bear offspring with mental strength. The second direction involved the evolution of attack-type mental strength, classified into levels C, B, A, and S. Individuals with attack-type mental strength could pilot mechs made from special materials, which were effective in combating the powerful mutated flora and fauna caused by radiation. They were responsible for protecting the safety of humanity across the galaxy. However, attack-type mental strength had a critical flaw. The higher the level, the more susceptible they were to mental strength riots. Those who experienced such riots had to endure constant physical suffering, and one day, these mech warriors would lose their sanity and become either madmen or imbeciles due to the lack of treatment. The remaining individuals evolved into soothing-type mental strength, capable of providing mental strength therapy to those with attack-type mental strength, alleviating their pain and delaying their descent into despair. However, no one has been completely cured of a mental strength riot to this day. The land and plants after radiation were severely polluted and inedible, causing humanity to rely on nutrient solutions for survival. It wasn't until scientists discovered that vegetables and fruits with pollution levels below 20 were edible for evolved humans, and importantly, They had a calming effect on attack-type mental strength. The lower the pollution level, the greater the soothing effect. However, vegetables with pollution levels below 20 were rare. Government-grown produce was not allowed to be sold, all supplied to the military, while the limited amounts grown by wealthy families turned vegetables and fruits into luxury items. Many people attempted to grow or forage for vegetables, and those meeting the requirements will be listed for sale online. The Duan family's butler received a system notification that suitable vegetables were available. He immediately clicked in, using the 3D mode. His virtual avatar appeared in front of a shop on a street corner. Compared to other shops, this one was very simple. Using the original skin of the Star Mall website, with no decoration, just a plain sign reading Green Plant Store 2025. Upon entering, he saw a shop of about 10 square meters with no reception robots, using basic shelves and only one radish on display. The virtual screen next to it displayed a single photo, labeled with pollution level, weight, and price. Nothing else. Despite the simple decor, the butler wasted no time contacting the seller. After all, low-pollution radishes were very popular, regardless of the shop's condition, although the seller only gave a verbal promise regarding the pollution level. The butler did not hesitate to purchase it. He wasn't afraid of being scammed, as the money was held in a public account on Star Mall. If it didn't work out, he could apply for a refund, being a VIP customer. As soon as he completed the purchase, he heard a few people who had rushed over with him wailing. "Who is so fast? Didn't get to buy it, boo-hoo. Buying so quickly. Aren't you afraid of being scammed?" A crowd rushed in and out, with a few people lingering to see if the seller would refund, only to leave when they realized the payment went through smoothly. The next day, the radish successfully arrived in the butler's hands. He immediately took out a testing device to check it. The screen flashed, showing a value of 4. "Oh no," he murmured, then tested the vegetables delivered yesterday, which showed 8. The butler then realized the device wasn't broken. He had struck gold. A 4 radish was extremely rare. The best quality on the market was 5, and 4 was an exceptionally rare occurrence. He quickly logged onto the website, not even bothering to put on his holographic glasses, and opened yesterday's order, only to find the shop empty of any information. He could only add the shop to his favorites. He called the security guard at the entrance, who truthfully said it was delivered by a child. Not using a courier meant the seller was a resident of Lanhua Star. He handed the radish to the kitchen robot, instructing it to prepare it for dinner that night. He also sent a message to Duan Chung. "Young master, you must come back for dinner tonight. There's a banquet, and Lu Shinze will be there. I plan to meet him." The butler typed, "Young master, please try to return early. I got a radish with a pollution level of 4. The fresher this is consumed, the better it is for your mental strength. You must come back tonight." Duan Chung had grown up under the butler's watch and knew he cared about his health, so he tried to heed his advice. Duan Chung went to the banquet, but learned Lu Shinze was absent, so he sat down and left shortly after. It was a pity for Lu Shinze. He had experienced a mental strength riot during a bug tide, and, after struggling to regain his sanity, his mental strength dropped a level. Once a prodigy, his status in the Lu family was now quite awkward. Although the military did not demote him, they assigned him a task as an instructor at the first military academy, leaving everyone perplexed about their intentions. Duan Chung, however, did not underestimate Lu Shinze due to his drop in mental strength. The Lu family prioritized interests to outsiders. They appeared capital-rich, but internally they were complex and entangled with power struggles. For Lu Shinze to become the new generation leader in such an environment, he must possess both courage and strategy. He had been in the military, and now that he had finally come to Lanhua Star, Duan Chung had been looking for an opportunity to meet him. Missing him today was not an issue. There would always be another chance. Upon returning home, the butler served a bowl of radish soup. The moment Duan Chung took the first spoonful, he sensed something different. Vegetables with pollution levels always had a strange taste. Even in the highest-end restaurants, the best chefs could only mask the odd flavor but could not eliminate it. Duan Chung had never tasted unpolluted vegetables. He had only read about them in books, but he thought this must be the flavor described in those pages. Most importantly, after drinking the bowl of radish soup, he felt his long-tensed mental strength gradually relaxing. Busy with work and accustomed to late nights, he now felt a desire to rest. He had eaten 4 pollution-level vegetables before, but this was different. It was a sensation he had never experienced with other vegetables. Uncle Duan, is this a new product from Xinhe? He asked curiously. No, I bought it from an unknown online store. How does it taste? The flavor is really good, and I feel my mental strength has relaxed a lot. Uncle Duan, please pay more attention to this store in the future. I'm so comfortable now that I want to go rest. Duan Chung finished the entire bowl of radish soup, set down the bowl, and sighed contentedly. Uncle Duan, you should try some too. I'm going to rest now. After speaking, he got up and went to the bedroom on the second floor. Butler Duan sent off his young master and served himself a bowl of soup. As soon as the soup entered his stomach, he experienced its exquisite taste. He quickly finished the soup and hurriedly took out his holographic device to confirm the receipt and leave a positive review. He believed that good things should be known by as few people as possible to make them easier to acquire. Butler Duan wanted to send a private message to the shop owner, but discovered that the shop's private messaging feature was turned off when the owner was not online. Contact was only possible when the owner was online. He set the shop to special attention and could only wait silently for the shop owner to come online. Chapter 8. Shopping and gardening after witnessing the glowing mecha key. That night, Kongqing received a notification that 2,200 star coins had been credited to her account. The next day, the family of 5 set out early to get Li Zipping a mechanical arm. Kongqing decided that she would take the 3 children out more often in the future. Those matters of life and death could wait. Living well in the present was also very important. After all, some plants only have a lifespan of a few days, and they grow and bloom with all their might. The mechanical arm had to be connected to the brain's sensory nerves, and it took more than 2 hours to complete. The process of connecting the nerves was uncomfortable. Li Zipping felt as if someone were scratching his nerves, causing pain, itchiness, and soreness, and his little face visibly paled. All right, this arm could be used for 5 years. A child in their teenage years will enter a rapid growth phase, so it's best to replace it every 2 to 3 years. Li Zipping moved his new arm, listening to the staff and his sister talk, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. After leaving the mall, they went to another school that offered mecha warrior courses for ordinary people. Upon arrival, they learned that operating mechas required a certain physical condition, with the most basic requirement being good health. The number of healthy, ordinary people was scarce, and there were almost no students interested in learning to operate mechas. So the course had been canceled. Li Leji wanted to learn to drive a mecha, but he could only audit classes alongside students with evolved genes. Without hesitation, Kongqing enrolled Li Leji. In her eyes, there was no real difference between those with evolved genes and ordinary people. The former simply adapted better to the current environment and lived a little longer. In fact, the more she looked at Li Leji, the more he resembled a panda, a rare and healthy ordinary person who should be protected. The cheapest mecha costs hundreds of thousands of star coins, which they could not afford at the moment. So Li Leji could only use the virtual training facilities at school to learn how to operate one. Even so, he was excited and blushed. He never imagined he would one day go to school and learn how to drive a mecha. After settling the schooling issue, Kongqing held Meng, while Li Leji took Lian and Li Zipping for a casual stroll. Lian and Li Zipping had been sent to the welfare home right after birth. Initially, the director was not Li Wan, but another ordinary person who eventually succumbed to radiation-induced DNA chain ruptures. The oldest resident in the welfare home, Li Wan, became the director. Strictly speaking, Li Wan was still a teenager himself, so he had never taken them far from the welfare home. Lian and Li Zipping's understanding of the world came from the light brain. Now, they could listen to their brother narrate the things they saw on the road, which made them very excited. Lian held Li Zipping's hand, marveling at everything they saw. If anyone is unfriendly to you, just smile and apologize, then leave. Don't get into any conflicts with anyone, understood? The same goes for school. Don't argue with classmates, and always tell your sister and brother where you are going. Don't run around. The 2 little ones seemed to understand, and Li Leji firmly added, if you 2 encounter any problems, you will be taken away by others and will leave your brother and sister. They understood this and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, brother, Lian assured, pulling Li Zipping along, we will behave. Li Zipping nodded vigorously beside her, boosting Li An's credibility. Ah, this is Meng's promise. Li Leji chattered on, sharing his survival wisdom with his younger siblings. Kongqing quietly listened nearby, realizing that Li Leji was better at taking care of children than she was as an adult. Then I should earn more star coins to ensure the growth of all 4 children. Kongqing thought about buying some seeds for gardening. After inquiring, she found that only seeds for particularly ordinary vegetables were available, which were not hard to buy. However, all the current seeds were contaminated, leading to a high mortality rate for the vegetables grown, and the pollution levels would be even higher. Non-contaminated seeds were initially available in the market, but as vegetables became inedible, newly grown vegetables were even worse. The government realized the severity of the situation and began to control and protect the non-contaminated seeds. Kongqing selected some seeds for cabbage, radishes, and potatoes, spending a total of 5 star coins, and took them home to try planting. As these 3 were relatively easy to grow, by the time they returned home, it was already dark. Lian and Li Zipping were exhausted from walking so far for the first time and drank some unpleasant nutritional liquid before going to bed. Li Leji, too excited to sleep, joined Kongqing in planting. Meng transformed into a seedling, planted in the soil to purify it. When Li Leji first saw Meng turn into a seedling, he was astonished. He had previously thought that those who could pilot mechas with mental power were the most powerful, but now he believed that those who could transform were truly amazing. Kongqing's expression turned serious as she advised Li Leji, "Don't tell anyone about our secret, or I'll have to leave with Meng." Li Leji nodded. "Don't worry, sister. I want to say a word." He wasn't foolish. Ever since his sister woke up, their lives had been improving, and he believed they would get even better in the future. Li Leji began digging holes. Kongqing noticed that the small patch of land she had previously cleared was showing signs of contamination again. It seemed that pollution was mobile and ongoing, which explained why scientists had not yet solved the problem of vegetable cultivation. In contrast, the water source, although strictly regulated for use, could be purified quickly. So within a few years, the water issue had been resolved. Kongqing attempted to use her spiritual power to remove the impurities from the radish seeds. With limited spiritual energy, she managed to purify 5 seeds, planting the cleansed seeds and using her energy to encourage them to sprout. Only 3 tiny seedlings emerged, while 2 seeds were unhealthy and did not germinate. Kongqing felt a bit pained at the spiritual energy she had wasted. Her spiritual energy was running low, so she needed to think of a way to avoid having to purify the land every time she planted. Kongqing estimated that with the aid of her spiritual energy, the 3 seedlings would likely grow into mature plants in about 8 days. After 8 days, she could sell the 3 radishes, and buying a testing device was still necessary. Gritting her teeth, she purchased a highly recommended testing device online for 150 star coins. While searching for the testing device, she accidentally clicked on an adjacent advertisement, which popped up with a promotional message about a vegetable brand claiming that their vegetables had a calming effect on aggressive mental powers. Calming mental powers? What did that mean? Kongqing searched online and discovered that vegetables had this special function. With her vegetables being so pure, they could help many people. She wondered if this counted as merit in her spiritual cultivation. She then casually checked the price of meat, which was also very expensive, similar to vegetables. Completely mutated animals were inedible, and non-mutated animals were nearly extinct in the wild, making it difficult for them to survive. Only meat with a contamination level below 20 could be consumed by evolved beings, while ordinary people could only eat completely uncontaminated meat. However, meat did not have the calming effect on mental powers, and some meats even exacerbated the agitation of aggressive mental powers. So those who bought meat were mostly evolved beings without mental powers. In the following days, Li Leji took his younger siblings to school. Every time Meng purified a small patch of land, he would feel unwell for several days. Kongqing inexplicably felt like she was mistreating the children and felt a bit guilty. Holding the soft little one in her arms, Meng instinctively smiled at her, then snuggled against her. He drooped his eyes, looking a bit wronged, as his mother always fed him very unpalatable food. "Oh no, I feel even worse." Kongqing reflected and realized she didn't know how to take care of children. To be honest, she didn't even know who her father was or who her mother was. Plants seem to just be inserted into the soil, living or not depending on their own fate, while parents are not important at all. However, her own child is different. He was born in human form. and his various habits are closer to those of humans. He is still so small, always wanting to snuggle up to her when he sleeps, and occasionally looking for his mother while playing. He relies on her wholeheartedly. A bittersweet feeling surged in her heart, and Kongqing touched her own heart, which beats slower than that of an average person. This feeling was somewhat unfamiliar. Kongqing held Meng tightly, circulating her spiritual energy, creating an invisible vortex around the two of them. Meng comfortably relaxed in her arms and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 9. Banquet Invitation. The online store had its second new launch, featuring 3 radishes and 2 cabbages. Kongqing had tested them with a detector. The pollution value of the newly listed vegetables was between 8 and 4. This time, she recorded the pollution value as between 13 and 9. Otherwise, pulling out several vegetables with such low pollution values would be too conspicuous. Once the vegetables were online, Butler Duan received a notification. He clicked into the store, which still had the same style as last time. There was only a photo and basic information, nothing extra. Without hesitation, Butler Duan wanted to buy them all, only to find out that the store had a purchase limit. Each person was only allowed to buy 2 vegetables at a time. He quickly bought 1 radish and 1 cabbage. As he skillfully logged out, ready to switch accounts to place another order, he found he was still too late. The store showed that it was sold out. Kongqing didn't expect the vegetables to sell so quickly. Checking the back-end records, she saw there were a total of 4 orders, with the first order being from the same address as the previous purchase. Soon after, she received a private message from the buyer. "Hello, do you accept reservations for your vegetables? Is this a business inquiry? What would you like to reserve? I want all your fresh vegetables next time." Butler Duan was generous. Kongqing hesitated to respond. She knew that reserving them would be less stressful for her, and the buyer's willingness to buy everything indicated they had money to spare. However, she was unsure if this was more beneficial for them. For the first time, Kongqing felt the reality of doing business. On one hand, she wanted to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. On the other hand, she wanted to open up sales channels to earn more star coins. Leah needed a heart transplant. Li Laji required a mech, and she needed spiritual energy, merits, and more star coins to improve everyone's life. Meng was still carefree, being the most economical one. Kongqing knew nothing about business and could only rely on her instincts, taking it one step at a time, knowing she wouldn't lose no matter what. After some deliberation, she replied, "Is there a high demand for vegetables on your end? I can reserve vegetables, but I can't guarantee they will all be reserved." Butler Duan realized the situation. Indeed, storing vegetables was difficult, and if not stored properly, they would accumulate pollution values. The young master at home could eat them, and they could be shipped back to the family for the elder. They really didn't need a lot at once. Moreover, growing vegetables was challenging. The other party had launched 5 types of vegetables at once, which surely weren't foraged from the wild but were likely grown by themselves. Currently, there were only 3 well-known companies in the first galaxy that grew vegetables, and it was rare for individual growers to have such well-organized produce. Butler Duan instinctively felt that this store was exceptional and wanted to establish a good relationship with the other party. "I'll reserve 5 portions of vegetables without limiting the varieties. If there aren't enough for 5, 3, or even 1 is fine. I can send a deposit of 3,000 star coins. We will keep reserving from you. If you're worried, we can sign a contract." The desire to sign a contract showed a strong intent, but for caution's sake, Kongqing opted for a more secure method. "No need for a deposit or contract for now. Next time I have vegetables, I'll reserve some in advance and contact you directly." How did that sound? Butler Duan eagerly agreed. Thus, the first long-term client for the online store was established. A notification dinged, and moments later, the other party sent an electronic invitation. Upon opening it, a 3-dimensional invitation appeared before her. "Hello, the Duan family is hosting a banquet in 3 days, and we sincerely invite you to attend." In 3 days, Duan City was preparing a banquet primarily to invite the young people from various prominent families working and studying on Lanhua Star, as well as their elders, to get to know each other and communicate, a social event. Butler Duan, having the authority to invite more people, proactively invited the store owner to meet in real life. Kongqing looked at the dazzling invitation, resembling a virtual music box. As it turned, it seemed to sprinkle gold flakes. And only upon touching it did she realize it was a virtual light effect, exceptionally realistic. Mu Meng was immediately captivated by the shimmering display. He climbed into his mother's lap, reaching out to grab the non-existent glitter, reaching left and right, but catching nothing. With a ding, the music box transformed into a streak of golden light, turning into a golden butterfly that landed in Mu Meng's hands. His round eyes widened in surprise, and the little branches on his head perked up. The butterfly gradually morphed into a golden card. Meanwhile, Mu Kongqing noticed a golden card had appeared on her light brain's desktop. It was the invitation card. Showing this electronic card on the day of the banquet would grant her entry. The virtual electronic card in Mu Meng's hands slowly disappeared, and he rotated his arms, searching his body for it, still not understanding why the shiny thing vanished. He raised his little hand to show his mother. Gone? Mu Kongqing pointed to the virtual projection screen on her light brain desktop. It's here. Oh, Mu Meng's little head was filled with big confusion. After studying it, Mu Kongqing realized that when Mu Meng waved his little hand, he accidentally clicked the button to accept the invitation, transforming the invitation into an electronic card. She hadn't decided whether to go yet, thinking she would figure it out on the day. Unbeknownst to her, Butler Duan was overjoyed to see the store owner accept the invitation. Mu Kongqing noticed Mu Meng's continued curiosity in trying to grab the virtual card on the screen and remembered that he seemed to spend all his time crawling around in the yard with her. Whenever she practiced, Mu Meng would obediently sit beside her, daydreaming. It must be a bit boring and lonely for him. Cultivators are used to being alone, as she once spent hundreds of years alone in a forest. However, Mu Meng was different. He was like a child close to being human. Mu Kongqing clicked on the children's channel on her light brain and randomly selected an animated series about mech warriors. Energetic drum beats filled the air, and Mu Meng was completely captivated by the moving images on the screen. Mu Kongqing watched the entire episode of the animated series while holding Mu Meng, where the main characters piloted mechs to defeat a mutated giant tree. This episode conveyed the importance of unity to children. However, Mu Meng felt a bit sad. Mu Kongqing understood him, as from Mu Meng's perspective, he and the tree were on the same side, and his kind were defeated by a bunch of metal machines. Nevertheless, Mu Meng still grasped the importance of unity, realizing that the tree failed because it had no companions. After the episode, Mu Kongqing decisively shut down her light brain. This was something she learned from her parents on Earth, not letting children watch animations excessively, incorporating more entertainment for children into her plans. Mu Kongqing took Mu Meng to pull radishes from the ground. She had specially planted a radish that was completely free of pollution, intending to fulfill her promise to the children about eating radishes. Once she pulled the radish out, she realized there was nothing at home. No stove, no seasonings, not even a pot. To be precise, there was no kitchen in the entire yard. Holding Mu Meng, who was cradling the radish, they exchanged glances. Radishes can be eaten raw, right? Chapter 10. Eating radishes. When the three children came home from school, they saw a simple wooden plate on the table with a white, glistening item on it. Mu Kongqing called to them. Come on, I've cut the radish slices for you. Come and try. It turned out to be radish slices, and the three children quickly gathered around, extremely curious, as it was their first time eating vegetables. The radish slices were crystal clear. Li Leji washed his hands and picked up the first slice, a fragrant aroma wafting towards him. He took a small bite, and a unique flavor blossomed in his mouth. Li Leji liked it very much, and Lian and Li Zipping were not far behind. Both took a small bite. Lian frowned, while Li Zipping looked curious. This taste is quite special. Mu Kongqing also casually took a slice and chewed on it. The flavor was a bit spicy, as radishes have a slight heat to them. Lian scrunched her little face and said, Sister, I don't really like this taste. After saying this, she took another small bite. Although she didn't like it much, she still wanted to take another bite, and before she knew it, she had finished a small slice. Although Mu Kongqing was somewhat naive in her actions, she still had common sense. She didn't know if the children's stomachs could handle food since it was their first time eating, so she only allowed them to take 3 slices each. Mu Meng also held a slice and chewed on it. He didn't like the taste either, but that was okay. He could eat it even if he didn't like it. While chewing on the radish, Mu Kongqing noticed that Lian seemed a bit off. At first, She had been standing in front eating, but now she was hiding her head behind Li Zipping. Kongqing went around Li Zipping and squatted down to look at her. "What's wrong?" The little girl lifted her head, her eyes red. Due to her heart condition, her face was always pale, but she was actually a very pretty girl with long, thick eyelashes and slightly round eyes that gave her an innocent look. However, Kongqing had long discovered that she had a courage that was completely different from her appearance and temperament. Ever since Kongqing woke up, their lives had undergone significant changes, but she remained very positive, facing everything with curiosity and never backing down. The little girl with red-rimmed eyes was particularly endearing. "If you don't like eating, then don't eat." Lian shook her head, her voice tinged with a bit of sob. "That's not it, sister. I never thought I would be able to eat radishes one day. I also learned to sing and do math in school today." At this point, she couldn't help but hug Kongqing's neck and started to cry. She felt so happy. Things she had never dared to dream of before were now coming true. She had never told anyone that she had always wanted to go to school. She had seen videos of others going to school on her light brain, and she wanted to do many, many things, but she never said anything because no one would listen. Kongqing gently patted her back, letting her cry it out in her arms. After Lian finished crying, her face turned red with embarrassment, and she lay in Kongqing's arms. Feeling shy and unsure why she felt like crying, she just couldn't help it. Li Zipping secretly tugged at her shirt from behind, while Meng, seeing someone cry for the first time, found it curious and tilted his head to look at Li An, who was buried in Kongqing's embrace. "Ah." He pointed at his sister with his chubby little finger, then turned to Kongqing, not understanding why his sister was like this. "It's okay. Your sister is just very moved." Lian finally lifted her head from Kongqing's embrace and sniffled, asking, "Sister, are you moved?" "Yes, moved." Being moved is an emotion. Lian felt a sour and swollen sensation in her heart. She thought it was because of her heart condition, but it turned out to be being moved. Kongqing took out a piece of paper and a pen from Lian's backpack and wrote the word "moved" on it. This word means moved. After saying this, she stuck the written word on the wall. The four children looked up at her actions. "From now on, this wall will be our record wall. You can stick anything you want to record here." Lian's eyes lit up. "Sister, let's take a photo with the radish. We can stick the photo on the wall. This is our first time eating vegetables." Kongqing repeatedly agreed, and with Lian holding the unfinished radish slice. Li Zipping stood on the left and Li Laji on the right, while Kongqing held Meng behind the three children. Using the timer function on her light brain, the family's first photo was taken. After Li Laji started school, he no longer had time to deliver vegetables, and the next day, for packages were sent to their buyers via express delivery. Butler Duan confirmed the receipt of the vegetables as soon as they arrived. Seeing the newly received vegetables, Duan Chung specifically instructed, "Uncle Duan, set aside one portion of the vegetables for me. I want to treat Lucianza separately on the day of the gathering." The pollution value of the radish was still 4, while the pollution value of the cabbage was 7. The gathering was the day after tomorrow, and Butler Duan knew that Lucianza was a key partner that the young master valued highly, so he decisively set aside 1 serving of radish for him, with the rest going to the young master, and the cabbage was packed and sent to Duan Cheng's father, Duan Hongyao, the head of the capital star family. Meanwhile, Kongqing saw an extra 4,000 star coins in her account and promptly ordered bowls, chopsticks, basic kitchen utensils, and an electric stove. She also looked at kitchen robots, but the cheapest one cost 40,000 star coins, which was unaffordable, so she decided to do it herself for now. Kongqing already had a plan in mind. The next step was to plant some cabbage and potatoes, so she could make the simplest dish on earth, cabbage stew with potatoes, which tasted good and had no technical difficulty. Kongqing began researching seasonings. There were very few types of seasonings online. Salt was available, but still very expensive, so she only bought a little. She scanned through unfamiliar names and found a seasoning called fresh oil, extracted from fish in the ocean. According to the description, it was similar to oyster sauce and MSG, so she bought a little of that too. She also found sugar and chili, which were artificially synthesized powdered seasonings, and bought a small amount of each to try. While browsing through the products in the online store and comparing prices, she finished spending the newly acquired 4,000 star coins in less than 2 hours. The crazy shopping spree finally came to an end. She checked her orders to ensure that every expense had justification and contentedly closed the Star shopping website. After planting the cabbage and potatoes, the success rate for potatoes was higher. She successfully grew 5 seedlings at once, while only 3 cabbage seedlings were successful. After tending to the vegetables, Kongqing instructed Li Laji to watch over them. That evening, she took Mu Meng to the edge of the pollution zone's forest. Although the spiritual energy in the forest was thin, it was still absorbed much faster than in the city. Once things stabilized a bit, she planned to venture deeper into the pollution zone. It was Mu Meng's first time in the forest, and he was extremely excited, calling out to every tree he saw. Mu Kongqing found a spot to sit and placed Mu Meng on the ground. Mu Meng immediately crawled towards the nearest tree, which was very thick and required 2 people to hug it together. Mu Meng patted the tree trunk with his small hands. He could feel that this tree was different, but he didn't know why it was ignoring him. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A thick branch suddenly lashed out towards Mu Meng. Chapter 11. Mu Meng and the radish. Mu Kongqing suddenly opened his eyes, and before he could move, Mu Meng transformed into a small tree the size of a palm. The little tree extended its soft, slender branches and wrapped them around a thin twig from the larger branch. As the big branch moved, the little Mu Meng was flung into the air. Hee, Mu Meng was laughing. The tree, realizing its initial attempt had failed and that it was now entangled, began wildly shaking its branches, trying to throw off this strange creature it could not comprehend. However, Mu Meng seemed to find it amusing, laughing continuously as he swung back and forth. Every night, soldiers patrolled the edge of the contaminated area. Hearing the strange sounds, they approached the edge of the forest, peeking in, but no one dared to enter. The sound resembled a child's laughter. Just as one soldier spoke, he received a slap on the head. What nonsense! Where'd a child come from at this hour? Could it be a ghost? Why not send a drone in to take a look? The idea struck a chord with a few, and a small drone was sent flying into the woods. Little did they know, it was barely 20 meters into the forest when a branch knocked it to the ground. The soldiers quickly relayed the eerie laughter and the drone's failure to the command center. This time, the command center dispatched a tiny detection machine, the size of a mosquito. The machine was so small that the evolved trees found it difficult to detect. It flew toward the source of the laughter. However, halfway through its flight, the laughter suddenly ceased, leaving the machine without guidance. It flew aimlessly in the woods, returning no anomalies in the images sent back to the command center, until a tree spotted it, swatted it away, and crushed it, rendering the detection machine completely useless. This is also why, since evolution, human living space has been continually encroached upon. All animals and plants seem to have developed intelligence post-evolution, exhibiting territorial awareness, increased attack power, and significant hostility toward humans. For over 200 years, humanity has yet to find a solution. People on every planet can only live together in concentrated areas, coexisting temporarily with the contaminated zones while periodically addressing various riots in those areas. However, none of this concerned our Mu Meng. He stopped laughing because the big tree suddenly went still. It finally realized that Mu Meng was playing with it like a swing. So, it gave up its attack and quietly remained still as a tree. Mu Meng sent signals to it, asking it to move again, but the tree feigned death, resolutely ignoring this strange creature it didn't understand at all. Bored, Mu Meng transformed into a baby form and crawled back to his mother to sleep. In his dreams, a report of strange noises from the forest's edge of the contaminated area and the failure of the detection was filed in the city's safety monitoring report. The next day, Mu Kongqing took Mu Meng back home, and the items she had purchased gradually arrived. She specifically organized a room to serve as the kitchen. She had never done these chores before. Back on Earth, having lived long enough, she was a true rich woman, hiring others for all the work. On the day she was struck by the lightning tribulation, she was overly confident, believing she had successfully cultivated and that the tribulation was nothing. So she left her storage bracelet containing all her belongings in a bank safe. Thus, she arrived in this completely unfamiliar place with nothing. While tidying up the kitchen, Mu Kongqing missed her life on Earth. It seemed necessary for her to attend tomorrow's gathering. Getting involved with clients internally would allow her to earn better. and being a rich woman was much more comfortable. She checked the card on her light brain. The gathering was set for 6:30 p.m. It was accessible by bus, with the last bus leaving at 9:30 p.m. She wondered if she could make it back in time, though she could take a self-driving taxi for 100 star coins, a cost she hesitated to spend. As she organized the kitchen, a post began to gain traction online. The post's title was, "The detector broke down on the third day after purchase. Lightning avoidance brand detector." The content read, "The detector broke down on the third day after purchase. I contacted customer service, but they denied it and refused to compensate. Avoid it, lightning avoidance brand." Below was an image of a radish being tested, with a detection value showing 4. The top replies included, "Which store did the poster buy the vegetable from? How many star coins?" Poster reply, "Green plant sales store, 2,300 star coins. Isn't it possible that the detector isn't broken?" Poster reply, "No way. Are you saying I spent 2,300 star coins to get a radish with a contamination value of 4 worth over 10,000? Unbelievable. What if the detector is actually fine? There are so many green plant sales stores. Which one is the poster talking about?" The comments kept increasing, but the poster did not reply to anyone. Soon, the post was deleted by the poster themselves. This sparked even more discussion online. The poster, known as Waste Material Fan, deleted the post. Any guesses why? Calling out Waste Material Fan. Was the detector really broken? Not speaking says it all. Which green plant store did Waste Material Fan mention? At that moment, Waste Material Fan held the radish with a 4 detection value, like it was a rare treasure. She borrowed a neighbor's detector and confirmed that it wasn't broken. The radish's contamination value was indeed 4. How could she have received a radish that was supposed to have a 10 contamination value, but turned out to be 4? She privately messaged the store owner, fearing they'd sent the wrong item, but the store owner had disabled the private messaging feature, making it impossible to contact them. She was unwilling to apply for a return or refund. Her father had been tormented by mental instability for a long time. She had been frantically purchasing various vegetables with contamination values under 10 online, which put significant financial pressure on her family. But she wanted to alleviate her father's suffering a bit. Gritting her teeth, she cooked the radish. The man, who had been hallucinating and shouting due to severe headaches for days, quieted down after drinking a bowl of radish soup. Before long, he was snoring, fast asleep. Seeing her father peacefully sleeping with his brow unfurrowed, she opened the online store, confirmed receipt, and left a positive review. "Thanks to the store owner, my family had great results with the radish." She also noticed people online calling for her, but not knowing what to say, she pretended not to see. However, she was unaware that some determined individuals had found the store. Her online username on Star Mall was also Fan, and some people connected the information from the Green Plant Sales Store, the radish, and her username to locate the Green Plant Sales Store 2025. Those who found it kept quiet, secretly adding it to their favorites. Although the store owner might have gotten lucky and stumbled upon a radish with a 4 contamination value. That luck was extraordinary. A little analysis would reveal that the store owner had listed 3 radishes and 2 cabbages in one go, which was not just ordinary luck. There were definitely issues behind it. Several professional planning families also arranged for people to keep an eye on the store, hoping to recruit the owner if they were skilled at cultivation, and it was just a matter of who acted quickly. Kongqing was unaware of all this. In the evening, she informed her children about her plan to attend the gathering. Meng expressed his desire to go, but Kongqing directly refused, saying he was too small and still had branches on his head, making it inconvenient to take him. Leji was worried and wanted to accompany her to take a look. Kongqing thought it was about time for the eldest child to see the world, so she agreed to take Leji along. Chapter 12, attending the banquet. Kongqing made good arrangement for the gathering and took out the package she received today. She bought each child a new outfit. Mumei finally shed his wild style and wore fitted clothes, although he didn't care much about what he wore. On the other hand, Li Ziping was visibly happy to receive new clothes. He usually wore old clothes from the orphanage that weren't particularly well fitted. At school, everyone pointed at his mechanical arm. The mechanical arm wasn't very conspicuous, and most of his classmates didn't mean any harm, but it still made him uncomfortable, especially when standing with other classmates. All dressed in well-fitted, beautiful clothes, he felt even more out of place. He looked at himself in the mirror, wearing his new clothes. Kongqing watched from the side, secretly noting to buy him more outfits once the vegetable sales income came in. Lian twirled in her dress to cheer Mumei up. The dress Kongqing bought was yellow with a big skirt, and it looked beautiful when she spun around, like a blooming flower. Mumei's eyes lit up with excitement. You want to spin around and look pretty too? He grew anxious, making aha sounds, propping his small hands on the ground and kicking his legs excitedly. Suddenly, he stood up from the ground. Kongqing quickly captured this moment, thinking about printing the photo to put on the wall. As soon as Mumei stood up, his chubby little face trembled twice, his eyes wide with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't quite understand the changes happening to him. His little chubby legs trembled unsteadily as they supported his body. After carefully maintaining his balance for a few seconds, he realized it wasn't scary at all and broke into a smile. However, this smile disrupted the balance he had just regained, causing him to tip over and land on his bottom. He didn't cry. Instead, he lay on the ground and continued to laugh. Lian picked up the giggling Mumei and decided to spin around with him. The next evening, after settling the children, Kongqing set off to the banquet with Li Leji. Out of caution, she used a completely new appearance. Although the gathering was located in the urban area, it was on a floating island about 70 meters above the ground. From a distance, Kongqing could see the two golden characters Jinx floating in the air, dazzling and radiant. It was the name of the hotel she was visiting. Before coming, Kongqing had checked that the entire island was owned by the hotel, and Jinx Hotel was one of the most luxurious hotels in Long Star, specifically designed to host distinguished guests. Ordinary people couldn't even qualify to go up without an invitation, and the island was fully equipped with facilities. The main building was the venue for VIP banquets, with large villas scattered on both sides for guests to rest and vacation. The landscaping was excellent, using low-aggression evolved plants, creating picturesque scenes with every step, cleverly partitioning spaces that were beautiful and well-concealed. There was also an artificially excavated lake on the island, perfect for walking. The island had everything, including docking areas, gyms, and recreational facilities. As they walked in, Kongqing looked up to see small flying vehicles weaving overhead. Although Kongqing could fly, she couldn't, reminiscing about the days of freely flying using chi. She took Li Leji's hand to swipe the electronic invitation card and enter the elevator, which was still quite crowded. After exiting the elevator, they followed the crowd down a winding path to a door. In front of the door stood 2 evolved individuals and 4 robots. Every person entering the gate had to scan their invitation card. When Kongqing and Li Leji approached, she realized that her invitation did not allow her to bring anyone else. She could only enter alone. Kongqing initially thought about pulling Li Leji away, but he stopped her. "Sister, I'll just wait for you here at the entrance. Look, it's so beautiful here. I've never seen anything like it. The person who invited you probably didn't know you were bringing someone. Such gatherings are highly private." Butler Duan indeed did not consider that Kongqing would bring someone with her. Kongqing thought it over and decided she couldn't come for nothing, letting Li Leji explore nearby while she went in alone, swiping her invitation card. Soft music played on the island, the rhythm gentle and soothing, making people feel relaxed. The men and women mingled leisurely, all dressed in luxurious attire, making Kongqing feel out of place among them. After just 2 minutes, the banquet hall appeared before Kongqing. The exterior of the hall looked like it was made of some kind of mineral, but upon entering, she discovered the design was exquisite, as if one were in the starry sky, with rivers of stars flowing around. Every person entering the hall felt like the brightest star, with the lighting cleverly arranged to create contrasts of light and dark, allowing one to be the focus or blend into the crowd while admiring the stars. Just as Kongqing was about to walk in, someone grabbed her. "You, come help quickly." Turning around, she saw a stranger and thought to herself that he must have mistaken her for someone else. Before she could speak, she was pulled away. She was an ordinary person, dressed so simply, and security was strict today. They wouldn't let an ordinary person in casually. The man who pulled her thought she was there to work. Evolved individuals and ordinary people could sense each other. Once they met, they knew if the other was an ordinary person or an evolved one. Kongqing didn't mind being pulled along, but Butler Duan, who knew his invitation had been recorded for entrance, came out joyfully to greet her, but couldn't find her. He thought she might not want to meet him actively, unaware that Kongqing had already followed the man to the second floor. The two arrived at a terrace on the second floor, which seemed to be the backstage for performances filled with props and costumes, and there was a little girl. The little girl wore a huge dress made of flowers, with wavy long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her palm-sized face, framed by the giant dress, looked like a little deer that had wandered into the woods and lost its way. Incredibly beautiful. The man spoke, "You just need to help this little girl arrange her dress, ensuring the flower shapes are perfect. It's an easy task, right?" "No problem," Kongqing replied. But the man didn't have much patience. Hearing her say no problem, he turned and hurriedly left. Kongqing saw the little girl wobble in her heavy dress and quickly stepped forward to steady her. Getting closer, she noticed that the flowers on the dress were all fake, but meticulously crafted enough to be indistinguishable from real ones. "Thank you, sister," the little girl said in a soft voice, smiling at Kongqing. At such a close distance, the little girl's smile was visually striking and breathtakingly beautiful. Kongqing's voice unconsciously softened. "What can I do?" "Sister, you just need to tie the ribbons at the back for me," the little girl said. Kongqing looked behind her to see a black lace ribbon tangled in the nearby flowers. After tidying and tying the ribbon, the little girl's soft voice came again. "Thank you, sister. When I go on stage later, this flower basket will lift me up, and you just need to help me swish my skirt so it hangs perfectly behind me. Now, sister, sit with me." The little girl pulled Kongqing to sit beside her. "Sister, how old are you?" 22 years old, Kongqing said casually. "Sister, you're amazing. You're already 22. Kongqing felt strange hearing such praise for the first time. It was quite unfamiliar. The little girl seemed to be in a great mood, chatting with Kongqing about various topics. Their seats were quite good, on a high platform overlooking the entire hall below, but a black curtain blocked their figures from view, so the people below couldn't see them. "Sister, look, that star is so beautiful." Kongqing followed her finger and looked over. He didn't see the stars, but he saw the man who had just entered the door, the one he met at school that day, named Lu Shinza. Chapter 13 Banquet, Part 2. The man seemed to sense someone watching him and sharply looked up towards the second floor, but all he saw was a black curtain. Kongqing knew he couldn't see anything, but still averted her gaze. She hadn't intended to look at him. It was just that she had noticed a familiar face instinctively. She looked behind him and saw the stars the little girl had mentioned, a red ball that resembled a burning flame, trailing light and shadow effects. "Yes, it was quite beautiful," Kongqing agreed. "Sister, after the performance, when I finish my surgery, I can leave land waxing and see the outside world. I'll be able to see more real stars." "What kind of surgery are you having?" Kongqing withdrew her gaze from the stars and asked her. The little girl's voice was filled with excitement. "My heart isn't good. After today's performance, my star coins will be enough to exchange for a really good heart assist device, and then I can walk around. I want to see the capital star. It's a disease very similar to Lian's. They both have heart problems. Aren't your surgeries free?" Kongqing asked, puzzled. "In this time and space, necessary treatments for ordinary children are free, but the applications must come from a proper welfare institution or be guaranteed by reliable individuals. Lian and the others didn't want to go to other welfare institutions. They just wanted to live in the big yard. So they needed to spend their own star coins for the surgery." "Yes, but I want to use better materials. I want to live for 2 more years." "Sister, you don't know, my mom was amazing. She lived until 30 years old. I want to be like my mom." The little girl's eyes lit up as she spoke about her mother. Seeing her like this reminded Kongqing of Meng, whose eyes would light up at the sight of her. She sincerely praised, "Your mom is not only amazing, but must also be very beautiful." "How old are you this year?" The little girl's eyes brightened. "That's right. My mom was so beautiful. She used to work at this hotel, and after she left, I took over her job. I'm 16 this year, and I can sing really well. I'll sing for you later." Kongqing listened as the little girl chattered like a bird about her mother, realizing this was a girl who had grown up in love. On the other side, in a private room on the second floor of the hotel, Lu Shinza had been invited in, and Duancheng had already been waiting for a while. As soon as Duancheng saw Lu Shinza enter, he came forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Duancheng. It's a pleasure to meet you, Major General Lu. I've long admired your name." Lu Shinza shook his hand in return. "You're too polite. I've heard of young Master Duan's reputation long ago. Just call me by my name." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they sat on the sofa. Lucianza had expected the room to be filled with people, but to his surprise, there were only the two of them and a service staff. Duanqing noticed Lucianza's scrutinizing gaze. "Young Master Lu, it's just the two of us here. I arranged it intentionally. I have something good to share with you." The service staff opened a thermos on the coffee table in front of the sofa, revealing a bowl of radish soup. The simple radish soup seemed out of place in the luxurious hotel, looking even a bit shabby. Duanqing explained, "Young Master Lu, this bowl of radish soup may look ordinary, but it's very effective for calming the mind. Our family's butler obtained it by chance, and I think you must try it." Lucianza was not someone who couldn't appreciate good things. Given Duanqing's excellent reputation in business, the fact that he had brought out a bowl of soup for him to taste indicated that it must have its unique qualities. Without hesitation, Lucianza picked up a spoon and began to drink. As soon as he tasted it, he felt his restless mental energy calm down considerably. Since his mental energy had been chaotic, he needed to have regular mental soothing. But he disliked the feeling of others' mental energy entwining with his own and had been putting it off lately. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. It was Chiu Suo. Is it good? Not just good. Unknowingly, he finished the entire bowl of soup. Lucianza set down the bowl and leaned back on the sofa, letting out a comfortable sigh. Duanqing smiled knowingly beside him. This refreshing feeling of mental relief was something no mecha warrior could resist. "So, young Master Lu, it was worth coming today, wasn't it?" Lucianza knew that Duanqing had always wanted to get to know him, but he wasn't interested in business and didn't avoid it on purpose. He had just pushed away general gatherings whenever he could. "This is something Lucianza, will remember." Duanqing laughed. "Young Master Lu really underestimates me. I genuinely want to befriend you, not just for family business. I personally admire you a lot. Later, I'll have the butler send you the vegetable purchasing channels." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Young Master Duan, the banquet is about to begin." Upon hearing this, Duanqing stood up first and invited Lucianza to go downstairs with him. In an inconspicuous corner on the second floor, Kongqing was arranging the complex, flower-like skirt she wore. The little girl was sitting on a flower basket-shaped drone, waiting to go on stage for her performance. Kongqing looked down through the curtain. There was no stage on the first floor, only a handsome man speaking. On a planet-shaped table in the middle of the hall, various snacks and dishes were laid out. Kongqing hadn't had a proper meal in a long time and was preparing to go down and try some food soon. Before the little girl went on stage, she turned back and asked Kongqing, "Sister, will you wait for me here?" Kongqing hesitated, unsure if she would miss the bus, but still nodded. The little girl immediately smiled. She hadn't encountered an ordinary person older than her in a long time. "Then, sister, you have to listen to me sing. I really sing very well." The speaking below stopped, and the drone flew the little girl out. A beam of light shone on her as she looked like a fairy soaring through the stars. As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, she began to sing softly, her voice melodious, like a siren's whisper. The little girl wasn't lying. Her singing was indeed beautiful. Kongqing thought she could actually become a star. While some people on the first floor were enjoying the song, the vast majority were moving around and chatting. The girl's voice floated like a veil, a perfect background sound. Kongqing initially wondered why only the little girl was performing. But it turned out that this wasn't really a performance. The little girl's singing was meant to provide background music for the banquet. While Kongqing was pondering how long it would take, debating whether to go down and eat something first, Lucianza, who had just finished listening to Duanqing's speech on the first floor, felt a slight vibration in the air. His expression changed, and he nodded to the person in front of him who had been chattering away, turning quickly to exit the banquet hall. Once outside, he felt the vibrations getting closer, but he couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Something was off. Chiu Suo was an S-class mecha, since Lucianza's mental energy had downgraded. He could no longer control Chiu Suo. He decisively took out his spare B-class mecha key and ran towards the source of the vibration. As he ran, the black mecha covered his entire body, and then a signal flare was fired from his hand. Chapter 14. The Exotic Beast. The flower leopard. At the moment the signal flare shot into the sky, a massive black shadow appeared not far from him. Lucianza accelerated towards the shadow, the black mech moving like a gust of wind, leaving a trail of afterimages as it charged straight at the shadow. Getting closer and closer, the shadow gradually revealed its true form, which turned out to be a gigantic flower leopard. Unlike ordinary flower leopards, this one had a pair of unusually sharp and robust fangs, though not exaggerated. The speed of the flower leopard was astonishing, chasing after the panicked crowd scattering in front of it. Among the crowd, several B-class mech warriors stood out, each carrying a person in their arms, desperately running forward, occasionally turning back to fire energy cannons in an attempt to slow down the flower leopard. The energy cannons flew out at incredible speeds, but the flower leopard was even faster, skillfully dodging all the cannon attacks. Finally, amidst the chaos, a child accidentally fell to the ground. A deafening roar erupted as the flower leopard's eyes glinted with ferocity, unhesitatingly pouncing towards the frail figure lying on the ground. In a critical moment, Lucianza transformed into an afterimage and dashed in front of the child. In the blink of an eye, a protective shield unfolded, acting like an indestructible barrier, resolutely blocking the child. The flower leopard slammed into Lucianza's protective shield like a cannonball. Under the enormous counterforce, the black mech involuntarily staggered back, leaving a long mark on the ground. Lucianza quickly assessed the situation in his mind. This flower leopard was at least an A-class evolved beast, with its power and speed not to be underestimated. But how could there be A-class evolved creatures in the middle of the city? After failing its first attack, the flower leopard gathered momentum and lunged again, its thick fangs directly tearing through Lucianza's protective shield. Lucianza reacted swiftly, turning his body and quickly cradling the boy in his arms, the propulsion system beneath him roaring as he sped towards the direction where the crowd was thinner. The flower leopard was thoroughly enraged and pursued without hesitation. This flower leopard had likely evolved in a way that enhanced its speed, closing in on Lucianza in just a few breaths. Lucianza had no choice but to turn and confront it. He tapped his fingers lightly, and a beam of energy cannon sliced through the air, intertwining with the flower leopard's rapid assault as he fought and retreated. The boy in his arms was just an ordinary child. Any residual energy from advanced weapons could become a sharp blade that could take this young life. Therefore, he had to be cautious and avoid recklessly using those powerful weapons, only able to dodge. A whistle sounded. The flower leopard, which had been fiercely charging, perked up its ears and gradually slowed down. Lucianza immediately took the opportunity to flash away, creating a safe distance between himself and the flower leopard. Finally, the flower leopard stopped its pursuit, flicked its tail, and lay down on the ground as if waiting for something. A small aircraft descended beside the flower leopard, and a young man was seated in the cockpit. Lileji thought he would die on this floating island today. He had been sitting by the lake enjoying the scenery when he suddenly heard someone shout loudly, "Run!" He didn't know what was happening, but his body instinctively reacted faster than his mind, and he began to run away with a few others. More and more people joined in the chaos, mixed with the roar of mechs. In the confusion, he was knocked to the ground by someone. When he looked up, a terrifying sight shocked him. A gigantic flower leopard was charging towards him. He thought he was doomed when, in the next second, a mech descended from the sky and blocked in front of him. The person in the mech saved him. He watched the flower leopard from a distance, confused about what was happening and worried about his sister. Lucianza remained vigilant, keeping his eyes on the flower leopard lying not far away and the aircraft beside it. As the sound of mechanical movement echoed, the aircraft door opened and a young man stepped out, leisurely walking in front of the flower leopard. "How did you sneak out to play again?" he said while petting the leopard's head. Lucianza found the man somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who he was at that moment. He raised his voice, his tone carrying undeniable seriousness. "Keeping large exotic beasts privately in the city is illegal. Don't you know that?" The young man looked at the mech warrior with military insignia and scoffed. "What I'm doing is legal. You're overstepping. Large exotic beasts cannot appear in urban areas." Lucianza insisted. The young man displayed disdain. "My pet just wanted to go for a stroll. You're meddling too much." Seeing the flower leopard squinting its eyes as it was petted by the man, Lucianza understood that it was no longer a threat. He retracted his mech, revealing his true form, and set the boy down, taking his hand. Before he could speak, The young man opposite him spoke first. Isn't this Major General Liu? Lu Shenze frowned at him. Major General Liu really has a lot on his mind. I'm Zhou Yufeng. We met not long ago at Old Master Lu's birthday celebration. Lu Shenze remembered. He was the second son of the Zhou family from Capital Star. He maintained a serious tone. Young Master Zhou, I advise you to keep your distance from these evolved creatures. Their temperaments are unstable, and they can't be treated as pets. Zhou Yufeng, however, was unconcerned. Major General Liu is joking. This is my pet that I've raised since childhood. By the way, did you see the other two? Why is there only one here? There are a total of 3 flower leopards. Lu Shenze looked at Zhou Yufeng, who appeared utterly unfazed and even amused, realizing he was doing this on purpose. Today was the Duan family's banquet, and he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Duan Cheng. He wasn't afraid of hurting people, confident that he could retreat unscathed. The Zhou family was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Lu Shenze couldn't be bothered to spar with him, and turned to rush towards the banquet hall. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was lively. Kongqing thought she could go down to eat something before returning, but as her foot touched the edge of the stairs, she suddenly halted. Something was off. The stairs beneath her feet trembled slightly. The next second, a beastly roar shattered the laughter in the banquet hall. Kongqing turned and ran back to the edge of the terrace, just in time to see 2 oddly shaped flower leopards burst into the banquet hall on the first floor. Panic-stricken screams erupted instantly as people scattered. Duan Cheng, also an S-class, evolved, sensed the presence of the leopards as soon as they appeared. He acted decisively, quickly arranging for personnel to ensure the safety of the guests. The 2 flower leopards, one large and one small, with the larger being twice the size of an ordinary flower leopard and the smaller just slightly smaller than the large one, chased the fleeing crowd around the venue. Kongqing noticed someone in the crowd pull out a yellow object resembling a badge. She had seen a similar item on Lu Shenze. It was a mech key. The person pressed it gently, and the badge quickly expanded, transforming into a blue mech over 2 meters tall. The person jumped into the mech and skillfully picked up a nearby, screaming man, dodging the flower leopard's attack. Gradually, several mech warriors made their appearance in the crowd, engaging in combat with the flower leopards. Kongqing's gaze darted between the crowd and the leopards, suddenly remembering Li Lezhi outside the venue. She wondered if he was in danger and turned to look for him. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. It was the little girl. The first floor banquet hall was crowded, and although it was chaotic, a group of mech warriors quickly controlled the situation, forming an effective protective barrier. The flower leopards rampaged, but couldn't find a breakthrough. It wasn't until the large flower leopard spotted the little girl sitting alone in the aircraft above the banquet hall that it made its move. Chapter 15. The Exotic Beast. The Leopard, Part 2. The little girl was actually very clever. When she saw the leopard run into the banquet hall, she immediately stopped singing and covered her mouth tightly, afraid of making any noise that would attract the leopard's attention. However, she was still discovered. The large leopard looked at the person in the air, suddenly exerted its strength, and leaped into the air, its massive body soaring up as its front paws cut through the air, aiming to strike the little girl above. Fortunately, its size prevented it from jumping high enough, and its paws barely grazed the edge of the drone before it fell back down. However, the sudden impact still caused the drone, which had been stable, to shake violently, and the little girl sitting on it was tossed around. She finally lost control of her fear and screamed. Her voice transmitted through the microphone at her mouth to every corner of the banquet hall. The large leopard, having missed its first attempt, became more interested in the object above. It paced back and forth underneath the drone, its strong limbs moving in alternation, its back slightly undulating with each step. Meanwhile, the smaller leopard also noticed the drone in the air. It stopped its tussle with a blue mech and ran in front of the large leopard, its eyes sparkling with curiosity and alertness. Seeing the small leopard run away, the blue mech quickly picked up a lady in a gown nearby and ran into the crowd. The mech warriors formed an arc, creating a defensive circle to shield the guests in the banquet hall. The 2 leopards attempted to jump up to grab the drone again, but they still fell short. This time, however, although the larger leopard did not hit the drone, its sharp claws snagged the little girl's dress, tearing a large hole in the lace fabric. The sudden tug from the leopard caused the little girl to completely lose her balance. teetering dangerously on the edge of the drone. "I'll save her," said a yellow mech. "No, you can't," retorted the mech standing in the middle of the arc. "If you leave, the leopard will immediately counterattack. All the guests here are VIPs. We cannot take responsibility if anyone gets hurt." The two leopards seemed to have gained intelligence. Turning to look at the mech warrior who spoke. The small leopard let out a low growl in response, not loud but mocking. With meaningful glances exchanged between the two leopards, the large leopard slowly circled around the floating drone, then jumped up again. This time, it did not aim for the drone, but instead used its sharp claws to grab the fluttering hem of the dress. The hem was a large target, swaying in the air, impossible to ignore, and it easily succeeded. The hem was snagged once more, and with the force applied, the little girl completely lost her balance, letting out a sharp and desperate scream as she fell. The leopards below glimmered with greedy light in their eyes, excitedly opening their mouths wide as they charged towards the direction she was falling. Kongqing, who had just run back to the terrace, looked at the clear division on the first floor. On one side were the most esteemed guests firmly protected by the mech warriors, and on the other side were the two leaping leopards and the shaking, screaming little girl in the air. Then, the little girl fell like a flower wilting from its branch in Kongqing's eyes. At the moment the little girl was about to fall, Kongqing turned around, grabbed a large performance costume, wrapped it around herself, and quickly donned a mask over her face. With her spiritual energy circulating, she leaped down from the terrace, rushing towards the leopard. In the blink of an eye, she caught the little girl who was about to fall into the leopard's jaws, then turned and struck out with her palm, sending a wave of spiritual energy straight towards the large leopard's head. The large leopard instinctively sensed the danger and quickly dodged its head to avoid Kongqing's palm, but it was still brushed by the force of her strike, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Gasps erupted in the hall. Kongqing landed gracefully and gently placed the little girl on a nearby sofa. The girl was terrified, trembling and curled up on the sofa. The small leopard roared angrily towards Kongqing, but did not dare to approach, instead rushing to the large leopard that had fallen. The massive leopard quickly got back up. It had only been brushed by the palm wind and had not been injured, but it felt threatened. After standing, it lowered its front limbs and arched its back, facing Kongqing in an aggressive posture, mimicked by the smaller leopard beside it. Everyone in the hall was stunned by this scene, unsure how a person had appeared out of nowhere and struck down the exotic beast with bare hands. The person was completely wrapped up, wearing a mask, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. The mech warriors tensed up, sensing the strangeness of this individual. No one noticed when they had appeared, and the person had just flown through the air without any visible machinery, looking even more dangerous than the evolved leopards hidden beneath their wide clothing. Kongqing faced off against the leopards, hesitant to strike first, because only she knew that her spiritual energy was limited. The banquet hall was divided into 3 areas, and neither side dared to act recklessly, resulting in a tense standoff. At that moment, a commotion was heard at the entrance of the banquet hall, and several mech warriors appeared, sporting military insignia. As soon as they arrived, they quickly took control of the situation. Report: 2 evolved leopards, level. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. First, ensure everyone's safety and evacuate the crowd. After the crowd is evacuated, activate the protective shield and prepare high-grade tranquilizer guns. If the tranquilizers fail, immediately resort to lethal force. The leopards, seeing more and more mech warriors, began to breathe heavily, occasionally letting out low growls as they backed away. They scanned their surroundings, seemingly determining that the easier target was the side with the 2 individuals, and suddenly lunged toward Kongqing, one after the other. Kongqing watched the 2 massive figures charging toward her, unsure if she could subdue both leopards with a single move. Not daring to take the risk, she turned and picked up the little girl from the sofa, rushing toward the mech soldiers. The leopards were fast, but Kongqing was faster. No one knew how she managed it, but in just a few breaths, she reached the mech soldiers. The mech warriors reacted swiftly, positioning themselves in front of her and raising their weapons toward the leopards. The leopards hesitated and could only pace in place, emitting unwilling growls. "Wow, it's so lively today." A voice suddenly came from the entrance. Mu Kongqing shifted her gaze from the busy mech soldiers and looked toward the entrance, where a young man in a black tracksuit walked in, tall and upright. If not for the overly flamboyant tone of his voice, he could easily pass for a young nobleman. Behind him, Mu Kongqing recognized Lu Xinze at a glance, but surprisingly, he was holding onto Li Luji's hand. Mu Kongqing quickly glanced at Li Luji's eyes behind her mask before turning away, unsure if Li Luji had recognized her. Chapter 16. Three families confront each other. Sorry about that. My pet ran out and scared everyone, the young man said, seemingly polite as he nodded to the guests in the banquet hall, but there was no trace of apology in his tone. It was the young master Zhou Yufeng. The attendees, all from powerful families, quickly recognized Zhou Yufeng, and a few were eager to step forward to greet him. However, Zhou Yufeng's gaze didn't linger on anyone for long. He whistled, and the two agitated leopards that had been pacing around the hall immediately lay down obediently. Such well-behaved little pets, harmless. Major General Lu stepped forward and greeted Lu Xinze, who nodded in response. Duan Cheng, with a grim expression, emerged from the crowd, exuding an aura of low pressure. Young Master Zhou, what does this mean? Zhou Yufeng casually picked up a crystal wine glass from a nearby table, a playful smile on his lips. Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing the Duan family's banquet. Although he spoke apologetically, there was no hint of regret in his tone, and there was even a hint of amusement as he looked at Duan Cheng through the twisted glass of the cup, his smile deepening. The Duan family's wine party truly lives up to its reputation. He pretended to set the glass down. Suddenly, Duan Cheng raised his hand and caught the glass just as Zhou Yufeng was about to let go, creating a subtle standoff of strength between the two on the crystal cup until a crack appeared with a snap. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, and the surrounding people instinctively held their breath. However, Duan Cheng suddenly laughed, responding in a warm voice. Young Master Zhou, even precious things could be easily broken. Both the Duan and Zhou families were aristocratic clans with a long history of business dealings. However, privately, the Duan family looked down on the Zhou family's underhanded tactics, while the Zhou family dismissed the Duan family's false pretensions of purity. The banquet hall, once filled with starry splendor, had lost its earlier glamour, with broken wine glasses and overturned plates scattered on the floor. Mu Kongqing glanced at the ruined fruits and vegetables on the ground, feeling a twinge of regret, but thought it was for the best, as it perfectly concealed the fact that she had drained their spiritual energy in her moment of desperation. No one could eat them now anyway. Mu Kongqing was uninterested in the back and forth between the two men. She just wanted to escape. Without drawing attention, she gently set down the trembling little girl in her arms. The girl's icy hands still clutched at the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Mu Kongqing softly wrapped her hands around the girl's trembling ones, sensing her movements. The little girl looked up at her. Before her was a feathered performance mask, and the little girl recognized it immediately. It was a mask used in backstage performances, and the clothes she held were also performance attire. Mu Kongqing gently stroked the little girl's hands, and sensing the warmth, the girl slowly stopped trembling, her clenched fingers loosening bit by bit. Mu Kongqing smiled at her and patted her head, taking the opportunity to turn and walk toward the exit while everyone's attention was focused on the confrontation between the two men. Stop! The masked person is suspicious. You can't leave. A voice called from behind, and in the next moment, a stranger blocked Mu Kongqing's path. She quickly took 2 steps back to create distance, her embroidered costume swirling in a half-arc. Everyone's gaze shifted back to her. She felt like an actress, becoming the focal point of the stage. How lively it was! Zhou Yufeng's voice was playful as the smart terminal on his wrist flickered with dim light. He waved casually toward Duan Cheng. I will bear the corresponding losses. You may continue to deal with your own issues. I'll take my pet and leave. Stop! Lu Xinze stepped forward, his polished shoes making crisp sounds on the mineral floor. According to the Beast Control Act, individuals are not allowed to keep class as dangerous beasts. The 3 leopards must be taken away by the authorities. Zhou Yufeng chuckled lightly. Young Master Lu, you must be joking. Our Zhou Medical S Beast Experimentation License has the electronic seal of the Management Bureau, you know. He suddenly pointed into the crowd. Oh, isn't that Director Wang? Why don't you explain? The middle-aged man who was called out broke out in a cold sweat as he stepped forward, trembling. This. The Zhou family indeed holds a special research permit, allowing them to. A permit does not mean exemption. Lu Shenze interrupted coldly, raising his hand to signal. Take them away. Several mech soldiers immediately began to act upon the order. Zhou Yufeng stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Lu Shenze, saying nothing, only wearing a playful smile. The next moment, Lu Shenze's communicator rang. Mu Kongqing saw him answer the call. He said nothing and, after listening in silence for more than 10 seconds, abruptly hung up. He sized up Zhou Yufeng and raised his hand to the mech soldiers. Let him take the leopard away. Zhou Yufeng seemed to have heard something amusing, laughing out loud. Major General Lu deliberately elongated his tone, laughing more maliciously. Why bother? Has Major General Lu forgotten that he is no longer in the army? You're just a teacher now. His words were rhythmic, but Lu Shenze didn't even give him a glance, watching as several soldiers loaded the 2 leopards into cages, along with the one outside, into a vehicle to take them away. His tense shoulders relaxed just a little, as a soldier who had experienced interstellar battles. He knew all too well the lethality of these mutated creatures. Yet Zhou Yufeng did not leave with them. He looked at Lu Shenze, his facial muscles tight, grinding his back teeth. He smiled again, his smile twisted and deformed. Lu Shenze did not respond to him, which didn't surprise Zhou Yufeng. Lu Shenze had always ignored him. No matter how many times they met, Lu Shenze could never remember him. As the leopards were taken away, the atmosphere in the banquet hall visibly relaxed. People began to gather in small groups, and several people quickly approached Zhou Yufeng to greet him. However, soon everyone's attention turned back to Mu Kongqing. Mu Kongqing silently rolled her eyes. The harmful mutated leopards had been safely taken away, and not a single person among the attendees raised an objection. These so-called upper-class individuals seemed to forget that they had just been chased by leopards. Now, they were all focused on her, the one who had tried to save someone. Ridiculous. Lu Shenze and Zhou Yufeng were newcomers and were not aware of what had just happened. Zhou Yufeng appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, while Lu Shenze's expression remained unchanged, leaving no clue as to what he was thinking. Duan Cheng was grateful to the stranger for helping to save someone. This gathering was hosted by him, and now ended so chaotically. He knew Zhou Yufeng had done this on purpose, a fire burning in his heart, pounding against his eardrums. But fortunately, he still had his rationality. This farce needed to end quickly. Dear guests, I sincerely apologize for today's unexpected incident. His voice carried an undeniable resolution. Steward Duan will arrange for everyone to leave safely, and the subsequent compensation will surely satisfy everyone. Mu Kongqing saw someone stepping out from the crowd. He looked no longer young, his impeccably pressed suit outlining a tall figure. It seemed this was the steward Duan who had sent out the invitations. Duan Cheng wanted to quickly end the matter, thinking that any stranger could be dealt with privately. But some had other ideas. A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Young Master Duan, aren't you a bit too eager? We are in no rush to leave. How did this stranger appear just now? I believe everyone here is curious. The speaker looked pointedly at Mu Kongqing. Moreover, she took down an evolved leopard with her bare hands. This is something we're all seeing for the first time, and we're all quite curious. Chapter 17. Squeezing a soft persimmon, Zhou Yufeng's eyes immediately swept over Mu Kongqing like a searchlight upon hearing this sentence. The leopard was something he had raised since childhood, and he knew very well how ferocious his few flower leopards could be. Lu Shenze's expression also changed for the first time. The description of being able to fight a mutated beast with bare hands sounded very familiar. Whispers spread through the crowd. Yeah, that person just flew out, right? There are no signs of a mecha. Someone nearby echoed. I didn't see any mecha or weapons. That leopard just fell down. The guests tacitly stood still, none showing any intention of leaving. Each person present represented different forces, and they all openly scrutinized the unfolding situation. Who was this mysterious figure? Friend or foe? Could they be befriended? Could they be of use to me? At the very least, take off the mask. With this abrupt shout, a stranger suddenly stepped forward, reaching out to remove Mu Kongqing's mask. Mu Kongqing had noticed this person. He was the first to approach Zhou Yufeng earlier. Quick on her feet, She struck his wrist with a knife hand, causing the man to recoil in pain, his entire hand going numb. This time, in front of everyone, Kongqing rolled her eyes dramatically. Cultivators have always understood one principle: the strong are respected. Kongqing later found that this saying applied to many situations, such as now. The people in the venue, all pretentious, seemed to treat her like a soft persimmon to be squeezed, yet she truly felt very soft at the moment. She didn't want to get too entangled with them, but she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. That laugh clearly reached everyone's ears. Just when everyone thought she was going to say something, Kongqing suddenly stepped back half a step, pushed off the planetary table behind her, and soared into the air, deftly jumping over 4 or 5 people and flying towards the door. Lucianza reacted the fastest, almost simultaneously chasing after her. He was only a few steps away from the door, just under 2 seconds behind Kongqing, but by the time he burst out the door, her figure had already vanished without a trace. Lucianza even suspected he was seeing things because the entrance was quite spacious. He had clearly been watching that person's back. But once they exited, they suddenly disappeared. What the hell? Kongqing didn't care how chaotic it was behind her. She used a shrinking technique to descend from the island, finding a deserted place to take off her performance outfit and mask. She knew Ilaji was safe next to Lucianza, and fearing something might go wrong, she decided not to return to find him. Instead, she decisively called a drone for her flight back. To be cautious, she walked the last segment of the journey home. Meanwhile, the banquet hall she left had already turned into a mess. Lucianza immediately took out his mecha and ascended into the air. Due to the flower leopard incident, no flying vehicles had left the island at the same time. Lucianza utilized a military scanner, but found nothing. Apart from the flying vehicles, the only way to leave this floating island was the elevator. However, when he inquired with the elevator attendant, he was told that no one had left just now. The banquet hall was even more lively, with such a large person suddenly appearing and then vanishing as if evaporated. People were even unsure whether the person was male or female. A few people surrounded a little girl, asking questions, but the girl kept shaking her head, saying she didn't know. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, her big eyes brimming with tears like strings of pearls. A few young girls looked on with sympathy. Upon reflection, like everyone else, she and T spoken to the mysterious person, and realizing they wouldn't get any answers, they stopped asking. Soon someone suggested checking the surveillance, but since the attendees were all from noble families, it was just a simple gathering to allow everyone to relax. The Duan family had specifically instructed the hotel to turn off the surveillance. Lucianza, possessing the unique sharpness of a soldier, sensed something unusual. While others were still considering how to win over this mysterious figure, he was thinking of deeper issues. Had humanity undergone a new evolution? He had great confidence in his dynamic vision, yet that person disappeared right under his nose. Aside from evolutionary mutations, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Even the most cutting-edge invisibility technology couldn't achieve such a perfect disappearing effect. Could it be from the third star system? This thought sent a chill down his spine. It was well known that the third star system had been eyeing the first star system covetously. If this was indeed some form of new evolution, such a powerful ability, would it be a blessing or a curse for humanity? An electronic voice in his mind faintly reminded him, "Major General, your mental energy usage has exceeded the limit today." Lucianza took a moment to feel, noticing he didn't have a headache, wondering if it was the effect of that bowl of radish soup. "I feel good." Lucianza put away his thoughts, recalling the child he had saved. He returned to the banquet hall and found the child had been quietly staying there. He approached to ask where the child lived and was surprised to discover it was the very closed welfare institution he had been keeping an eye on. "I'll take you home." Lucianza initially planned to call a flying vehicle to send him back, but changed his mind at the last moment. He adjusted his collar and decided to walk this trip himself. On the other side, Duan Chang was dealing with a steady stream of guests. Only at this moment did these noble heirs finally feel willing to leave. He smiled as he sent batch after batch of guests to the door. But he always ignored Zhou Yufeng, who was standing aside. Zhou Yufeng didn't mind. He had been watching Lucianza, not out of dissatisfaction with him, but because he also wanted to know information about that mysterious person. He knew Lucianza was the first to chase after the person. and seeing Lu Xinze return from outside looking lost, he felt a bit disappointed. Without exchanging greetings, he left directly. The Jinxi Hotel had shares from his family, and there was a villa on the island specifically reserved for his vacations, which was also why he could bring 3 mutated flower leopards onto the island. Lu Xinze exchanged a greeting with Duan Cheng and boarded his flying vehicle with the child he had saved. "What are you doing at Jinxi today?" Lu Xinze casually asked. Li Liji seemed startled and cautiously replied, "Came to work to earn some star coins. I've met your director. We saw each other once when your brother and sister went to enroll," Lu Xinze said. Li Liji had heard from Li and that they met someone who helped them while enrolling and even looked at his mecha key, but he didn't know that person was Lu Xinze. Lu Xinze saved him and even helped with his siblings' schooling. Li Liji sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for taking care of my brother and sister's schooling. By the way, my sister isn't the director anymore, just our sister." Neither of them were talkative, and they didn't say much on the way. But even so, Lu Xinze noticed that the child was very smart, yet he didn't obtain any useful information. When the flying vehicle arrived at the door, Li Liji purposely stood at the entrance and shouted, "Sister, Mr. Lu is here." Chapter 18. Actor before long. Kongqing walked out of the house, now looking like Li Wen. She smiled subtly at Lu Xinze. "Mr. Lu, hello." After greeting, she turned to Li Liji with surprise. "Why did Mr. Lu bring you back?" Kongqing's expression was on point, and thankfully she returned quickly. She was very satisfied with her performance. "Sister, I ran into some trouble today, and thanks to Mr. Lu's help." Upon hearing this, Kongqing smiled even more sincerely. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. We always trouble you." Lu Xinze remained indifferent, just slightly nodding. "It's just a small favor." At that moment, Mu Meng, wearing a hat, slowly walked from the house to the door. He walked very slowly, his eyes fixed on the ground. He had just learned to walk and wasn't very steady, so he was careful not to fall. Finally reaching the door, he spotted Lu Xinze and waved his little chubby hand. "Ah, this is to say hello." Lu Xinze bent down and waved back at him. When Mu Meng received the response, his gaze fell on Lu Xinze's neck. Lu Xinze understood and raised his hand to take off his mecha key. "Ah," Xiaoxua lit up, and the electronic voice sounded. "Hello." However, this voice was only audible to Lu Xinze. But Mu Meng didn't mind. As long as it lit up, it was good. He waved his little chubby hand, and Lu Xinze placed the mecha key into Mu Meng's plump little hand. Mu Meng held the mecha key with both hands, chatting with his friend. The key flashed. The key flashed again. The two had a back-and-forth conversation. Kongqing and Lu Xinze stood by, with Kongqing feeling a bit awkward while Lu Xinze remained expressionless, seriously watching Mu Meng chat with Xiaoxua, seemingly lost in thought. Logically, she should have invited Lu Xinze in for a sit, but she couldn't. There were too many flaws in their house and yard. So, Kongqing could only turn to Mu Meng, squatting beside him to discuss. "It's too late today. Uncle Lu should go home." Mu Meng pointed at the mecha key in his hand. No, it has to go home with Uncle Lu. It can't stay here. Get it back to Uncle." The electronic voice echoed in Lu Xinze's mind. "I can stay." Lu Xinze pretended not to hear, looking at the chubby child in front of him, raising the mecha key and saying, "Here you go." Lu Xinze bent down to retrieve his mecha key back. Then the chubby child waved goodbye with his hand. A hint of warmth appeared in Lu Xinze's eyes. He should have smiled, but the change in his emotions was very subtle, and Kongqing wasn't sure if she had misread it. After all, this person rarely showed expressions. He waved his hand at Mu Meng. Kongqing immediately said, "Mr. Lu, it's quite late today. I must thank you properly next time." Lu Xinze then left in the flying vehicle under Kongqing's gaze. Kongqing breathed a sigh of relief and carried Mu Meng back into the house. Once inside, she detailed to Li Liji everything that had happened today. Li Liji was really smart. "As soon as I saw that person, I knew it was you, sister. Don't worry, no one discovered who you are. That little girl didn't say anything, just cried." Kongqing wasn't worried about being exposed, as she was using a fake face. She was just concerned about Li Liji's safety. This era was indeed unstable. She had encountered mutated insects upon her arrival, and this time she had come into contact with large ferocious beasts. They were all very strong, and ordinary people had no way to deal with them, only relying on mechas to defeat and drive them away. Ordinary mechas were not enough. They had to be made of special materials and driven by psychic energy. Kongqing gained a bit more understanding of this world and realized the importance of psychic energy. She thought about giving the children something to protect their lives. After pondering, she thought of talismans. She could draw talismans, which could carry her spells. So in case of danger, the talismans could protect the children. However, drawing talismans consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and she didn't have enough. It seemed necessary for her to take a trip to the polluted area. There were too many mysteries in this world, and perhaps she could find a solution for her spiritual energy there. But before that, she needed to sell more vegetables and save up some star coins. On the other hand, after Lucianza left Kongqing's home, he switched the flying vehicle to intelligent driving mode and contacted Yuan Liang, who was far away at the border. Yuan Liang was a member of the Yuan family and a childhood friend with whom he had grown up. They later enlisted together. And after Lucian's psychic energy was downgraded, he was assigned to the 1st Military Academy as a coach, while Yuan Liang remained stationed at the border. Lucianza briefly described today as events in text, focusing on the mysterious person. Yuan Liang responded quickly with a voice call. Are you saying someone disappeared in front of you? Yes, I can't determine how this person did that. Have there been any strange incidents on your side recently? Same as usual. Yuan Liang's reply was accompanied by slight electrical noise. The flies from the 3rd star system still came to bother the border every now and then, but it was just minor friction, and they hadn't encountered the kind of strange occurrences you mentioned. However, I will pay attention to what you said. Are you afraid that humans have evolved again? Lucianza frowned. I'm not afraid of humans evolving. I'm afraid of some unscrupulous people creating superhumans, which is absurd. You know, it's already very difficult. Yuan Liang expressed understanding. Yes, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it. Yuan Liang was very busy, and their conversation was brief before ending the call. Lucianza closed his eyes and recalled what had happened today in his mind. Did he discover anything? It was Qiuxiu. Yes, I just thought carefully. That child, namely Laji, is not someone I haven't met before. Last time, he was the one with a special fluctuation with Li Wan in front of them all. Does that indicate anything? Actually, not really. It's just that there are too many coincidences, and they acted too perfectly. The more perfect, the less real. Outside the flying vehicle, the nebula flowed slowly. Lucianza opened his light brain, his brow furrowing even tighter. It displayed the results of the recent combat exam at the 1st Military Academy. He wondered if superhumans would render the exams obsolete. The entrance test results had come out. Lian and Li Zipping had both entered the 2nd year. In fact, it would be normal for them to be in the 4th grade at their age. But Kongqing felt that it was good enough for them to go to school normally. The two children secretly resolved to study hard, while Kongqing focused on her little vegetable garden. The cabbage and potatoes she had planted earlier matured one after another. 3 cabbages matured in a shorter time, taking only 5 days to grow. Since there were few, Kongqing left one for Butler Duan, and the other 2 cabbages were gone as soon as they hit the shelves. The money received was entirely used to buy daily necessities and a few sets of books for the children, although they now used e-books. Kongqing still preferred the living state of having books to read at home, just like on Earth. The potatoes took 11 days to mature, coinciding with the 2nd batch of cabbages that were ready. She kept 1 cabbage and 1 potato, preparing to give them to the children. Mu Meng took pictures of the remaining ones, ready to put them on the shelves. This time, she wore holographic glasses. It was her first time using holographic glasses to put vegetables on the shelves in her shop, and she chose a tree as her virtual avatar. Upon logging in, she saw a few people gathered at the entrance of her shop. As soon as they saw a tree person with the shop owner's emblem on its head, they immediately surrounded her. Each person's head had a speech bubble appearing, which contained private messages that only the person being messaged could see, and the person had the right to choose whether to read it or not. Kongqing clicked on one of the bubbles and saw a line of text appear. Hello? Shop owner, are you interested in cooperating with our Yixing Trading Company? Chapter 19. Braised cabbage and potatoes. Kongqing did not reply, pretending she hadn't seen the message, and directly closed the notification. The remaining messages were all about potential collaborations, which she ignored completely. If it hadn't been for that banquet, Kongqing would have chatted with them, but after the banquet, her perspective changed. Although she didn't interact with anyone at the banquet, she did see some things about this world. The power of the aristocratic families is substantial. It's not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. And even the military and laws have limited constraints on these families. This seemingly civilized, technologically advanced society is internally similar to both the capitalist society and the feudal societies of ancient Earth. Mu Meng didn't even understand what the concept of a nation was in this world. She only knew she was in the first star system, which resembled a country, but was very fragmented inside. Mu Kongqing had lived long enough. She had even experienced the battle between immortals and demons. When she first took human form and her magical abilities were still weak, she went through many eras, but always as an observer. In her later days on Earth, she was just a wealthy woman enjoying life. This was her first real engagement with the world. So, Mu Kongqing became more cautious. She had very few vegetables to sell, and they were selling well, so there was no need to create trouble for herself. She needed to observe for a while. Upon entering the shop, she received a letter from Butler Duan, agreeing to provide him with 1 potato and 1 cabbage this time, while all the remaining potatoes and cabbages were put on shelves. After listing the vegetables, they were sold out in seconds. However, this time she received a private message from the person who had just placed an order. Hello, I was referred by Butler Duan. I would like to discuss a collaboration on vegetable supply with you. Butler Duan? Mu Kongqing was surprised. She had collaborated with Butler Duan a few times and thought he was quite nice. After the gathering, he even sent her a message to check if she got home safely and expressed his apologies. Mu Kongqing didn't agree immediately. She asked the person to leave their address and said she would contact him next time she had vegetables. The recipient's name was surprisingly Lu Shenze. Mu Kongqing had a good impression of Lu Shenze, not just because he's savely ludgy, but also because he had been very patient with Mu Meng during their interactions. Mu Kongqing had also looked up Lu Shenze online. He was quite famous, with many reports about him on the internet, especially regarding his downgrade in mental strength. One exaggerated headline read the fall of the dawn of the first star system. However, oddly enough, despite the numerous reports, there were no positive photos of him. Mu Kongqing noted down the address and decided to reach out to the other party next time she had fresh vegetables before going offline. Today she planned to make braised cabbage and potatoes. She was too good at cooking, but braised cabbage and potatoes were simple, and there were many recipes online. Her kitchen, after all her continuous buying, had taken on a somewhat presentable appearance. It was very clean, and everything was neatly arranged, but none of this was done by her. It was organized by Li Un and Li Zipping. She took out the potatoes and paused for a moment. Well, she hadn't bought a peeler, so she would have to use a knife for now. She quickly chopped the potatoes into chunks and sliced the cabbage, poured oil into the pot. And without any onions or garlic for seasoning, she directly added the potatoes and cabbage to the pot and stir-fried them, seasoning only with salt. She simmered it on medium-low heat for 20 minutes before taking it off the stove. She didn't serve all the braised cabbage and potatoes. She only served out a large portion, leaving a little in the pot. She added some spicy synthetic powder and stir-fried it a couple more times before taking it off the heat, creating 2 flavors. Mu Kongqing directly tasted the spicy portion with chopsticks. The spiciness was mild, and the flavor was okay. Compared to the spiciness on Earth, it lacked a bit of aroma. Just pure spiciness. It seemed that if she wanted to eat tastier dishes, she would need to grow her own chili peppers, as this powder could only barely substitute for spiciness. When the kids came home from school, they were greeted with their first proper dish in life. The children still didn't know how to use chopsticks, so Mu Kongqing specifically prepared spoons and took the opportunity to teach them how to use chopsticks. The 3 kids were eating formal dishes for the first time. Li Laji and Li and didn't hesitate to take a big bite with their spoons, while Li Zipping only followed after seeing them eat. The 3 little ones had their cheeks puffed up, and the more they chewed, the wider their eyes grew. What novel taste! No wonder their sister always said the nutritional liquid was terrible. Lian looked at Mu Kongqing in amazement. Sister, I like this. Mu Kongqing couldn't help but laugh and rub Lian's little head. I'll make you even better dishes in the future. I'm not very good at cooking, and what I make isn't that tasty. You'll definitely be able to eat much better food than this later. The 3 little kids didn't care how much better it could be. They only knew that what they were eating now was the best. Mu Kongqing also fed Mu Meng a couple of bites with a small spoon, and Mu Meng was very satisfied, nodding his head vigorously. The three kids wanted to try the other, slightly red dish, and Kongqing let them have a small taste first. Even though it was just a small bite, the three kids still found it spicy and drank water desperately. Kongqing laughed heartily. This is also spicy, but it's a different kind of spiciness from the radish we had that day. The three kids nodded, unable to control themselves, and took a few more bites. Since there were only vegetables and no staple food, after finishing the dishes, Kongqing still made each child drink half a tube of nutritional liquid. What used to go down easily now became hard to swallow in the mouths of the three kids. Kongqing thought that after finishing this batch, she wouldn't tea by the cheapest kind anymore. She had looked into it, and there were nutritional liquids with good flavors, though they were a bit pricier. Now that she had star coins within her means, Kongqing hoped to make life comfortable for the kids. What happened at the banquet spread among the crowd, but it wasn't tea about the mutant leopard attack. It was about the mysterious person. Compared to the beast attacks, people seemed more interested in stories with mysterious elements. Various speculation posts appeared online, and some even offered high reward for clues. Kongqing was tempted by the reward amount, but didn't dare to do anything. She closed the webpage and prepared to buy some seeds, wanting to earn more star coins quickly. She wanted to get each child a light brain so they could easily contact each other when going out to school. This time, Kongqing disguised herself as a man and went back to the place where she had bought seeds before, purchasing some seeds for radishes, potatoes, and cabbages. The mortality rate of the seeds remained high, but Kongqing had no good solutions. She could only endure the pain of spending her accumulated spiritual energy while growing vegetables. Meng had recently been keen on transforming into various kinds of trees. He used the light brain to open a children's electronic book about different types of trees. Looking at the pictures of the trees, Meng started to transform, giggling when he succeeded, and then he began to attempt to give the trees legs so they could move like people. Kongqing was busy growing vegetables while Meng followed her in his tree form, shielding her from the sunlight. Kongqing helplessly said, "Silly Meng, Mommy also needs photosynthesis. You go play somewhere else." Meng transformed the tree roots into two little forks and walked with a waddle. Watching the tree that Meng transformed into, Kongqing was lost in thought. She found a picture of a peach tree and asked Meng to transform into one to see if it would bear peaches. Kongqing hadn't eaten fruit in a long time and felt a bit tempted. The peach tree transformed successfully, but it didn't bear any peaches. Meng transformed into a baby form and slowly circled around Kongqing, already able to walk quite steadily. However, he couldn't understand the meaning of peaches, and even after watching the video his mother found, he didn't comprehend it. Therefore, Kongqing gave up on the idea of having Meng transform fruits for her to eat. Chapter 20. The overachiever Li Leji recently. Kongqing noticed that Li Leji seemed a bit down and not in good spirits. When it was time to mail vegetables, Li Leji would wake up a bit earlier to take the packaged vegetables to the express station before heading to school. Kongqing thought he was just tired and specifically told him that he didn't need to mail the vegetables, as she could do it herself, but Li Leji refused. "Sister, don't worry. Mailing vegetables is simple. It's all done through smart input. Just hand it over when you get there." Kongqing was puzzled. "Then why do you seem off lately?" "No way, sister. I'm going to school now, bye." After saying that, Li Leji grabbed his backpack and ran off. Meng pointed at the running Li Leji. Kongqing bent down to pat his head. "You think brother is acting strange too, right?" In less than 3 days, Kongqing found out the reason. Li Leji was staying up late studying. She had no idea that this seemingly wild child had the potential of an overachiever. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Li Leji cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Sister, I'm almost 14 years old. I'm quite grown up. If I want to know more things, I need to spend more time understanding them than others." Kongqing felt he made sense and managed to squeeze out, "I think you're a bit short." Li Leji's expression changed from shock to disbelief. "Sleeping more can help you grow taller," Kongqing added. Li Leji lay in the dark thinking about the cold, unfeeling back of his sister as she left. He closed his eyes and silently smiled. After that day, Li Leji devised a detailed study plan and posted it on the wall. Li and Li Zipping looked up at the plan on the wall, and since they could read only a little, Li Leji read it out loud for them. Their initial amusement slowly froze on their faces. "It's terrifying. Brother must be going crazy." Mu Kongqing passed by with Mu Ming, recalling that when she was young, everyone wanted to be extraordinary. But she was the only one who wanted to become immortal, so she practiced particularly hard. Li Leji began to strictly follow his plan, one of which included combat training. He wanted to become a mech warrior, and being excellent in combat was essential. Not all battles required weapons, and close combat and disengaging from mechs were also extremely important. After watching him practice a few times, Mu Kongqing couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing this exercise?" Having just finished a set of exercises and panting, Li Leji replied, "The teacher at school teaches it." Due to his upbringing, Li Leji was relatively small and thin. Although he was still young and in a crucial period of growth, he appeared frail compared to his peers. His strength lay in agility, not power, but the combat style taught by the school emphasized strength training. Mu Kongqing thought to herself that the teacher might be a veteran. Training requires body refinement. And Mu Kongqing pointed out Li Leji's issues without hesitation, then demonstrated a set of agile boxing techniques that Li Leji had never seen before, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Mu Kongqing began to teach him some basics, helping him combine them with combat training. From then on, the house became livelier. Every day, they could hear Li Leji's cries of pain from stretching, while the three kids huddled together, shivering at their brother's screams. In contrast, Li Leji was both in pain and happy. Mu Kongqing's image in his heart grew taller. She could do everything. Mu Kongqing enjoyed torturing the kids every day, and the vegetables in the shop sold very well. When Mu Kongqing visited the seed shop again to buy seeds, she unexpectedly encountered two unfamiliar men questioning the owner at the counter. "Has anyone been frequently buying seeds lately?" One man in a black suit asked in a low voice. His companion leaned against the counter, rhythmically tapping the glass surface with his fingers. Mu Kongqing discreetly moved to a nearby shelf, casually picked up a mug with an unknown animated character on it, and returned to the counter to pay. Today, she had transformed into a little girl with a ponytail, dressed in a plain hoodie and jeans. The two men merely glanced at her and quickly returned their focus to the shop owner. As the shop owner wrapped the mug, he said, "Still like that? What's up?" The man replied, "Nothing. We'll buy a little of the cabbage and radish seeds." Mu Kongqing took the packaged mug and left, no longer caring about what they were saying. She wasn't sure if they were after her, but it was better to be cautious. Unbeknownst to Mu Kongqing, the address they used to send the vegetables was on lawn washing, which had recently attracted many unfamiliar visitors. Some were secretly investigating for clues, while others came specifically to buy seeds for planting, and some even brought professional equipment to test soil composition. After returning home, she checked her account balance, 600 star coins. It should be enough to get each of the three kids a light brain. Her requirements weren't high. Basic functions would suffice, and they could upgrade later when she had more star coins. Wearing her holographic glasses, she found herself in a virtual mall. The variety of smart light brains was dazzling, with at least 10 well-known brands. As she entered each shop, enthusiastic smart salespeople would come up to provide detailed introductions. As she browsed, a sign reading Xingyu Secondhand Electronics Authentic Store caught her attention. The store was of moderate size, but had an unexpectedly high foot traffic. Upon entering, she found it bustling with activity. A group of customers was intensely discussing the cost-effectiveness of a second-hand mech part, with voices of bargaining rising and falling. Mu Kongqing observed with interest for a while before taking a tour around the store. The shelves were neatly lined with various second-hand light brains, all appearing to be in good condition. She roughly estimated that buying 3 second-hand light brains here could save at least half the cost. When the 3 kids returned home from school, Mu Kongqing shared her idea of buying each of them a light brain. Lian's eyes lit up instantly. She subconsciously looked at Li Leji, but upon seeing her brother's frowning expression, she silently swallowed the cheer that was about to escape her lips. Li Zipping stood by his brother and sister as usual, also happy, but he felt that they should still listen to their brother and sister regarding any matter. Mu Kongqing looked at the grim expression on Li Leji's face and mercilessly slapped the back of his head. "Speak up if you have something to say. Stop making that sour face." Li Leji covered his head and muttered, "Sister, 1 light brain is enough. Buying too many is a waste." Mu Kongqing had anticipated this reaction. The 3 kids had grown up in poverty and had an instinctive aversion to spending money, so she decisively stated, "1 for each of you." It'll be convenient for you to contact each other when you're separated at school. As she spoke, she pulled out her light brain and opened the shopping interface, opting for second-hand ones for them to choose. Li Leji, you go first. Mu Meng raised her hand. Ah. Mu Kongqing didn't even look up. You don't get a turn. For the next half hour, Mu Kongqing witnessed what it meant to have difficulty in making choices for the first time. Li Leji was torn and indecisive, sliding his finger back and forth among several models. Finally, it was the decisive Li and who couldn't stand it any longer. She snatched the light brain away and quickly selected options based on the three kids' needs. After successfully placing the order, the three little ones excitedly huddled together, chattering away with flushed faces from excitement. Mu Kongqing glanced at the time and grabbed Li Leji by the collar of his shirt. It's practice time. A martial artist cannot be negligent for a day. Saying this, she dragged him toward the yard. In no time, Li Leji's screams echoed through the yard. Chapter 21. Entering the pollution zone, Mu Kongqing planted the last batch of seeds. That day, she casually bought a spaceship ticket to another planet, pretended to board, and secretly returned home. 3 days later, the light brain she ordered arrived. Although it was secondhand, all three children loved it and spent the whole day studying it. She changed her appearance and personally took them to complete all the registration procedures, inputting their biological information to ensure that each device could function properly. 15 days later, the last batch of vegetables was sold out. After dinner, Mu Kongqing gathered the three children again, her expression more serious than usual. Sister is taking Mu Meng to the pollution zone. You three will have to live at home alone for a while. The three children became nervous upon hearing this. The pollution zone was a place ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. Mu Kongqing looked at their anxious little faces, smiled gently, and ruffled their heads. Don't worry, it's very safe for me to take Mu Meng. It's you three that I'm more worried about. Lian spoke up. Sister, don't worry, we can live independently without any problems. This was indeed true. I'll divide the star coins in the light brain account into 3 portions for you. Lian and Li Zipping will each get 200 star coins for pocket money, and the remaining star coins will all be transferred to Li Leji, who will manage your expenses from now on. Mu Kongqing explained her plan to them in detail, ensuring everything was foolproof. Finally, she said, I don't know how long this trip will take. These star coins should be enough for you for a year. Regardless of whether I finish my tasks or not, I will return in a year. A year is a long time. The three children felt a pang of reluctance, but didn't know what to say. Although they usually seemed cheerful, each of them had a very reserved personality. Mu Kongqing was already accustomed to the days of retreating from the crowd for cultivation, so she was oblivious to the children's inner reluctance. With a backpack on her back and holding Mu Meng, she confidently walked toward the pollution zone under the cover of night. She did not see the red-rimmed eyes of the three children behind her, nor would she know that they cried for 3 days after she left. The climate on Lanhua Star was pleasant, and it didn't feel cold at night. The wind felt comfortable against the skin. Mu Kongqing's house was located in the southwest corner of Lanhua City, very close to the city defense. Holding Mu Meng, she skillfully entered the edge of the pollution zone's woods. The edge of the pollution zone was patrolled year-round by mecha soldiers. Aside from mutated plants, mutated animals were not common, making it quite safe. Moreover, there were not completely no people inside the pollution zone. The materials for mechas and the spiritual resonance of mecha warriors were made from special ores found in the pollution zone. So many mecha engineers and warriors went in a search for ores, some for personal use, but most for trade. Some organs of mutated animals could also be made into mecha materials, which were also quite expensive, attracting many people to team up and pan for gold in the pollution zone. Mu Kongqing found all this information online. The woods at night seemed like another world. Dense branches cast mottled and eerie shadows on the ground, and mutated branches would suddenly sweep past Mu Kongqing. Sounds of rustling came from afar. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared out of their wits, but Mu Kongqing and Mu Meng felt at ease. Mu Kongqing found that Mu Meng was walking slowly, so she kept him in her arms. Bored, Mu Meng transformed into a little tree and lay in his mother's backpack to sleep. This continued for 8 days. In those 8 days, aside from some mutated little beasts, Mu Kongqing encountered nothing else. Oddly enough, there wasn't a single bird in the woods. The greenery became denser, and Kongqing's spiritual energy was also absorbed smoothly. On the 9th day, Kongqing's vision caught sight of the first useful item, a half-dead carrot. She dug it out and tossed it into her backpack. On the 10th day, a rat with sharp teeth jumped onto Meng's shoulder. With a swift motion, Kongqing killed the rat before it even realized what happened. Pulled out its teeth, wrapped them in leaves, and placed them in her backpack. Half a month later, Kongqing finally emerged from the woods. As soon as she stepped out, she heard human voices. She let Meng transform into a little tree and hide in her arms. She quietly approached, spotting 2 mecha warriors and a person in green clothing. "There are flying sand mines at the edge of these woods. There must be more inside," said one yellow mecha. The person in green replied, "Even if there are, what can we do? Who dares to go in? The trees in these woods are very temperamental. I estimate that if you walk in less than 10 meters, you'll be thrown out. Being thrown out is fine. What's scary is being dragged in. That's truly a matter of life and death." Kongqing watched as the 3 of them busied themselves for over an hour. In the end, the person in green also boarded their mecha, and the 3 of them loaded the mined ores into the mecha and walked away into the distance. After finishing her meditation and confirming that no one else was around, Kongqing took Meng to the pit they had just mined. The pit was small, and there was some rubble inside. Kongqing picked up a stone and was surprised. The material of this stone was not hard and looked no different from ordinary stones. She only had a small piece in her hand, and with curiosity, she injected a bit of spiritual energy into it. An incredible thing happened. The spiritual energy was stored in the stone. This turned out to be a stone that could store spiritual energy. Kongqing tried several times, and both the storage and absorption of spiritual energy were very convenient. She then picked up an ordinary stone next to it to try, but it failed. Ordinary stones couldn't do that. She picked up all the leftover ores from the people earlier, injected them with spiritual energy, and put them in her backpack. The spiritual energy in the woods behind had already been fully absorbed by her, and it would take many days to recover. Following the guidance of the plants, she headed toward another forest. On the other side, those waiting to buy vegetables online suddenly noticed that the green plant shop hadn't updated for several days. The green plant shop generally updated every 4 days, but it had been half a month with no news. Those who came to Lanhua, started to investigate, found nothing as well. Some discussions started to appear online. Is the owner of that shop missing? Is it the one I'm thinking of? I'm going to conspiracy theory mode. Did a big shot handle it? What are you all talking about? I don't understand. Let me explain. There's a green plant shop that sells vegetables with a pollution value below 10 at a low price. And it's particularly effective for stabilizing spiritual energy. My family's sleep improved after eating them, and they rarely have headaches now. That shop hasn't updated for half a month. Such a good thing. And you didn't tell me? Are we not siblings anymore? Which shop? Which shop? Green Plant Selling Store 2025. After several days of discussion, everyone realized they couldn't come to any conclusion, and slowly, no one mentioned the matter anymore. However, the online shop quietly became popular, with a number of store collections exceeding 10,000 in just a few days. Kongqing was still unaware that her online shop had become popular. She continued to follow the humans and pick up leftover ores. Once the mechas finished mining and left, she went to collect the leftover ores. As expected, all the mutated ores could store spiritual energy. Since she could absorb only a small amount of spiritual energy now, picking up leftover ores was sufficient. After walking for another 10 days, they finally reached the next forest. She sensed it with her spiritual awareness and found that this forest was much larger than the previous one. She entered the forest and arrived at the place she sensed earlier. Pushing aside a bush, several blackish minerals were exposed on the surface of the soil. This was in stark contrast to the situation outside the forest, where one had to dig hard, as humans rarely entered the forest. The minerals inside the forest were much easier to find. Kongqing smiled. Her decision to come to the pollution zone this time was indeed right. Chapter 22. Abundant spirit stones. Kongqing had stayed in this forest for a month, during which Meng suddenly learned to speak. "Mom, that tree is bad." Meng pointed at a strong tree not far away, its trunk entwined with strange black vines. "Mom, this tree is good. This was a tree that would swing her." "Mom, the bug bit him," he said, holding up his chubby little hand that was red from being stung by an unknown insect, looking quite aggrieved. Mom. Kongqing could no longer tolerate it and used her first silent spell since coming to this world. Although it consumed some of her spiritual power, she felt it was worth it. She missed her children at home a bit. If Liam were here, he would definitely be chattering away with Mu Meng and Li zipping while reading together. She also wondered how Li Leji was doing with his combat training. At this moment, Li Leji was looking at Lu Xinze in front of him, calmly lying. My sister took Mu Meng to travel to another planet. Lu Xinze had brought students to the Starshine Mecha School for an exchange today, mainly to let the excellent students from the military academy guide a group of children in tactical movements, aiming to inspire the young students' enthusiasm for learning mechas. Li Leji was also a representative of the excellent students, selected to spar with the military academy students. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Lu Xinze noticed him. Among a group of tall and sturdy mecha warriors, he appeared particularly slender. However, during the combat training, he stood out remarkably. He was fast, agile, and had a strong sense of combat awareness. A tall military student charged at Li Leji with a punch, the move prearranged by the military academy. Other students of the same age tried to evade and create distance, but Li Leji stood his ground, eyes wide open, not flinching. Just as the punch was about to land on his eye, he sidestepped and delivered a swift kick to the military student's abdomen, not retreating, and immediately followed up by placing his other leg around the military student's neck, preparing to choke him. The military student looked surprised but remained calm, grabbing Li Leji's leg. And with a roll on the ground, he neutralized all of Li Leji's strength. The body that had just soared in the air fell to the ground. Not bad. Lu Xinze praised silently in his heart. The military student helped the fallen Li Leji up, showing a big smile with his white teeth, loudly complimenting, "Excellent, little brother. How long have you been practicing combat?" Li Leji stood up with the help of the military student, his face slightly flushed as he replied, "A little over 4 months. Instructor Lu, this little guy has only been practicing for a little over 4 months. His talent is simply amazing." The military student reported to Lu Xinze, his eyes darting back to the stage. He leaned closer to Lu Xinze and lowered his voice, adding, "It's a pity he's just an ordinary person." Lu Xinze regarded Li Leji with newfound respect. He never thought being an ordinary person was a limitation for becoming a mecha warrior. The Lu family owned a mecha warrior club that nurtured some exceptionally talented children for mecha competitions or to mine in polluted areas. Becoming a mecha warrior as a mental power evolver had government support, but training mecha warriors without mental powers was quite costly. Lu Xinze was unsure if Li Leji would be willing to join. He approached Li Leji privately and learned about Li Wen's departure and that Li Leji had declined his invitation, saying he still had younger siblings to take care of. Lu Xinze respected his choice but felt it was a shame. Such a talented child was truly rare. After leaving the school, he sent someone to investigate Li Wen's whereabouts and discovered she had left Blue Star 2 months ago for a remote but beautiful planet, Fuluo Star. Lu Xinze found it strange but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd, so he set the matter aside for now. Mu Kongqing's cultivation in the polluted area was monotonous and tedious, day after day absorbing spiritual energy, mining stones, and infusing her internal spiritual power into the stones. She specifically sought out tree hollows and dead trees to place the spiritually charged stones inside, moving on to the next forest once one was finished. Ding-ling-a-ling, the alarm rang, and a green halo flashed around Mu Kongqing. She absorbed the spiritual energy into her body, opened her eyes, and since entering the polluted area, her light brain's information had been intermittent. There was no signal in the forest. She had set an alarm and turned off her light brain. The ringing indicated she had been out for 11 months, with 1 month left until a year. Mu Meng had also disappeared somewhere. At first, he would stay by Mu Kongqing's side playing, but later, as Mu Kongqing meditated and cultivated every day, sometimes not speaking to him for 3 or 4 days, he began to seek amusement on his own. He discovered that the trees in the forest posed no harm to him and could play with him, which made him bolder. He would run around daily, often out of sight. The clothes he wore when he first went out had long since worn out, and he made himself clothes from large leaves, exploring the forest with his bare bottom. When encountering large exotic beasts, he would turn into a tree and stick next to other trees, as exotic beasts rarely bothered plants. He entertained himself, and even learned to bear fruit on his own, though not much. Kongqing now felt invigorated with ample spiritual power. She took the liberty to call the stone she had stored with spiritual power spirit stones. Over the past year, she had diligently cultivated and later set up a small gathering array to help her absorb spiritual energy. The spirit stones continued to accumulate, and once her internal spiritual power was fully restored, she finally opened her storage space. Every cultivator would have their own storage space, invisible to outsiders, but accessible at any time to retrieve items. Her mustard seed space was about the size of a 60-square-meter house. When opened, there weren't many items inside, just a few stacks of talisman paper, some scattered spirit stones, as most of her belongings were on Earth. Her assets in a bank safe deposit box, and her spiritual tools displayed at home as decor, leaving her unsure who benefited from them. Now this space was completely filled. It was full of spirit stones and the plants of fruits and vegetables she had collected, as well as exotic beast organs whose uses she did not know. Additionally, she had made several small gathering arrays to place the spirit stones inside, using the formations to charge the spirit stones with spiritual energy so that even after returning home, she could periodically come back for the spirit stones. After everything was ready, she summoned Meng, preparing to head home. Spiritual power must not be wasted. She still planned to walk back. Before long, a bare-bottomed child ran out of the forest. Meng held a vine in his hand, calling out Mommy, and sprinted towards Kongqing. She bent down and scooped him into her arms. As soon as she picked up Meng, she noticed a thick vine following behind him. Before Kongqing could figure out the situation, the vine struck hard. She dodged just in time and looked down at the thin vine in Meng's hand. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was wriggling. Although tiny, it had roots. Return the child's vine. Meng raised the vine in his hand, saying, "Eat." "No, you can't eat it. Give it back." Meng looked at the vine in his hand, feeling a bit disappointed upon hearing he couldn't eat it. Okay. He loosened his grip, and the small vine fell to the ground, immediately being swept away by the thick vine. Kongqing used a cleaning spell to tidy up the muddy child in her arms. "We're going home." Meng's eyes lit up. "Brother and sister." "Yes, we can see brother and sister when we get home." She turned and left the forest. Just as she exited, a tremor shook the ground, and a shadow passed overhead. She looked up to see a huge bird flying past her, diving into the distance. This was the first time Kongqing had seen a bird in nearly a year. Chapter 23. Beast-Tide Lu Xinzi looked at the red warning in front of him. Emergency notification. Small-scale beast-tide activity detected in the contaminated area. Mecha pilots, please evacuate the contaminated area immediately and report to the Safety Management Bureau. The scarlet subtitles flashed twice before disappearing from the display screen. The magnetic field was disrupted, and the mechas lost external signal. "Instructor Liu, there's no signal. What should we do?" In front of Lu Xinzi stood 5 mecha warriors. This batch of outstanding graduates was about to go to various front lines for internship. This was the last practical training organized by the school in the contaminated area. Each teacher took 5 students to train separately, but who would have thought that on the 7th day of training, they would encounter a beast tide? Increase power. Full speed ahead. Leave the contaminated area. Lu Xinzi's angular face tightened, and he issued the command without hesitation. Yes. The group increased their power and flew toward the edge of the contaminated area amid the roar of the thrusters. Lu Xinzi reacted quickly, but it was still too late. They were unlucky and ran into a small group of beasts. As soon as they encountered each other, a gigantic wolf and 2 foxes charged toward the 6 of them. Lu Xinzi raised his energy cannon, and a shell hit the giant wolf. The other 5 immediately opened fire as well. The 2 foxes nimbly dodged 3 shots and continued to charge forward, while the giant wolf withstood 3 shots and swiped a paw at the lowest flying yellow mecha. "Hua Yingzhan, are you okay? Be careful. There's another fox on the right, Tao Ting. Watch out." The communication channel was in chaos. Everyone was on high alert, and their mental strength was fully extended to sense the mechas. The yellow mecha shook violently in the air. The pilot gritted his teeth, extending his mental power to cover every part of the mecha, finally stabilizing it. Lu Xinzi's tone became more serious as he said sternly, "Don't get entangled. Raise energy. Increase flight altitude, and let's break through." Yes. The roar of the mechas grew louder as everyone tried their best to gain altitude. A piercing bird call tore through the air. It wasn't an ordinary bird sound, but a sonic attack with some high-frequency oscillation. How can there be birds? Several people looked up in unison. Lucian's profile became dark and sharp as his expression grew increasingly grim. Birds are the hardest mutated beasts to deal with. In every contaminated area near a city, birds were driven to the farthest places. Fortunately, while they were difficult to handle, their flight patterns were fixed and rarely ventured close to human cities. The bird in the sky was as large as a helicopter and dived at an astonishing speed, creating small whirlwinds on either side of its wings. Spread out quickly, Lucianza yelled in the channel as several mechas arched outwards in all directions. The giant bird swooped down, its massive yet agile form locked onto one of the heavier black mechas, and with a flap of its wing, it sent the black mecha crashing to the ground. Chui Haochi, are you okay? Chui Haochi, are you alright? Chui Haochi rolled around inside the mecha, feeling dizzy for a while before he managed to find his voice. I'm fine. Lucianza knew that the energy cannon was ineffective against the giant bird. He summoned his light sword, unleashing the mecha's energy as he charged toward the giant bird while ordering over the channel, fly into the woods behind. The five immediately drove their mechas toward the woods, while the giant bird charged after them. Lucianza swung his light sword toward the bird's diving path. The bird let out a light whistle, slightly raising its body to dodge Lucianza's strike. However, Lucianza did not stop. He changed his stance and slashed horizontally. The giant bird opened its massive claws to grab the light sword, producing a sharp metallic sound as the sword clashed against the bird's claws. The sword sliced through the bird's claw, and a drop of blood fell from the blade. The bird's grip was astonishing, and with a loud shriek, the light sword shattered into pieces beneath its claw. You can't defeat it with an A-class mecha. The electronic voice of Chiosa echoed, as it had been resonating with Lucianza's mental power. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Those kids' combat experience isn't mature enough. But they are S-class. Lucianza did not respond. He saw that the giant wolf had almost caught up with the mechas in front. The mechas turned around and fired, finally slowing the wolf down a bit. However, the three foxes were still fast and had already chased behind the mecha warriors. One black mecha turned on its energy shield and shouted in the channel, "You guys run." The giant wolf and the three foxes were blocked outside the energy shield. At that moment, another shadow suddenly appeared and pounced on a red mecha. It was another wolf that had been lurking, looking for an opportunity to attack, and now was entangled with the red mecha. Tao Ting, don't get entangled. Create distance and use the energy cannon to blast it. Lucian's serious voice rang out in the channel. Instructor Liu, my communication system seems to be damaged. The red mecha's voice was accompanied by crackling sounds. Fading from the channel, Lucianza decisively switched the communication to a public channel. Mu Kongqing, seeing the giant bird, pulled Mu Meng behind a rock. Soon after, she saw several mecha warriors chased by a few mutated beasts rushing toward them. The mutated beasts were fierce, and the mecha warriors were not to be outdone. And soon both sides were locked in battle. She was still contemplating whether to hide in the woods when she heard a familiar voice. Chui Haochi, defense. Tou Ting, Hua Yingzhan, suppress with firepower. Bu Xiaojing, Gao Tianli, engage with light swords. Fight while retreating into the woods. She peeked outside and first saw a giant bird charging toward them, followed by a black mecha. The giant bird repeatedly dove at the ground, but was blocked by the black mecha. However, the bird's speed was increasing while the black mecha's speed was decreasing. The continuous battle was putting too much pressure on Lucian's mental strength. The giant bird finally flipped the black mecha over and charged toward the mechas that were firing. The two mecha warriors firing responded quickly, instantly firing several energy blasts at it, but they had no effect. It was as if the giant bird absorbed the energy blasts. The other two mechas, entangled with the giant wolf, struggled to break free and charge toward the giant bird, but they were still too young, and their coordination failed. Before they could strike the bird, their light swords collided with each other. The giant bird clawed one of the mecha warriors, and its massive, sharp beak pecked down hard. With one strike, a huge crack appeared on the mecha. The giant bird reacted quickly and followed up with a second strike. The mecha could not withstand the second attack from a bird, and at that moment, someone jumped out of the mecha. The person landed, but had nowhere to go. At a critical moment, Lucianza rushed over, picked him up, and rolled to the side to evade the fox's sharp bite. Lucianza opened his mecha and shoved the struggling student inside, exposing himself completely. The mechas brought out for this exercise were all practice mechas from the school, and each could only accommodate one person. Moreover, Chiosua's biological information was bound to him, and others couldn't pilot it. He was a soldier, and even if the ones here weren't students, he would do the same. The giant bird, witnessing all this from the air, had its small eyes flash with a glint and charged toward Lucianza. Lucianza knew he couldn't escape. In fact, this was better. Dying in the contaminated area was far better than succumbing to mental breakdown and ending up a madman. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, goodbye. The electronic voice echoed in Lucianza's mind. It was Chiosua bidding farewell to him. Goodbye, my comrade. Several mecha warriors rushed toward Lucianza with all their might. The giant bird's form grew larger. It let out a cry, flapping its wings, and the combined sonic attack and a massive tornado swept away the surrounding mechas, even toppling the giant wolf and foxes. Then it locked onto Lucianza as its target, charging straight at him. With a sharp sound, TSK. Who is it? Who is speaking? In the next moment, Kongqing descended from the sky. With both hands forming a seal, a huge Babwa defensive shield appeared. The giant bird couldn't dodge in time and crashed into it, sending a massive wave of energy spreading outwards. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shook, and only the sound of the wind remained in the air. Chapter 24, She is not human. It's her. Lucian's pupils constricted suddenly. His gaze fixed tightly on the ethereal figure in the sky, her black hair flowing without wind as she stood suspended in midair. Then, the giant bird collided with the enormous green barrier that had appeared out of nowhere, sending a wave of energy rippling out in all directions. The sound of rushing wind swept by, followed by a mournful bird cry. The mecha lying on the ground was so stunned by this scene that it could not utter a word. The giant bird had completely knocked itself dizzy with that collision, flapping its wings in a daze, hilariously spinning in place. Several metallic feathers slowly drifted down, brushing against Kongqing's cold side profile. What are you dawdling for? Run, she shouted sharply, her voice piercing through the mecha shell and directly into everyone's eardrums. The red mecha reacted first, the roar of energy erupting as she stood up and charged towards the trees behind her, grabbing the nearby yellow mecha in the process. Only then did the others seem to awaken from their stupor, activating their propulsion modes as their thrusters spewed dazzling blue flames. However, the group of mutated beasts relentlessly pursued them. The giant wolf let out a deafening roar, its hind leg muscles bulging as it leaped over 10 meters in a single bound, while the three foxes moved so quickly they turned into afterimages. Ascend. Maintain 5 meters in height. Lucianza commanded sternly. The mecha pilots looked up simultaneously, their thruster power maxed out. The typical flying height for mechas is around 3 meters, limited by the energy reserves and the mental strength required for sustained flight. Most mecha warriors cannot maintain prolonged elevation. Without the giant bird's aerial pressure, the 5 mecha pilots quickly reached the edge of the forest, but the foxes were even faster. The leading fox suddenly jumped up, still not far from airborne mecha warriors, landing on the ground and scratching deep grooves into the earth with its front paws, letting out a reluctant, sharp cry. The 5 mecha warriors did not immediately enter the forest, but turned to look in Kongqing's direction. The giant bird shook its head, the ferocity in its eyes diminishing somewhat, replaced by caution and hesitation. It flapped its wings and circled around Kongqing, yet maintained a safe distance, no longer daring to attack recklessly. Seizing the opportunity, Lucianza rushed towards the woods, only to see 2 giant wolves turning towards him and lunging. At the critical moment, Kongqing's figure flickered, and she swung out a vine that accurately wrapped around his waist. Gotcha! Before Lucianza could react, he was pulled into the air. His insides felt like they were being squeezed together, and all that was left was the sound of the howling wind in his ears. Though the experience was uncomfortable, it was oddly exhilarating. Seeing this, the giant bird actually gave up the chase, letting out a long cry and flapping its wings away. The two giant wolves and the fox remained hidden in the shadows at the edge of the forest, reluctant to leave. Once they entered the dense woods, everyone had to stow away their bulky mechas. 7 figures moved through the towering ancient trees, and strangely, the mutated plants that were usually hostile to intruders were unusually quiet at this moment. Lucianza observed the woman walking ahead with a calm demeanor. Although her appearance was completely different, he was certain she was the mysterious woman from the insect tide. Behind him, the 5 students pushed and nudged each other, their eyes burning with eagerness as if they wanted to burn a hole in Kongqing's back, yet none dared to speak first. About a quarter of an hour later, Kongqing suddenly stopped. This is far enough. It's safe here. The depths of the forest are just in the opposite direction of the city. If we go any deeper, we'll be too far from the city. As soon as her words fell, several young people instinctively looked at Lucianza, who nodded slightly, finally allowing everyone to relax and collapse onto the ground. Lucianza commanded in a low voice, "Check the status of the mechas and report energy reserves." The 5 students immediately summoned their respective mechas. Amidst the buzzing of machinery, an exceptionally tall figure stumbled toward Lucianza. This black, muscular boy, over 2 meters tall, looked like a child as he sobbed, tears rolling down his dark cheeks. "Instructor Lu." His voice trembled uncontrollably. "If it weren't for you, I—" He couldn't finish his sentence before completely breaking down, suddenly bursting into loud cries, his robust body shaking violently, nearly knocking Lucianza off balance. Just moments ago, Instructor Lu had almost died saving him from the giant bird's attack, and that gut-wrenching fear had now erupted fully. He turned to Kongqing, crying, "And this sister. Thank you. You're amazing." Kongqing was both amused and helpless, while the other students came over to comfort her, patting his back and simultaneously reporting the metadata to Lucianza. Lucianza had a multitude of questions he wanted to ask the woman in front of him, but in front of the students, he could only restrain himself and say, "Thank you very much for your assistance." Kongqing casually waved her hand. "It's nothing. Just a small effort." The phrase "just a small effort" made the 5 students widen their eyes. Did this woman even realize how terrifying the power she had displayed was? Just as everyone was about to surround her to express their gratitude, Lucianza said in a deep voice, "Everyone gather around." The students immediately sat in a circle, and Lucianza began summarizing the operation. Observation skills. How many times has the school emphasized this? The giant wolf is massive, but speed is its shortcoming. That's the breakthrough point. Remember, you will be comrades fighting side by side in the future, yet such mistakes still occurred at a critical moment. Lucian's scolding voice intermittently echoed. Seizing this opportunity, Kongqing quietly released Meng. The little fellow agilely transformed into a slender branch, silently attaching itself to a nearby trunk, perfectly blending into the environment. In this dense forest, an extra slender branch should have gone unnoticed. However, when Lucianza finished his reprimand and looked around, his keen gaze immediately locked onto the branch that had appeared out of nowhere, clearly remembering that this tree did not originally have this branch. As night deepened, an eerie tranquility enveloped the forest. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lucianza unconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingertips. This was too unusual. He had led explorations in this polluted area of mutated forest 7 times, and each time, they were thrown back by the enraged ancient trees before going deeper than 10 meters. But tonight, those once ferocious ancient trees were as docile as domesticated green trees. His gaze subtly swept over the woman sitting not far away, and images from his memory flashed before him. The figure swirling and moving during the insect tide. Her absence for several years with no information. Her standing in mid-air today, and the green protective shield that appeared out of nowhere, bare-handedly repelling an S-class mutated giant bird. And the 2 different faces. Lucian's throat rolled, and an absurd thought suddenly surged into his mind. She might not be human at all? Chapter 25. Picking up the little wolf, a girl named Tao Ting took out the nutrient solution she carried with her and cautiously walked towards Kongqing. Noticing the movement, Kongqing opened her eyes and saw the girl in front of her offering a light blue nutrient solution. "Sister, you should replenish some energy too." Mu Kongqing gently shook her head. No need. No way was she going to touch something that smelled like rotten vegetables. She already had enough abnormalities on her body. She didn't need this one. Tao Ting didn't press the issue and instead sat down beside her. The girl's eyes sparkled in the moonlight, full of admiration. Sister, you were so cool just now. Seeing Mu Kongqing only smile, she blushed and gathered her courage. Can I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. Without a mecha, how did you fly? And how did you defeat the giant bird? Can I practice too? Mu Kongqing replied half seriously, it's a special technique. She gestured for Tao Ting to extend her hand, gently placing her fingertips on the girl's wrist. Closing her eyes, she let her spiritual energy flow like a gentle stream into the other's body. Tao Ting immediately felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. It was hard to describe, but felt like bugs crawling. As the spiritual energy flowed, Mu Kongqing was surprised to find that the girl's meridians were surprisingly clear. However, when the energy reached her sea of consciousness, it suddenly became obscure. She understood. This must be what is called mental power, somewhat similar to demonic energy. Mu Kongqing guided the spiritual energy to untangle the girl's disordered mental power. After a full circulation of the energy, she withdrew her technique and slowly opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she found that curious gazes had surrounded her without her noticing. The other students had subtly shifted closer, and even Lucianza was looking over. After thinking for a moment, Mu Kongqing replied honestly, your body can indeed practice my technique. Upon hearing this, Tao Ting's eyes lit up suddenly. But practicing my technique requires a special medium, which you don't have, so you can't practice. Oh, why is it like this? The girl, as previously bright, eyes dimmed again, her disappointment evident in her voice. Another boy named Chui Haochi asked, what about me? Can I practice? Under a circle of eager eyes, Mu Kongqing ruthlessly pronounced, none of you can practice. Immediate cries of despair erupted. What? Why is that? This is way cooler than mechas. Hey, Tao Ting suddenly exclaimed, sister, did you just give me mental power soothing? Hearing Tao Ting's words, Lucianza straightened his body abruptly, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Mu Kongqing raised an eyebrow. So, sorting out mental power is what they call mental power soothing? Our technique includes unblocking meridians to make energy flow more smoothly. It should be what you call mental power soothing. Sister, where are you from? Sister, can we exchange contact information? Sister, from today on, you are my idol. Several students couldn't contain themselves and surrounded her. Lucianza cleared his throat, and the young people immediately sat back down, quieting down. The forest fell silent once again until a mournful wolf howl pierced the air. The wolf's cry was so tragic that, under the black moonlit night, it felt terrifying yet particularly heart-wrenching. Mu Kongqing decided to take a look. Without saying a word, she turned and walked toward the edge of the woods. Mu Meng had been quietly pretending to be an ordinary branch. Seeing her mother walk away, it immediately stretched its slender branches to probe toward Lucianza. As soon as it moved, Lucianza noticed it and pretended not to know anything, curious about what this branch was up to. The branch gently hooked onto the mecha key hanging around Lucianza's neck. Mu Meng was ecstatic to see a friend after more than a year away from the city, but its mother wouldn't let it go play. Chiosuo lit up. An electronic voice echoed in Lucianza's mind. Who is it? A branch. Chiosuo fell silent. Does it like me? Lucianza watched as the branch happily wrapped around the key, its leaves affectionately rubbing against the metal surface. I don't know. Lucianza genuinely didn't know. On the other side, Mu Kongqing reached the edge of the forest and saw two giant wolves pacing back and forth uneasily. The three foxes had vanished, and through the moonlight, Mu Kongqing noticed the two giant wolves circling around a black shadow. As she approached, she saw that the shadow was actually a little wolf. The little wolf was truly small, looking only a few months old, and appeared no different from a young wolf on Earth. Mu Kongqing wasn't afraid of the giant wolves, compared to that giant bird. These two giant wolves seemed almost like low-level beasts in her eyes. When the two giant wolves saw Mu Kongqing approaching, they crouched down and let out low growls as a warning, but they did not attack. As she got closer, she could feel the little wolf's weakness. Its breathing was already very faint. Mu Kongqing suddenly realized this was an unevolved wolf. Like ordinary people, unevolved animals found it hard to survive in this world. Give it to me. Mu Kongqing said softly to the two wolves. She knew the wolves couldn't understand her words, but they could grasp her meaning. Over the past year, she had discovered in the polluted area that all evolved animals had gained intelligence, including those trees that ignored her. They simply didn't want to acknowledge her. The little wolf seemed to sense something and weakly raised its head to let out a faint whimper. The mother wolf immediately rushed over, repeatedly licking the cub's fur, making sad whimpering sounds. Mu Kongqing understood this silent farewell. In this cruel new world, lives that could not evolve were destined to be eliminated. Mu Kongqing slowly approached the little wolf. The giant wolves showed vigilance, but did not stop her from getting closer. Finally reaching the little wolf's side, Mu Kongqing knelt on one knee, her palm hovering above the little wolf. White spiritual energy flowed like a fine stream into the tiny body, and the dull fur gradually began to shine faintly. The mother wolf's ears suddenly perked up. It caught the scent of its cubs gradually stabilizing breathing. It really works. The mother wolf's pupils contracted into thin lines under the moonlight, and it suddenly nudged the little wolf toward Mu Kongqing with its wet nose. An action filled with the unique resolve and trust of animals. Mu Kongqing understood and carefully cradled the little creature, which could now gently kick its legs. The warmth of the cub's body radiated through her palm as she picked up the little wolf and turned to head deeper into the forest. Two long wolf howls suddenly rang out behind her. A woo! The howl was not fierce like in the daytime. It felt like a farewell. Mu Kongqing did not look back, but the little wolf suddenly perked up its ears, poking its head out from her arms to respond in a soft voice. Woo! Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, she caught a glimpse of the two giant wolves slowly being swallowed by the night. The little wolf's paws unconsciously gripped her sleeve, its warm tongue affectionately licking her wrist. Mu Kongqing gently tapped its moist nose with her fingertip and stored it into her storage space. In the forest, Lucianza was still estimating what the branch was doing when the branch suddenly froze in alert. Its mother had returned. Mu Ming quickly shrank back to its original position, transforming back into an ordinary little branch, though its leaves still trembled uncontrollably, betraying its excited emotions. Chapter 26. Back to Blue watching one night with no words. The next day, Mu Kongqing saw Lucianza fiddling with his light brain, while the five young people, having finished their nutrient solution, were getting restless. Lucianza put down the light brain and summoned the five young people to him, saying in a deep voice, "We are currently lacking a mecha, and returning recklessly poses too great a risk. So waiting for rescue here is the safest choice. However, the arrival time of the rescue is not yet determined. So we will conduct daily training around the outskirts of the forest for the next few days." The young people nodded in agreement. He then turned to Mu Kongqing and politely asked, "May I know how to address you?" Mu Kongqing was slightly taken aback and quickly came up with a pseudonym, Mu Yun. "Ms. Mu, may I ask what your plans are next? If you don't have any, why not return to the city with us?" Hearing his invitation, Mu Kongqing instinctively wanted to refuse. But then she thought about how Lucianza had helped her family multiple times. If she left, and they encountered an accident on the way, it would be better to see it through. All right. For the next few days, Lucianza led the students in routine training at the edge of the forest. Perhaps due to the influence of the beast tide, the number of small alien beasts appearing nearby surged, making the training unexpectedly effective. Mu Kongqing occasionally offered guidance, and before she knew it, she had gained 5 loyal little fans. These young people were enthusiastic and gradually became familiar with her, constantly surrounding her with questions. "Sister Mu, what do you think is the hardest thing to overcome in training?" Tao Ting asked, blinking. Mu Kongqing thought seriously for a moment. Perhaps it's loneliness. It's really difficult to persist in doing something for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Lucian's gaze, which seemed unexpectedly surprised by her answer. Meeting his eyes, Mu Kongqing asked in return, "What do you think, Mr. Liu?" Lucianza frowned, appearing to seriously contemplate the question. Before giving his answer, the limitations of mental strength. Mu Kongqing was not surprised by this answer. It seemed that the chaos and degradation of mental strength had a significant impact on him. The 5 young people listened thoughtfully. In fact, Lucianza had been looking for an opportunity to talk to Mu Kongqing alone, but every time he approached, those 5 pairs of bright eyes acted like searchlights, making it difficult for him to find the right moment. Gradually, Kongqing also didn't always stay with them. Meng, being lively and active, often took the little one to play deep in the forest. When there was no one around, she would let the little wolf out of the storage space. When Meng first saw the little wolf, she was so excited that she danced around, pointing at it and shouting to Kongqing, "Eat." Kongqing was already used to her son's habit of thinking about food all the time. As she tore the meat into strips to feed the little wolf, she patiently explained, "You can't eat it. It will be our pet from now on." Bait. Yes, a pet. Pets can't be eaten. They will be family. Meng sat down next to the little wolf and tilted her head, asking, "Brother?" Although Meng had learned to speak for a year, she could still only string a few words together. Kongqing thought this was normal, as plants generally didn't speak. She continued to use her spiritual power to groom the little wolf, softly saying, "It can be your brother. Why don't you give a name?" Meng furrowed her little brows in serious thought, and after a while, she pointed at the little wolf, Tree. It went from brother to uncle. The little wolf's name was thus decided. 5 days later, Lucian's military light brain finally received a message from the outside world. Someone was coming to pick them up to return to the city. What Kongqing did not know was that Lucian's had privately instructed the 5 students, "Do not mention anything about Ms. Mu to anyone." His tone was serious. The 5 nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Instructor Liu, we will keep our mouths shut." At this moment, Kongqing's status in their hearts was unparalleled. Kongqing followed the rescuers into the city, and the entire process was negotiated by Lucian's, with no objections raised. The 5 students were directly sent to the school by the rescue team, where they all needed corresponding psychological counseling. While Kongqing was still thinking about how to extricate herself, Lucian's came over and asked, "Does Ms. Mu have a place to go? If not, I can help you." Kongqing instinctively wanted to refuse. "No need, Ms. Mu doesn't have legal status, right?" Lucian's suddenly interrupted her, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the heart. "I can help you obtain identification." "Heh, is he too lazy to even pretend?" Kongqing sneered inwardly, but her face showed no sign. She slightly raised her chin and asked with a half-smile, "What do you mean by that, Mr. Liu?" Lucian's stepped forward, closing the distance between them suddenly. He lowered his voice, the literal meaning. "A person who can survive in a polluted area without needing a mecca, and who lacks even the most basic survival equipment." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her empty wrist, "cannot possibly be a resident of the first galaxy." Kongqing's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively touched her wrist, where her smart light brain should have been. She secretly rejoiced that she had been prepared. She had put the light brain into storage before rescuing others, fearing that Lucian's would recognize her from the light brain she had brought. However, Lucian's proposal was indeed very tempting. Without legal status here, it's difficult to move an inch. Lucian's voice carried a hint of coaxing. "I can help you." Heaven knows how worried he was that this woman, who could change her appearance, would disappear again. The last time they parted was 3 years ago, and this time he would do whatever it took to keep her by his side. Kongqing had always been troubled by her lack of identity, even restricted from going online. Since the other party had taken the initiative to offer help, she couldn't be polite any longer. Kongqing forced a smile and said calmly, "Then thank you, Mr. Liu." Kongqing declined the offer of accommodation from the other party and arranged to meet Lucian's at 8 o'clock the next day at the entrance of the first military academy. Afterwards, she wandered around Blue Huacheng casually, behaving like an ordinary tourist, stopping and going. When she passed a small alley, she suddenly turned in. When the intelligent flying monitoring device followed her into the alley, it found that there was already no one inside. Lucian's, seeing the surveillance footage being transmitted back, was not surprised that this would happen. He now had a feeling that the mysterious person who appeared a year ago was also this woman. After shaking off all surveillance, Kongqing used her shrinking technique and instantly appeared in front of her home. In the yard, Lilaji was concentrating on training. Suddenly, with a flash in front of him, the sister he had been thinking about day and night appeared out of nowhere. "Sister!" The joyful shout broke the silence. Inside the house, Lian and Li Zipping rushed out upon hearing the sound, and the 3 children instantly surrounded Kongqing. They were so excited that they didn't know what to do, bouncing around their sister. After the initial joy, The accumulated longing finally broke through as the three children hugged Kongqing and cried like little puddles. Chapter 27 New Identity. Kongqing released Meng from the storage space. The three children, still with tears in their eyes, immediately surrounded Meng, bouncing and hugging her, which made the little one giggle with delight. Meng excitedly waved her small hands, her voice crisp as she shouted, "Brother! Sister! Oh my gosh! Meng can talk!" Lin exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha, that's wonderful! A surprise!" Meng suddenly announced, and with a whoosh, transformed into a small tree right in front of them. The three children stared in amazement at the little tree, noticing all its branches and leaves trembling. Soon, a plump little peach appeared on the branches. Meng turned back into her human form, holding the peach high with both hands. "Look, a peach!" Her small face was full of pride. The three children widened their eyes in astonishment. It was their first time seeing a real peach. Kongqing smiled and took the peach, washed it carefully, and cut it into 3 pieces, the sweet fragrance wafting through the air. "You can eat it. Come and give it a try." The three children took a deep breath, inhaling the enticing aroma, then cautiously took their first bite, their faces lighting up with surprise. No one could resist a juicy and sweet peach, especially not the children who had never tasted one before. The peach wasn't big, and the 3 of them finished it in just 2 bites. Meng's divine power was still low, and after producing this one peach, it was uncertain when the next one would come. However, the peach pit could be utilized. Kongqing carefully planted the peach pit in the yard. She had tried to grow peach trees in the polluted area before, but it required continuous purification of the contaminated land, which consumed too much spiritual power, so she had to give up. This time, planting the peach tree at home was different. It could provide food for her family and also be sold for star coins, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once the 3 children calmed down, Meng took out a small wolf from the storage space. The 3 children had seen exotic beasts before, but this was their first time seeing such a small one. "This is not an exotic beast," Kongqing explained. "It hasn't evolved like you. It's just an ordinary wolf." "Not evolved?" Lin asked, puzzled. "I named it Shu Shu." "Uncle?" "Shu Shu. The tree in the woods," Kongqing corrected with a smile. Encouraged by Kongqing, the 3 children gently patted the little wolf's head. The little wolf blinked its round eyes and sniffed each of their palms with its wet little nose. Just like that, the little wolf officially became a member of the family. The crafty Lian made a cozy little nest for it out of soft fabric, and from then on, it settled in the house. Kongqing began to organize the items in the storage space while the 3 children sat around her, each face full of curiosity. Sister Mu seems like a fairy, able to take out all sorts of strange things. First, there were plants. In addition to common ones like carrots, cabbage, and potatoes, Kongqing found more than a dozen different crops, including carrots, peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes. She organized and planted them, using only half of her spiritual power for the vegetables, leaving the rest for later. Then there were the organs of exotic beasts. She took them out and found that these items seemed useless to their family, so it would be better to sell them for star coins. After a year, she thought the children's star coins would have been spent, but upon checking, she found that half were still left. Indeed, the 3 children were still very cautious about spending their star coins. Once this batch of vegetables and exotic beast organs was sold, she planned to take the children on a spending spree to reshape their consumer habits. Kongqing decided to use Mu Yun's identity to move around in Blue Hua City, while Li Wen's identity could wait, treating it as if Li Wen was still traveling outside. Early the next morning, Kongqing arrived at the entrance of the first military academy. Dressed in plain clothes, she stood at the solemn military academy gate, appearing particularly out of place. The passing military students couldn't help but cast curious glances her way. This was the Empire's top military academy, and an ordinary woman standing here was indeed very conspicuous. Moreover, her appearance was striking. It wasn't until Lu Xin's tall figure walked out from the school gate that the surrounding whispers abruptly stopped. However, what followed was an even more intense exchange of glances. How do rumors arise? Although Lu Xin's mental power had decreased, his level strength was still a height that most people found difficult to reach, and he was backed by the Lu family, one of the 6 major families. He had always been a model star of the younger generation in the military. and anyone who spoke of him sang his praises. Such a highly regarded bachelor would actually be seen dating an ordinary girl with an outstanding appearance at the school gate. The military students' gossip enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Within an hour, news of instructor Liu secretly meeting a mysterious beauty spread throughout the campus like wildfire. However, neither of them knew about this. Kongqing followed Liu Xinze to take photos first, then recorded her biological information, with Liu Xinze as a guarantor. The process went surprisingly smoothly. In less than 2 hours, Kongqing received her first star coin resin card. Mu Yun, 22 years old. Kongqing looked at the information on the virtual card, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Turning to Liu Xinze, her voice carried a bit more sincerity. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your help. Since everything is settled, I will take my leave now. But Liu Xinze reached out to stop her. Wait. He took out a delicate metal box from his coat pocket and opened it to reveal a smart light brain. This is a thank you gift for you. I truly appreciate Ms. Mu's life-saving grace. His voice was full of sincerity. Kongqing was a bit surprised and was about to decline. Ms. Mu, I really appreciate you. Not just me, but also my 5 students. A light brain isn't enough to express my gratitude, but I currently have no way to help you. So please be sure to accept it. Kongqing stared at the light brain in his hand, her gaze flickering. Although it felt inappropriate to say so, she couldn't help but ask, there isn't a locator hidden inside, is there? As soon as she said it, a suffocating silence filled the air. Liu Xinze was taken aback for a moment, but suddenly laughed. Cough, Ms. Mu, my mistake. You can rest assured, this is just a smart light brain. He opened the light brain's operating interface, showing it to Kongqing. I haven't done anything, and I promise I won't do anything to offend you in the future. With that, Kongqing no longer declined. She reached out and took the light brain, exchanging contact information with Liu Xinze before leaving. Liu Xinze watched Kongqing's departing figure, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Was she the person from 3 years ago? He still had no evidence, but even if she was, it seemed she didn't remember him. Walking down the street, Kongqing fiddled with the new smart light brain in her hand. Driven by curiosity, she went online to check, only to find that this light brain was worth 13,000 star coins. Damn rich people. Chapter 28. Breaking the law. Liu Xinze took Kongqing to a place for business, which was clearly the administrative district of Lanhua City. The buildings on both sides of the road were not grand, but they were exquisite and tidy. The bustling crowd was not noisy. Kongqing opened her newly acquired light brain and typed where to buy meat in the search bar. Little Wolf was a carnivore, and while it was manageable in the polluted area, in the urban area, apart from the mutated flower leopard she had seen at the gathering that day, she hadn't really encountered any other animals. Following the directions from her light brain, she arrived at a small alley. If the area where Kongqing's home was located could be described as desolate, with 9 out of 10 houses empty, then this small alley was chaotic. In an instant, Kongqing felt like she had returned to a rural market on Earth. There were many people here, and it was exceptionally noisy, yet full of vitality. Kongqing paused at each stall, rediscovering the joy of shopping she hadn't felt in a long time. She picked out a blue hairpin for Li En and bought a ball that looked very much like a basketball for the children to play with, and finally found a meat vendor. The owner placed a detector on the meat, and it showed a pollution rate of 17. Kongqing directly bought 10 pounds of meat, only to realize when she was about to pay that Mu Yun had no money, not a single star coin. She awkwardly smiled and asked the owner to wait a minute. When she returned, she paid using Li Wen's account. She didn't linger and went straight home, planning to sell the exotic beast organs she had brought back from the polluted area online, opening a shop in Mu Yun's name so that Mu Yun could naturally have star coins. Setting up the online store for the second time was a familiar process, and the shop was named Big Tree Grocery. Kongqing organized the exotic beast organs. There weren't many, as she practiced a nonviolent path, and her plant cultivation was already difficult. She had always taken a steady and sure approach. Less than 3 minutes after listing the items, the shop was shut down. Kongqing frowned and carefully read the notification of the ban. She had broken the law. This place actually had the exotic beast protection law. Private individuals were not allowed to buy or sell animal organs. Before she could complain, her communicator rang, displaying Liu Xinze's name on the screen. Mu Kongqing felt her brow twitch uncontrollably. When she answered the call, a deep, magnetic voice came through. Ms. Mu, hello, I didn't expect to contact you so soon again. Before Mu Kongqing could speak, the other party continued. Ms. Mu, please come to the Exotic Beast Management Bureau. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. As it had been many years since anyone had dared to openly sell exotic beast organs in Lanhua City. The Exotic Beast Management Bureau was near the building where Mu Kongqing had just applied for her identity card. When she arrived, the bureau was in chaos. The data on the Speed Shadow Fox can be updated. Send a pollution area pass to the E-Howl Club. The patrol team reports wolf howls are heard. Why hasn't the giant bone bird left yet? 3 squads have been dispatched, and they can't do anything about it. Through the noisy crowd, Mu Kongqing saw Lu Xinze walking toward her, and she was then led to an office. Once the door was closed, the world finally quieted down. Lu Xinze's office was spacious and bright. He gestured for Mu Kongqing to take a seat at the desk. I just received a red warning from the system as soon as I got to the office. Someone is illegally selling exotic beast organs, and upon checking the back end, it showed your number. While speaking, Lu Xinze poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Mu Kongqing. Normally, we would come to arrest you, but I know this is most likely a misunderstanding. And we can't catch you, Ms. Mu, so I took the initiative to contact you. Mu Kongqing casually took the coffee and placed it on the desk in front of her. She didn't like the bitterness of coffee and preferred juice. Just call me Mu Yun, Mr. Lu. I'm really sorry. I didn't know this was illegal. Lu Xinze sat on the other side of the desk, his fists resting on the table, looking at Mu Kongqing with a hint of amusement. I understand, Miss. Mu Yun is not from the first galaxy. It's normal not to know the laws here. He paused before continuing. Do you want to sell exotic beast organs, Miss? Mu Yun. Mu Kongqing was silent for a moment, biting her lip. To be honest, I'm quite short on star coins, but the source of these exotic beast organs, Mr. Lu, you should know, they came from the polluted area, and there's nothing important. I only killed a few mutated rats. Lu Xinze nodded thoughtfully. How about this, Miss? Mu Yun, why not sell these organs to me? Our Lu family is in the mecha business, and these organ materials will be useful. Mu Kongqing was somewhat surprised. She felt that Lu Xinze was always indirectly helping her. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Mu Kongqing noted down the address Lu Xinze provided. He promptly transferred 80,000 star coins into Mu Yun's account. Seeing the money in her account, Mu Kongqing felt reassured. Indeed, having star coins gave her confidence. However, at that moment, Lu Xinze suddenly spoke up. Ms. Mu Yun, would you be interested in being affiliated with our club? This way, you can go to the polluted area anytime you want, and the buying and selling of materials will be more legitimate. Mu Kongqing looked at him in confusion. Club? Yes. Don't misunderstand. You don't have to do anything for our club. I just think it would make your life much more convenient. And it's also my way of repaying your life-saving grace. 10 minutes later, Mu Kongqing's light brain had an additional electronic identity card. Special consultant for action at the Xinglu Club. Mu Kongqing looked at the card that appeared on her light brain and thought for a moment before asking. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lu. Do you think my online shop still has a chance to be unbanned? Hearing this, Lu Xinze smiled. Ms. Mu Yun, just call me by my name from now on. Lu Xinze. As he spoke, he opened the virtual screen on his light brain, which projected into the air, but no one else could see it. He swiped a few times on the screen and continued the conversation he hadn't finished earlier. All right, Ms. Mu Yun, your shop will be unbanned in 3 days. After everything was settled, Mu Kongqing stood up to leave, and Lu Xinze stood up to see her off. The moment he stood up, a sharp pain shot through his head, and Mu Kongqing saw him sway, falling back into the office chair. Instinctively, Mu Kongqing wanted to help him but restrained herself, asking from where she stood, "What's wrong?" Mu Kongqing saw Lu Xinze's eyes momentarily lose focus. His hands with bulging veins gripped the armrest tightly. After a while, his eyes regained focus, and he looked at Mu Kongqing, replying in a slightly hoarse voice. "It's nothing, just a mental power issue, an old problem, Ms. Mu. Sorry, I won't see you off." Mu Kongqing knew he had been troubled by mental storms for a long time, and today this person had helped her so much. As she thought of this, she sat back down. "Mr. Lu, if you don't mind, extend your hand. I can take a look for you." Without hesitation, Lu Xinze extended his hand. Mu Kongqing was momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness. Chapter 29. Sorting mental power, Mu Kongqing's fingertips gently rested on Lucian's wrist, the cool touch making him shiver slightly. "Don't move," she whispered, holding her breath and concentrating. A thread of spiritual power slowly extended from her body into Lucian's, and he felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Having previously sorted through her student's mental power, Mu Kongqing had experience, and her spiritual energy headed straight for his sea of consciousness. Lucian's sea of consciousness seemed to be experiencing a violent storm, chaos everywhere. As soon as the spiritual energy entered, it was tossed around in disarray. Mu Kongqing finally witnessed what a mental storm looked like, resembling the madness of a cultivator gone astray. She gathered her spiritual power again and began to help Lucian's sort out his mental energy from the edges. Bit by bit, as time passed, Lucian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, the door was flung open. "Teacher Lu, look at this report." A young man's voice abruptly stopped. The spiritual energy Mu Kongqing was controlling trembled at the sudden sound, causing Lu Shunza to involuntarily let out a muffled sound, low and restrained. The young man at the door was taken aback, and the next moment, he turned and scurried out with an awkward gait. Sorry, you guys continue." He even closed the door behind him. Outside, a series of gasps and uncontrollable strange cries could be heard. It was already late when Mu Kongqing returned home. In the yard, Li Laji was practicing, and didn't he stop when he saw her come back. Inside the house, Li En's voice rang out, and as soon as Mu Kongqing entered, Li En rushed over. "Sister, Shushu bit my homework." She laughed after that, "But I don't blame it. I'll make sure to close my door properly in the future." Mu Kongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. She took out the meat she bought today, prepared it, and fed it to Shushu. Her communicator lit up. "Lucianza, are you home safe?" Mu Kongqing didn't reply. Less than 2 minutes later, another message came through. "Tao Ting and the others want your contact information. Can I give it to them?" After feeding Shushu and washing her hands, Mu Kongqing replied, "Sure." It wasn't long before her communication app received 5 friend requests. "Ardol, I finally added you. I'm Tao Ting. Big Sister Mu, I'm Gao Tianli." The enthusiasm of the young people was overwhelming. Mu Kongqing changed their names in her contacts and greeted them, then stopped replying. Seeing that Mu Kongqing hadn't responded to his messages, Lu Shunza was just about to go take a shower when he received a communication from Yuan Liang, who was far away at the border. Yuan Liang chuckled mischievously. "General Lu, what's going on with you? I can see your gossip from this far away." Lu Shunza raised an eyebrow at his words and casually opened his holographic computer, where countless messages popped up, from dating beautiful women at the school gate to deep interactions in the office, with all sorts of embellished rumors. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Lu Shunza truly admired everyone's imagination. He first told Yuan Liang about his experiences in the polluted area, then casually mentioned, "Her identity is unusual. I suspect she is the mysterious person I told you about before. Well, she's not from the first galaxy, can fight beasts barehanded, and can soothe mental power without having any herself. But as far as I know, there aren't any people like that in other galaxies besides ours. Right? I'm still uncertain about her origins and am investigating." Yuan Liang's teasing voice came through. "Lu Shunza, we've known each other since we were kids. You can fool others, but not me. If you really suspect her, you would report it immediately and control her for a thorough interrogation. What you're doing now is against the rules. You think I'm stupid? You're not normal." Lu Shunza frowned at his words. "Not normal? She can suddenly disappear, and we can't catch her." Yuan Liang scoffed. "Have you even tried to catch her? You haven't even attempted. You're the one who's not normal. I'm off to patrol now. Think about it yourself." After hanging up, Lu Shunza remained on the sofa without moving. The room was dark as he allowed the darkness to envelop him gradually. Based on analysis, you have an 85/45 probability of experiencing what humans call the emotional state of love. Are you in love? A thunderous voice echoed in his mind, and it took Lu Shunza a while to realize it was Chiu Sua's voice. "Are you out of things to do?" Lu Shunza said coldly. "Yes. Chiu Sua's usually monotonous electronic voice surprisingly carried a hint of innocence. Ever since your mental power downgraded, I haven't had any work to do. Lu Xinze decisively cut off the mental link with it and gathered his things to take a shower. Inside, the water flowed continuously over Lu Xinze's strong back, every inch of muscle poised for explosive strength. He pushed his damp hair back with one hand, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back to welcome the impact of the water, a faint sigh of helplessness escaping him. Sigh. The sound was drowned in the rising steam. Kongqing now had enough spiritual power and prepared to quickly draw the protective talismans for the children. She leaned back against the bed and opened her holographic computer. A search revealed that there was no vermilion pigment available. So she had no choice but to find a paint shop with a wide variety of pigments and blindly bought some, planning to try each one when they arrived home. Mu Meng could now fully transform into human form, and the small yard no longer satisfied his activity needs. He began exploring the area around the house. Kongqing had made an agreement with him. Never transform into a tree in front of others, never use any spells, never eat anything. Change your face when going out to play, and shout for mom if you encounter any problems. If you can't do that, you'll have to leave and live in the polluted area with your older siblings. Kongqing's tone was deep and serious, and little Mu Meng was frightened. Nothing scared him more than living in the polluted area, which was terribly boring, with no delicious food, no animated shows on the holographic computer, and none of the other trees would talk to him, unlike his older siblings who told him stories and played with him. He shook his head like a rattle drum. No, then nodded heavily. I will do it. Kongqing then let him be. She loved Mu Meng sincerely, but really didn't enjoy taking care of children, and little Mu Meng's annoying voice was truly a torment for her. When the first batch of vegetables hit the online store, they sold out instantly. Did everyone see? The green plant store is open. I saw it. By the time I rushed over, everything was gone. I managed to grab some eggplants. Are you reselling upstairs? I'll pay double. Kongqing first contacted Butler Duan, then reached out to Lu Xinze to ask if he wanted any vegetables. She quickly received a greeting in return. Shop owner, long time no see. I thought you wouldn't come back. Lu Xinze replied with a concise, yes. Then, a notification sound came from the new holographic computer Lu Xinze sent her, with a message from him. Does Ms. Mian have time? You've helped me once again, and to express my gratitude, I'd like to invite you to the beach. Chapter 30. Genetic chain break. The phrase, playing by the seaside, is indeed very appealing. Since Kongqing arrived in this time and space, she had never seen the sea. The ocean is located to the north of Lanhua City, directly diagonal to her living area. On her side is the land pollution zone, while on the other side is the ocean pollution zone. Compared to the land pollution zone, the ocean pollution zone is not as dangerous. On one hand, the mecha warriors had cleared out a wave of mutated creatures, leaving a safe area for humans to survive and play. On the other hand, the ferocious mutated fish mostly live in the deep sea, and this part of the ocean near Lanhua City has a gentle continental shelf that is friendly to humans. As long as humans do not foolishly venture deep into the ocean, it is difficult to encounter mutated fish. Kongqing thought about taking the children to play in the water. They would surely love it. Subsequently, she unhesitatingly rejected Lu Xinze on the communication link. What fun would it be to go with him? The new vegetables in the field had already been planted, but not harvested, and the protective talismans were not yet drawn. She truly had no time to accompany a stranger who was not even a stranger. Lu Xinze looked at the words not going in the message, not surprised at all. He opened his light brain and sent a message to the manager responsible for the Star Lu Club in the club system. The Lu family cares about the physical and mental health of club members, so they wanted to organize a seaside outing soon, allowing family members to join, with all expenses covered by the club. He asked for a reasonable proposal as soon as possible. The club manager found this message puzzling, but still arranged it quickly. After all, one should not miss out on capital opportunities. Although Kongqing had rejected Lu Xinze, the urge to go out and have fun that he had stirred up was hard to suppress. She opened her light brain, ordered a large swimsuit and 4 small ones, along with some play toys, and felt satisfied. To facilitate things, Li Wen should also be back. She went online to book a spaceship ticket to the nearest planet and then, in front of many onlookers, carried Mu Meng off the spaceship. The timing of disembarking coincided with the school dismissal time. Instead of going home, Mu Kongqing took Mu Meng to the school, preparing to experience the joy of picking up her children. In the crowd of parents at the school gate, Mu Kongqing's figure was particularly eye-catching. In this era where genetic evolution has become the norm, the presence of ordinary people always attracts attention, especially when it comes to picking up and dropping off children. As dismissal time arrived, Li En and Li Zipping came out together, and as soon as they exited the school gate, they spotted Mu Kongqing standing in the crowd. "Sister." Li En pulled Li Zipping and ran towards Mu Kongqing, their little faces flushed from running. "Sister, you came to pick us up today?" The little girl's voice was sweet and crisp, filled with surprise and a hint of confusion. A little girl beside them, sporting a bow, curiously leaned in and asked, "Lian, who is this?" "It's my sister." Lian's voice was full of pride, though she didn't even know what she was proud of. "Today I'm going home with my sister, bye." "Okay, bye." It seemed that Lian was getting along well with her classmates. "Sister, will you pick us up in the future?" Li Zipping tugged at Mu Kongqing's clothes and asked. Mu Kongqing ruffled his round little head. "No, but if you want me to pick you up, just let me know and I will come." She set Mu Meng down on the ground for Li and to hold her hand. Then she took one child in each hand and said, "Let us go pick up your brother." Li Laji's school finished a bit later, and he was also surprised to see Mu Kongqing at the school gate. The family of 5 decided to stroll around the commercial street before heading home. The happiest one was Mu Meng, who was running around with her little short legs. Li Zipping and Lian followed behind, laughing happily, while Li Laji remained more composed, simply walking beside Mu Kongqing and talking about what happened at school that day. Everything seemed warm and joyful until a piercing scream broke the atmosphere. Ah! The scream came from not far from Mu Kongqing. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young boy convulsing violently and collapsing nearby. The crowd scattered like frightened fish, with only a few people pushing against the flow. All 3 children ran back to Mu Kongqing's side. She tightly shielded them in front of her. "He's just an ordinary person, right? He should be dying." The discussions among the nearby crowd grew louder. Chaos ensued. Mu Kongqing saw Lu Xinze rushing over to the boy who had collapsed. At first, the boy was still able to let out painful screams, but now he was only gasping heavily, accompanied by occasional convulsions, like a fish that was about to die from lack of water. Seeing this, Mu Kongqing squatted down beside Li Laji and whispered in his ear. Li Laji nodded steadily, tightly holding on to his younger siblings. "Sister, it's okay, you go." After Mu Kongqing gave her instructions, she quickly slipped into a secluded corner and reappeared as Mu Yun. She walked briskly towards the boy, where 2 medical robots stood next to Lu Xinze, performing emergency treatment on the boy. "Young Master Lu, it's a genetic chain break. There's no saving him," someone reported to Lu Xinze. Lu Xinze's brows furrowed tightly, and as he looked up, he saw Mu Yun approaching. Mu Kongqing's voice was steady and calm. "Mr. Lu, may I take a look?" She directly stated her purpose. Lu Xinze nodded, but before he could speak, Mu Yun squatted down beside the boy. She grasped the boy's wrist and sent a thread of spiritual power inside. As soon as she probed, Mu Kongqing discovered the issue. The boy's organs were failing all over, with no disease symptoms. He resembled an elderly man nearing the end of his life, yet she was clearly holding a boy of about 10 years old. How could this be? Mu Kongqing withdrew her spiritual power and shook her head at Lu Xinze. He scoffed at his own delusion, thinking that she could bring the boy back to life. Mu Kongqing could feel the boy's body gradually becoming cold. He was very thin, dressed in all black, with a flat nose and a faint scar on his face. He gazed into the distance, unwilling to accept his fate, as the last tear rolled down his cheek. Following his gaze, Mu Kongqing saw Li Laji. Li Laji was expressionless, staring at the boy who had lost his life and was the same age as him. Beside him, Lian was quietly crying, while Li Zipping buried his entire head in his embrace, holding him tightly. Mu Meng, confused, held Lian's hand, not understanding why his sister was crying. Then, Mu Kongqing turned and led the 3 children away from that place. Lu Xinze looked in the direction of Mu Kongqing's gaze, but all he saw was a surging crowd. He had no idea what she was looking at. In the next moment, a tear slipped from Mu Kongqing's eye. She knew she could not save them, Li Laji, Li En, or Li Zipping. She could save none of them. At that moment, she finally understood Li Laji's words. "We won't live long." How could this be? She felt a hand on her shoulder. Ms. Muyin? She mechanically looked up and saw Lucian's concerned gaze. The two of them squeezed past her and carried the boy's lifeless body away. Ms. Muyin, are you okay? I'm fine, Mu Kongqing heard herself say. Ah, how unlucky to die here. That really scared me. Everyone knew he was going to die. Couldn't he just stay put and not run around? The discussions gradually faded away, like trash left on the beach after the tide recedes. I'm fine, she whispered softly. Chapter 31, The Rights of Ordinary People. Mu Kongqing rejected Lucian's offer to accompany her, not noticing his worried gaze. She found Li Laji and the others at the agreed place and silently took the child home. Li Laji did not seem to notice any problems. That night, Lian had a nightmare, while Li Zipping, whom Mu Kongqing thought would be scared, surprisingly seemed to forget what had just happened when he returned home, even appearing to be in a good mood. Mu Kongqing felt as if her heart had turned demonic, meditating under the moonlight. Is life and death predetermined? But life and death are not like this. The life of a mayfly is also very short, but that is their complete life. The fleeting nature of life is the fleeting nature of life and death, not the fleeting nature of living and dying. Who has deprived ordinary people of the right to live? She questioned the heavenly principle in one cycle of spiritual energy after another. But there was no response from the heavenly principle. Is the heavenly principle dead? Above Mu Kongqing's head, dark clouds gathered, and faint thunder rumbled. Amidst the thunder, she heard distant wolf howls. They are just like them. Without evolution, there is no right to survive. When a light star rose the next day, Mu Kongqing slowly withdrew her energy. Li Laji, seeing her open her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, we need to go to school. After he said this, he hesitated for a moment and continued, Sister, don't think too much. There are many things we can't do, but you're already doing great. And we're living happily now. After speaking, he turned and walked away, seemingly unsure of how to face Mu Kongqing. Lian, looking somewhat listless, came up to hug her briefly before leaving without a word. In contrast, Li Zipping, who usually said little to her, spoke with a hint of cruelty. Sister, do you think that little brother will be very happy? Mu Kongqing looked at him in confusion, and after a moment, he explained. He scared so many people. After he died, those people can only gather to gossip, but the little brother can't hear those words anymore. Will he be happy? Mu Kongqing tried to understand Li Zipping's question, but failed. Nevertheless, she seriously replied, No one knows how that little brother feels. Only he knows. Li Zipping nudda, opened his arms to hug Mu Kongqing, and then ran off to join his siblings for school. Mu Meng could now go out to play in his original form. He was holding the little wolf when Mu Kongqing caught him. You can't take Shushu out to play. You can only go out by yourself. Both the boy and the wolf stared at her with clear, round eyes, tilting their heads. The little wolf grew quickly, and Mu Meng was holding it around the waist, its hind legs dragging on the ground. Mu Kongqing picked it up and pointed decisively to the door. Go by yourself. Mu Meng nodded and skipped away. Sometimes, there was no need to explain too much to those who didn't understand anything. Mu Kongqing fed Shushu, worked in a small garden, and then returned to the house to open her light brain. What happened yesterday had become the most discussed topic today. Someone had posted a sensational title, Should Ordinary People Be Uniformly Managed Before Their Death? And initiated a poll underneath. The agreement rate for uniform management was 98, while the disagreement rate was 2. The discussion below was particularly heated. Such sudden deaths on the street are terrifying. Can't they just not run around before they die? There must be rules for such matters. So many children were there yesterday, and many were frightened. Uniform management can provide them with a better living environment before death. In my opinion, ordinary people should stay in designated areas before death. At least they can keep each other company, which is better than scaring people on the street. Everyone is human. How can we just lock people together before they die? It's not a contagious disease. The two of dissenters must be suffering from savior complex. I suggest implanting life monitoring chips in every ordinary person for early warnings to prevent sudden incidents. Mu Kongqing scrolled through the comments, and with her eyes closed, she could still recall the image of that little boy slowly stopping breathing in front of her. Dead people cannot speak. What about ordinary people? They are busy living, and the vast majority are in their teens, Yet this discussion about their survival does not include their participation. The light brain chimed, and she received a message from Lucianza, but she did not reply. She meticulously searched for information on gene chain fractures. At the beginning of the new era, there was much research and discussion on the survival issues of ordinary people, but now there had been no new research information disclosed for over a decade. Kongqing was impatient with lengthy texts, but this time she sat in front of the light brain and studied carefully, sitting for a whole day. It wasn't until Li and the others returned from school that she let out a deep breath. She found several posts from the early days of the Star era, when it was a massive loss of human life. The information online was mixed, and people exchanged experiences. In a few posts, some mentioned that eating unpolluted food could make those on the brink of death feel more comfortable. A few people discussed and found that eating unpolluted food seemed to extend life, as many non-evolved people around them died within 6 months, while those who ate unpolluted food lived beyond that. These posts gradually lost traction because there was no longer completely unpolluted food to be found in the 4-star systems. Li and the others drank their nutritional liquid and went to study. Kongqing checked her message center and saw 3 unread messages from Lucianza. She muted her device and did not listen. "You're not familiar with Lanhua City. Do you want me to show you around? I received the materials you sent." "Muyin?" Kongqing replied, "Glad you received it." Without waiting for a response, she put away the light brain. She wanted to ask Li and the others about their health checkups and got up to go to the courtyard. But the people who usually practiced fighting diligently here were absent today. The house they lived in was not small. It used to be a welfare home. So there was a large communal bedroom that was no longer used as such and had become their hall. Shushu's nest was in this hall, where they usually ate, chatted, and went online. The remaining rooms were shared between her and Mu Meng, while Lian had his own room, and Li Zipping, afraid to sleep alone, shared a room with Li Luji. There were also 2 empty rooms, one turned into a kitchen and the other still vacant. She entered the room and saw Lian hugging Mu Meng while watching cartoons in the hall, with Shushu lying in Lian's arms. Kongqing stood at the door of Li Luji's room and heard him speaking in a deliberately lowered voice. "You actually scored second to last? Why does 186 divided by 6 equal 33? What kind of nonsense did you write on this paper? Li Zipping, if you keep this up, I'll let sister confiscate your light brain." Li Luji's voice was stern and filled with anger, mixed with Li Zipping's weak plea. "Brother, don't tell sister. I promise I will do well next time. I guarantee." Kongqing stood at the door, momentarily unsure whether to enter or retreat. She felt someone tugging at her clothes from behind, and when she turned, it was Lian who made a shushing gesture. The 2 of them tiptoed away. The issue of life and death for the children could be set aside for now. What lay before them was the issue of the children's education. Chapter 32. The new benefits of radishes. Kongqing and Lian quietly walked into the yard together. Mu Meng seemed to have discovered something fun and carefully followed behind them. Kongqing hesitated for a moment and glanced back at the house. Is Li Zipping's performance really that poor? Lian shrugged and said hesitantly, "It's just that. Anyway, he's at the bottom of the class. I've already been promoted to the 5th grade, and he's still in the 3rd grade." Kongqing did not expect this result. She usually did not pay attention to the children's studies. A mature expression that was beyond her years appeared on Li An's youthful face. "I said my little brother has no talent for studying, but my brother can never accept that. He's a top student himself, and just can't accept that Li Zipping's mind isn't sharp." Saying this, she sighed, "And every time exam results come out, my brother always collapses once. I've gotten used to it." Kongqing understood Li Lezhi. Although he was called an older brother, his role was somewhat both brother and father, and he had a heavy sense of responsibility towards his younger siblings. Drawing on her experiences from Earth, Kongqing decided to pretend she didn't know, as she couldn't help with their homework and didn't want to add to the chaos. She moved out a few chairs and pulled Lian to sit next to the small vegetable garden to enjoy the breeze. "Sis, in a few days, let us take you both for a physical checkup." Lian replied, "We just had a checkup 2 months ago." Kongqing instinctively leaned forward. Getting closer to Lian, what did the doctor say? "Don't worry, sis, the results were very good. The doctor said the speed of our gene chain breakage has obviously slowed down. The doctor knows we are in school now and said it might be because our lifestyle has improved, giving us hope and good moods which has positively affected our bodies. Kongqing pondered this. She looked at the radish leaves, gently swaying in the wind. Realizing her guess was correct, it must be the uncontaminated food that slowed down the speed of gene chain breakage. Her gaze returned to Lian, her voice calm and serious. Lian, I discovered that uncontaminated vegetables can slow down the speed of your gene chain breakage. The little girl always had a maturity that was not commensurate with her age, compared to Li Laji's reliability and ambition. Kongqing felt Li and was even more capable and wise. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lian was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of sudden realization, followed by excitement. Her eyes sparkled like they contained a galaxy of stars. Sister, I understand what you mean. Then can't we help a lot of people? Kongqing nodded. Lian, unable to contain her excitement, stood up and began to walk around the small vegetable garden, while Kongqing smiled and watched her circle without interrupting. After a while, Lian finally calmed down and returned to Kongqing's side, frowning. But sister, completely uncontaminated vegetables are hard to grow. Yes, Kongqing nodded. Completely uncontaminated vegetables require completely uncontaminated soil, but the soil continues to be polluted. Kongqing had previously experimented with growing hydroponic vegetables, and the results were the same. Water in the air also experiences continuous pollution. She even discovered that the water everyone drinks is not completely uncontaminated. It is just very low in pollution, less than 1. Maintaining completely uncontaminated soil requires a lot of spiritual energy. Just a few days ago, she thought her spiritual energy was sufficient. But now that pile of 60 square meters of spirit stones suddenly seemed insufficient. She also considered formations. But maintaining a barrier against pollution would require a formation that encompasses the entire planet, which she indeed couldn't manage. Sister, let's grow more radishes. Lian suggested thoughtfully. Radishes can be eaten raw, and they are big. One radish can be sliced and shared among several people without any processing. Kongqing nodded in approval. For now, they could only consider growing more radishes, as she needed to ensure that the 3 children at home had uncontaminated vegetables to eat every day. The next day, Kongqing bought a lot of radish seeds and stored them in the storage space. After this batch of vegetables matured, she planned to set some aside for Butler Duan and Lucianza, and decided to try making a dish called disappearance, 3 fresh ingredients from the earth. She had eggplants, potatoes, and peppers, and when buying meat for Shushu, she specifically bought some fatty meat, which she processed with spiritual energy to make oil. There were no recipes for disappearance online, so Kongqing replicated the method from her memory. After cooking, she tasted it first and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. The eggplants were soft and soaked up the oil, the potatoes were starchy, and the green peppers were crisp and tender. One bite released a burst of oil fragrance, savory yet fresh, and Kongqing felt satisfied, though she regretted not having rice to go with it. At dinner, the children couldn't stop eating. Li Leji swallowed what was in his mouth, looked at Kongqing, and said excitedly, Sister, it's so delicious. Really, it's so delicious. I haven't eaten food outside, but I think yours is definitely better than anyone else's. Upon hearing this, Li An's eyes lit up. Sister, we can sell the dishes we make. Li Laji and Li Zipping slowed down their eating to listen to them talk. Huh? Kongqing internally rejected the idea, as she really did not like cooking. If it weren't for wanting the children to taste various flavors and her own cravings, she wouldn't want to step into the kitchen at all. Sister, I chatted with my classmates, and they all said that the dishes in restaurants are very expensive. If we turn the vegetables we grow into finished products, we can earn more star coins. Well, that's not impossible. Kongqing had already made up her mind. The uncontaminated vegetables for ordinary people must be free, as most ordinary people are children and have no earning capacity. But this would reduce the star coins earned at home. However, she really didn't want to make finished products. Her expression of resistance did not escape Lian's eyes. Sister, let's buy a kitchen robot. Lian finished the food in her bowl, put down her chopsticks, and she was already quite skilled at using them. Although kitchen robots weren't cheap, the finished dishes would be more expensive. She opened her light brain and showed Kongqing the prices she found online. Kongqing leaned in to take a look and gasped. A portion of stir-fried shredded potatoes cost 600 star coins, with a pollution value of 10. Sister, look. This portion of shredded potatoes uses 2 potatoes. If we sell 2 potatoes, we can earn 800 star coins. And selling 1 portion of shredded potatoes can earn us an extra 800 star coins. After saying this, she looked at Kongqing excitedly. And it was more than she had imagined earning. Li Laji nodded along, while Li Zipping silently calculated how much 600 minus 800 was. Mu Ming was so focused on eating that she didn't understand what her brother and sister were saying. Mu Kongqing understood the cooking process better than Lian. A portion of shredded potatoes wouldn't earn 600 star coins, but the profit was still considerable. She felt it was feasible, but it needed good planning. Sister, we can sell directly on the online store, only allowing people from Blue Flower City to buy. We can take orders and deliver them ourselves or hire someone to help deliver. Lian became more and more excited, speaking faster and faster. Mu Kongqing quickly understood this. It was takeout. She thought it could be worth a try. Okay, I'll consider it. She looked at Lian with undisguised admiration in her eyes. Lian was indeed very talented. Mu Kongqing didn't rashly buy the kitchen robot, but instead first ordered a batch of books about finance, trade, and accounting. She felt she couldn't let Lian's brilliance go to waste. After dinner, once Lian and Li Zipping had finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Mu Kongqing called them together again. She needed the children at home to help with her plan to deliver radishes to ordinary people. And it was best to finalize this matter as soon as possible. I want to give radishes to ordinary people to eat. What do you think would be the best way to do this? Chapter 33. Lian's disappearance as Mu Kongqing's voice fell. Li Laji and Li Zipping both looked up at her in confusion. It was then she remembered that recently Li Laji had been focused on making Li Zipping study, and she had been avoiding the two of them. Mu Kongqing quickly explained the situation. After listening, Li Laji was indeed very excited. So, I can become a mecha warrior. However, Li Zipping's attitude was strange. He showed no special reaction, as if he had just heard something unrelated to him. We should try to keep this matter as discreet as possible, Mu Kongqing said thoughtfully. I can't fully confirm the effects of the vegetables yet. It would be best if a few people could eat them for a while and then get a health check to validate my thoughts. Lian frowned, unable to think of a good method. While Li Laji happily spoke up, I met a few friends when I was doing odd jobs before. They are all ordinary people. I can ask them to try it out first. He hesitated a bit, but if we want to keep it completely confidential, it might be hard. When we were together before, there weren't many secrets we could keep. Mu Kongqing nodded in understanding. Yes, let's try not to spread it around. She knew that this secret couldn't be kept forever. It was only a matter of time before it would be exposed. However, she wanted to announce it when she had more strength, as her spiritual stones were still insufficient. So the plan was set. The next day, Li Laji went to the usual place to wait for his friends. The kids were all about the same age as Li Laji. At first, when he found them, they didn't believe him. They were all around 15 or 16 years old, not very young anymore. One of the kids, Hiyu, had just finished a checkup, and the doctor said he had a life expectancy of only 2 more years. Now, suddenly someone was saying he could live longer. It felt like a dream. Everyone was excited inside, but they all acted very calmly, afraid to get their hopes too high and end up disappointed. Li Laji agreed with them to meet every night at this spot to distribute radishes, and the group dispersed. That night, he didn't sleep well. He was the oldest among them. He had initially lived in a welfare home, but after turning 15, he moved out on his own. He lived in a government-subsidized housing area on the outskirts, in a small apartment on the 7th floor. The houses here were not large and were densely packed, like a beehive, but there weren't many people living in them, and the numbers were dwindling. The next day, Li Laji appeared on time with the radishes. Mu Kongqing had purposely bought many inconspicuous plastic boxes. The boxes were opaque. He handed one to each person and repeatedly reminded them to keep it a secret, agreeing to go for a health check after 15 days of eating. He took the plastic box home, opened it, and saw 3 thin slices inside. The smell was strange, not like vegetables, but he couldn't think of any reason why someone would harm him. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to eat it. It tastes a bit weird. The next day, only 7 out of the 8 kids showed up as agreed. Li Laji didn't mind. He just thought it would be a waste not to eat the radishes himself. So he ate the 3 slices in front of the 7 kids. Things were progressing smoothly. Mu Kongqing also received the paints she had bought. After experimenting at home for several days. She finally found a type of paint that could barely be used for drawing symbols. She discovered it was made from the powdered bones of a mutated fish. Following this idea, she ordered several types of paint made from materials derived from mutated animals and plants, preparing to test them when they arrived. In the end, she had little paint left, and she managed to draw a thunder symbol, which she let the three kids share. Li Leji boasted that he was also a person with considerable combat power, now, and gave the symbol to the other two. Lian and Li Zipping were basically together every day, so it didn't matter who received it. With both planting vegetables and drawing symbols, Mu Kongqing's spiritual energy was being consumed a lot recently. She took Mu Meng to the polluted area during a break to collect the spiritual stones that absorbed spiritual energy from the formation and replace them with new ones. By the time they returned from the polluted area, it was already dinner time. In recent days, Li Zipping had been cooking dinner, and Mu Kongqing was truly surprised that this seemingly simple boy could cook so well. However, now the usually bright courtyard was in complete darkness. Trees were sprawled out in the hall, and there was no one in the house. This was not normal. She called Li Leji, and he answered immediately. "Sister, Lian is missing." When Mu Kongqing arrived, she only saw Li Zipping. His shirt had been torn, his right face was swollen, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and eyes. His left arm was empty, with a few connecting wires hanging down. His mechanical arm was in his backpack, and both legs were bruised and marked with blood. As soon as he saw Mu Kongqing, he burst into tears. "Sister. Someone took sister away. Brother is still looking for her." Mu Kongqing carefully inquired about what happened. The two kids had been waiting for the bus by the roadside after school, as usual. They lived in a relatively remote area, and not many people waited for the bus there. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in a flying vehicle and forcibly dragged Li and onto the vehicle. Lian and Li Zipping struggled desperately, but to no avail. That group beat Li Zipping and maliciously tore off his mechanical arm. Nearby, people helped call the police. But by the time the officers arrived, the group had already vanished without a trace. The officer recorded the situation and left, saying they would help them check the surveillance footage. Li Leji was still running around looking for Lian, asking everyone who could help him, but there were no clues. He was like a furious little beast, rampaging through the city, but feeling helpless. Mu Kongqing checked Li An's light brain positioning immediately and found that the light brain had been carelessly discarded by that group on the roadside and picked up by a young man. They retrieved Lian's light brain, but still had no leads. Mu Kongqing found a deserted corner, held her breath, and began to extend her spiritual sense. Extending her spiritual sense consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and this was the first time she had done so since arriving here. Sounds from the world suddenly flooded towards her. The sound of insects crawling on the ground, conversations in shopping malls, the sounds of parents playing with their children in alleys. But within moments, her internal spiritual energy was completely drained, and her spiritual sense only covered half of the city. In the area surrounding her, there was no trace of Lian. At the same time, the alarm in the management bureau suddenly went off, with red warning lights spinning and the sharp alarm sound irritating every administrator's eardrum. "What's going on? Is there a riot in the polluted area? I didn't receive any notification." A man in a suit hurried into the monitoring room. "A high-level mutated beast has appeared. Activate positioning. Report. Positioning failed. Report. Everything is normal in the polluted area. False alarm." Lu Shinze, although reassigned to the 1st Military Academy as an instructor due to his rich frontline combat experience, also served as a special advisor to the Management Bureau. When he received the Management Bureau's alarm information, he was at home watching the news and hadn't had time to leave when he received the notification that the alarm was lifted. "False report?" he muttered to himself, feeling puzzled. The next moment, his communicator rang, displaying Li Wen's name, a name that hadn't appeared for a long time. Lu Shinze wondered what she wanted at such a late hour. He casually answered the call, and an anxious voice came through. "Mr. Lu, can I ask you for a favor?" Chapter 34. Lian is trapped Li and was forcibly dragged onto a flying vehicle. She struggled desperately as a man pressed her firmly to the ground with all his strength. Then, he picked up a syringe from a nearby seat, and Lian felt a sharp pain in her arm before she fainted. When she woke up, she was lying on the floor of a dimly lit room, completely drained of energy. At first, she was a bit dazed, but after a while, she remembered that she had been kidnapped. She struggled to sit up and noticed another girl in the room. The girl was sitting in the corner, hugging her knees, staring intently at her. Lian examined her body. Her legs were bruised and looked frightening, but were not serious. Her light brain backpack was nowhere to be found. She absent-mindedly touched the ponytail at the back of her head and felt relieved to find that the talisman her sister had given her was still there. Her sister had advised her to keep it close to her body and not let others find it, as it could save her life in a critical moment. She felt it was inappropriate to place it anywhere, so she wrapped the talisman in cloth and sewed it on her hair tie. The room was empty, with only 2 surveillance cameras flashing red lights on the walls. Lian could only look at the other person in the room. Do you know what's going on? The girl jumped at the sudden voice, trembling uncontrollably. She looked to be about the same age as Lian and was an ordinary girl without any enhancements. She pressed her back tightly against the wall, as if that would provide her with some sense of security. She looked at Lian and slowly spoke. Her voice trembling, "We were captured. You'll find out soon." Confused, Lian waited until she heard the sound of a door opening. 3 men walked in, holding electric batons. "You two come with us." The little girl stood up, supporting herself against the wall, and walked out silently. Seeing her do this, Lian did not resist and followed behind the little girl. As they exited, they entered a long corridor. Lian quickly glanced around, noticing 5 doors. 2 other little girls also walked out from another room. At the end of the corridor was a large iron door. One of the men, who appeared to be the leader, scanned his identity card with a device, and the large iron door slowly opened. The other 3 girls obediently followed the man, and Lian brought up the rear. She was very scared, but she knew she had to stay calm. She had older siblings, and her sister was very capable. She would surely come to save her. Once through the iron door, the scene changed dramatically. They were in a series of cubicles with transparent glass doors, each decorated differently, and there were more people outside. One of the men glanced at the 4 girls and casually greeted the leading man. "Is this the last new one? Looks really good." "Yeah, a rare find these days." Lian's fingers clenched the hem of her clothes, turning pale from the pressure. The other 3 girls were taken away by a man, leaving her alone. The man led her into one of the cubicles. Once inside, the man sat down on a chair against the wall. "Just stand here." Lian obediently stood in the middle of the room without moving. "This one is nice." Lian jumped at the sudden voice, realizing it was coming from the camera on the wall. The seated man immediately stood up. "Manager, we've been looking for this one for a long time. You know how hard it is to find young and pretty ordinary girls these days. Does she have any health issues?" The man pushed Lian with his hand. "I'm asking you." Lian timidly replied, "Heart disease." "Nice voice. Heart disease isn't a big issue. Don't do a live stream with her. It would be a waste. Train her and send her to the bosses. She might even become a little star." The man repeatedly agreed, "Yes." Then the red light on the camera dimmed. Lian saw the man relax immediately and sit back down, examining her from head to toe. "Heard that? They want you to be a star? You're lucky." Lian performed her fear and excitement vividly. "Really? Brother, can I be a star?" The man scoffed. "Yeah, be a star as long as you obey. Come with me." Lian obediently followed the man into another room. She quickly scanned her surroundings and saw 3 girls wearing incredibly short skirts, seemingly practicing dance moves in front of a projection screen. There was also a glamorous-looking woman holding a whip. "Yin Jia," the manager said, "train her well and send her to the boss. She could be a little star." The woman named Yin Jia looked at Lian with the same assessing gaze. "Good stuff. All right, don't worry. Within half a month, she'll be obedient." The man took the other 3 girls and left, leaving Lian behind. Yin Jia sat on the sofa, smiling warmly as she called Lian over. "Do you want to be a star, little girl?" "Yes." Her voice was crisp and full of longing. "Right? What girl doesn't want to be a star? It's hard for ordinary people to become stars. Our company can package you to be one. Just look at those people outside. They can only do live streams and such." Lian followed her finger direction and looked through the transparent glass door, seeing some girls in the previous cubicles. Some were even undressed, posing seductively for the camera. "As long as you obey, you'll be different from them." The woman paused and smiled. "If you don't obey, we have our ways." At this point, a man directly opened the door to the adjacent cubicle, and a girl was yanked out by her hair. The girl was only wearing a super short dress, and the man mercilessly whipped her with a whip, causing her to writhe in pain as she tried to escape, but each strike only became heavier. Lian could only see the girl suffering on the ground in that room, but she couldn't hear a sound. The soundproofing in these rooms was excellent. Her gaze was fixed outside, where a bright red nail appeared, holding a blue pill. Take it. Lian hesitated for a moment, just a moment. The woman swung her arm, and the whip struck Lian's back. The pain was sharp, a fiery sting that shot up her lower back. The woman showed no hesitation and was about to whip her again. Lian lunged forward, grabbed the blue pill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Good girl. The woman's voice was filled with satisfaction. From now on, you'll do whatever I say. Yan Jia one team mistreat you. After swallowing the pill, just a few minutes passed before Lian felt as if bugs were biting inside her body, a sensation far more unbearable than the previous whip. Tears filled her eyes as she silently called out for her brother and sister. Chapter 35. The Zhou family joins in Kongqing, and Li Lezhi spent a sleepless night, running around Lanhuiqing but finding no clues. On Lu Xinza's side, he received communication from Li Wan, understood the situation, and immediately contacted the Public Security Bureau. However, the Bureau was vague. Young Master Lu, we are aware of the situation. Don't worry, we will investigate right away. A night passed with no progress. Lu Xinza began to sense something was off. Lanhuiqing was the second largest city in the first star system, with complete urban infrastructure and the renowned First Military Academy. Several people had seen the girl being taken onto a flying vehicle. Such a large vehicle wouldn't just vanish. How could there be no clues at all by now? By the afternoon, the Public Security Bureau sent news that the case was closed. Lu Xinza personally went to the bureau, where a junior leader responsible for the area of Li An's disappearance came out to meet him. Young Master Lu, I know about this case. There's really nothing to worry about. The girl probably wanted to earn some star coins and went out to find work. Previously, someone had reported her missing, and the bureau had looked into it, but it ultimately came to nothing. Ordinary people seldom had close relatives, and most cases were reported by acquaintances who noticed someone missing. In the end, some people suddenly died, some left for other planets, and others had no leads. The key was that no one followed up on the situation, gradually leading to a reluctance to handle ordinary missing persons cases. With so much work every day, no one wanted to waste energy on futile matters. This time, because Lu Xinza inquired, the Bureau had followed a process. Coincidentally, just as they had a bit of information, someone came to give instructions and even showed him a video of the girl, who was happily practicing dancing. When Kongqing and Li Lezhi arrived, they heard this explanation. As soon as the man in uniform finished speaking, Kongqing was so angry she laughed. I don't care who you are. I want to see my sister in person. Your sister went off to learn with someone else. There's nothing we can do if she doesn't want to come back, the man in uniform shrugged. Impossible. My sister wouldn't leave with anyone. Li Lezhi shouted angrily, drawing the attention of others in the room. The junior leader, however, frowned. You need to resolve your own family's matters. Don't make a scene in our office. After saying this, he turned to Lu Xinza and forced a respectful attitude, knowing that despite his past glory, he was now just a teacher at a school. The Lu family from the capital had not been home for 2 years, and the girl he had inquired about was not related to the Lu family. She was merely a student sponsored by Lu Xinza. Young Master Lu, this is their family matter. We really can't intervene. Just as Kongqing was about to speak, Lu Xinza interjected. You said the girl went out to learn by herself. Who told you that? The junior leader mentioned the name of a dance studio, and Lu Xinza immediately sent out an inquiry about it. Kongqing, however, did not give up. My sister would never leave home to study. The junior leader cut her off with a wave of his hand. What family are you to her? As far as I know, this girl is an orphan. She can go wherever she wants. Don't make a fuss. Kongqing was so furious, she felt like overturning the entire Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Lu Xinza looked down at the information just received. The dance studio was indeed easy to check. The registered owner was Lu Yan, and her husband was Zhou Yan, a peripheral member of the Zhou family. However, many students from this dance studio had gone into the Zhou family's film company, which was now managed by Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng, Lu Xinza murmured. As soon as Kongqing heard that name, she recalled the sinister-looking person from the banquet that day. She had no good impression of him. Lu Xinza stood up. knowing that continuing to talk with these people would yield nothing. With the Zhou family behind them, they only wanted to pacify matters. Miss Li, I'll contact the Zhou family for you. You should go home and wait for news. Kongqing, however, did not want to go home. She and Li Lezhi followed Lu Xinze. Lu Xinze had Zhou Yufeng's contact information in his communicator, and he looked at the two behind him before dialing. The call was quickly answered, and Zhou Yufeng's teasing voice came through. Oh, young Master Lu, what a rare moment of leisure today. Lu Xinze, however, did not waste time with pleasantries and quickly explained the situation. Zhou Yufeng's secretary listened to the whole thing, went out to make a call, and returned to whisper something in Zhou Yufeng's ear. Zhou Yufeng's expression changed instantly. Oh, young Master Lu, I just had someone look into this. I really can't intervene. The girl has her own freedom. Young Master Zhou, I'm not going to mince words. You are currently restricting someone else's personal freedom. You can't say that, young Master Lu. I, Zhou Yufeng, care the most about girls. I certainly respect their wishes. Hearing this, Lu Xinze understood his implication and asked directly, what does it take for you to release her? There's a gathering tonight at Jinxi. You should come. Kongqing, who had been listening beside him, heard Lu Xinze agree without hesitation and immediately said, I'll go with you. Lu Xinze actually didn't want her to go, but seeing her anxious expression, he relented. Kongqing took Li Lezhi back home. She called Li Lezhi and Li Zipping together. I'm going to find Li tonight. No matter what, I will bring her back. She paused, recalling the sinister person she had encountered that day. But we need to prepare for two things. If something unexpected happens tonight, Li Lezhi, you take Li Zipping and Mu Ming and leave this place, no matter where you go. Li Lezhi was about to speak, but Kongqing raised her hand and continued. You should have enough money in your accounts. Trust me, I will contact you. Li Zipping felt guilty for not saving Li in that day and started to silently tear up upon hearing Kongqing's words. Li Lezhi, however, became anxious. Sister, I want to go with you. You can't go. If you go, it will restrict me, and you still have your younger brother to take care of. Trust me, sister will not run into any problems. Kongqing patted his shoulder. This child seemed much sturdier now, no longer the easily bullied little boy he once was. After Kongqing finished her instructions and arranged everything at home, she headed to Jinxi Floating Island. Following Lu Xinze, they went to a small hall next to the large hall from last time. The small hall was bustling with people, and the guests weren't as formally dressed as last time, but they were very fashionable. As soon as they entered, Kongqing happened to see the little girl from last time, who was walking through the crowd. As soon as Lu Xinze appeared, several people surrounded him to greet him. She watched the crowd around Lu Xinze and turned to find the little girl. Kongqing followed the girl into a corridor where there was no one. She changed her appearance and hurried after her, reaching out to tap the girl's shoulder. Sister. The little girl turned around, surprised to see Kongqing. Sister, you saved me last time, right? Kongqing did not answer her question, but directly stated her purpose. I'm here to find my sister. She is missing. She explained the situation in detail, hoping the girl, who worked here, might know something. She really knows, sister, I know that ordinary children are taken away, saying it's to become stars. Someone had come to find me before, but because of my mother's relationship with the hotel manager, he didn't let me go. Uncle Manager told me that behind all the temptation are traps. I know they are on this island, but I don't know exactly where. Hearing this, Kongqing felt relieved. As long as they were on this island, she was just afraid that Lin had already been taken out of Lanhua Star. Kongqing's voice was cold and cautious. Sister, don't tell anyone about my visit today. It's for your own good. I will come to find you again when there's a chance. The little girl nodded in response, and Kongqing turned and left. Chapter 36. Shameless in recent days. Lu Xinze had been feeling a subtle restlessness. Ever since he last contacted Mu Yun, he had not found another opportunity to reach out. He didn't particularly like occasions like this, but he had to come. The Zhou family had grown increasingly powerful in recent years, and his grandfather had specifically advised him to avoid drawing attention. However, there had been whispers recently in the capital that the Zhou family was becoming more and more excessive. This time, it wasn't just about that girl. He wanted to probe the Zhou family's depths. When Kongqing returned to Lu Xinze's side, she was in the guise of Li Wan. The small hall was designed in a crystal style, shimmering with colors at every turn. Mu Kongqing quietly observed her surroundings. Lu Shenze, what is he doing here? Isn't he the one who looks down on attending such gatherings? I don't know. He has rarely made appearances in recent years. Now, it is mostly his younger brother representing the Liu family. In that ruthless environment of the Liu family, he has likely been marginalized. To be fair, he still looks quite handsome. If there were an opportunity for a marriage alliance, it wouldn't be out of the question. You really know how to joke. Who is that girl beside him? I haven't seen her before. In a corner filled with luxury, a few girls were chatting, all of them from prominent families, openly discussing others. Mu Kongqing didn't miss the flicker of impatience in Lu Shenze's eyes. Oh, isn't this Lu Xiao? A rare guest. Mu Kongqing turned toward the voice. Zhou Yufeng rose from the edge of a sofa, surrounded by many people. This time he wore a well-fitted casual suit, holding a wine glass, still exuding the air of a wealthy young man. But his insincere demeanor and overly exaggerated smile made people uncomfortable. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Shenze forced a smile and approached. Zhou Xiao. Lu Xiao is truly a rare guest. Are you here to support me today? After saying that, he turned and pointed at a woman who had been sitting on the sofa earlier. Quickly pour wine for Lu Xiao. The woman giggled and poured a glass of wine, bringing it over. Lu Shenze took the wine but did not drink it, maintaining a strained smile on his face. Zhou Xiao, what do you mean by that? You know very well why I'm here. Just a little girl. Her family is anxious. Zhou Xiao, with your vast family business, you wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl, would you? Not making things difficult, but that little girl is beautiful, and we think she has great potential. She herself wants to become a star, so we are just keeping her for training. He took a sip of his own wine. Let's not talk about her today. Lu Xiao, come sit here and let's all relax. Just as Lu Shenze was about to speak, Mu Kongqing, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, couldn't hold back anymore. I'm sorry, Zhou Xiao. I'm a sister of that girl. Our child is unwell, and the whole family is waiting for her to come home. What are you? I'm talking to Lu Xiao. Who gave you the right to interrupt? I, Mu Kongqing, was about to retort. Lu Shenze directly picked up the conversation. Zhou Xiao, look, the family is anxious. You should let her see her sister. But Zhou Yufeng suddenly laughed generously. It's not that I'm not letting her go. It's really that the girl wants to make a name for herself. Come on, Lu Xiao. Let me show you a performance. After saying that, he made an inviting gesture. Lu Shenze didn't know what he was up to, but followed him to the sofa they had just been at. Mu Kongqing, patient, had no choice but to stand behind the sofa. After a while, 5 young girls came up and danced a passionate dance in front of the sofa. Mu Kongqing had no mood to appreciate the dance, but she noticed that all 5 girls were ordinary people and very beautiful. After the dance, the girls stood in a row. Zhou Yufeng pointed casually. Asked them if they want to go home. The 5 girls looked at each other, hesitatingly answering, no. You see, Lu Xiao, I'm not lying. Lu Shenze's voice tightened. I want to see the girl named Li, and Zhou Yufeng laughed even more wildly. That girl. You won't be able to see her, but you can pick any one of these girls to take away. He looked at Lu Shenze's darkening face and turned to another young man in extravagant clothing beside him. Zhang Junshi, don't be shy. You pick one too. The man named Zhang Junshi pointed casually. I'll take the one in the middle. The girl in the middle froze at the words. But the man who had brought them up reacted quickly and pushed her forward. Go on. Young Master Zhang can make you a star. The girl stumbled forward, biting her lip unconsciously, and still walked to the sofa's edge. Come on, Lu Xiao. You pick one too, Zhou Yufeng said provocatively. Thank you for the kind offer, Zhou Xiao, but I refuse decisively. Oh, so Lu Xiao is dissatisfied? Come, take her away, and educate her well if she doesn't learn properly. Lu Shenze abruptly stood up from the sofa. I won't disturb Zhou Xiao any longer. I'll come back tomorrow when you're less busy. Today is really not a good time for conversation. After saying that, he turned to signal Mu Kongqing to follow him. Mu Kongqing had grown tired of listening to them. From a moment the girls danced to being treated like goods to be selected, she had reached her limit. No matter what, she had to see Lian today. Opening her light brain, she pulled up a photo of Li En and bypassed Lu Shenze to walk to the front of the sofa. Someone tried to stop her, but Zhou Yufeng gestured to stop them. What could this woman do? Mu Kongqing approached the girl who remained and bent down to show her the photo. Have you seen this girl? The girl looked at the photo but didn't dare to speak. She turned to look at Zhou Yufeng, who nonchalantly nodded. Just tell the truth. The girl nodded and softly replied, I've seen her. A stone in Kongqing's heart fell to the ground. As long as she had seen her. Kongqing grabbed the girl's arm and asked, Do you want to leave? The girl's eyes instantly turned red, but she still shook her head. I don't want to. Kongqing tightened her grip on the girl's frail arm, her eyes filled with determination. Staring intently at the girl. Do you believe your sister? I can take you away. The girl seemed to be swayed, hesitatingly nodding after a while. Kongqing straightened up, turning to face Lucianza. She felt a bit disappointed. Lucianza was too cautious and couldn't let himself get involved. But she still thanked him for coming to help. Mr. Liu, thank you very much for your assistance today, but what happens next has nothing to do with you. After saying that, she fixed her gaze on Zhou Yufeng, her voice resolute. Zhou Xiao, what happens next is between the two of us. I want to see my sister. Right now. Zhou Yufeng, however, seemed to have heard something amusing. The woman in front of him was inconspicuous, and he had never regarded her seriously since she entered. He just wanted to make things difficult for Lucianza. Madam, you won't be able to see her. If I, Zhou Yufeng, don't want you to see someone, you want to see them. His tone was arrogant yet firm. Suddenly, Kongqing struck out without warning, aiming for Zhou Yufeng's throat. Zhou Yufeng, as an S-class mental attacker, was not to be underestimated. He leaned back on the sofa to dodge her attack, and in the next moment his arm quickly covered in armor. A fist aimed at Kongqing's temple. However, that punch unexpectedly missed, as the woman in front of him had vanished. Chapter 37, Despicable Man, the moment Kongqing disappeared. Lucianza quickly thought of a name, Mu Yun. The people around the sofa were stunned by this sudden change. Zhou Yufeng's bodyguards reacted swiftly. 3 S-class and several A and B-class mech warriors took out their mech keys, covering themselves with mechs and surrounding Zhou Yufeng in the middle. The next second, Kongqing reappeared before everyone, still looking innocent. I can't harm the innocent. Kongqing raised her hand. The hall, which had been windless, suddenly felt a gust. The enormous crystal chandelier on the ceiling creaked and began to sway. A faint sound of a bang was heard as the screws connecting the chandelier were twisted off, causing it to fall from above. The chandelier was special, seemingly weighing dozens of kilograms. First, a few small crystal beads broke free from their restraints, creating silver arcs in the air before landing on the ground with a crisp sound. The guests in the hall looked up upon hearing the noise, and the entire chandelier began to tilt, hundreds of facets simultaneously reflecting blinding light. The guests below changed color, scattering like startled birds. Ah, what is happening? Run. The sound of high heels trampling the trailing skirts was drowned out by screams. Champagne glasses rolled off trays, and shards of glass flew amidst the chaos. People rushed toward the exit, but the chandelier froze in midair, suspended without moving. Kongqing's eyes were filled with coldness as she floated alone in the air. Zhou Yufeng, let my sister and these girls go. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Zhou Yufeng looked at the mech warriors surrounding him, but felt unafraid. Although this woman was mysterious and powerful, he did not consider himself weak. The island was full of his people. Madam, let's talk. Isn't it just your sister? Why don't you and she join our Zhou family? I can offer you generous treatment. Your sister will be treated the same. I guarantee she will be different from the other girls. She can have wealth, freedom, and the envious gazes of others. I said, Kongqing, let all the girls go. Zhou Yufeng's smile vanished. He sighed. It seems the deal has fallen through. Do you really think you can oppose us all by yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow S-class mech beside him produced a blue light sword and lunged toward Kongqing. Kongqing raised her hand, and the chandelier, frozen in the air, changed direction according to her gesture. The sharp crystal points, originally pointing toward the ground, all turned 90 degrees in unison. Their tips now aimed at the sofa, resembling countless short blades reflecting the cascading colorful light toward the charging mech warrior. Faced with the dazzling display, the yellow mech withdrew the light sword and held it horizontally, spinning in an instant to collide with the flying crystals, creating a cacophony as the crystal pendants fell to the ground. Several mech warriors charged in one after another. Kongqing shot upward, performing a beautiful backflip, landing on the charging blue mech, narrowly avoiding a red mech's light sword, and bouncing back over 3 meters. The blue mech suddenly dodged to the side, and behind it, an energy cannon shot a blue beam directly at her. Kongqing did not evade. She raised her hands, green light shining as a whip-like green energy shot out, wrapping around the oncoming energy cannon. The blue and green energies collided with a crackle, and Kongqing looked at Zhou Yufeng, who sat on a sofa with a triumphant expression, a cold smile curling her lips. With a single motion of her hand, the energy cannon seemed to gain consciousness, turning around and charging toward Zhou Yufeng. No one expected this turn of events. The energy cannon flew past the blue mech warrior, and Zhou Yufeng was equally shocked that this woman could control the energy cannon. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled a frightened little girl who had been frozen in place since earlier to shield himself. Despicable. Kongqing was already prepared, green light flashing at her wrist. The energy cannon, about to hit its target, suddenly shot upward, blasting a 2-meter-wide hole in the ceiling, with debris raining down around the feet of the crowd. The attacking mech warriors all retreated in unison, their expressions shifting from disdain to fear. This woman was terrifying. And how was she doing this? The green energy in Kongqing's hands seemed almost tangible, casting a harsh and stern reflection on her ordinary face. At that moment, Lucian's light brain rang with another warning of a mutated beast. He knew the Management Bureau would arrive soon. What he didn't know was that the Security Bureau had already received the alarm and was on its way. He looked up at Kongqing floating in the air. "Ms. Muli, come with me. I will rescue your sister. I promise you will see her tomorrow." Kongqing pointed at Zhou Yufeng. "Can you guarantee that this man will receive the punishment he deserves?" Lucian was speechless. He couldn't do it. The Zhou family was powerful and at the peak, with half the government connected to them. The third star system was watching closely, and the first star system could not afford turmoil right now. He would make Zhou Yufeng pay eventually, but not now. They were not ready. His muscles tensed, his expression dark and uncertain. He had never felt so powerless, not even when his mental power had degraded years ago. Kongqing noticed the difficulty on his face but did not press him further. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Zhou Yufeng on the sofa, her voice disdainful and cold. "You think these people can protect you?" As her words fell, she caught a sound of wind with her ears. A speed-oriented blue mech charged at her, firing a binding lock that was originally designed for capturing mutated beasts, equipped with tracking capabilities and covered in millions of volts of electricity. The binding lock immediately ensnared Kongqing, and a terrifying blinding light erupted from her as the million volts of electricity surged through her. 7 energy cannons simultaneously fired, heading straight for the blinding light. In the blink of an eye, Lucian threw out his mech key, and the mech instantly covered his entire body. He executed extreme maneuvers, firing the 7 energy cannons in succession, striking the energy cannons aimed at Kongqing. The projectiles veered off course, hitting the ceiling and nearby walls. The ceiling was blown away by the tremendous energy. With a thunderous roar, the banquet hall collapsed in an instant. Lucian flew up and caught the little girl who had no means of self-protection, avoiding the flying debris. As for Mu Yun, he had no time to save her. He flew to a safe spot and turned to look at the dazzling light. Chapter 38. Lian appears the moment the binding lock wrapped around her. Kongqing smiled. This thing looked like it had immense energy with its crackling electricity, but in reality, it was just electricity, and she was a lightning-transformed wooden entity. Other than thunder tribulations, she could say that other forms of electricity posed no harm to her. In fact, the electricity wrapping around her was so powerful that it contained a lot of spiritual energy. After her previous operation, the spiritual energy within her was already minimal, but she allowed the current to run rampant across her body, effortlessly beginning to absorb the spiritual energy. With a slight movement of her fingers, spiritual stones appeared out of thin air from her storage space. It took just over 10 seconds for the spiritual energy to once again fill her body. During those 10 seconds, Lucian was both paying attention to Kongqing in the air and contacting the current head of the Lu family, Lu Fengyan, who was Lucian's grandfather. He had a faint feeling that today's situation was not going to be easily resolved, and would require the assistance of the capital star. Zhou Yufeng's secretary was faster than Lu Xinze and had already informed the Zhou family in the capital star about the situation. Dozens of mecha warriors protecting Zhou Yufeng were glaring at the source of the light. Was this woman electrocuted? One should know that a normal person would perish from just a touch of the current on the binding lock. The alarm sounded, growing louder as the Public Security Bureau and the Management Bureau arrived simultaneously. Members from both bureaus rushed out of their flying vehicles. Warning: evacuate unrelated personnel immediately. Everyone, step aside. Public Security Bureau is enforcing the law. Who is this? What is the Management Bureau doing here? What chaos is the Public Security Bureau causing? Where are the exotic beasts? Report: no traces of exotic beasts found. Advisor Liu has deactivated the alarm from the background. The two groups collided chaotically. The collapse of the banquet hall had caused quite a stir, and many curious onlookers had gathered. Some had already started live streaming. What is happening on the floating island? Look, there's a glowing ball in the sky. Hey, is there a person inside? Both in reality and online, chaos ensued. Yuan Liang and Zhang Xi had just disembarked from their flying vehicle when they heard a loud bang from afar. Recently, the borders had stabilized, and due to the mysterious person's incident, the two had taken time off to visit landwaxing to find Lu Xinze, while also planning to relax by the seaside. Yuan Liang dialed Lu Xinze's communication, but it was quickly disconnected. The two exchanged glances and headed towards the source of the sound. Kongqing felt the spiritual energy filling her body. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the binding lock on her body and threw it towards Zhou Yufeng. A mecha warrior activated its energy and lifted Zhou Yufeng, dodging Kongqing's sudden attack. The binding lock fell to the ground, landing on a small ornamental shrub, which instantly turned into charred wood, releasing a burnt smell. Mr. Zhou, can you now release my sister and those little girls? Kongqing's voice, calm to the extreme, echoed in the air. She used a sound transmission spell to ensure everyone present could hear her clearly. Viewers in the live stream were curious. What little girls? Soon, someone in the know explained in the stream. Zhou Yufeng's eyes were filled with fear, behind which lurked a twisted madness. He had already received information from his father, and the Zhou family had begun to act. He just needed to stabilize the situation, as the Zhou family was his greatest support. Ma'am, please do not wrongfully accuse us. We have not captured any girls. They are all here voluntarily, and everything we do is legal, he said, turning to the head of the Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau has arrived, and we hope they can protect the legal rights of our citizens. The head of the Public Security Bureau exchanged a glance with Zhou Yufeng and picked up the loudspeaker. Ma'am, you have already broken the law. Please cooperate with our investigation. Do not resist. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen mecha warriors appeared and surrounded Kongqing. Zhou Yufeng stood behind the wall formed by the mecha warriors, watching Kongqing laugh arrogantly, certain that this woman wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Several young people inside the Management Bureau were on good terms with Lu Xinze. Although this acting leader was usually stern and rarely smiled, he was very capable. Ever since he arrived, the Management Bureau's work had been running smoothly, and even overtime had significantly decreased. The few of them entered the floating island and surrounded Lu Xinze. Advisor Liu, the alarm shows that the pollution level on that woman is exceeding the standard. Lu Xinze nodded, his expression cold as he whispered to one of the young men. Bring a patrol team from the edge zone over here, and listen to my orders. Just as Kongqing was about to speak to Zhou Yufeng, a loud explosion suddenly rang out nearby. Boom! Everyone turned towards the sound and saw that a large pit had been blasted out of the ground about 20 meters away, though they did not know what had caused it. Lian had a hard first night in the dim little room. After taking the pill, she felt both cold and hot, and the places whipped by the whip pained her unbearably. She wished she could peel the skin off her body to relieve her discomfort. During this time, she felt the girl sharing the room with her give her water a few times, and later, the girl simply held her in her arms, gently patting her body. She managed to endure the first night like this. On the second day, she was taken out to learn dance with 8 peers, among whom were surprisingly 2 boys. Sister Yin said they must smile brightly, and whoever did not smile beautifully would feel the whip mercilessly fall upon them. By evening, they returned exhausted to the dim little room. She had become familiar with the girl sharing the room, and as they leaned against each other to rest, the door was suddenly flung open. Two men dressed in black rushed in, pulling out ropes to bind their bodies. Lian struggled desperately. In the struggle, she managed to loosen her hair and successfully slipped the hair tie from her head onto her wrist. One of the men frowned in annoyance, impatiently clicking his tongue before punching Lian in the head. With a thud, the little girl's head hit the floor heavily, leaving her dizzy and nauseous. Completely losing her strength, she was bound up, and her mouth was secured with a sturdy electronic lock to ensure she could not make a sound. One man grabbed one girl, while the other grabbed the other, heading out when they ran into another group of people. "Why the sudden transfer?" one man asked. "The order came from above, but I heard a woman is coming to find her sister," the other man replied in a low voice. Leanne's dim eyes suddenly lit up. She knew her sister must have come. Only her sister had the ability to force them to transfer her. She had this confidence. She couldn't be taken away. She only had one chance and had to take a gamble. Now, her hands, bound behind her back, tore apart the sky thunder talisman hidden in her hair tie. With a loud bang, the two men in black before her were blown away, and the sky thunder talisman directly blew open the entire underground passage. Leanne's ears rang with a booming sound. After a few seconds, as the tremors ended, she stretched out her body, which had been curled up to avoid the debris, and looked up. First, she saw the starry sky. Then she met her sister's eyes. A tear flowed uncontrollably down her cheek, and then she could no longer control her emotions, silently crying. She always knew her sister would come to save her. Kongqing looked at the disheveled Lian, bound by ropes and with something unknown in her mouth. Her slowly beating heart began to ache uncontrollably. Is this what Mr. Zhou calls voluntary? What he calls lawful? Each word she spoke carried an uncontrollable anger directed at everyone present. Lu Xinzi saw dozens of children exposed in the pit and immediately commanded the young people beside him, "Quick, save them!" Zhou Yufeng was quick to react. He raised his hand, and more than a dozen mecha warriors blocked Lu Xinzi's people. The head of the Public Security Bureau shouted at Lu Xinzi in his uniform, "This is our Public Security Bureau's matter. What does it have to do with your management bureau? We will handle it. You have crossed the line." Lu Xinzi had dressed in a suit he rarely wore for the banquet today, and at this moment, his lips were tightly pressed together, every muscle in his body harboring anger. The seriousness of the situation exceeded the jurisdiction of the local Public Security Bureau. The area was now under military control. "Oh, Instructor Liu, have you forgotten that once you are in the locality, you no longer have the authority to mobilize troops?" Zhou Yufeng said in his usual sarcastic tone, provocatively looking at Lu Xinzi. "And what about me? I still have my rights, right?" A clear female voice rang out. Yuan Liang and Zhang Xi rushed to the location where the loud noise had occurred. They had been watching the live broadcast on their way there. Although they didn't know the details yet, they knew that Lu Xinzi was in cahoots with a mysterious woman flying in the air. The speaker, Zhang Xi, was the only female major general among active duty soldiers, Yuan Liang's superior, and a childhood friend of Lu Xinzi. The last time she visited Lu Xinzi, she encountered strange spiritual fluctuations. Beyond her capabilities, her beauty was even more striking, her red lips slightly parted. She mocked. "Is the Public Security Bureau of Lanhua Star now filled with useless people? Did the bureau chief end up in Zhou's bed? Besides screaming, he can't do anything." The tall, burly head of the Public Security Bureau trembled as he pointed at Zhang Xi, unable to speak. This was because Zhang Xi was a member of the Zhang family, which had always had a close relationship with the Zhou family. Cousin, Zhang Junshi, who had been hiding behind a crumbling wall after being rescued by a mech when the banquet hall collapsed, saw a familiar face from the main family approaching to greet him. Zhang Xi glanced at him and sneered, "Trash, not worthy of speaking to me." Chapter 39, If I'm Not Here, revised, both sides are at a stalemate. Zhou Yufeng's side has the advantage in numbers, and even though Lu Xinzi has brought over a small team, it is still not enough. Zhang Xi and Yuan Liang are both rare and powerful S-class mecha warriors, but there are only two of them. However, when they stand there, they do intimidate many people, especially since this is a chaotic fight involving the Lu family, Zhou family, Zhang family, Yuan family, and an unidentified, powerful individual. If they reconcile later, the small fry will be pushed out to take the blame. So the mecha warriors dare not act recklessly. No one wants to take the lead. The live broadcast room is bustling with excitement, with the four families facing off in a situation they could never have imagined. Discussions are flying, and the screen is flooded with comments. But Kongqing does not pay any attention to these people. In a flash, she appears next to Lian. With a wave of her hand, the ropes and gags binding dozens of children loosen, and she gently holds the tearful Lian in her arms. The little girl instinctively shrinks back, slightly. Lifting up her clothing, she sees a long whip mark on Lian's back, swollen and deformed, resembling a centipede, with several other bruises nearby. Her face hidden in the darkness. No one can see her expression. They only see the green light glowing in her hand, and under its influence, the whip marks vanish without a trace. The expressions of the onlookers immediately change. How does she have the ability to heal? Zhang Xiai initially thought he was just there to support a friend, but now he wears a serious expression. This is abnormal. Even the rumored superhuman project has not been said to grant someone the ability to heal. The soldier's keen instincts tell her that this woman must not fall into the hands of any party. Lu Xinze can maintain his composure in the face of all the abnormalities surrounding Kongqing, but rare worry appears on his usually serious face. She seems a bit off. Sister, a boy's voice cuts through the crowd. It's Li Leji. As Kongqing holds Li Un and turns around, she sees 3 children, with Mu Meng looking proudly at her mother. It's him. He used a little magic to bring my brothers to see Mommy. He's so amazing. Li Leji heard the commotion from afar and knew it must be his sister making a move, but he did not follow her instructions to leave. Their lifespans were already limited, and he wanted to be with his family, even if it meant death. Li Zipping had never planned to leave, and as for Mu Meng, she just wanted to see her mommy. The 3 children rushed to the scene, but were stopped by the security personnel outside, who knew that with a small spell from Mu Meng, the 3 of them appeared on the floating island. Kongqing walked over to Li Leji with Li Un in her arms, and wherever she went, the mecha warriors stepped aside. No one dared to stop her. As soon as Lian reached Li Leji's side, Li Zipping began to cry, feeling guilty for not having saved his sister at that time. The 4 children were together, both crying and laughing, especially Mu Meng, who was particularly excited to have her brothers and mother by her side again. She waved her little arms, hugging this one and that one. Kongqing watched them with a smile, but behind that smile was a cold scrutiny. They are still so young. They should be living happily every day. Li Zipping's biggest worry should be his low test scores and his brother's incessant chatter behind him, not having a disfigured arm and feeling guilty for not protecting his sister. Lian is beautiful and intelligent. She should be flourishing in school, attracting everyone's attention. And her beauty should never be a reason for others to harm her. A chill settled in Kongqing's heart. She felt frighteningly awake. Looking around the scene, she met Lu Xinze's gaze. Only he could help her now. She sent the 4 children to his side. Mr. Lu, could you please look after these 4 children for me in the future? They are quite independent and only need a little care. Her tone carried a trusting plea and a determination to go all in. Lu Xinze looked at Li Wen before him. She looked nothing like Mu Yun from the contaminated area. Which one is the real her? Lu Xinze nodded in response to her hopeful gaze, and Kongqing smiled sincerely at him. Thank you. She gradually became transparent in front of him, bending down to gently instruct the 4 children. You must listen to Uncle. Her voice lingered in the air as she disappeared. Meanwhile, not far away, gasps of surprise erupted. No one knew how she did it. Zhou Yufeng was being choked by her, floating in the air. Aside from his initial gasp, he could no longer make sound. His face turned red, and his hands weakly beat against Kongqing's grip on his throat. The young master, who had just been arrogant and proud, shattered like a bubble with a light squeeze. I told you, no one could protect you. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper in his ear. The mecha warriors had already surrounded them, but no one dared to act. The distance was too close, and it would be easy to injure young Master Zhou. Zhou Yufeng's secretary reacted quickly, rushing forward with a holographic device. Miss, please calm down. Our family wants to speak with you. The holographic device opened, projecting a serious and grim face. He was dressed in an exquisite suit, sitting upright at a long table. Zhou Yufeng bore a slight resemblance to him. This lady, my son, has been foolish. I will take this wayward child home and keep a close watch on him. Rest assured, we will take good care of all the children, and the compensation will definitely satisfy you. Kongqing looked at the projection screen, tilting her head slightly, her expression unreadable, but she did loosen her grip a little. Zhou Yufeng began to cough violently. As soon as the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Chengran, finished speaking, Zhou Yufeng's young secretary ordered the mecha warriors surrounding Kongqing to retract their mechs, indicating that they would not engage with her again. Seeing this, the head of the security bureau also instructed his subordinates to withdraw. Lu Xinze did not hesitate for a second. With a wave of his hand, the management personnel followed him as they rushed toward the deep pit on the ground. Come, there's another one. This child shows severe signs of abuse. Take it slow. What? There are exotic beasts too. Stay away. As they got closer, they saw 4 cages underground, each containing a small exotic beast that looked like it had just been born. The live broadcast rooms had been lively, and since it was nighttime, the broadcast quality was not great, but everyone still saw the large cages. Is the Zhou family raising exotic beasts? Isn't that illegal? Talking about illegal activities with the Zhou family? One of the exotic beasts in a cage was startled, and a tender bird cry echoed. Moments later, a massive shadow appeared in the sky above the city, and a heavy bird cry pierced the air. A young member of the management bureau murmured as he looked at the enormous shadow. I wondered why the giant bone bird kept lingering at the edge of the contaminated area. It turns out the children were in Blue Huacheng. A few minutes later, all the children and exotic beasts were arranged to be taken away. Zhou Chengran spoke in the video. Madam, can we release my wayward son now? The scene was chaotic, but a very light, cold laugh still reached everyone's ears. Did I say I would let him go? Pointing at Zhou Yufeng, who was struggling in her grasp, Kongqing said, kidnapping minors and secretly raising exotic beasts. Why should I let him go? Just because the ones being held are ordinary people? Zhou Chengran raised his voice. Madam, I assure you that I will give you a satisfactory answer. And what if I don't let him go? Kongqing's voice was cold and contemptuous. What can you do about it? Suddenly, all the communication devices on site rang in unison. Lu Shenzi, Zhang Qi, and Yuan Liang all received communication from their families, differing in wording but similar in meaning. Zhou Yufeng would be punished. But he must be protected today and not allowed to be taken away in front of so many people. The information online can no longer be suppressed. Everyone in front had their own thoughts, while the families behind were also busy, quickly exchanging information, forming a delicate balance of various interests. Lu Xinze's expression turned cold as he listened to the voice on the communicator but did not respond. Kongqing, however, did not give them time to think. A green light flashed. Zhou Yufeng's scream came, his hands drooping limply. His arms had been crippled. You, Zhou Chengran, slammed his hand on the table in anger. Lu Xinze felt a sense of relief. For the first time, he disagreed with his grandfather's approach, yet after weighing the pros and cons, he still spoke. Ms. Li, come with me. I will protect you. Zhou Yufeng has already been crippled by you, and I have properly arranged for those children. Kongqing's expression remained calm and composed. Mr. Lu, do you think this is enough? Her voice carried far. Do you really think this is enough? Lu Xinze sincerely admired her. Ms. Li, you have done more than enough today. The rest is up to us. We will give these children justice. But Kongqing only found it laughable. She truly laughed, laughing at the crowd and at herself. She looked at Lu Xinze and solemnly retorted, What if there was no me? What if there was no me? Those words echoed in the air over the floating island, resounding in everyone's ears. Lu Xinze frowned in confusion, opened his mouth, but no sound came out. How could there be no you? Kongqing looked at the stunned crowd and found it even more ridiculous. If this world had no me, what would happen to these children? They would be trampled and have no place to seek justice, becoming tools for others to bring down the Zhou family. Everyone would gather to celebrate with champagne, having removed this tumor from the Zhou family. But what about these children? I descended from the sky and became their savior. I should not exist in this world. Yet their suffering truly exists in this world. You do not know who I am. If there were no me, you would not know who these children are. Ridiculous. Ridiculous me. Ridiculous justice. Chapter 40. Inner demon Zhou Yufeng was howling incessantly in Mu Kongqing's grip, having only lost his arms yet still full of strength, glaring fiercely at the woman before him. Zhou Qianren's voice came through the video. Madam, the sinner has already been punished. We will not show mercy going forward. Not just to him, but also to those around him. We will impose corresponding punishments. The children we rescued will have their lives arranged properly. And you, madam, your family's future will be taken care of by our Zhou family. Zhou Qianren emphasized his statement, knowing how to negotiate. As long as the stakes were high enough, no one could refuse. However, he did not realize he was not facing a human. Mu Kongqing looked at Zhou Yufeng, who was still capable of howling, completely ignoring the Zhou family head that others would give millions to meet, the vast starry sky above, and the endless darkness behind the howling man. The giant bird had not left, occasionally casting a massive shadow. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the filth before her. If it weren't for me, he would be enjoying drinks and games at the banquet today. If it weren't for me, these children would be silently shedding tears in the dead of night. But it is precisely me. Mu Kongqing's voice was as light as a feather, brushing against everyone's ears, as if she were speaking to someone else, or perhaps to herself. Why is it me? A wisp of black mist floated out from the green, spiritual energy. Her green glow turned black. Someone in a live stream noticed the black wisp. She, who should have been enjoying life on Earth, resembled what was referred to as a faint person, not feeling anything about not ascending after successfully cultivating, indulging in the pleasures of life with money that could never run out. But it is me. It is me. She tightened her grip around Zhou Yufeng's neck, her fingers slowly constricting. Stop it! Zhou Qianren roared angrily through the video. Lu Shenze took a step forward, muscles tense but said nothing. Zhang Xiai looked at Mu Kongqing floating in the air, unable to hide his shock. His gaze flicked between Lu Shenze and Yuan Liang. The three quickly exchanged glances, and the communicator in their hands emitted a faint light. The police chief, however, was no longer calm. The Zhou family's son could not be harmed. At least not on his territory. We need to, he barely began. A crisp crack echoed. The sound of bones breaking was faint yet thunderous in everyone's ears, and the world fell silent. Zhou Yufeng's head drooped in Mu Kongqing's grip, his eyes still open. The sound of the giant bird's wings flapping filled the air. This once arrogant figure, who was surrounded and could openly provoke others, had died just like that. Our Zhou family will never let you go. Zhou Qianren could no longer sit still. He stood up and rushed to the video screen, his face contorted with rage, his hoarse voice filled with bloodthirsty pain. This was his beloved son. Duan Cheng was watching the live broadcast in his office, shocked that the person who had been so arrogant at his banquet had died just like that. His astonishment had not yet faded, but instinct took over. Butler Duan, quickly. We need to mobilize all our company's flying ships to the docking port for standby. The Zhou family would not let her go. This woman must live. Mu Kongqing did not care about the immense wave she had stirred in reality or online. She released her grip, and Zhou Yufeng's body fell to the ground like trash with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Yufeng's secretary was the first to rush forward, followed by several bodyguards, all holding onto a glimmer of hope, but the body lying before them was soft and lifeless, with no chance of survival. The online audience was shocked. Is he dead? Completely dead. What is this? Public execution? Take her back. Dozens of mechas soared into the sky, alarms blaring, and sounds of flying vehicles approaching filled the air. Lu Shenze pushed the four children into Zhang Xi's arms, ready to flee, but Zhang Xi grabbed him. You're not strong enough. The four children were returned to Lu Shenze's hands. He was only in A class, while Zhang Xi and Yuan Liang took out their mecha keys, their mechas enveloping them as they charged forward to intercept several mechas flying by. A few mechas flew over to join them. It was Tao Ting and her team. They had seen the live stream and were certain that this unfamiliar face was their idol who had saved them, and they rushed over to help. Everything had spiraled out of control. Mu Kongqing merely watched coldly, sighing, "You cannot defeat me." Everyone heard her voice, but the mecha warriors did not retreat. Several energy cannons simultaneously locked onto her, trailing blue flames as they carved bright arcs through the darkness. Kongqing formed a massive green defensive barrier with her hands. All the energy cannons struck it, but could advance not an inch. With a flick of her hand, they were drawn into the night sky. But the barrage did not cease, continuously flying toward her. She could leave. With a single spell, she could vanish without a trace before everyone. But she refused. Why is it me? Why should I descend as a savior? The gazes of the rescued children pierced her heart. I should not be in a completely foreign place being their hero, worshipped by them. This is wrong. If it weren't for me, who would see their suffering? Her green light intensified. Each shell striking her felt like hitting cotton. Quick! Her pollution level is exceeding limits. She is not human. She is a monstrous beast. Another team from the Management Bureau arrived on the scene, bringing the latest order: immediate extermination. Kongqing took out all the spirit stones from her storage space, surrounding herself with them, providing a continuous flow of spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged, those shells could not harm her in the least. She wanted to boldly stand before everyone, questioning herself and the heavens. Should I exist in this world? I bring powers not of this world to seek justice for these people, but I am but one, only one of me. The green defensive barrier surrounding Kongqing was being eroded by strands of black, like polluted vines wrapping around her. And another self stood before her. Her voice was like a blade sharpened with ice, cold and cruel. You killed one, but you cannot kill them all. It was the inner demon. Kongqing tightly closed her eyes, a painful crease forming on her brow. Shut up. The voice fluctuated in proximity. Tomorrow your deeds will make the front page, but it will only become a topic for gossip. You cannot change anything. You are not a savior. You are merely a small accident from another world. The Zhou family just needs to admit a mistake, bow, and sponsor a normal child's life in a welfare home, and everything will pass. Shut your mouth. The inner demon let out a silver bell-like laugh, icy fingers tracing her taut cheek. You can neither return to Earth nor ascend. Ordinary people see you as a symbol of justice, but you are nothing. You do not even dare to show your true face. Dare you? Kongqing. The voice echoed left and right. You have cultivated for 1,000 years. You can do as you please, but do you dare? Idare. Kongqing suddenly opened her eyes, the swirling darkness in her gaze nearly spilling over. Ha ha ha. The inner demon's laughter suddenly tore apart. Look, how are you any different from those who bully others with power? You are merely trampling on others with greater strength. The warmth given to younger siblings. The admiration earned by a simple pinky promise. The gratitude from others. Merely the merit you desire. Zhou Yufeng's tricks. You play even more skillfully. Zhou Yufeng uses power to oppress, while you use your cultivation to bestow pity. You ask others what if they didn't have you? Ridiculous. Your compassion is merely because you are strong. Only the strong are worthy of establishing order, while the weak can only crawl. Kongqing's pupils suddenly constricted. The shadow of her inner demon shattered like a mirror, rushing towards her body. Her gaze swept around, the mech warriors surrounding her, the mech soldiers helping her. Lu Xinze and the 4 children looking at her with concern, and the mess of mud on the ground. She had never regarded them highly because she was strong. The green defensive barrier completely turned black. Chapter 41. Thunder tribulation. The countless stars in the sky had vanished at some point, and dark clouds began to gather, rolling and churning ominously. Is it going to rain? Someone murmured on the scene. Kongqing's pitch-black eyes swept through the clouds. It was the thunder tribulation. Her power did not belong to this world, and with the intrusion of her inner demons, her cultivation had surged. This world did not permit her existence. The heavenly Tao sought to kill her. Booming sounds echoed as the thunderclouds began to gather. Something was wrong. Zhang Xi raised his eyes to the clouds, which were primarily gathering above that woman's head. Boom! Run! Zhang Xi and Lu Xinze shouted in unison, and the mech warriors activated their energy, swiftly flying in all directions. In an instant, the center of the floating island was empty, leaving only one figure standing tall, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, with the power to destroy everything, crashed down upon Kongqing. She held her breath and concentrated, unleashing her spiritual power. As the dazzling thunder tribulation collided with the dark barrier, the blinding silver light illuminating the entire floating island as if it were daytime, Kongqing could no longer maintain her changing appearance and revealed her true form. Lucian's pupils suddenly constricted, involuntarily taking a half-step forward. The familiar visage was right before his eyes. She laughed towards the sky, her black hair dancing without wind, under the reflection of the heavenly thunder. Her outline was edged in silver, breathtakingly beautiful. Ridiculous heavenly Tao. Her voice pierced through the rumbling thunder. You indulge the humans of the same root and origin to harm each other, allowing the evolved to trample their own kind, but cannot tolerate a lonely soul from another world. Boom! The response from the heavenly Tao was an even thicker bolt of thunder that split the sky and struck down fiercely, visibly thinning the black barrier. You are high above, yet cannot hide your injustice. Kongqing laughed even more recklessly. The third bolt of tribulation thunder was brewing in the clouds, turning the entire sky into a terrifying purplish red. Boom! Silver intertwined with purplish red, tearing through the clouds and crashing down. Immediately after, the fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts of heavenly thunder followed in quick succession. The black barrier finally could not hold up any longer and shattered with a loud bang under everyone's gaze. She spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving a shocking mark on her pale face. Blue City flickered erratically in the thunderstorm. It was already deep into the night, yet no one slept. On-site online, tens of millions held their breath, watching intently. What had started as an ordinary human trafficking case had unexpectedly evolved into such a devastating spectacle. The words same root and origin exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder, shaking their very souls. The remaining spiritual power was barely enough to withstand the final strike of thunder. Defeat was certain, but she knew the heavenly Tao would not win either. It was the one that brought her to this world, and now it sought to destroy her. No matter the purpose, it had already lost. At that moment, Kongqing suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Lucianza through the myriad of lightning. In that instant, Lucianza clearly saw a hint of relief in her eyes. Mr. Liu, her voice reached everyone's ears clearly, calm as if she were not facing death. Remember to take care of those children for me. Lucian's pupils suddenly constricted. The communicator creaked in his grip. Immediately activate the city defense shield. He barked into the emergency channel of the administration bureau, his voice tense like never before. Mr. Liu, we can't. The control personnel's voice trembled. The higher-ups just rejected the application, saying to execute the evolved monster. The communicator crackled with harsh static. The seventh bolt of heavenly thunder was gathering strength in the clouds, and the blinding white light illuminated the entire sky as if it were daytime. Lucianza looked up and saw Kongqing's figure appearing so small, yet so resolute amidst the lightning. As the seventh bolt of heavenly thunder crashed down, the entire city trembled. Kongqing's figure swayed in the lightning, her dissipating spiritual energy flowing away from her, her consciousness becoming hazy. She couldn't die. People online began frantically typing. She can't die. Big sister. Woo, who can save her? Zhang Xi snatched the communicator. This woman is now an important protective target for our army. Her power is crucial for maintaining border stability and safety. For the future of the government and the first star system, the First Army will officially take over the security work in Blue City. I, as an active duty Major General, command you to activate the protective shield. The three people in the control room exchanged glances, and in less than a second, the Administration Bureau's system suddenly popped up an emergency notice. The First Army takes over the defense of Blue City. Commander, Zhang Xi. The red button was pressed. In the next second, the energy core of the entire city roared to life, and a massive defense shield rose from the ground. A translucent light curtain resembling an inverted dome, blocking between Kongqing and the eighth bolt of thunder at the last moment. The moment the lightning collided with the shield, the world fell silent for a second, and then a deafening explosion echoed through the skies. The protective shield collapsed under the immense energy, and the diminished power of the heavenly thunder still struck Kongqing. Under the gaze of tens of millions, she fell slowly like a kite with its string cut, eventually coming to a stop a few meters above the ground, her long hair cascading down, blood soaking her clothes, and she completely lost consciousness. The internet instantly erupted. The protective shield couldn't even withstand a single blow. It's over, the big sister is already. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder began to brew. It was the strongest and the last, vowing to completely obliterate Kongqing. The entire sky twisted and trembled. But Kongqing was already oblivious, floating in the air, unaware. Mom. Meng's chubby little hand pointed at Kongqing floating in the air. He did not understand why his mother was not moving. As Lu Shenzhe heard the word mom, in a flash, he finally remembered what he had overlooked. This child. He looked up at Kongqing, who was floating in the air, motionless. In the next moment, the chubby little hand in his grasp vanished. Meng appeared above Kongqing out of thin air. He tilted his head to look at her. Mom? Thunder. Meng is scared. He pointed at the lightning behind him. Mom, don't sleep. Tears filled his big eyes, and his small chubby hand touched his mother's cheek, which was icy cold. The ninth bolt of heavenly thunder fell. The lightning drew closer, and his mother remained with her eyes tightly shut, ignoring him. He was so scared. His mother had just been struck by the bright lightning, and he couldn't let her be struck again. He wobbled to his feet, stretching his round body into a small tree. The not-so-thick roots intertwined into a cocoon, wrapping Kongqing's bloodied body tightly. The small treetop shook violently, but stubbornly shielded above Kongqing. Boom! The moment the heavenly thunder struck. The blinding silver light engulfed everything. The entire world shook in silence. Everyone's vision turned snow white, and their eardrums buzzed with the sound. Chapter 42. To the capital star it was night, and Kongqing and the others were on the floating island. The power of the lightning made most people hesitant to approach, and the several personal live streaming rooms were not close to each other. The specific details were unclear, and everyone could only hear Kongqing's voice. She was flashing with green and black light, and then she was struck by lightning. The online viewers held their breath, watching the blinding white lightning on the screen. Strangely, after the last bolt of lightning struck, the dark clouds that had been rolling ominously suddenly dispersed. Oh my God, this is so tense. Will the young lady be struck down? What is happening? Why is the screen black? Did the connection drop? At the same time, all the live streams in Blue Huacheng were cut off. Meanwhile, as the dazzling lightning faded, two figures fell from the sky, one large and one small. Because of the brightness of the last lightning bolt, no one saw Meng turn into a tree. They only knew that the lightning had struck his small body. A group of people rushed forward. Lu Shenzhe's chest heaved violently as he roared, "Call a doctor." Zhang Xi's panicked voice came through. "This child has no breath or heartbeat. He is dead." Lu Shenzhe had just picked up Kongqing and hadn't had time to look at him when he heard Zhang Xi's words and turned to see the small figure in Zhang Xi's arms. The chubby child now lay limply in Zhang Xi's embrace, his hands and feet drooping, showing no reaction at all. "Quick, take him to the hospital." "Sister, brother." Li Leji rushed over, and upon seeing the unresponsive Meng, he broke down in tears. "Uncle Lu, please save my brother. My sister said that he won't die. He can't die." Lu Shenzhe didn't have time to comfort him. He held Kongqing, and Zhang Xi held Meng. Yuan Liang brought people to protect them as they prepared to rush onto the aircraft when a group suddenly surrounded them. "Sorry, Mr. Lu. We received orders from the government office. We're taking over here. We will take these two to the hospital." From a communicator that Lu Shenzhe had not hung up, a voice came through. "Shenzhe, the port is ready. Return to the capital star." Yuan Liang patted Lu Shenzhe on the shoulder. "Leave this to me." Lu Shenzhe nodded at him, and without hesitation boarded the aircraft, followed closely by the others. "Head to the docking port." The aircraft flew into the night sky, and behind them, Yuan Liang stood in front of the Security Bureau personnel with his team. At that moment, the port, which should have been quiet, was filled with people. The moment Lu Shenzhe appeared, several people rushed over. "Young Master Lu, this way." The old master has already arranged everything. "Soon we will board the number 2 starship, and then leave through the number 2 starship's exit to the nearby number 3 starship. This port is chaotic right now. The Zhou family has issued a statement that no one can take away the person who killed Zhou Yufeng. The Duan family has sent several starships to create a diversion, and they have already drawn away a group of people. Lu Shenze listened to the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears, maintaining a calm demeanor, but his arm holding Kongqing was steady. After some twists and turns, they finally boarded the starship without further incident. As the starship accelerated towards the sky, 8 starships took off from the port simultaneously. One of them was hit by a cannonball with a loud explosion, breaking apart in mid-air. Lu Shenze stared grimly at the fire outside the window, while Zhang Xiai muttered angrily beside him. The Zhou family is too rampant. Kongqing lay on the starship's bed frame as if asleep, her face smeared with blood, breathing steadily, unresponsive to anything outside. In contrast, Meng showed no signs of life, his chubby face turning ashen. The doctors on the starship examined the two of them and looked very serious. Mr. Liu, this woman appears to have no issues but needs further examination in the hospital. However, this child has already died. Li Laji, Lian, and Li Zipping huddled closely together, tried to remain silent to avoid being a burden. At this moment, Lian suddenly stood up. The little girl seemed to have grown up all at once after experiencing this series of events. She looked at Lu Shenze. My brother want to die. I'm not lying, Mr. Liu. Lu Shenze nodded. Don't worry, we want to give up on him. Upon hearing this, the little girl finally showed a hint of smile, but the next moment her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, her whole body beginning to convulse. Li Leji and Li Zipping rushed over. Sister, little sister. 2 doctors quickly surrounded her. Let me see. After a brief examination, the doctor sighed with relief, but still frowned. Young Master Liu, this girl is experiencing withdrawal from drugs. We don't know what kind, but it doesn't seem serious. We can test for the substances at the hospital. If the addiction isn't severe, a forced detox will suffice. Lu Shenze's face was grim. This little girl, Lian, had been missing for only 48 hours, and she had already been fed drugs. When he was in the military, he was always surrounded by exotic beasts and the 3rd star system. After leaving the army and coming to Blue Huacheng, his grandfather told him to take a break. So he didn't involve himself in the Liu family's matters, just watching the people at home jumping around. He never expected the aristocratic families to have become this chaotic. Now the president of the 1st star system was from the Zhou family, the cousin of the current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Chengren, with Zhou Yufeng dead. And in such a tragic and humiliating way, the balance among the aristocratic families was instantly shattered. The little girl was picked up by the doctors and placed on an empty bed frame, her hands and feet restrained to prevent her from hurting herself. After more than 10 minutes, the violent convulsions subsided, leaving only slight twitching. Li Laji and Li Zipping surrounded the 3 bed frames, and the starship fell silent for a moment. Soudainly, Zhang Xiai's communicateur. She glanced at it and pressed mute. Now they think of me, she thought. Zhang Xiai was at odds with her family because she was too strong. As a strong, new generation, she was a girl who refused to be controlled and went to the military. She took a deep breath. Lu Shenze, tell me what is going on? I just wanted to take a vacation with Yuan Liang to relax, and now this is more exhausting than being in the army. You might not believe it. Lu Shenze said helplessly, I don't know. His gaze turned to Kongqing, then to Meng. A guess had been lingering in his heart since they boarded the starship. In fact, he hadn't dared to look at Meng. That small, soft child lay there, silent. The other children said he wouldn't die, and he believed it, but the fear in his heart almost overwhelmed him. His scalp tingled, and he didn't dare think deeply about it, so he chose to evade it. He shared the key points he knew with Zhang Xiai. The more she listened, the more shocked she became. So, she is not human? I don't know. What about this child? With him like this, those kids still believe he is not dead. That is not right. She paused, still feeling it was unbelievable. Lu Shenze, we soldiers have seen plenty of death in chaotic times. I could tell at a glance whether this child is dead or not. The doctors say he is dead. The word dead kept spinning in Lu Shenze's mind. He didn't answer Zhang Xiai's question and turned to look out at the starry sky. The stars looked beautiful from the ground, but up close without the illusion. They were left with only the most direct visual, full of craters and not very beautiful at all. An hour and a half later, The supersonic starship arrived at the capital star. Chapter 43. Sleep capital star is much more prosperous than Lanhua star. Even in the deep of night, various virtual characters and animals are projected on the giant screens of skyscrapers, and virtual signs are brightly lit, resembling flowing rivers of color. Flying vehicles weave between the tall buildings, with car lights trailing long streaks of light. The high tower at the docking port rotates, with starships approaching. As soon as the starship docks, several groups of people gather around, and this time, no one is being formal or delaying. As soon as the starship door opens, they pull out one person at a time until the last one exits, but they fail to catch the person they wanted. At this moment, Kongqing and Meng have already been quietly sent to the top floor of a private hospital invested by the Liu family. If it weren't for the well-equipped medical facilities neatly arranged there, the top floor would resemble a luxurious private residence more than a hospital, dominated by white decor. On two beds lie a large person and a small one. The most authoritative doctors from Capital Star have gathered here, and with generous remuneration, they are naturally diligent. Basic examinations have already been completed. After a discussion, the most experienced Dr. Zhao approaches Lu Shenze. Old Master Lu has not appeared. Only Lu Shenze, Zhang Ci, two caregivers, for bodyguards, and the three siblings from the Li family are present. Young Master Lu, that woman's vital signs are stable. We cannot detect any issues with her body. Besides her heart rate being slower than average, she is very healthy, and we cannot provide any treatment for her, he said, pointing at Meng, hesitating slightly. This child has already passed away. The toxicology report for another girl will not be available until tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, young Master Lu, we can't be of any help. Lu Shenze waved his hand, and the doctors left. They had all signed confidentiality agreements, and what happened today could not be mentioned to anyone. Zhang Ci settled the three children down to sleep and found a place to rest herself. She was truly exhausted. Lu Shenze walked over to Meng's side and grasped on the child's small, chubby hands. He remembered the first time he met Meng. Her little hand was soft and warm. Now, the small hand in his grip was cold and showing a bluish hue. He took out the mech key hanging around his neck, which had been in slumber, and used his mental power to awaken it. The unchanged electronic voice of Chiu Suo sounded. Is there anything? The mech key was placed into the soft, limp hand. What happened to my friend? Lu Shenze's voice was tense. I don't know. Can you feel him? Yes, is my friend asleep? With a thud, it sounded like a stone hitting the ground, and Lu Shenze felt his heart return to its normal rhythm. Chiu Suo is essentially a mechanical entity that can resonate with him when connected to his mental power. But when it is in the form of a mech key, it cannot sense the fluctuations of the dead. There are fluctuations. But why does it feel like he is dead? Lu Shenze looked helplessly at the little Meng. A sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Lu Shenze turned to see Li Leji, who couldn't sleep and wanted to keep an eye on his siblings to feel at ease. He saw Lu Shenze sitting by Meng's bed holding her small hand. Lu Shenze did not explain, simply raised his hand to gesture, and the caregivers and security personnel in the room quietly left, the metal door closing with a soft click. I want to ask you a few questions. Li Leji licked his dry lips, grateful for Lu Shenze's efforts for them today, and nodded in response. How did you meet your sister? Everyone had seen her unusual behavior today, and this question seemed harmless. Li Leji thought seriously for a moment. She fainted at our doorstep when she was pregnant. My siblings and I brought her back. When Lu Shenze spoke again, his voice was dry. When was this? At the end of the 82nd year of the Star Era. That was during the time he lost his sanity. Despite having countless questions, he could not ask anymore. Go get some rest. Lu Shenze's typically cold tone softened. It won't help you to stay here. They will both be fine. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Li Leji nodded and left. At this moment, outside, chaos erupted. News of the events on Lanhua Star spread to every corner of the galaxy. No one could clarify the specific details, only that the young master of the Zhou family had imprisoned underage, ordinary people, angering a very powerful woman, who killed him in front of everyone, and now no one knows where that woman is. The videos circulating are all blurry, but people on the internet are very excited. In the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Chengran glares with bloodshot eyes while listening to his subordinates' reports. The person is currently untraceable. The only identity we can find is that of a welfare institution director, an ordinary person. However, it is now confirmed that someone has impersonated her. The director died in the insect tide a few years ago, but since ordinary people's information is often overlooked, she took advantage of the loophole. The Zhang family said they could not contact Zhang Ci, and the Yuan family relayed that Yuan Liang knew nothing. The Liu family is being evasive, and we can't extract any information. The body of the young master has been prepared and will be transported back to capital Star tomorrow. Head of the family, please accept my condolences. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chengren clenched his hands tightly, his veins bulging. Information on the internet is fermenting quickly. Someone is doing this intentionally. We have done our best to remove the information that can be taken down, but for every removal, someone else posts it back. The president just called and said this matter must be handled well. Sacrifices may be necessary. Head of the family, I dare say that everything must be related to the Liu family. Zhou Chengren knew this as well, but the Liu family has always held a significant position in the military. It is very difficult to catch them off guard. The Zhou family is brightly lit. It is a sleepless night. Kongqing lies in bed. After going through the 9 thunder tribulations, her cultivation has advanced a step, and her body is undergoing tremendous changes. She cannot wake up and cannot perceive what is happening outside. Is Mumeng okay? Are the children safe? Her spiritual power is exhausted, and her meridians are painful. With her increased cultivation, she urgently needs a large amount of spiritual power to reshape her body, but there is none. The spiritual power in the air is too thin. What to do? Mom? Mom, is that you, Mumeng? How did you get into my sea of consciousness? Mom, it hurts. It hurts. Mumeng's tender voice is filled with pain. Chapter 44. Yes. Mumeng. Kongqing didn't understand why Mumeng's soul was in her sea of consciousness. Something must have happened after she fell unconscious that she didn't know about. Why is Mumeng in pain? Her voice was urgent. Is it very painful? Mumeng felt for a moment and seemed to feel better. That's good. Kongqing sighed in relief. She sensed her surroundings but couldn't feel Mumeng's presence. Only heard his voice. In her sea of consciousness, there was a black flow. It must be her inner demons that hadn't been dispelled. With such a big thunder, why didn't it strike her dead? Now it's fine. I'm trapped in my own body. Mumeng, can you return to your own body? Return? Body? Little Mumeng was filled with big confusion. Yes, you're currently in mommy's body. Try to return to your own body. Oh, with a hesitant tone, Mumeng began to exert effort to do as mommy said and return to his own body. After dawn, the doctors came again. The big and small people were no different from before. Several doctors discussed for a long time, but could only apologize, saying that the situations of these two individuals were too special and they couldn't find any treatment methods. Unable to help, Lu Xinze decided to try other methods. He contacted Yuan Liang's wife, Mi Qianan, who was a well-known mental comforter in the First Galaxy. When Mi Qianan arrived, she was still in a daze. She hadn't been able to contact Yuan Liang since last night. The Yuan family only told her that Yuan Liang would be back in a few days and asked her not to worry. With a belly full of questions, Mi Qianan met the big and small individuals. One of them looked like a corpse. What's going on? Zhang Ci, who was somewhat familiar with her, briefly explained the situation. I contacted the Blue Hua City side. Yuan Liang was detained over there, but don't worry. He actually doesn't know anything. He'll be free in a day or two. Mi Qianan was shocked by what she heard. She pointed at the unconscious Kongqing. Is this a superhuman? We don't know either. This person has been in a coma, and the doctors can't do anything. They just said her body is normal. So we wanted you to give it a try. Mi Qianan nodded, sat down on the chair beside Kongqing's bed, closed her eyes, and began to release her mental power to probe into Kongqing's body. After just a minute, she opened her eyes. I'm sorry, I can't help you. This person has no mental power. Lu Xinze had been using his light brain to understand the situation outside. Hearing Mi Qianan's words, he stopped, and his expression grew darker. Li Leji anxiously stepped forward to check on his sister lying down. Suddenly, Kongqing's hand, which was resting on the bedside, moved slightly. He widened his eyes and exclaimed. It moved. Lu Xinze quickly stood up and walked over. Lying in bed, Kongqing's eyelids began to tremble violently. Under everyone's gaze, she finally slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze swept over everyone by the bed, and upon seeing Li Leji, she smiled happily. Brother, Lilazi. After a brief silence, he tentatively spoke. Mumeng? He became excited. Brother, sister. He reached out to give her a hug, but Lilazi could only hold his hand. Seeing how big his body was, Zhang Sai, intrigued, leaned closer. This is interesting. Lu Xinze was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Mumeng struggled to sit up, waving his arms and legs. This action was certainly not graceful for an adult. Mi Qianan, who was closest, quickly helped him. Mumeng sat up and looked at the stranger who helped him. He blinked his clear big eyes and seriously nodded at Mi Qianan. Thank you, sister. Mi Qianan was always gentle. Even her smile was soft. Zhang Xi was much more cheerful. She directly leaned in front of Mumeng. This is so interesting. Mumeng looked at the face leaning toward him. It was the sister he had seen before. She was so beautiful, just like Mommy. He blushed and greeted softly. Hello? Sister. Oh. Zhang Xi became even more excited. Her vacation had finally become interesting. When the old man, Lu Chuanlin, arrived, Zhang Xi was playing ball with Li En and Mumeng. It was unknown what Lu Xinze was thinking. As soon as Mumeng woke up, he had someone buy a whole room full of toys to send over. Li Leji was practicing combat, as his sister said that martial arts should be practiced every day. Li Zipping's mechanical arm had been damaged that day, and the damaged arm was now a bit small for him. Lu Xinze simply replaced it with a new one, which was being installed. Mi Qianan had already left. She had to go to work and couldn't let anyone notice anything unusual. Lu Xinze was reviewing the statement released by the Zhou family this morning. When old man Lu opened the door, he was greeted by such a scene. The house was quite lively. Lu Xinze quickly greeted Grandpa. Zhang Xi straightened up from picking up the ball. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Several children followed her, shouting, Hello, Grandpa Lu. Only Mumeng, standing next to Zhang Xi and slightly taller than her, was picking at his hands. Lu Xinze spoke to him alone. Say hello, call him Great-Grandpa. Mumeng blinked his curious big eyes. He had never seen someone this old before. He stood up straight and raised his hand. Hello, Great-Grandpa. Zhang Xi furrowed her brows in confusion. Why does he have to call him Great-Grandpa? Before Lu Chuanlin arrived, he had thought a lot about the Zhou family, the deceased Zhou Yufeng, and the mysterious woman, but he didn't expect to open the door to such a bizarre scene. Outside, there was turmoil and bloodshed, while various forces were moving in response. Inside the house was like a large amusement park. Lu Xinze explained the situation to him, and he put the Zhou family behind him. The elderly man, whose hair was already gray, looked down at the unconscious Mumeng lying on the bed. This is truly amazing. Yes, we asked the child, and before he woke up, he could still talk to his mother. After waking up, he couldn't talk to her anymore. We speculate that he needs to be asleep to do so. But as you know, children can't just fall asleep whenever. So this means that this woman is still in her body, but can't wake up. She probably needs some sort of opportunity. Lu Xinze nodded, hesitating whether to tell his grandpa about his relationship with this woman. After thinking it over, he decided to wait until the woman woke up and discuss it with her first. The two went to a small room nearby. The Zhou family held a press conference early in the morning, donating $5 million for improving the living conditions of ordinary people who hadn't evolved. Lu Xinze spoke while tapping on his light brain. They also said they would thoroughly investigate. On the light brain, a reporter squeezed to the front, thrusting a microphone into Zhou Qingren's face. Mr. Zhou, the rescued children are only a part, right? Is it possible that there are more victims that we haven't discovered? Zhou Qingren faced the camera seriously and solemnly said, From today onwards, anyone can come to our Zhou family to provide clues or report. We will definitely take it seriously. Those who have been harmed, don't be afraid. We will be responsible to the end. After he finished speaking, several people protected him as he got into the car. The camera shifted, and Zhou Qingren drove away. This little thing has acted for a lifetime. He really should become an actor. No wonder their family's entertainment industry has grown so large. The old man Lu was of the same generation as Zhou Qingren's father. But Zhou's old man had already passed away. Grandpa, what should we do next? No one will come out to report. The Zhou family acts quickly. The public opinion on the internet was controlled immediately. It's likely that they will slowly let this matter fade away by pushing out a few small minions. Grandpa, if Zhou Yufeng hadn't died, he wouldn't have to pay any price, right? Lu Xinze's voice was low. The old man Lu raised his eyelids. Have you gone stupid from being a soldier? How naive. Zhou Yufeng is the most valued young generation of the Zhou family. Even his brother can't compare to him. As long as he is alive, no one can touch him. Lu Xinzi's expression was obscure, and he swallowed hard, finally making up his mind. Grandpa, I want to return to the Lu family and officially participate in the affairs of the Lu family. Chapter 45 Stone Old Master Lu was genuinely surprised this time. Lu Xinzi had always been his most favored grandson. The Lu family had been operating in the military for many years, and barring any accidents, it was expected that the next generation would be led by him. However, an unexpected event occurred. No one could have anticipated that Lu Xinzi would experience a mental storm at such a young age. As soon as the incident happened, Old Master Lu wanted to call him back home to help out. Not being a mecha warrior could allow him to live a few more years, and being by his side would be just right for taking over the Lu family's business. With so many Lu family members, his absence in the military wouldn't make a difference. Who knew this stubborn child wouldn't come back no matter what? Instead, running off to Lanhua City to become a teacher? This time, perhaps due to some stimulus, he suddenly wanted to go home. Old Master Lu was pleased. All right, come back. You're the only one in the Lu family who can accomplish something. It's better for you to come back early and take over the affairs. What was happening with the Zhou family wasn't the most important thing. The most important matter was the woman lying outside. Old Master Lu casually pointed outside. Grandpa, let me handle this woman, Lu Xinzi said. Old Master Lu, having experienced many storms in his life, immediately sensed something was off. Xinzi, he sighed, but didn't he say it outright? Then I'll leave it to you. Old Master Lu gave Lu Xinzi some instructions before leaving. Mu Meng obediently stood at the door to see him off. Great-grandpa, goodbye. After saying that, he waved his hand. Old Master Lu nodded and left. Mu Meng asked his brother, Great-grandpa? Grandpa? Li Leji understood. Grandpa is Dad's dad, and great-grandpa is Dad's dad's dad. Meng Meng pointed to himself. No dad. Lu Xinzi, who was behind them, felt a mix of sourness and frustration upon hearing this. Li Leji didn't have any extra thoughts. Brother doesn't have a dad either. Mu Meng didn't think not having a dad was a big deal. But he missed his mom. He walked to the mirror in the room, looking at his mom's reflection, and gently called out, Mom. The mom in the mirror wouldn't respond to him, nor would she hold him. After calling out, he felt a bit wronged, his eyes reddening as he silently began to cry. The power of a beautiful woman's tears is immense. Zhang Xi couldn't bear it and stepped forward to hug the taller Mu Meng, comforting him. Don't cry, Meng Meng. You'll see your mom when you fall asleep. Seeing Mu Meng cry, Lu Xinzi involuntarily took 2 steps forward but then abruptly stopped. He felt he had no standing to do anything, and he vaguely envied Zhang Xi. Mu Meng absorbed Zhang Xi's words and, with his long legs, climbed onto the bed, wanting to sleep to see his mom. Mu Kongqing couldn't call Mu Meng back anymore. She thought Mu Meng had returned to his own body. She focused intently on her training, trying to refine the demonic energy in her mind. Mom, it was Mu Meng's voice. Mu Kongqing repeatedly questioned, only to find out that Mu Meng hadn't returned to his body. Regardless of the outcome, there was finally some progress. The next day, when Mu Meng woke up again, he brought a message from Mu Kongqing, spiritual energy. Zhang Xi hadn't left yet. She was hiding in Lu Xinzi's place since her target outside was too big. She was sitting by Mu Kongqing's bedside. Spiritual energy? What is that? Lu Xinzi didn't know either. He looked at Li Leji. Li Leji's mind turned, and he suddenly realized, I know. Sister Mu is so powerful because of the spiritual energy. It's in the forest. He clapped his hands, right? There's spiritual energy in the ore. That ore. Sister put it in the polluted area of the forest. Lu Xinzi knew which woods they were talking about. He didn't trust anyone else and couldn't contact Yuan Liang, so he first reached out to Tao Ting. Upon hearing what Lu Xinzi entrusted her with, Tao Ting immediately gathered 4 other classmates. They prepared for a while and started waiting for Yuan Liang. Lu Xinzi was worried about several students who had no combat experience. It was more reliable to wait for Yuan Liang to take them to the polluted area. When Yuan Liang finally emerged, it was already 3 days later. Tao Ting was so anxious that she developed blisters on her lips. she was extremely worried about her idol. After that day, the exotic beasts secretly captured by the Zhou family were released back, and now the giant ancient bird had already left with its chicks. The group began their forest adventure. In the first patch of woods, they encountered obstacles. No matter how many times they tried to enter, they were thrown back out. With no other option, they contacted Lu Xinze. 2 days later, Lu Xinze and Zhang Xi disguised themselves and brought the Big Mu Meng to Lanhua Star. Big Mu Meng didn't understand anything. He only heard that being good to mom was important. He listened to everything others said, and he was with his good friends. Qiu Suo was currently hanging on Mu Kongqing's body. Originally, they wanted Mu Meng to lead everyone in, but it didn't work. It seemed the forest only allowed Mu Meng to enter alone. Lu Xinze used his light brain to start a video, borrowing military signals, and let Mu Meng walk into the forest by himself. Zhang Xi and Yuan Liang gathered together. Why is he able to go in, but we can't? The two speculated but couldn't come to a conclusion. Mu Meng knew his most important task was to find stones, and he intuitively knew what stones to look for because he had been by Mu Kongqing's side every time she used formations to place stones. So, upon entering the forest, Mu Meng headed straight for the place his mom had taken him before. He listened to Uncle Lu's instructions through the video, found stones, and put them in the bag he was carrying. Before long, it was full, and when it was full, he turned back. The forest was too vast after walking twice. Mu Meng could barely move. His eyes turned red, knowing this was for his mom's benefit, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. Chapter 46. Inhaling qi into the body, Mu Meng walked step by step with red-rimmed eyes, carefully navigating the complex terrain of the forest, afraid of falling. He kept murmuring "Mom, Mom," as if repeating it would give him more strength. Lu Xinze felt an uncontrollable pang of heartache, listening to his mutterings. Zhang Xi beside him said to Yuan Liang, "What a sensible child." Yuan Liang still found it hard to accept the idea of a child's soul inside a woman's body. Even seeing it with his own eyes had a huge impact on him. "Are you sure? You're not being deceived, are you? Your wife was there too. You can ask her if there's a problem." After Zhang Xi finished speaking, he shot him a glance and took out his mech to spar with a few idle students nearby. At this point, Yuan Liang felt quite miserable. It had been over a week since he returned from the military, and he hadn't even seen his wife. That day, when he stayed behind alone, no one dared to challenge him, as his military rank was evident. Although the Yuan family had fallen, they were still a prominent family in the first star system. He saw Lu Xinze and the others walking away and chose to cooperate willingly. When Zhou Yufeng's remains were being collected, he watched from the side. Seeing that person, like a piece of mud, filled him with many emotions. They were peers who had known each other since childhood, although they had little interaction. Zhou Yufeng's spirited demeanor was well known to everyone, and now, this person had died suddenly and without warning, like a dream. He was then taken to the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. He knew that the Zhou family was like a mad dog, biting whoever they could catch. He did not resist and honestly said whatever he knew, mainly because he truly did not know much. Lu Xinze led them to move stones bit by bit. As expected, the situation outside matched Elder Lu's predictions. No new victims had appeared, nor had anyone come forward to report them. Discussions online about the mysterious woman far surpassed those about the Zhou family's illegal confinement of children. The Zhou family owned the largest entertainment company in the first star system, essentially controlling half of the entertainment industry. Public opinion online was completely under their control, and discussions about the mysterious woman were successfully redirected towards mutated beasts. There was evidence suggesting that when the woman appeared, an alarm sounded in the management bureau, indicating that pollution levels had seriously exceeded standards due to the presence of dangerous mutated beasts. This was not a lie. So most people online believed that the woman was some kind of animal that had evolved the ability to take human form and had killed someone in plain sight. The information online was chaotic, and the details of who had been killed became blurred, with the focus shifting to the fact that someone had been killed. Many felt uneasy, fearing that a human-like mutated beast could be hiding among them. People on the internet urged the government to find and deal with this mutated beast as soon as possible. Zhou Chengren watched the petitions launched online with a cold smile. The woman had completely ignored him that day and had killed his son. because of the dishonorable death. No farewell ceremony was held, and he was already buried in the cemetery. One day, he would make that woman accompany his son in death. Beside him, his secretary looked at Zhou Qingren's cold smile, feeling anxious, but maintained a steady voice. Lu Xinze and Zhang Xi are still missing. Yuan Liang took the military students into the polluted area, claiming it was a joint internship program with the school. Once they entered the polluted area, our people couldn't follow them. Although Zhou Qingren was angry, he did not lose his composure. He said coldly, "You saw that video, right? That woman is not normal." Even though the video was blurry, a normal person would die from being struck by such powerful lightning just once. Do you think she is human? The secretary thought for a moment and replied, "There were reports at the scene that the woman could fly and had healing abilities. Although we don't know the truth, it's definitely suspicious." Zhou Qingren frowned. "It would be a pity if we killed her after finding her. If we could use her or study her, it would be more beneficial for us." He tapped his fingers on the table. "Keep monitoring both online and the Liu family as surveillance. As for the Zhang family, although we don't know what role they play in this matter, it's too coincidental that we are capturing people just as they have many starships departing. This is suspicious." He paused to think. "Bring Zhou Yujing back from the branch company to be by my side." The secretary quietly left, his head down, lost in thought. What he did not voice was how the head of the family had such confidence in capturing a woman who dared to kill in front of everyone without fear of lightning. The Zhou family had been in a high position for too long, and the entire clan had lost their respect for others. Lu Xinze wanted to avoid drawing attention, so he had the stones transported to Capital Star in batches. After 10 days, all the stones were finally moved. Yuan Liang, fearing suspicion, had already taken the students out of the polluted area, and he finally saw his long-awaited wife. Zhang Xi and Lu Xinze had been searching for stones with Mu Meng, and 10 days later, they returned to the first star system with the last batch of stones. The stones were piled on the top floor of the previous private hospital, and a few of them looked at each other around the stones. Zhang Xi tapped the ore with a knock, and each of the mech warriors recognized these ores as the most common materials for making mechs. She had never known that these stones had other functions. Lu Xinze secretly took a piece of stone to have it tested. Mu Meng held the stone in his hand, closing his eyes to feel it. His mother said to sense the spiritual energy within the stone. What is spiritual energy? Can it be eaten? He sat there feeling while the others surrounded him. The 3 siblings of the Li family had been in this room for several days without leaving and were now nervously gathered around him. Mu Meng sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly relaxing his posture, and finally, in front of everyone, he lay down. Li Liji stepped forward to take a look. He seems to be asleep. After saying this, he looked up at Lu Xinze. Lu Xinze covered him with a thin blanket. Let him sleep. Mu Meng had indeed fallen asleep, dreaming of Kongqing teaching him how to inhale qi into his body. It's just like the feeling of growing peaches. Peaches? Mu Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. Kongqing's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Do you still want to eat peaches? Only by returning to your own body can you eat peaches. In the following days, Mu Meng sat on the bed every day, murmuring, "Mom, peaches." Everyone thought he was chanting a spell. By the 3rd day, he finally felt this spiritual energy and learned to inhale qi into his body. This truly astonished Kongqing. She thought it would take Mu Meng at least a year to learn to inhale qi into his body, as many mortals took several years to master it. Who would have thought he could achieve it in 3 days? Truly a little tree spirit. Chapter 47. Awakening the moment Mu Meng drew energy into her body. Zhang Xi felt it. It was exactly the same feeling she had experienced at the square on Lan Hua Star, very mysterious. Pieces of stone were handed to Mu Meng, and finally, the entire room was filled with stones. He blinked his big eyes, unsure of what to do next. Nothing? He shrugged, looking at the older brothers and sisters surrounding him. Mu Meng, how do you feel? Lian asked him. He furrowed his small brows to ponder, then shrugged again and shook his head. Nothing. This meant he felt nothing. The next second, he softly fell onto the bed, and several people held their breath. Watching the body of Kongqing, who had just collapsed, she moved again. Kongqing slowly opened her eyes, and the first person she saw was Lu Xinze. She blinked. Mr. Lu. The tense expression on Lu Xinze's face finally softened. Before he could speak, Li Laji and the others suddenly rushed over, unable to control their emotions. Crying out loud, they were worried sick, fearing that their sister would never wake up again. Mu Kongqing sat up and hugged the three of them. Sister's fine. I told you long ago that sister would definitely be okay. The three children knew it was one thing to hear it, but experiencing it themselves was another, especially with such a massive lightning strike that seemed aimed at killing their sister. Even when Mu Kongqing said she was fine, she felt guilty hearing it herself, as she truly thought she was going to die this time. After asking the three children, she learned that it was Mu Meng who saved her. They didn't see clearly what happened during the bright lightning, but they knew the last bolt struck Mu Meng. Just as Mu Kongqing guessed, this child, who came to her unexpectedly, was wholeheartedly attached to her. Mu Meng's small body lay silently on the bed beside her. Mu Kongqing walked to the bed and held Mu Meng's tiny body in her arms. Zhang Xiai watched curiously as everyone unrelated left the room, leaving only them. Mu Kongqing held Mu Meng and closed her eyes to find Mu Meng's soul in her consciousness. This time, she finally saw Mu Meng, a small green light chasing her inner demons as if treating the black mist as a toy. Mu Kongqing guided the green light out of her body. The onlookers only saw a green light slowly squeezing out between Mu Kongqing's eyes, and as soon as it appeared, it jumped happily twice. Mu Kongqing opened her eyes, her voice unusually stern. Mu Meng, stop playing and come back. The green light flew around Li Laji, Lian, and Li Zipping, then swiftly darted back into Mu Meng's forehead. Mu Meng's pale little body visibly turned white, and Mu Kongqing felt the body in her arms gradually warm up. The lifeless body began to show signs of life, first with breathing and slowly a heartbeat. Zhang Xiai was dumbfounded beside them. This was a resurrection. Finally, the chubby little person opened his eyes and smiled as soon as he did. "Mommy!" he shouted, flipping up from Mu Kongqing's arms, wrapping his small arms tightly around her neck. He hadn't seen his mother for so long. For the first time, a relaxed atmosphere filled the room. As the emotions of several people calmed down, Mu Kongqing looked at Lu Xinze, who suddenly felt a bit nervous. He saw Mu Kongqing stand up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, this time. Although I don't know what happened later, I know you must have helped us a lot." Lu Xinze was momentarily overwhelmed with emotions upon hearing this. He had saved this woman, and she had saved him. Their lives were intricately intertwined, yet they still thanked each other like strangers. "Ms. Mu is too kind. Ms. Mu, I'll speak directly. You may not be able to return to Lan Hua Star. Li Wen has already died in front of everyone. If possible, I plan to publicly announce this information. You will need to appear before everyone with a new identity." Mu Kongqing agreed to this proposal. "Then I have nothing to hide. I will use the identity of Mu Yun. I believe Mr. Lu has already guessed that I am Mu Yun." Lu Xinze was surprised by her honesty. Mu Kongqing indeed had this confidence. After all, she was very strong. The two discussed their next plans, and Lu Xinze formally proposed cooperation on behalf of the Lu family. Not assistance, but cooperation. "Ms. Mu, our Lu family highly values your abilities. We can provide you with certain help. And as for what you can offer us, I believe you can provide us with many things we never thought of, so we propose cooperation." After this incident, Mu Kongqing also realized that no matter how strong she was, she could not take care of everyone. She still had 4 children who needed very reliable helpers. And Lu Xinze was truly the most favorable person she had encountered in this era, upright and dependable. Mu Kongqing nodded. "I agree." The two formally reached a verbal agreement. Zhang Xiai saw that they had finally finished talking and quickly approached. "Ms. Mu, you are amazing, so powerful." Zhang Xiai was already beautiful, and when she blinked her big eyes in admiration, it was especially convincing. "Thank you." Mu Kongqing had a very light and ethereal appearance. She smiled slightly, and Zhang Xiai gasped. She had been beautiful all her life, immune to beautiful people from looking in the mirror every day. She didn't expect to see Mu Kongqing today and realize that someone could look like this. It was that Mu Kongqing was more beautiful. If the two stood together, everyone would probably think Zhang Xiai looked better, but when Mu Kongqing smiled, Zhang Xiai felt as if she had been healed. "Incredible. Who is older between us?" "My name is Zhang Xiai. You can just call me Zhang Xiai, or whatever you like." Mu Kongqing didn't hesitate to answer. "I'm definitely older." "Then I want to be polite. I'll call you sister from now on. You'll be my real sister. Zhang Xi had many questions she wanted to ask, but didn't know how to phrase them appropriately. In front of Zhang Xi, Mu Kongqing directly transformed into Mu Yun. Zhang Xi felt that she had no regrets in this life. She had become sisters with the most powerful person in this world. From now on, just call me Mu Yun. Zhang Xi refused, insisting on calling her sister. Then something even more shocking happened. Mu Kongqing conjured a wolf out of thin air right in front of her. As soon as Shushu appeared, it howled loudly. Before Mu Kongqing went to the floating island, she had put it in her storage space. It hadn't seen anyone for days, and the storage space was small, so it was restless. As soon as it appeared, several children surrounded it, especially Li Zipping, who loved Shushu the most. Zhang Xi truly wanted to kneel down to Mu Kongqing this time. She was no longer satisfied with being her sister. She wanted to worship her as a teacher. Chapter 48. Faking death to escape. Shushu was darting around among a few people, rubbing against Li Luji's leg and then against Lian's leg, making soft humming sounds. In the end, Li Zipping picked it up and held it in his arms. Zhang Xi also wanted to hold it, but being older, he couldn't compete with a child. So he could only peek from the side. Is this a wolf? Not evolved. How do you keep it? Ordinary wolves have a short lifespan, and according to official data, they can only live for a year. As Zhang Xi spoke, he reached out to touch it, feeling a bit prickly. Lucianza looked at the little wolf, realization dawning on his face. Is it the offspring of the two giant wolves from the contaminated area? Mu Kongqing nodded, taking out some meat strips to feed Shushu. It was dying that day, so I brought it back. Zhang Xi saw Mu Kongqing feeding the little wolf and curiously looked over. She circled around Mu Kongqing and finally took her hand, finding nothing there. Not even a bracelet. Sister Mu, where do you keep these things? Mu Kongqing smiled and replied, secret. Zhang Xi didn't press further and continued to study the little wolf in Li Zipping's arms. In this era, very few people kept pets. Ordinary animals had short lifespans, and mutated animals had unstable emotions. Keeping a pet required layers of approval. For instance, the mutated flower leopard that Zhou Yufeng had raised was strictly prohibited. Pets had to be small and non-aggressive, which most families couldn't afford to manage. Gradually, pets became synonymous with luxury. Being able to keep a pet meant that a family was well off. The next day, old Master Lu appeared in the hospital room again. He was nearing 70, but looked very energetic, especially his sharp and deep-set eyes. He looked up and down at Mu Kongqing. This woman, aside from being more attractive than average, looked no different from the men and women on the street. While old Master Lu was deep in thought, Mu Meng, who was familiar with him, came over to greet him. This was the grandfather he had seen last time. He patted the old man's leg, and old Master Lu felt a gentle touch on his leg. Looking down, he saw a chubby little child raising his hand and softly calling out, "Great-grandfather, hello." Old Master Lu had last seen him while he was still in Mu Kongqing's body, lying on a small bed looking pale. He couldn't bear to look too long at that time, but this was the first proper meeting. The chubby child was very fair, and when he smiled, his big eyes squinted into crescent shapes, resembling Mu Kongqing as if they were carved from the same mold. When the little boy greeted him, old Master Lu, who had not been close to children for a long time, didn't know how to react. It was Lucianza who noticed the old man's stiffness and stepped forward to pick up Mu Meng. Old Master Lu paused for a moment, reaching out to pat Mu Meng's round head. Feeling patted, Mu Meng thought his greeting task was complete and struggled to get down from Lucianza's arms to play with his siblings. Old Master Lu took Lucianza and Mu Kongqing to a small room next door. Zhang Xi stayed behind to play with the children, thinking that this might be her last day of leisure. Lucianza had long discussed strategies with Old Master Lu through the light brain. Old Master Lu got straight to the point. Ms. Mu, we have arranged everything. We will publicly declare that you are a spy who disguised yourself as Li Wan and was unfortunately caught in a thunderstorm and died after rescue efforts failed. Then, I will adopt the 3 siblings from the Li family and arrange for them to be raised by the Lu family. The little girl is a victim of the kidnapping case and is temporarily safe, but after this period, we cannot guarantee that the Zhou family won't retaliate. It is safest for them to be raised in our Lu family. Old Master Lu sat in the wooden chair in the small room and glanced at Mu Kongqing, who was sitting beside him. Mu Kongqing nodded in agreement. having no objections to the Liu family's arrangements for the three siblings. After that, you will use your new identity to raise the children alone. You cannot return to the house on Blue Star. We will find you a new place to live in the capital star. Do you have any requirements? Kongqing pandirt. The three children couldn't rely entirely on the Liu family for their living. No one could say whether tomorrow's Liu family would become today's Zhou family. She thought it would be better to save up some star coins so that one day she could take the four children away. After all, the galaxy was vast, but she felt she had already received enough benefits, so she directly refused. There is no need for a house. After all, we have no ties to the Liu family. I'm very grateful that the Liu family can arrange for those three children. Upon hearing Mu Kongqing say she had no ties to the Liu family, Liu Xinzi cast a glance at her, his expression complex. Mu Kongqing met Liu Xinzi's gaze, unsure of his meaning, feeling a bit perplexed. Old Master Liu did not miss the glance between the two. This time, he truly felt he hadn't seen through his grandson. He showed no wariness towards this strange woman, which was different from his usual self. After all, he was a soldier, and his vigilance was usually strong. However, he still spoke according to what he had previously discussed with his grandson. Ms. Mu, please don't misunderstand. In fact, our Liu family offers generous conditions to attract talent. Xinzi has mentioned to you before that the Liu family wishes to cooperate with you, providing you with a good living environment, which is part of our sincerity. Upon hearing Old Master Liu say this, Mu Kongqing felt it was inappropriate to refuse further. She thought carefully before saying, "For the place to live, I would prefer it to be in a location with fewer people around, with a yard, and ideally close to the other three children." Old Master Liu nodded. Before he could speak, Liu Xinzi took over. "Grandpa, I remember there's a villa in the northeast corner of our estate that used to belong to the Shun family. They moved to the third star system, so the villa has been vacant. It's quite spacious, but a bit remote. And since it hasn't sold due to the price, I think it will be perfect." Old Master Liu was taken aback by this and looked closely at Liu Xinzi. They had been in the hospital for the past few days, so he was dressed in sportswear, with the sleeves rolled up, revealing a small section of his well-defined arm muscles. His usually expressionless face was rarely soft, especially since he had just picked up Mu Meng in front of him. His grandson usually avoided other children, as the Liu family had many people and many children. He had never seen his grandson hold any child before, and today, he was unexpectedly considerate, even wanting this woman to live next to the Liu family. Is this really his grandson? Has he been possessed by something? Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to Mu Kongqing, secretly wondering if this woman was hiding other abilities they didn't know about. Mu Kongqing met Old Master Liu's questioning gaze, wondering what it meant. Both the young and the old in the Liu family were quite perplexing. Ahem. Liu Xinzi cleared his throat, drawing their attention back to him. "Grandpa, let us settle on this for now. We'll proceed with this plan, and we'll arrange the next steps later." Chapter 49, New Life the day after Old Master Liu left. A news report titled "Disguised Spy Infiltrates Blue Flower Star. Unfortunately Dies in Extreme Thunderstorm" quietly topped the headlines. As soon as the news broke, the internet erupted in a frenzy. That young lady was a spy. Could it be that she was sent by the third star system? How could such a powerful spy be false? Are they saying this on purpose to cover up some conspiracy? In the video, the young lady mentioned that we are all of the same root and source, harming each other. Surely no one would forget that in just a few days. The spy helped us catch the human traffickers. What a great spirit. I felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Zhou Chengran looked at the news report, his eyes obscure and inscrutable. Did they think he was foolish? All this talk about spies was just a cover, but someone died? It wasn't impossible. After all, the thunderstorm was witnessed by everyone. Those who were on the scene reported back to him that they rushed over to see, and a child died on the spot, while that woman could not be saved at all. The government's security department sent people to the hospital to see the woman's body, confirming she was struck dead by lightning. They reported it to their superiors, and the president personally inquired about the matter. The news was announced across the entire star system, and soon after, a pirate team released a statement claiming the woman was one of their own. Then, within 3 days, the pirate team was wiped out by the first star system's military. The pirate team couldn't understand how their casual remarks had provoked such wrath from the first star system. 3 children were taken into the Lu residence and transferred to schools in the first star system, continuing their education. Shushu was supposed to live with Kongqing, but due to Li's zipping-s affection for her, she moved in with the Lu family. The 3 children moved into a separate, small building next to the Lu residence, which had previously been used for storage but was now cleaned out for their independent living. Old Master Lu didn't treat them specially, making it easier for them to interact with Kongqing. Kongqing moved in with Mu Meng to a small villa next to the Lu family estate. The villa was quite secluded, located dozens of kilometers behind a mountain, and on the other side of the mountain was the edge of the capital star's pollution zone. When global radiation occurred, the Lu family had planned to move, but later, the exotic bees from the mountains were driven to the other side. The trees rarely attacked humans, and being dozens of kilometers away, they couldn't harm anyone. This mountain became a natural barrier, so the Lu family decided not to relocate. Kongqing was very satisfied with her new residence, primarily because the woods behind it were to her liking. To avoid drawing attention, and because her spiritual power was running low, she and Mu Meng didn't move into the new house, but instead live in the mountains for 3 months. Aside from occasionally sneaking out to deliver meat strips to Shushu, no one knew where she was. Zhang Xiai and Yuan Liang had long returned to their military units. Before Zhang Xiai went back, he tried to contact Kongqing to say goodbye, but no one could reach her, so the farewell fell through. Lucianza formally resigned from his position as an instructor at the 1st Military Academy, only holding a nominal position in the military, and officially joined the Lu group. He was familiar with mechas, so he directly entered the core industry of the Lu family, mecha manufacturing. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Initially, many people were subtly probing into Old Master Lu's intentions for taking in the 3 children. However, seeing that Old Master Lu didn't pay them special attention and arrange their lives like ordinary people, with no extra expenses aside from daily living, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Old Master Lu would bring in others to share the Lu family's assets. But after realizing the 3 children posed no threat, they stopped approaching them and even intentionally distanced themselves, wanting them to understand that they were different from the Lu family. Without the interference from others, the 3 children breathed a sigh of relief. These people were too annoying, like the pests in the vegetable garden that you could never completely get rid of. Shushu had been kept locked in the house, afraid of encountering these people. But now she was finally able to go out, and they had adapted to life at school in the capital star. The 3 children actually felt less free and happy than when they were on Blue Flower Star, but none of them spoke about it. Kongqing took Mu Meng back to the villa area, and the first thing she did was to plant vegetables. The previous plan to give ordinary people radishes had failed, but Kongqing was not ready to give up. She wasn't sure if it was because she had fully recovered, but even her inner demons had returned, occasionally surfacing to tease her, saying she was wasting her efforts. They pointed out how everyone was indeed swayed by the online comments, forgetting her act of saving people. Kongqing had a lot on her mind and was too lazy to deal with her inner demons, letting them stir up trouble in her head. She planted potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, finally feeling relieved. During this time, Mu Meng bore 3 peaches, preparing to share them with her older siblings. That evening, Lucianza returned from the company and noticed that there was light coming from Kongqing's small villa. He was still wearing the suit required for work, with the top 3 buttons undone, looking a bit weary. Working at the company was not the life he enjoyed, and seeing a distant light, he decided to drop by uninvited. The doorbell rang, and soon Kongqing appeared before him, having transformed into Mu Yun's appearance, dressed in home clothes. Seeing Lucianza, she was slightly surprised, but still opened the door to welcome him in. Mu Meng was much more enthusiastic upon seeing Lucianza. She waved her hand to greet him, saying, "Hello, Uncle Lu," and then looked at his neck, waiting for a good friend. Lucianza was taken aback. He hadn't brought Chosaw with him today, so his neck was empty. Lucianza squatted down to look at her and said, "Chosaw isn't here today." "Oh, that's fine." Mu Meng was a very easygoing little girl. She looked at her mother and pointed at Lucianza, asking, "Uncle, peach, eat?" Kongqing knew that this was her way of inviting Lucianza to eat peaches. She was a child who loved to show off, wanted to share all the good things with others. When others praised her, she felt on top of the world. Mu Kongqing told Lu Xinze to sit wherever he liked and went to the kitchen to wash a peach for him. Don't think that serving a peach was a meager gesture. The market value of peaches was extraordinarily high right now. So when Lu Xinze saw Mu Kongqing bring out a peach, his eyes couldn't hide his surprise. Mu Kongqing began to persuade him. It's from the mountains behind, with very low pollution levels, so don't worry about eating it. After glancing at Mu Meng's sparkling eyes, she added, it was picked by Mu Meng. Lu Xinze took a bite, and the sweet flavor was overwhelming. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his mouth was filled with the aroma of peaches. He looked at Mu Meng and sincerely praised, it's very delicious. Mu Meng sat on the sofa, and upon hearing the praise, she happily wiggled her 2 chubby feet. Seeing him enjoying the peach, Mu Kongqing politely asked, Mr. Lu, is there something you wanted to discuss today? Chapter 58 Comfortable Life. Lu Xinze gently placed the peach pit he had finished eating on the coffee table. Mu Meng immediately raised a round little hand and tiptoed to hand him a tissue. Here. Thank you, Meng Meng. He leaned slightly to take the tissue, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tenderness. His long fingers carefully wiped the peach juice off his fingertips, and his slightly lowered head concealed the turbulent emotions in his eyes. As he wiped, he asked, let me see, what else do you need? Mu Kongqing thought seriously and replied, there are indeed some areas where help is needed. Mu Meng doesn't have a formal identity yet. I wonder if Mr. Lu could help resolve this? Lu Xinze immediately agreed without hesitation. Leave this to me. No problem. However, the child cannot be under your name for convenience. If you don't mind, it could be under the Lu family's name. Mu Kongqing was indifferent about where the child's identity was placed. Having one was enough, as it would make it easier for the child to go out in the future. She nodded. Let's arrange it as Mr. Lu wishes. She sat on the sofa opposite Lu Xinze, wearing a green loungewear set. The light above her created an indescribable ambience. And for a moment, Lu Xinze felt an impulse to ask her about the polluted area, but held back. It was clear that Mu Kongqing had completely forgotten him, making it difficult for him to broach what had happened between them. Most importantly, during his time at the hospital, he had secretly used Mu Meng's biological information to conduct a paternity test on himself. The response from the testing department was, Sir, please don't joke. At least the subject of a paternity test must be human. Lu Xinze was not surprised by the response. He had personally handled the entire sampling and testing process, with no one else involved. He was sure he hadn't mixed up the samples, nor would anyone swap them. To put it simply, little Mu Meng was not human. Now, he had no evidence to prove he had a relationship with her, nor any proof that Mu Meng was his child. Moreover, the two of them were doing just fine without him, making him seem somewhat redundant. He watched Mu Kongqing lost in thought. Having tossed his suit jacket onto the aircraft earlier, his high-quality white shirt shimmered softly under the light, crisp and well-fitted. The unbuttoned shirt vaguely revealed his collarbone, presenting an ascetic yet noble appearance. However, Mu Kongqing had little interest in appreciating it. To her, he was just another man, maybe a bit more handsome than others she had seen. It was this gaze that completely puzzled Mu Kongqing. Mr. Lu often looked at her with a strange expression. Mu Meng was playing with toys at her feet. The villa had a large toy room prepared in advance. For the past few days, Mu Meng had been like a treasure hunter, finding a new toy to play with each day. Mu Kongqing secretly kicked Mu Meng's bottom. Mu Meng curiously looked up at her mother. Lu Xinze snapped back to reality, looking towards the source of the sound. Mu Kongqing reached out to pat Mu Meng's head. It's nothing. You play by yourself. Mommy is talking to Uncle Lu. Mu Meng nodded and continued to fiddle with her toy. Seeing Lu Xinze finally back in the moment, Mu Kongqing put forth her second request. Mr. Lu, could you find me a few reliable, ordinary people? Her carrot plan needed to continue. She wanted to verify whether non-polluted vegetables would extend the lifespan of ordinary people. Lu Xinze looked at her, questioning, Mu Kongqing didn't explain further and continued. I need them all to undergo a physical examination for gene chain breakage. Lu Xinze agreed. He glanced at his watch. It was already quite late, and there was no reason to stay any longer. He stood up to take his leave. Mu Meng was engrossed in her toys, but still looked up and waved at him bye-bye. Without waiting for Lu Xinze's response, she lowered her head to continue playing. Mu Kongqing saw the man off and then picked up the little one sitting on the floor, entering their daily training time. Since Mu Meng learned to draw qi into her body, Mu Kongqing, as the training champion, had started bringing Mu Meng along to practice. Mu Meng was lifted by Mu Kongqing, her pupils shaking. No child liked training. None. The next day after school, the three siblings from the Li family came to play at the villa. Mu Kongqing washed peaches for them to share. Lian ate a peach and looked at the vegetables in the garden, swallowing. Although the nutrient solution at the Lu family was much better than before, she still missed the vegetables she could eat. The three of them looked at the garden with longing in their eyes, almost overflowing. Mu Kongqing smiled at them. In 3 days, you can eat them. Come over after school. There are fewer varieties in the first batch, so we can make something simple. They chatted and laughed until it was time for studying. After arriving at Capital Star, Li Zipping had gloriously downgraded from a 3rd grade student to a 2nd grade student. His studies were simply poor. Li Leji could not accept that his younger brother was not doing well academically, and he roared at Li Zipping at fixed times every day. Mu Kongqing sat at the villa's entrance with Mu Meng and Li Yun, enjoying the evening breeze, all sighing together. Sigh. Mu Meng pointed inside, brother. Oh, well, Mu Kongqing sighed. What will happen to Li Zipping in the future? He can't make it on the academic path. Lian squinted at the breeze. I'll take care of him. Shu Shu was spinning in circles at the door, listening to the conversation of the few people, suddenly lifting its head. Lian jumped off the lounge chair at the door and quickly covered Shu Shu's mouth. Ancestral spirit. Don't shout. I'll take Shu Shu to the big mountains behind later and let it shout to its heart's content. Mu Kongqing lazily said while lying on the lounge chair. She rarely had such relaxed moments lately. When Lu Xinze arrived, this was the scene he saw. The first to notice Lu Xinze was the restless Mu Meng, who greeted him as usual. Hello, uncle. This shout startled Mu Kongqing. She sat up from the lounge chair and saw Lu Xinze, who today was wearing a deep gray suit, the buttons of his white shirt meticulously done up to the top. Perhaps due to his military background, he walked steadily, without the casual sway of ordinary people, standing tall. Seeing him approach, Mu Kongqing stood up. Mr. Lu. Li Zipping, your desk mate cannot be 135 meters tall. That unit is centimeters. The staff selling mechas cannot weigh 65 tons. What on earth is in your head? Mu cannot form a word with Mu. The sister just has the surname Mu. You're making things up. You will sleep in the same nest as Shu Shu tonight. Li Leji's roar was deafening. And Mu Kongqing looked at Lu Xinze with an awkward smile. The child's head isn't quite bright. I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Xinze solemnly nodded to indicate it was fine, but Mu Kongqing clearly saw the fleeting curve of his mouth. Chapter 51. Combat. Mu Kongqing noticed the item in Lu Xinze's hand and quickly shifted the topic. Mr. Lu, is there something you need? Mu Meng was obediently standing by Lu Xinze's leg, waiting for her good friend, her small face tilted up with eyes full of anticipation. Lu Xinze took the mecha key off his neck and gently placed it in Mu Meng's palm, then deftly opened the packaging in his hand. It was a completely black miniature mecha, the alloy shell shining with a warm glow in the afterglow of the sun, with blue energy patterns flickering at the joints. This was a scaled-down model of Qiu Xiao, meant for Mu Meng to play with. Holding her new friend, Mu Meng pointed at the model and asked, Qiu Xiao? The light on the mecha key flashed once, and a mechanical electronic voice echoed in Lu Xinze's mind. It's my model. Give it to my friend. Although Mu Meng didn't hear anything, she understood the meaning of the flashing light. She reached out her small arms and hugged the mecha model to her chest, sweetly saying, Thank you, Qiu Xiao. The mecha key flashed again, and Mu Meng, holding the model, found an empty space and began to chat excitedly with her good friend. At that moment, the villa door was pushed open. Li Leji's face still bore lingering anger, with a flush of excitement on his cheekbones. When he saw that besides his sister and younger sister, Lu Xinze was also standing in the yard, his expression froze, and he awkwardly touched the back of his neck. Uncle Lu is here too. Lu Xinze was his idol. His dream was to become a mecha warrior, and he had watched many online videos of Lu Xinze demonstrating combat maneuvers in mechas. When it was time for daily combat training, he began his routine practice in the small space of the villa. Lu Xinze stayed on, not answering Mu Kongqing's question about why he came today, as if he had only come to give Mu Meng a model. Li Leji practiced the daily combat techniques taught at school, adding some martial arts skills he learned from Mu Kongqing. After a side kick, Li Lezhi followed up with a sweeping leg technique, and Lu Shen's mouth fell open in surprise. However, a clear female voice rang out first. The power of the kick isn't enough. You need to kick at least 30 times every day. Kongqing, accustomed to guiding Li Lezhi, pointed out the issue as soon as she saw it, not noticing Lu Shen's intention to offer advice. As soon as she finished speaking, Kongqing walked directly in front of Li Lezhi, suddenly spinning around and whipping her right leg out like a whip, the force of her pants creating a gust of wind that brushed past Li Lezhi's nose. See? When I retract my leg, the creases in my pants don't even get messed up. Your shin should be as straight as a blade. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and lifted Li Lezhi's calf, causing him to wobble like a chicken standing on one leg. This level of force and angle for a sidekick is effective. Kicking like that makes it easy for your opponent to grab your leg, and someone stronger could just throw you out. Lu Shen's fingertips unconsciously intertwined. He noticed Kongqing's hand was firmly gripping Li Lezhi's ankle, which was precisely the most vulnerable joint connection in the human body. Li Lezhi nudda, and Kongqing directly let him try kicking her, and the two began to practice together. Lu Shen watched from the side. His daily combat training always received full marks, and he was exceptionally skilled in the army. Observing Kongqing practice with Li Lezhi, he noted her movements were restrained, and every piece of advice she offered hit the nail on the head. After assessing her skills, he felt she was quite comparable to him. Since leaving the army, Lu Shen hadn't practiced with anyone else. The students at school were too immature, and he couldn't go all out. At this moment, he felt a bit restless. Muyun, shall we practice? Lu Shen suddenly spoke up, and Kongqing turned to look at him, nodding. Lu Shen then took off his suit jacket and laid it on the lounge chair at the door. The two stood facing each other in the center of the small space, their shadows stretching and intertwining on the ground in the fading light. Li Lezhi stood beside Lian, his eyes sparkling, and evenly zipping quietly peeked out, craning his neck behind them. There was no starting gesture, no countdown. As Lu Shen took a step forward, the gravel kicked up by his leather shoes was still in the air when Kongqing's whip-like leg had already swept to his ear. At the moment he tilted his head to dodge, Kongqing's fist sealed off his retreat. Nice, Lu Shen murmured in admiration, his tongue briefly touching his cheek. Suddenly changing tactics, his right hand clawed toward Kongqing's throat, while his left hand concealed a joint lock technique. Kongqing's pupils constricted, yet she did not dodge. Instead, she leaned back, her right leg kicking toward his wrist with thunderous power. Lu Shen sidestepped, his right leg aimed directly for Kongqing's temple. In a split second, Kongqing blocked with her left hand and counterlocked with her right, executing a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw that kept Lu Shen's waist secure. Lu Shen's white shirt had already become disheveled from the intense movements, revealing a sharply defined waist. Kongqing's palm pressed against his waist, clearly feeling the taut muscles beneath. She suddenly remembered how this man had helped her multiple times, and the momentum for the throw transformed into a gentle lift. Kongqing set him down steadily on the ground. I lost, Lu Shen conceded, accepting his defeat readily. This was the first time someone had won against him so quickly, yet he felt no resentment. Instead, he was exhilarated by Kongqing's displayed strength. The skin she had touched felt faintly warm, as if an invisible mark had been left behind. Shall we continue? Kongqing asked. Lu Shen shook his head. He was too excited and now wanted to keep his distance from Kongqing. Suddenly, a light sound came from the corner of the yard. The mecha model in Meng's arms had inexplicably deployed its shoulder armor, revealing the cannon inside, gleaming in the dusk. The surprised cheers broke the subtle silence. Wow. As night fell, Lu Shen left with the three children. Uncle Lu, my sister is amazing, right? Call me brother. Lu Gij, you're also very impressive. After all, I've never seen anyone who could go 3 rounds with my sister. The chattering voices of Lu Gij gradually faded away. Lu Shen was indeed reliable. The next day, the information on 5 ordinary people was sent to Kongqing's light brain. Kongqing checked the time and realized she still had time. She quickly took out the prepared containers, cut and packed 6 boxes of radishes, and waited on the route Lu Shen would take to work. The radishes were neatly arranged in the boxes, with glistening juice seeping from the cut surfaces. Lucianza spotted Kongqing from a distance and slowly stopped his flying vehicle. Mr. Liu, please make sure those 5 ordinary people eat these radishes as soon as possible. She first handed 5 boxes to Lucianza, then took out the last one. This is for you. I've heard that eating plants with low pollution rates is beneficial for mental disturbances. I hope this radish can help you. Lucianza watched Kongqing leave, but hesitated to start the engine. He lifted the box lid and picked up a translucent radish, placing it in his mouth. As the spicy flavor burst between his lips and teeth, he felt the waste that had been gripped yesterday, radiating a faint warmth. Chapter 52, Delivering Radishes. The headquarters of the Liu Corporation is not located on the top floor, but rather on the 30th floor, where 2 large floor-to-ceiling windows cast the silhouette of Lucianza. The new design department has been successfully established and is expected to launch its promotion this week. The negotiations for collaboration with Kongqing Medical Company regarding medical devices have entered the negotiation phase. Mr. Liu, if there are no issues, please confirm your signature in the system. Kongqing Medical Company is owned by the Duan family. Duan Cheng, aware that Lucianza has taken over the work at Liu Corporation, reached out to him immediately to discuss collaboration. Behind the massive black office desk, Lucianza logged into the company's internal system, confirmed the direction of the upcoming collaboration, signed, and left his biometric information. Mr. Liu, if there's nothing else, I'll step out, the assistant said respectfully, standing by the door and waiting for final instructions. Wait. Lucianza raised his hand to stop him. He initially intended to have the assistant arrange for someone to deliver the radishes, but after a moment's thought, he decided it was more reliable to go himself. He waved his hand. Forget it, you go ahead and get busy. I'll step out for a while. Contact me if anything urgent comes up. The assistant nodded and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Lucianza quickly glanced at his schedule for the day and confirmed that he would have time to attend the new design department meeting after delivering the radishes. He turned off the data stream on the holographic projection screen, grabbed his suit jacket draped over the chair, and strode out. The aircraft was already on standby at the exclusive helipad, and the autopilot system activated the anti-gravity engine the moment he stepped into the cabin. The onboard AI softly chimed. Mr. Liu, the optimal flight route has been planned, and we expect to arrive at the destination in 12 minutes. He leaned back in the leather seat, tapping on a virtual screen with his fingertips to send messages to a few ordinary people, confirming their coordinates and meeting locations. Just as he was about to pull up the recent business reports from the Liu Corporation's mecha department, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Connect, he said without looking up. The communicator was linked to the smart module in the aircraft, and the next moment, the booming voice of Old Master Liu filled the cabin. Shinza, it's working hours now, and you left the group without reason. What are you doing? Lucianza raised an eyebrow, glancing at the holographic clock in the aircraft, and chuckled. Grandpa, I just left 6 minutes ago, and you already got the news. Who's been gossiping in front of you? Old Master Liu's authoritative tone had a hint of barely perceptible softness. It doesn't matter who reported it. You're leaking information like a sieve. How is that acceptable? Should I teach you how to manage people? Those years as an officer in the Army Shuden have been for nothing. Then I'll just go back and beat them all into tears, Lucianza joked, a slight smile on his lips. As long as you know. The communicator conveyed Old Master Liu's meaningful response. Unexpectedly, Old Master Liu did not press him further on his whereabouts. After the call ended, the old man stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window on the 32nd floor of the Liu building, his deep gaze penetrating through the glass, overlooking the traffic below like ants. A rare warmth flashed in his eyes, which then froze into ice. With a bony finger, he pressed the communication button. Have Sonyu come back and follow Shinza. He needs someone by his side now. The communicator responded. Understood. Sonyu is the grandson of the Liu family steward. Although the steward's surname is Song, everyone is used to calling him Steward Liu. He has worked alongside Old Master Liu for most of his life, and due to his declining health, he now lives in the Liu family's main residence, managing the household chores, and is one of the few outsiders in the Liu family that no one dares to provoke. He understands the importance of Lucianza in Old Master Liu's eyes. Lucianza was raised by Old Master Liu and is one of the rare S-class spiritual power users, as well as the eldest grandson of the family. He does not resemble Old Master Liu, but looks like his grandmother, who was also a rare S-class offensive spiritual power user and served in the military. In her lifetime, a single glare from her could make the whole family tremble. Ultimately, her spiritual power went awry. She never submitted to fate and chose the most tragic way to end her life. Lucianza witnessed the departure of his beloved grandmother and became increasingly mature at a young age. Old Master Lu believed that it would be better for this child to join the army than to take over the Lu Corporation. He threw him into the military for training at a young age, and indeed, Lucianza enjoyed military life. However, life is unpredictable. Old Master Lu has personal motives regarding this grandson. He never intended for Lucianza to take over the Lu Corporation, as he had already made plans for it. He simply wishes for his grandson's future path to be smoother and steadier. However, some people are oblivious and underestimate both him and Lucianza. Make sure to eat it quickly. Lucianza handed 5 boxes of fresh radishes to the young man, his tone leaving no room for argument. The ordinary people who grew up on Capital Star had never eaten vegetables since birth, and their reactions to natural vegetables were quite amusing, as none of them dared to try. Lucian's solution was simple and straightforward. A thought flashed through his mind, and 500 star coins were instantly credited to each person's account. Eat once, 500. He succinctly delivered his instructions and turned to walk toward the aircraft. These carefully selected, ordinary people had a good reputation, and most importantly, they were clearly poor. On the way back to the company, the financial report data floated softly in the cabin's holographic projection. Lucianza frowned as he stared at the fluctuating numbers, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythm of 3 short and 1 long on the armrest of his seat. Almost instinctively, he opened the long silent communication window. His long fingers paused momentarily over the virtual keyboard before he ultimately sent a text message. Radishes have been delivered. Soon, a response came back. Thank you, Mr. Liu. These radishes need to be eaten daily. I will personally deliver them tomorrow. Lucianza. All right, then tomorrow. Who will take care of Mu Meng? How about I pick him up and take him to get his ID? Mu Kongqing replied with an okay gesture. She had originally planned to toss Mu Meng into the back mountains tomorrow and pick him up after returning, which would be more convenient. Mu Kongqing opened her neglected online store and found that the number of favorites had increased significantly. One positive review caught her attention. Great review. Such good vegetables are rare. It's just that the store owner is always missing. Don't we have any other social media accounts to contact? Mu Kongqing thought seriously. She should be stable now. And if anything comes up, Lu Corporation can step in. She could completely remain in the background, allowing the store to grow a bit larger. She decided to take action and created an account named Green Plant 2025 Official. The account posted its first message, announcing tomorrow's new arrivals. Then, she linked this account in the store announcement and went to the yard to catch Mu Meng to help her purify the land. The planting area is still too small, but Mu Meng has learned to draw in air and use his main body to purify the land, speeding up the process. Chapter 53. The Nock. It was another clear and sunny day, the air fresh and natural at the foot of the mountain. Mu Kongqing brought Mu Meng along, holding 5 boxes of radishes, waiting at the same spot as yesterday for Lucianza. Mu Kongqing had already told Mu Meng in advance that today they would be with Uncle Lu, and they couldn't use any spells, just be an ordinary child. Mu Meng nodded in agreement. When Mu Kongqing was in a coma, it was Lucianza who took care of Mu Meng, so Mu Meng was comfortable being with him and even a bit eager to try out new experiences. Recently, they had been running around the mountains, and Mu Meng also wanted to go out to play. The hum of the aircraft engine grew nearer, and as the streamlined silver-gray body opened its door, Lucianza's mature and handsome face appeared. Mu Meng stepped forward to greet him. Lucianza took a long step off the aircraft, bent down to pick up Mu Meng, handed him the radishes, and then placed him on the aircraft. Mu Yin, you come up too, I'll take you along. Lucianza said. Mu Kongqing waved his hand to refuse. It's too obvious if we're together. I could take the bus. Lucianza didn't insist further and watched the slender figure of Mu Kongqing walk away until he disappeared from sight. He retracted his gaze and gently patted Mu Meng's little head. Let us get going. The aircraft ascended smoothly, and Mu Meng pressed his little face against the window. His nose flattened against the glass. The cityscape unfolded before him like a suddenly opened kaleidoscope. Wow, he suddenly exclaimed, his little hands desperately tapping the glass. Uncle, look! Buildings! Kyusuo, look! Lucianza looked at Mu Meng's small back, sunlight streaming through the glass and outlining a fluffy golden halo around his head. He was excitedly sharing with Chiu Suo in his hands. Lucianza felt a slight ache in his heart. Mu Meng was already over 4 years old, but hadn't he had much time to play. He had always been very obedient and easy to satisfy, and Lucianza felt he owed Mu Meng a lot. Mu Meng didn't know that his uncle Lu had so many thoughts. He only knew that he was very happy today. Lucianza got off the tarmac, holding Mu Meng's hand, and took the elevator straight to the general manager's office, encountering very few people along the way. There were 4 people in the assistant room outside the office. When they saw Lucianza bringing a little boy to work, their eyes couldn't hide their shock, and they exchanged glances. Xin, Lucianza called without turning back. The male assistant from yesterday immediately stood up and quickly followed. The moment the office door closed, whispers erupted from outside. Mu Meng heard the footsteps, turned around, and saw Xin coming in. He looked up at him and beamed a bright smile. Hello, uncle. Xin obviously froze. He pushed up his glasses and forced a not-so-natural smile. You. Hello. His voice was dry, as if unsure how to handle the situation. Lucianza casually draped his suit jacket over the back of a chair and loosened his tie. He squatted down to be at eye level with Mu Meng. Meng. Uncle has to work for a while. He pointed around the room. You can play by yourself here for now. Mu Meng nodded and ran toward the floor-to-ceiling window he had been eyeing. Xin opened the holographic projection on his light brain, but his gaze couldn't help but glance toward Mu Meng, who was leaning against the window. Lucianza noticed, but didn't interrupt his distraction. The work content was minimal, and it was quickly reported. After all, Lucianza had just joined the Lu family and was still in a learning phase. Lucianza's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the leather armrest, his gaze fixed on the report Xin had just submitted on the light screen. The air in the office seemed to solidify, with only the soft glow from the holographic projection casting shifting shadows on his sharply defined face. Xin's back was already damp with a thin layer of sweat. Just as he was about to buckle under the pressure of the silence, Lucianza finally spoke. You have worked at Luas for many years, and reaching the position of general manager's assistant must not have been easy. It shows you have strong abilities. Xin's throat bobbed. Thank you, Manager Lu. I'm new here, and there are many things. Lucianza suddenly lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes seeming to penetrate the heart. I still need to rely on you. I'm very confident in you handling a few assistants. Xin abruptly lowered his head, the reflection from his glasses hiding his suddenly constricted pupils. I will not let General Lu down. Lucianza looked back at the light screen, his fingertips tapping out the last emphasis on the armrest. Go prepare for the meeting. Xin turned and walked out of the room, and Lucianza watched his figure disappear at the door. For minutes later, the communication device rang. Lucianza felt a sense of calm he had anticipated, and he answered, Grandpa. Oh, I heard you brought a child to work with you? Grandpa, it's Mu Meng. Mu Meng heard Lucianza call his name. Huh? I'm talking to Great-Grandpa. When Mu Meng heard Great-Grandpa, he hurried over and leaned on Lucianza's leg. Lucianza turned on the speaker for the call. Mu Meng knew he could speak now, so he shouted at the communicator, Hello, Great-Grandpa. Old Master Lu's barrage of questions got lodged in his throat. Hello, Mu Meng. Lucianza lifted Mu Meng from the ground onto his lap. Grandpa, I have a meeting soon. No one can take care of Mu Meng, so I'll send him to you. Can you help me take care of him for a while? Before Old Master Lu could respond, he turned to Mu Meng. Meng, is it okay to stay with Great-Grandpa for a while? Okay. Before Old Master Lu could say a word, Lucianza directly hung up the communicator. He took Mu Meng to the 32nd floor, leaving a quick note. I'm in a hurry for the meeting, so I'm leaving. Old Master Lu looked at his grandson's retreating figure, sighed, and then looked down to meet Mu Meng's gaze. The two of them stared wide-eyed at each other in the office. However, Mu Meng was not shy. He ran to where Old Master Lu was sitting, leaned on his leg. Great-Grandpa, Chiu Suo. He spread his small hand holding Chiu Suo in front of Old Master Lu, introducing his good friend. Old Master Lu was stunned. Chiu Suo was Lucianza's most treasured possession, the mecha he valued most from the battlefield, and now it was in Mu Meng's hands. Old Master Lu felt something was off. His grandson had a special connection with this little child. In the office on the 30th floor, the meeting had just begun when Lu Xinze, in front of everyone, dropped the first bombshell. Assistant, you are fired. Xian's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 54. A sunny air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Just now, Lu Xinze had publicly dismissed his assistant. People on both sides of the long table looked at Xian in unison. Xian abruptly pushed back his chair and stood up, the wooden chair scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. President Lu, you can't fire me. His voice exploded in the silent conference room, with a barely noticeable tremor at the end. The people sitting on both sides exchanged glances discreetly. Lu Xinze rarely showed patience, and his tone was surprisingly pleasant, though his eyes were icy. Why can't I? Under his gaze, Xian's face grew paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The blue light from the conference projection cast his trembling shadow on the wall, like a trapped beast. I am the one who pays your salary, and I believe your workability is problematic. Lu Xinze tapped the table lightly with his knuckles and suddenly chuckled. Who can question that? Assistant, you can pack your things and leave now. Rest assured, your compensation will not be short by a single cent. Lu Xinze raised his hand to adjust his cufflinks, the light reflecting off the platinum cufflinks, dazzling everyone's eyes. Also, perhaps everyone is not familiar enough with me. He stood up. The muffled sound of his shoes on the carpet sent chills down everyone's spines. After all, I have been living in the military before. His long fingers brushed over the gilded conference nameplate, so I remind everyone. He leaned slightly, shadows enveloping half of the conference table. My surname is Lu. In the chairman's office on the 32nd floor, Mu Meng was sitting on the sofa, sipping water from a cup. Grandpa Lu had just finished a brief online meeting. He thought that young Mu Meng would be lonely without anyone to play with and would soon grow restless. So he prepared to call his assistant in to take the child out if he started making noise. To his surprise, little Mu Meng understood that great-grandpa was busy with important matters, and he behaved himself, not making a sound. First, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the different view outside great-grandpa's office. After he had enough, he began to explore the spacious and bright office. There was a large transparent display cabinet filled with representative mecha models developed and produced by the Lu family. Mu Meng looked up from top to bottom for a long time, feeling a bit like playing. He turned to look at great-grandpa, who was still talking to someone on the screen, tilted his head thoughtfully, and chose not to interrupt, continuing to wander around the office. Apart from the display cabinet, there was nothing else to play with. Mu Meng noticed the water dispenser in the room and felt a bit thirsty. Next to the water dispenser was a low cabinet with cups inside. Mu Meng took the smallest cup and poured himself a glass of water. The dispenser was an intelligent one that could adjust the temperature, but Mu Meng had never used such an appliance before and didn't he understand it. The water that came out was a bit warm. He turned his little head around and found a folded handkerchief on the table beside the sofa. He took the handkerchief, cradled the slightly warm cup, and sat on the sofa, sipping slowly. Today, little Mu Meng was also being self-sufficient. Lu Chuanlin's mind was divided in two, one half in the video conference and the other half on little Mu Meng in the room. When Mu Meng saw great-grandpa turn off the video, he raised his cup. Drink? Grandpa Lu guessed he was asking if he wanted some water and waved his hand to refuse. No, thanks. This child was truly well-behaved. So much so that his grandson could lend him the quest for play. In a moment of thought, Lu Chuanlin asked Mu Meng. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to ask about the child's father, but seeing the fair neck exposed as Mu Meng lowered his head to drink, he suddenly felt that this thought was indeed inappropriate. After all, he was just a little child. Mu Kongqing transformed into a completely new persona, taking an intelligent bus to the designated location agreed upon with ordinary people. She had a lot to do today. The vegetables in the field were ripe, and she needed to check on the deliveries. If everything was fine, the vegetables would be on the shelves tonight and could be shipped out tomorrow. She also wanted to get a driver's license, whether for a car or an aircraft. After verifying everyone's identities, Mu Kongqing handed over the radishes in her hand and detailed her requirements. These radishes must be eaten every day for 15 consecutive days. A few people nodded as they accepted the radishes. Please keep this matter confidential. I guarantee it will only benefit you and not harm you. Also, while you might enjoy eating the fresh radishes at first, eating the same thing every day may become unbearable after a few days. However, you must eat them for the full 15 days. If anyone wants to withdraw now, just let me know. I won't force anyone. Kongqing's new appearance was very approachable. Today she wore a beige knitted sweater and light blue jeans, which made her seem more like a friendly neighbor than her usual aloof self. But this only made her reminders seem more serious. The group exchanged glances, and no one took the initiative to withdraw. They agreed to meet every day at this time to collect the radishes, and then they dispersed. Kongqing went to the driving school based on the information she had previously gathered, and the process of registering for classes went smoothly. She signed up for both licenses at the same time, scheduling classes for after she delivered the radishes each day, with a learning period of 1 month. Kongqing was very satisfied. Once everything was settled, Kongqing went straight home. Her newly registered social media account for Greenplant 2025 gained over 10,000 followers in just 1 day, with old customers and those drawn in by curiosity. Her account was lively, filled with people urging her to stabilize and release new products. She replied to one of them, "New products coming soon," and contacted Butler Duan to finalize the quantity of vegetables for this time. However, Butler Duan provided her with 2 addresses. The address for Blue Star remained the same, but a new address for Capital Star was added. Apart from 1 cabbage sent to Blue Star, the remaining 2 cabbages would be sent to the old residence of the Duan family in Capital Star. Kongqing checked the map. Unlike the Liu family's courtyard on the outskirts, the Duan family's old residence was located in a more bustling area, although it was significantly smaller than the Liu estate. She kept Liu Shen's share of the vegetables aside, as she was prepared to discuss her farming with him. After all, she needed the Liu family to help promote this matter. While Kongqing was busy preparing to list the new vegetables, on the other side, Liu Shen went to Grandpa Liu's office and, under the complex gaze of the other party, brought Meng out. Leaving the company, they flew towards the Population Management Bureau. Meng didn't know what his uncle was taking him to do. He simply did whatever his uncle said. In this way, unbeknownst to everyone, Meng was directly placed under Liu Shen's name, becoming Liu Shen's nominal son. Chapter 55 Cooperation. Meng lay on Liu Shen's large hand, looking at his resident card. He couldn't read, so he looked at the photo he had just taken. His small face was chubby, and he was grinning widely. He pointed to his photo and asked Liu Shen, "Uncle, is Meng good?" Liu Shen picked him up with one hand and gently smoothed the wrinkles in his collar with the other. The child's substantial weight made his stern brows soften unconsciously as he answered seriously, "Meng took a great photo." Little Meng was satisfied and held his photo to show off to Chiu Sa. Liu Shen recalled what old Master Liu had just said. This child is already 4 years old, yet he speaks like a toddler. It seemed he needed to ask Kongqing about this. Kongqing's freshly stocked vegetables had sold out in an instant, and her official social media account was flooded with messages. Most were requests for cooperation, which she ignored, while many customers who had eaten her vegetables sent feedback and thanks. Kongqing read the feedback carefully. Although some of it might be exaggerated, it indirectly confirmed her previous thoughts that her vegetables had a better suppressive effect on mental disturbances. She wondered if it was because the land where the vegetables were grown contained her spiritual energy. She decided to use Liu Shen as her first test subject. After all, he was one of the few people famous for mental disturbances. That evening, when Liu Shen returned to the villa with Meng, Kongqing was busy in the kitchen. This kitchen was fully equipped with appliances and spices, many of which Kongqing didn't recognize. It had all the necessary utensils, but surprisingly, there was no cooking robot. It seemed the person who set it up never expected anyone would actually use the kitchen to cook. This time, she had only grown radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. Kongqing thought the children were already tired of the radishes, so she kept what she needed and sold the rest, holding the potatoes and cabbage. An idea suddenly popped into her mind: stir-fried shredded potatoes and stir-fried cabbage slices. Liu Shen stood at the kitchen door, his footsteps pausing unconsciously. He saw Kongqing wearing a plain apron, the knife making crisp sounds on the cutting board as she sliced the cabbage into even shreds. The aroma of shredded potatoes wafted from the frying pan, and the golden potato shreds were piled on a white porcelain plate beside her. This scene was somewhat unexpected for him. He had rarely seen anyone cook since he was young. The Liu family usually consumed nutrient solutions at mealtime, with kitchen robots doing the cooking. He didn't know anyone around him who could cook. It seemed that cooking was an ancient skill. Mu Yun, you are really impressive. Privately, Liu Shenze preferred to call her Mu Yun over Mu Kongqing to avoid confusion between the two names in front of others. Mu Kongqing looked up at him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and pointed to the cooking tutorial projection floating in the air. It's actually very simple. Just follow the steps. I can't cook at all. It would be great to have a cooking robot. Mu Ming hugged his mother's leg, tiptoeing to see the dishes on the table. Mu Kongqing pushed him outside, saying, "It's dangerous here. Wait for your older siblings to come back to eat together." Okay. Mu Ming obediently walked to the kitchen door and stood next to Liu Shenze. "Mr. Liu, why don't you have a little to eat today? Although my skills are not great, these vegetables are excellent." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly turned her wrist and neatly swept the cabbage into the hot pan, immediately producing a sizzling sound. The fragrance of oil mixed with the sweetness of the cabbage spread throughout the kitchen. Good. Liu Shenze suddenly felt that this scene, filled with the aroma of home-cooked food, was a new and intriguing experience in his life, and it stirred something in his heart. He stood at the door, watching Mu Kongqing's nimble technique, feeling a bit uneasy as he couldn't help it all. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed, and the next second, the children's voices came in. "Brother, be a little patient with your brother." Lian's crisp voice was the first to arrive. "He just learns a bit slower." "Is that called a bit slower?" Li Liji retorted. "I taught him 10 times, and he still doesn't understand." Liu Shenze turned around to see Li Zipping standing quietly with his head down, not saying a word. Little Mu Ming dashed over like a cannonball, cheerfully greeting everyone. "Hello, brother." "Hello, sister." The 4 children burst into laughter, but when they looked up and saw Liu Shenze at the kitchen door, they instantly fell silent as if turned to stone. The little ones exchanged glances, silently questioning, why is brother Liu here again? Mu Kongqing's cabbage leaves were about to be taken off the stove, and the children came to the kitchen to help with the bowls and chopsticks. "Get another set from Mr. Liu." Okay. The 6 of them sat around the dining table. Although the dishes were simple, consisting only of a plate of stir-fried cabbage and a dish of shredded potatoes, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. The dinner, without any staple food, quickly ended, and the children skillfully pulled out the nutrient solutions they carried and began to drink. After the meal, Li and Li Leji and Li Zipping worked together in perfect harmony. One cleared the bowls, one wiped the table, and the other tidied up the kitchen. Liu Shenze, wearing a cream-colored tailored shirt that shimmered under the lights, didn't look like someone who would do trivial tasks. However, seeing the children's efficient movements, he instinctively stood up to help. It was a habit formed in the military where one had to do everything by oneself. Liu Shenze noticed that Mu Ming was on tiptoe, throwing the used napkin into the trash can. After finishing his task, the little guy proudly raised his face towards Mu Kongqing. After receiving his mother's approval, he happily spun around in place. Mu Kongqing reached out to stop him. "Let them do it. I have something to discuss with you. Mr. Liu, I would like to collaborate with you. As you can see, I can grow vegetables. I've opened a piece of land right behind this villa." She pointed in a direction to Liu Shenze. "My vegetables have low pollution and a better suppressive effect on mental disturbances." At this point, she pressed her lips together. "The online vegetable store you contacted before was opened by me." Liu Shenze showed a look of realization. This woman seemed to constantly bring him various surprising news and novel experiences. "I want to do a good job selling vegetables, but I can't show my face. So I want to cooperate with the Liu family. As compensation, all the vegetables you eat will be on me." Just a moment ago, Mu Kongqing had been bold, but the next second, she put forth her request. "Additionally, Mr. Liu, I want to verify the effects of my vegetables on you. I'm still uncertain about their effectiveness." Chapter 56, Subtle Balance. Liu Shenze returned to the Liu family mansion from the small villa in the evening. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his grandfather sitting on the sofa, watching the news on the holographic screen. The president was giving an impassioned speech. When Liu Laoyizi noticed him entering, he raised a hand and pointed to the sofa across from him. Liu Shenze walked over and sat down. Neither of them spoke, and the room fell silent, leaving only the president's voice from the holographic screen. Butler Liu walked in from the back and, upon seeing the scene, paused in his steps, changed direction, and headed to the kitchen unsure if there was enough nutritional liquid at home. Lu Xinze sat upright on the sofa. Lu Chuanlin glanced at him, noting that as someone who had served in the military, he was always respectful when facing his elders, leaving no room for criticism. Taking a child to work? Lu Chuanlin broke the silence between them. If he didn't speak first, he guessed his grandson could sit there all night, and, judging by Lu Xinze's gaze, his thoughts seemed to be wandering elsewhere. Lu Xinze replied, "Yes, Ms. Mu has something to attend to, and no one is available to take care of Mu Meng. So I'm helping out. You also took care of Qiuzhua?" Lu Chuanlin asked. "I remember 3 years ago when your third brother's kid wanted to interact. You weren't willing. That's different. Mu Meng and Qiuzhua are friends." As soon as he finished speaking, the Qiuzhua pendant around his neck flashed. Lu Laoyizi fell silent again, feeling something was off with his grandson. Isn't Mu Meng 4 years old now? Shouldn't he be going to school? You can't take a child to work all the time. He is too well-behaved. Today, I had a meeting, and he sat quietly by himself. It looked pretty lonely. Lu Xinze frowned, realizing he had been careless. It seemed Mu Meng really had no friends other than Qiuzhua, and he couldn't communicate with him. "Grandpa, you make a good point. I will discuss it with Ms. Mu," he said. Lu Laoyizi fell silent again, unsure of where to start. "What does this child have to do with you? Why are you so enthusiastic?" "Grandpa, you said Mu Meng should go to school. By the way, Mu Meng has no issues speaking." I asked, and Ms. Mu said it's a family trait. "His language development is slow." "You, Xinze, something is wrong with you," Lu Chuanlin said. "You previously said you wanted to cooperate with Ms. Mu," and I agreed. "Ms. Mu is very mysterious, and you still don't know her background. This isn't like you. Would the military accept someone with an unclear background? I know she is strong, capable of bringing the dead back to life. And that child Mu Meng is even more frightening. But you have to understand, our first star system is currently very stable, and there is a subtle balance between the various star systems. We don't need a powerful person to disrupt it." Lu Chuanlin's voice was steady and filled with experience. He didn't look at Lu Xinze, but instead stared at a point behind him. He sighed and continued. "If she were with the Zhou family, they would likely be happy. If she were with the third star system, which is run by war profiteers, they would be ecstatic. But she is with our Lu family." "Grandpa, it's the Lu family that is with her," Lu Xinze corrected. Lu Chuanlin narrowed his eyes. "Shut up. Don't interrupt. I don't want to see the current situation disrupted. Many people don't want that either. The first star system has been in chaos for over 60 years, only stabilizing somewhat in the last decade. Your grandmother." Lu Chuanlin sighed deeply at this point. "She certainly wouldn't want to see it either. So the Lu family, can support Ms. Mu as long as she doesn't cause trouble." Lu Laoyizi was old and disliked conflicts, which Lu Xinze understood. However, sometimes things wouldn't go according to plan. Many people wanted chaos. The more chaotic, the better, including those in the Lu family. It was likely only Lu Laoyizi wanted to maintain peace, but he wouldn't argue with his grandfather. After all, no one could predict how things would develop. He held the experiment of Mu Kongqing in his heart, and the outcome was still unknown, making it inappropriate to bring it up with his grandfather, afraid of giving him false hopes. However, something had to be done. "Grandpa, I want to arrange a position for Ms. Mu in the group as my assistant. This way, it will be convenient for her to act in the future. Such small matters, you can decide for yourself. Sanya will be on duty tomorrow. He is very reliable. Train him as one of your own. Also, the Zhang family is holding some sort of new product tasting event. Many people will definitely attend to support it, and you can discuss business while mingling. You should go with Xinfeng. He knows these people in the business world well. Xinfeng has abilities and is not a bad person, just a bit soft-hearted. You can help correct that flaw of his. I don't know who he takes after." Lu Xinze listened with a smile as Lu Laoyizi spoke. Butler Lu came out of the kitchen, saw the two still chatting, and secretly gave Lu Xinze a thumbs up from behind Lu Laoyizi. "Old song, you're not that old yet." Butler Lu chuckled. He was 5 years older than Lu Laoyizi. "You keep talking to Xinze. He is still young and has his own life after work." Lu Laoyizi also felt he had said too much. He replied, "I still have a document to sign," and left with a huff. Just as Butler Lu was about to leave, Lu Xinze called out to him, "Grandpa Song, do we have any extra kitchen robots at home?" Butler Lu was surprised. "Yes, we do. I want to take a good one as a gift for someone." Butler Lu nodded. "I'll have someone find one right now. You can send it over tomorrow." The next day, Kongqing first sent a package of radishes and learned to drive. When she received a text from Shenze, she came to the Lu group building. Today, Shenze was again bringing Meng to work. They had chatted the night before and had already decided to find a kindergarten for Meng. The child truly needed social interaction. Meng had been practicing solitude, often forgetting that he was more like a human. As for the employment matter, in preparation for his future vegetable-selling business, they had agreed to have her hold a position at the Lu family. Today was just a formality. Shenze intended to personally go down to meet her, but later thought it would be too conspicuous and gave up on that idea. When Kongqing arrived at Shenze's office according to his instructions, there was already a man inside. Chapter 57. Kindergarten. Kongqing opened the door and walked in. The first to speak was Meng, Mom. He ran over and hugged his mother's leg, looking up with his little face. Songyu, standing to the side, was surprised. He hadn't expected that Manager Lu would bring along a child, and it turned out to be this woman's. Shenze spoke up. You two should get to know each other. Muyun, this is Songyu. He pointed to Songyu, and when the two made eye contact, he then pointed to Muyun. Songyu, this is Muyun. From now on, Ms. Mu will be my assistant, but her work is quite special, so she won't have a regular office schedule. Songyu nodded upon hearing this. Songyu, Muyun's identity is a bit special. You're someone that both Grandpa and I trust, so this task must be entrusted to you. The three people outside, keep the useful ones and handle the rest as you see fit, without any concerns. Shenze pointed to Meng. The relationship between this child and Ms. Mu is not to be disclosed publicly. You need to quickly cultivate your own influence. If you have any reliable and capable former colleagues, let me know, and I'll see about making arrangements. As Songyu left, he was still pondering the implications behind Shenze's words. He didn't yet know the woman's identity, and both she and the child were ordinary people. He had interacted with ordinary people for many years. They seemed like people from two different worlds. The implication of Manager Lu's words was that they needed very reliable people to assist in the tasks they were going to undertake. He was left with little information. He returned to his workstation, where a cup of coffee was sitting. He didn't touch it, his gaze sweeping over the other three assistants. They were still unfamiliar with each other. He had arrived suddenly, and a handover of work hadn't been completed. It seemed there would be a lot to do in the coming time. Kongqing then left the Lu Corporation building without greeting anyone else. Shenze felt it was unnecessary at this point. After about 10 minutes, Shenze left with Meng. Before leaving, Meng waved his little hand at Songning, knowing that this uncle was his mother's work partner. Shenze drove a flying vehicle, taking Kongqing and Meng to the entrance of a whimsically decorated kindergarten. It was not far from the Lu family compound, and a school bus came every day to pick up the children, which was very convenient. Kongqing did not let Shenze follow her and led Meng to the kindergarten herself. What she didn't know was that nearly all the children in this kindergarten came from wealthy families, and enrollment required a review process. Shenze had already sent the principal the necessary information in advance, and the principal knew that the children were associated with the Lu family. Although Kongqing and Meng were dressed simply and their clothes did not seem to be from any big brands, they were still treated warmly. Our activity area is very large, so parents don't need to worry about the children's activities. Our Meng is very independent, but has a slow language development. He speaks slower than most children. Rest assured, our teachers are all professionals and very patient. Kongqing was satisfied. She knew that kindergartens provided free education, so she didn't ask about tuition fees. However, she was unaware that this kindergarten was a private one with very high fees. Meng was successfully enrolled, and Kongqing sent a message to Shenze, asking him to leave first as she wanted to help Meng familiarize himself with the kindergarten. Meng was placed in the small class. At first, he wasn't familiar with everyone, but being a polite and socially awkward little friend, he greeted every child in the class and soon became acquainted with several of them. Many of the games, like sand digging, didn't interest him, as he spent every day at home with his mother planting vegetables, but he was very interested in playing ball. Meng ran with a group of children, his eyes sparkling. Kongqing watched happily from outside. Indeed, children were suited to playing with other children. She sat in the activity area, using her light brain to check the enrollment guide sent to parents by the kindergarten, comparing prices and placing orders for the necessary and recommended items listed. Although she was busy buying things, she didn't neglect Mu Meng. She overheard a few children chatting around him. He seems different from us. Yeah, that's Mu Meng's soft voice. Teacher, why is he different from us? One of the children asked the teacher while pulling on her sleeve. The teacher squatted down to explain, Mu Meng hasn't evolved. Teacher, what does evolve mean? The children were still too young. Their living environment had no ordinary people, only evolved beings, so they found Mu Meng very curious when they first met him. Mu Meng looked over curiously. It just means our bodies are different, but it doesn't affect that we are all good children. The kindergarten teachers were all professionally trained, especially in a private elite kindergarten where the treatment was good, so the standards for teachers were high. Any child who could attend the kindergarten must not be offended, and preferences were kept to themselves, at least on the surface. Fairness had to be maintained. Mu Meng didn't understand the meaning of this. He thought everyone had discovered his identity as a little tree and looked at his mother in panic. His mother had said that if he was exposed, he would be thrown into the polluted area to live. In Mu Meng's little world, the sky had fallen. Mu Kongqing saw that it was about time and said goodbye to the teacher, pulling Mu Meng out of the kindergarten. On the way, Mu Meng looked back at the kindergarten in despair, turning around frequently. It was over. This was his last time playing with the children, and it was also his first. He was about to say goodbye to the other children and go to the polluted area. Mu Meng is the same as his older brothers and sisters. Mu Meng tilted his head. Mu Meng is different from them, but the same as his older brothers and sisters. You can't let anyone besides your brothers and sisters discover your superpowers. Peaches can only be given to your brothers and sisters, and the little tree can only be shown to your brothers and sisters. No one else can, only if Mom says it's okay. School? Mu Meng pointed towards the kindergarten. Yes, you can still come to school tomorrow because Mu Meng didn't let anyone discover his superpowers. Mu Meng cheered. Today was truly the happiest day for him. His brothers and sisters would all go to school, and he always thought that going to school was a very impressive thing. His brothers and sisters were all amazing. Now he was amazing too. Mu Kongqing had been silent for a long time when her inner demons suddenly jumped out. Look, the people in this world have forgotten ordinary people. Do you think ordinary people can still be considered human? Mu Kongqing ignored her. One advantage of interstellar life was that the spiritual energy in the air was low, which meant there wasn't enough spiritual energy for her inner demons to recover. Therefore, her inner demon could only lie quietly in her sea of consciousness, occasionally trying to replace her, but it was too weak to do anything. Mu Meng was bouncing around, and Mu Kongqing led him to take the intelligent bus. In the evening, Mu Kongqing was gnawing on carrots with the children. She really didn't like cooking. Lucianza once again came uninvited, this time bringing 2 robots with him. One was a kitchen robot, which was more versatile than a cooking robot, and the other was a housework robot. The housework robot was one that Butler Lu had seen lying and used in the storage room, and asked Lucianza if he wanted it. Lucianza graciously had it delivered to the small villa. This time he really helped Mu Kongqing, who carefully examined Lucianza. Not to mention, this guy is not only good-looking, but also so handsome. Chapter 58, Ordinary Women and Eggs. Behind the small villa is a small vegetable plot, the soil slightly moist, exuding the fresh aroma of freshly turned earth. Since getting the kitchen robot, Mu Kongqing has been more motivated to tend to the garden. Mu Meng was picked up by the kindergarten bus early in the morning, and Mu Kongqing felt particularly peaceful without the chatter of her child, who, while not talkative, seemed to speak more when around her. The yard behind the small villa is naturally an elongated arc, and the vegetable plot that Mu Kongqing cultivated is a small rectangle, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. She used an optical illusion. As long as no one intruded, the vegetable plot was invisible to the naked eye. The plot is divided into 7 ridges, 3 of which are planted with radishes. Radishes grow quickly with a high survival rate, and 3 ridges can yield about 25. 2 are for ordinary people to test, while 1 is kept for her family. The children are a bit tired of eating radishes, so she keeps just enough to maintain their daily needs, generously leaving 2 for Lucianza and sells the rest. 1 ridge is planted with potatoes and another with cabbage. Mu Kongqing is currently reserving seeds for planting, achieving a survival rate of nearly 90. The yield of potatoes is variable, while cabbage yields are quite consistent, with about 27 successful plants per harvest. There is also one ridge of eggplants and one of chili peppers. Their yields are also inconsistent. Kongqing furrowed her brow in thought while standing in the field, feeling that it still wasn't enough to sell, and the variety was not rich enough. Previously, Lin had mentioned the idea of selling finished vegetables, and Kongqing had not given up. If the experiments succeed, she plans to lower the prices of vegetables to help more people, making her main income from selling finished produce. However, no one is there to help her, and managing everything alone is quite overwhelming. She still needs to continuously cultivate and replenish her spiritual energy, and the robots are not yet intelligent enough to fully replace humans. She notes all her problems in her light brain, waiting to solve them one by one, and cautiously takes out a small sapling from her storage space. It is a nearly dead apple tree she discovered in the mountains behind, with yellowish spots on its leaves slowly fading under the influence of spiritual energy. The leaf veins gradually turning tintergreen. Cleaning the pollutants from the apple tree consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but Kongqing finds it sweet. Finally, she won't just be eating bland vegetables. After planting the apple tree, Kongqing made another trip to the mountains to retrieve the spiritual stones she had left behind, replacing them with new ones. After replenishing her spiritual energy, she took a bus to the city center. After distributing the radishes and finishing her driving lessons, she began gathering seeds in the city, wanting all kinds. Before leaving, she checked online recommendations and strolled through the suggested shops. True to its reputation as the capital star, the variety of goods was far superior to that of Lanhua Star. She bought many seeds she hadn't had before: spinach, celery, sweet potatoes, tomatoes. She silently planned what dishes to make with each, and also stopped by the butcher to buy some meat for the children's extra meal. As she exited the butcher, she noticed a few round eggs in a corner. Kongqing picked one up to weigh it, and asked the owner, "Boss, what kind of eggs are these?" The plump owner glanced at Kongqing. Many had inquired about the eggs today, but no one had bought any yet. "I don't know. A few young people left them here for consignment." "How much are they?" 3,000 star coins each. Kongqing raised her eyebrows. "So expensive." "The price isn't set by me, and besides, the eggs are rare. They have only 17 pollution value, and are all edible." Kongqing gritted her teeth and carefully selected two. She wanted to see if they could be eaten and if she could raise them, as she was tired of life without meat. After finishing everything, she arrived at the Lu Corporation building. Today, she was here to record her information, after which she could enter the building as an employee. In the lobby on the first floor, a petite woman was leaning on the service desk, smiling ingratiatingly. "Can you just ask for me?" "Ma'am, we've told you many times already. Please refer to the information you received and leave without disturbing our normal work order." The girl continued to smile cautiously. "Just help me ask. You can make a call. I don't need anything else." The male and female receptionists were growing impatient and signaled to the security guard at the door. The guard approached, followed by two security robots. They still appeared polite, but their actions were decisive, pushing the petite woman towards the exit. Even at this moment, the woman maintained a pleading smile, seemingly without anger. "I graduated from Kongqing University with excellent grades. I'm among the top students in my class. I just want to know why I wasn't admitted. Just one reason, that's all. I won't make a fuss." Her hands trembled hesitantly, brushing against the arm of the robot in front of her, wanting to reach out but unable to bring herself to do so. As she stepped back, she bumped into Kongqing, who could have dodged but intentionally didn't. The woman's words reached Kongqing's ears as she entered, and she saw her back, a normal person who had not evolved. The woman turned around, saying, I'm sorry, while making a small bow in a hurry. Kongqing straightened her tilted body. "It's okay." A glance revealed the resume in the woman's hand, and the name Huru caught her eye. In an era where everything relies on light brains, paper resumes are already quite rare. Despite the girl's reluctance, she was escorted out of the Lu Corporation's doors by security. Kongqing verified her identity at the front desk and was allowed upstairs. Before leaving, she glanced back at the woman lingering at the entrance. Her eyes were red, but she still wore a forced smile at the security guards. Kongqing followed Sonia, recording her fingerprint and iris information. After finishing, she went to Lucian's office to invite him to dinner at the small villa that night to try the kitchen robot's cooking. Great. Lucian's readily agreed. He had been thinking of an excuse to visit the villa, but now that the woman had taken the initiative to invite him, he could save his excuse about checking on Mu Meng's adaptation to kindergarten for next time. Mr. Liu, can you help me find out why a woman named Huru wasn't admitted by Liu Corporation? Hu is for the ancient moon, and Ru means enduring hardship. Mu Kongqing seized the opportunity to ask. Lu Shenze directly messaged Song Yu. 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Song Yu entered, his tone respectful. Manager Liu, Huru is very outstanding, majoring in physical sciences, an excellent graduate from Kongqing University. She meets all our requirements, but she failed the medical examination. The results showed she has less than 2 years to live. Even accounting for possible errors, the estimate wouldn't vary much. Considering everything, we admitted another alumnus from her school. Lu Shenze nodded, but did not let him leave, turning to look at Mu Kongqing. She felt this person was quite good and useful. Looking expectantly at Lu Shenze, I think this person could be useful. Lu Shenze's thoughts aligned with hers. Chapter 59, Have you ever eaten chives? Turning to Song Yu, he instructed, bring her in, let her rotate through the factory and laboratory first. You should assess her carefully to ensure she's reliable. She might be of great use to us in the future. Lu Shenze crossed his hands on the desk in front of him, rubbing them together. It's graduation season. Go filter through and see if there are any hidden gems you like. If possible, we can keep them for ourselves, regardless of whether they're ordinary people or evolved ones. And we don't mind if they have disabilities. Song Yu nodded seriously, and as Lu Shenze waved him off, he left the office. Mu Kongqing saw Song Yu leave and felt she had nothing to do, so she was about to leave as well when Lu Shenze spoke again. In a few days, there will be a tasting event for the Xiana brand under the Zhang family, featuring many fruits and vegetables. Do you want to come with me? Mu Kongqing was genuinely interested and immediately agreed. When she got home, she cleaned all the meat she had just bought, leaving most for Shushu, programmed the kitchen robot to refine all the fatty meat into oil, and store the refined oil in a storage space to avoid contamination. The remaining meat was stewed with cabbage and potatoes. Unfortunately, besides radishes, her home only had cabbage and potatoes. Mu Kongqing was eagerly looking forward to the eggplants and peppers outside to ripen quickly. The children hadn't returned home yet, so she searched online for seeds and indeed found many new varieties. However, she hesitated when filling out the address. She didn't want to use the address of the small villa, so she arbitrarily wrote the address of the Liu Corporation building and made up a name, planning to inform Lu Shenze after the fact. When it was time for Mu Meng to finish school, Mu Kongqing went to the small road in front of the Liu Manor to pick her up. She planned to stop picking her up once Mu Meng was familiar with the route home. Mu Meng, at such a young age, felt no discomfort with her mother-esque carefree approach to self-reliance, and neither did they. As soon as Mu Meng saw her mother, she began chattering excitedly. I missed you. Mommy. Mu Kongqing played the role of a caring mother. How was your first day of school? Mommy. I'm doing well. I had fun. Mu Meng's every intonation was uplifting, and hearing her cheerful little voice made Mu Kongqing's insignificant worries dissipate. When the older siblings returned from school, they gathered around to share amusing stories from school, and Mu Meng proudly puffed out her little chest, declaring herself a student too. Mu Kongqing watched as the children laughed together, but then Lian suddenly ran over. Sister, can you send Shushu over tomorrow? Mu Kongqing was puzzled. Why? Shushu is getting bigger. Our house can't hold him anymore. It's better for him to be free with you, Lian said, picking up a cushion from the sofa and hugging it. Li Zipping and I have already discussed it. He's not a foolish child. He can come over every night to see Shushu. All right, send him over. As soon as Mu Kongqing finished speaking, the doorbell rang, and Lu Shenze returned. Now the children had become accustomed to Lu Shenze's spontaneous visits. Mu Kongqing told him about the seed mailing issue. Lu Shenze messaged Song Yu about this, asking him to keep an eye on it, and added, in the future, you can directly coordinate with Song Yu for these small matters. After saying this, he regretted his hasty words, realizing he had spoiled a good opportunity to interact with Mu Kongqing. He just wanted to make things more convenient for her. But it seems nothing could go perfectly. Mu Kongqing once again updated her official social media account, and this time the comment section was even more lively, though mostly filled with onlookers. More eggplants to eat. Where are you eating? You can't get it. Come see, many people posted about this amazing store. But it's not that great. Just fishing for fame. There are always people to harvest. Upstairs, have you eaten chives or seen chives? It's laughable. Kongqing liked this comment and immediately posted another update. Just a heads up, our new vegetable next time will be chives, so stay tuned. The store owner is amazing. Worship the store owner. Can the store owner grant a wish for a cucumber? I saw pictures online, and they look so juicy. I want to try one. Kongqing liked this comment. Instantly, the store's account became a wishing well, with all sorts of strange vegetable names being suggested. No matter how lively the comment section was. Kongqing did not appear again. She held the 2 eggs she had bought that day, examining them closely. She felt that one of the eggs still had life in it, and carefully placed it into the incubator she had already purchased. She had to try it. She eliminated the contaminants from the other egg without hesitation and fried it in meat oil. Once cooked, she hesitated to let the children eat it because she didn't know what kind of egg it was and feared there might be issues. She turned her gaze to Mu Ming, who was lying on the floor in the living room reading a picture book. She couldn't distinguish because she was completely different from humans, but Mu Ming could. Mu Ming, come here. Mu Ming, with her little feet propped up on the floor, looked up when she heard the call. Huh? Come eat the egg. Mu Ming sprang to her feet and ran to her mother, excitedly exclaiming, "Yummy, yummy. Mommy has something delicious for me." She opened her mouth and bit into the egg in her mother's hand. Kongqing divided the egg into 6 portions, 1 for each person and 2 for Mu Ming, as 1 was for testing. Kongqing felt she was being fair. As soon as the egg entered his mouth, Mu Ming's eyes widened. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. Is something wrong, Ming Ming? Mu Ming carefully assessed. No, it's delicious. Kongqing, feeling uneasy, infused a bit of her spiritual energy into his body for a thorough check and confirmed that there were indeed no problems before she felt completely relieved. Mu Ming took another bite of the egg, and Kongqing took a piece for herself. It tastes just like fried eggs on Earth, a long-lost delicacy. There's none left. Save the rest for your siblings. Mu Ming licked his lips, still yearning for more, but he didn't ask for more. He knew he liked sharing delicious food with his siblings. That evening, the tiny taste of the egg captivated everyone, leaving them wanting more. Kongqing was now filled with anticipation for the egg that was going to hatch. Once it successfully hatched, she would definitely let Mr. Liu try it. Chapter 60 Introduction of Characters. Liu Xinze was still unaware that Kongqing had ordered him a fried egg. After returning to Capital Star, he had made an appointment with Mi Qianan to be his mental comfort doctor. Mi Qianan had excellent soothing skills. In addition to her work at the hospital, she also had a personal studio where she provided comfort to booked mecha warriors. Many S-class mecha warriors were her clients. Liu Xinze's session was over. He sat up from the reclining chair, bent down to smooth out the wrinkles on his pants, stood up, and put on the suit hanging on the coat rack. You are the best at recovering from mental disturbances that I've ever seen. Keep it up, and don't use your mental strength casually, Mi Qianan said, while washing her hands after removing her rubber gloves. Her voice was somewhat muffled by the sound of running water. I thought that in 5 years, you would be a lunatic, but it seems you can hold on for a few more years. Her words were half true, half false, but the advice was heavy. After washing her hands, she turned to look at Liu Xinze, her smile half sincere and half teasing. Liu Xinze had always respected Mi Qianan. He had known her even before Yuan Liang started dating her. She was their senior, a legendary figure who dared to go to the battlefield with mecha warriors just to clarify the initial state of their mental disturbances for better soothing. Later, when he heard that Mi Qianan was with Yuan Liang, he, who usually didn't gossip about others, took a rare interest in his friend's love life. The conclusion was that Mi Qianan liked Yuan Liang's cheerful personality, while Yuan Liang idolized Mi Qianan. I will get better and be able to fight alongside Yuan Liang, Liu Xinze thought as he left Mi Qianan's place and headed straight home. He went to the study to greet his grandfather. As he reached the door, he heard voices coming from inside. That girl from the Zhou family is really beautiful and gentle. She matches Xinze very well. Liu Xinze appeared through the slightly ajar door and saw his second, Aunt Liu Rosian, sitting opposite the old man. The person from the Zhou family is not good-looking. Liu Laozu's voice was steady, showing no signs of anger or joy. Xinze might not return to the army after this time. Settling down on Capital Star is quite good too. Haven't you always hoped he would be well? I do want him to be well, But I've never heard of this Zhou girl you mentioned, Zhou Yao. When did the Zhou family have such a daughter? Hee hee, Lu Rosian chuckled a bit shyly. This girl is from the Zhou family's collateral branch. Her parents are ordinary evolvers, and the whole family works in the Zhou group. Lu Chuanlin's expression didn't change, but his eyes shifted. How do you know her? Who introduced you? Just a few days ago, several ladies were shopping together, and someone brought her up. I thought the girl was quite nice. So you hurried back to find me? Oh, that Paul Sechenza is hard to find. A few years ago, there was a lot of talk about his mental degradation, and people say he has a short life. Lu Rosian didn't notice the old man's suddenly darkening face and continued. I think they make a point. S-class mental strength is already hard to find due to mental disturbances, and Shinza's situation is so serious. This girl doesn't mind our Shinza's issues, they say. Lu Chuanlin raised a hand to stop Lu Rosian from continuing. Otherwise, the conversation would only get worse. Lu Shinza pushed the door open, and both people inside turned to look at him upon hearing the sound. Second aunt, Lu Shinza greeted politely. Shinza is back. Then I'll take my leave, Lu Rosian said, glancing at Lu Laozu. Dad, I'm leaving. Lu Laozu nodded, until Lu Rosian's figure completely disappeared. Lu Shinza pulled out the chair she had just sat in and sat down. Grandpa, didn't you say you didn't know who Shinfeng resembles? Isn't this just like him? Lu Laozu helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. Did you hear everything your second aunt said just now? Don't blame her. She has always been inept. I know. Lu Shinza had a complicated feeling towards this second aunt. Growing up beside his grandfather, other elders kept their distance from him except for this second aunt, who would pull him to fix his clothes whenever she visited and would wash his hands after training, making her one of his closest elders. The Zhou family is really pushing their daughter around. It's outrageous. Lu Chuanlin sighed and looked at Lu Shinza with concern. You went to organize your mental strength today, right? How was it? Lu Shinza knew his health had always been a concern for his grandfather. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm fine, Grandpa. Ms. Mu has a way to treat my mental strength, so you don't have to worry. Lu Laozu's tired eyes widened suddenly. Are you serious? Yes. It's still in the experimental stage, and the specific effects are unclear. Michionan said I haven't deteriorated during this period, so it should be effective for me. I originally planned to wait until the effects were clear before telling you, but I can see you are really worried. So you've been making frequent moves in the company lately? If it works, even if only a little, I'm ready to cooperate with her on this project. It would be a boon for attack-type mental strength users. Lu Laozu nodded. That's good news. This is good news. We must keep this information under wraps. The stone in his heart had shifted a bit, but new worries emerged. I understand, Grandpa. The tasting event at the Zhang family is the day after tomorrow. I plan to bring Ms. Mu along. You can decide for yourself, Lu Laozu advised him carefully. The two continued their conversation into the night. On the day of the tasting event, Mu Kongqing changed into a well-made white suit that Lu Shinza had prepared for her. She had originally planned to go in sportswear, but Lu Shinza had thought ahead. When Mu Kongqing first met Lu Shinfeng, she felt that he resembled Lu Shinza to some extent. Lu Shinza rarely showed big expressions, but he loved to laugh. With the same tall stature and long legs, dressed in a black suit, Mu Kongqing classified him as a handsome guy. Lu Shinfeng looked Mu Kongqing up and down. Bro, who is this? My assistant. Never seen her before? Just hired. Lu Shinfeng's expression was playful as he whistled at Mu Kongqing. As Lu Shinza passed by him, he elbowed him, causing Lu Shinfeng to bend over in pain, clutching his stomach. Chapter 61. Tasting event. The new product tasting event of the Zhang family was not held in a hotel, but rather in the most famous exhibition hall in the capital. The exhibition hall is located in the most bustling area of the city center. This time, Mu Kongqing and the others chose to drive instead of using a flying vehicle. After the three of them got out of the car, the smart vehicle drove off on its own to find a parking space. Mu Kongqing stood behind the two men, obediently acting as an assistant. Today, she was Mu Yun. The exhibition hall was divided into two sections. On the left were several rows of tables and chairs, with many news media present. This was the location for the product launch. The seats for the two brothers of the Lu family were in the front row, while Mu Yun's assistant seat was in the last row. On the right side was the new product being announced today, with several long tables forming an oval shape, covered with opaque covers, making it impossible to see what was underneath. Inside the oval was a round table, also covered with a new product under a cover, and everyone was curiously looking over. Nowadays, many launch events opt for online releases using holographic glasses, where everyone gathers together, making it not much different from reality. However, the Zhang family chose to hold this launch event in person, which made it particularly eye-catching due to the tasting event. Major media outlets flocked to the scene, while smaller media that weren't invited were outside, trying to gain attention. As soon as the event started, the words Fresh Harvest were projected in front of everyone. The current head of Fresh Harvest, Zhang Junyi, delivered the opening speech. Introducing today's theme, the pollution control value of artificial vegetables and fresh vegetables has finally broken through the 4 barrier. As soon as the theme was announced, the atmosphere became extraordinarily heated. Both the artificial vegetables and the 4 pollution value stirred up a huge uproar online, with many media outlets live streaming the event. The effect of 4 pollution value vegetables on suppressing aggressive mental energy riots made many people in front of the screen tear up. But Kongqing was not concerned about this. She just wanted to know when she could eat vegetables. The event was originally planned to last an hour, but actually went on for over 2 hours due to the numerous questions from the media and even more requests for collaboration. By the time the event ended, Kongqing was already thinking about what to cook for the kids tomorrow. As soon as the event concluded, people surrounded Lu Xinze and his companion, and the event staff orderly guided everyone to the other side of the venue. Kongqing followed behind Lu Xinze and reached the tasting event area. She turned around and noticed that the tables and chairs from earlier had vanished. Intentionally lagging a few steps behind, she casually walked a few steps back and realized it was an optical illusion. Once she reached the tasting event side, she could no longer see the other side, only a wall that resembled light. The tasting area felt like an independent space, akin to a wine party, with each beam of light perfectly illuminating the covers of the new products. Most of the media had been asked to leave, leaving only a few influential individuals. Lu Xinfeng pulled Lu Xinze to sit on a sofa. Lu Xinze sat there with a cold demeanor, while Lu Xinfeng sprawled on the sofa like a young master. Before long, 2 young people approached, clearly close friends of Lu Xinfeng, and the 3 began to laugh and joke around. Soft music filled the hall as a waiter approached and lifted the covers, finally revealing the true appearance of the new products. Kongqing immediately spotted blanched vegetable hearts and noticed that the table was filled with vegetarian dishes. What a bitter life this was. There was nothing to complain about, as it was still much better than having nothing to eat. Keeping her role as an assistant in mind, Kongqing selected 3 plates of dishes she wanted to eat and placed them on the table in front of Lu Xinze and the others. "Let us have a bit of everything," one of the young men on the sofa instructed Kongqing. Lu Xinze said nothing but glanced at him and patted the seat next to him, inviting Kongqing to sit down and eat with them. The young man shivered inexplicably but dared not say anything. After all, Lu Xinze was a legend in their eyes, the youngest and strongest S-class mecha warrior, the most outstanding young man according to his family, and although he had fallen from grace, his influence remained substantial. The young man resigned himself and stood up to serve the dishes. Kongqing chewed the vegetable hearts slowly. These were artificial vegetables, and while the taste couldn't compare to those from a small restaurant on Earth, they were still quite good. Lu Xinfeng occasionally glanced at Kongqing, puzzled as to why an assistant could enjoy the food so much while his brother hadn't touched his chopsticks. However, he soon lost sight of Kongqing because he noticed someone more important. Lu Xinfeng stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked quickly towards a group of young women. Among them, the most beautiful girl caught his eye. She had a delicate and charming face, long hair cascading to her shoulders, skin as white as snow, and eyes sparkling with allure. Kongqing's attention was immediately drawn to her, and she even forgot about the dishes she wanted to eat. "Zhou Ziding, this is my brother, Lu Xinze." Lu Xinfeng introduced the prettiest woman, his voice brimming with excitement. "Brother, this is Zhou Ziding from the Zhou family." Since she was introduced by her own younger brother, Lu Xinze stood up to greet her, but before he could say anything, Zhou Ziding coldly snorted and rolled her eyes. She was the cousin of Zhou Yufeng and remembered all too well that this Lu Xinze had been present when her cousin died. Moreover, he had participated in the incident. "Lu Xinfeng, don't bring just anyone around me. Am I too good to you for you to be so presumptuous? Once those words were out, the beauty in Kongqing's eyes instantly lost her charm. Was this some kind of story? What kind of rich girl literature was this? Another pretty girl behind her leaned in and whispered something in her ear. She grabbed the hand of the girl behind her and said with a frown, I won't let my cousin Yao marry you. Who is Yao? Kongqing was puzzled. Marry who? She looked at Lu Shenze, her expression shifting from reprimanding the girl to one of watching a show. The girl called Yao softly said, Cousin, I know you mean well, but this has been decided by the family. Lu Shenfeng was also confused. Decided what? Zhou Ziding sternly replied, Lu Shenfeng, stop pretending. Your cousin can't find a girlfriend. So he wants to ruin my cousin. Who doesn't know that he is short-lived? My cousin Yao is beautiful and gentle. If it weren't for your family using tricks, how could she be your brother's girlfriend? Kongqing poked Lu Shenze's back with a finger and said in a low voice, Your girlfriend? Lu Shenze's previously expressionless face turned even colder. Madam, this is our first meeting. Please conduct yourselves with decorum. Zhou Ziding, her expression furious and ready to speak, was suddenly pulled back by the girl called Yao. Cousin, don't. As soon as her words fell, a tear rolled down her cheek. Kongqing was astonished and quickly grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it over. The girl hesitated, unsure of who she was, but still took it. Lu Shenze turned to leave. He wouldn't engage in verbal disputes with others, especially not with a few spoiled girls. Don't go. You must give my cousin an explanation today. Zhou Ziding shouted. Chapter 62. Stay away from me. At the tasting event, guests gathered in small groups, savoring a variety of dishes. Although the synthetic vegetables lacked some flavor, they were free from the unpleasant taste often found in contaminated produce. Suddenly, a girl's clear voice rang out, attracting many curious glances in their direction. Lu Shenfeng reacted quickly, stepping forward to guide Zhou Ziding towards the sofa. Ziding, there might be some misunderstanding here. I really haven't heard about this matter. Sit down, and we can talk slowly. By the way, the bag you liked last time is ready. I've put it in the car, and I'll get it for you later. Zhou Ziding pouted, glancing around at the assessing looks from others. She didn't refuse Lu Shenfeng's suggestion and pulled Zhou Yao along, with a young girl following behind them, making their way to the sofa. The two young men, sitting down, quickly stood up, leaving the middle spot for Zhou Ziding. Wearing a cream-colored long dress, Zhou Ziding adjusted her skirt and sat down on the sofa. As she lifted her head, she reached out to pull Zhou Yao to sit beside her, while the other girl settled next to Zhou Yao. Lu Shenfeng went to pull Lu Shenze along, but Lu Shenze wore a gloomy expression. The venue's lighting cast a shadow under his brow, making his gaze even sharper. He was too lazy to speak and wanted to leave directly. But when he saw Kongqing standing still, watching the commotion, he hesitated for a moment and returned to the sofa in front of Lu Shenfeng. It was better to resolve some misunderstandings on the spot. Lu Shenfeng sat next to Zhou Ziding, with Lu Shenze beside him. The two young men took their seats one after another, leaving only Kongqing still standing. Kongqing complied and walked over to sit beside the two young men. One of them, feeling awkward, offered her a glass of freshly poured wine. The wine was fragrant but low in alcohol content, so it wouldn't get anyone drunk. Kongqing shook her head in refusal, picking up a piece of eggplant and slowly chewing it. The atmosphere grew momentarily cold, and Lu Shenfeng, feeling the pressure, asked, Brother, what's going on? Lu Shenze didn't even spare him a glance. Ask your mom. It was no wonder they said a mother and son were of one mind. Lu Shenfeng instantly understood what his brother meant. He turned to Zhou Ziding. Ziding, it must be that my mom misunderstood. She has always been reckless in her actions, and I apologize on her behalf to you and your cousin. My brother, he is not dating anyone right now. At this point, Lu Shenfeng turned to Lu Shenze to reinforce his credibility. Right? Brother, not dating her. The cold, low voice came through. Lu Shenfeng almost couldn't maintain a smile on his face. Give the girl some face at least. He knew Zhou Yao, who often followed Zhou Ziding around. To be fair, he thought that aside from her looks, she didn't match his brother at all. He wondered what his mom was thinking. Hearing Lu Shenze's words, Zhou Yao felt displeased. This was her first time meeting Lu Shenze, who sat there in a well-tailored black suit, exuding an air that discouraged approachability. It was hard to look away from. If it weren't for the rumors about his unstable mental state, she would have liked to follow her family's advice and try to get to know him. However, his apparent disinterest in her was hard for her to accept. Some people had enough self-awareness not to aspire to what they couldn't have. Zhou Yao snorted, her voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. Zhou Ziding chimed in, Lu Shanfeng, tell your brother to stay away from my cousin. She is surrounded by talented young men. These rough guys don't deserve her. Lu Shanfeng felt a tinge of unhappiness upon hearing this, but faced with the girl he had liked for many years, he held back. He knew Zhou Ziding had a sharp tongue. Yes, don't worry, my cousin will definitely not end up with your cousin. After saying that, he immediately changed the subject, pouring a glass of wine for each of the three girls. Come on, you haven't tea tried today, dishes yet, have you? Let's taste them. One of the young men, seeing that the situation had finally passed, joked, Shanfeng, you've been pursuing Ziding for years. Lu Shanfeng smiled at this. Everyone knew he was pursuing Zhou Ziding, and she never rejected him, only saying she needed to be tested. But he remained confident, as no one had ever treated her as genuinely as he did. However, Zhou Ziding was unhappy to hear this. With a clatter, she placed her wine glass on the low table in front of her. Does your family like to create misunderstandings? She frowned slightly. Can you and your brother learn to respect others? The young man who had just joked changed his expression upon seeing Zhou Ziding's sudden anger. He hadn't expected her to turn hostile so quickly and feared his words had upset her. The smile on Lu Shanfeng's face finally faded. Ziding, what do you mean? Lu Shanfeng, stop doing things that create misunderstandings. Zhou Ziding's clear voice held a hint of distress. Lu Shanze and Mu Kongqing both looked over. While Lu Shanfeng tried to explain, no, Ziding, I just want to be good to you, Junyi. Zhou Ziding was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Zhang Junyi, who had just held a press conference, walked over with a few people holding glasses of wine. What are you all talking about? How is the food from Xinhe? Zhang Junyi was known to both Lu Shanfeng and Zhou Ziding. He was slightly older than them, and they often met at social events, so his tone was quite familiar. Zhou Ziding stood up first, and Lu Shanfeng and the others quickly followed. Junyi, your press conference went really well today, and the food is great. Xinhe is a leader in this field. You're amazing. Zhang Junyi smiled sincerely. He had received many compliments today, but it still felt good. He scanned the group. Who are these? Lu Shanfeng pointed to Lu Shanze. This is my brother, Lu Shanze. Zhang Junyi had actually seen Lu Shanze a few times in public, but each time, he only showed his face and left, so they had never formally met. Zhang Junyi extended his hand, knowing that Lu Shanze had officially joined the Lu group, and their interactions would increase in the future. Lu Shanze shook his hand firmly. Zhang Junyi thought to himself that he was indeed a soldier. Hello, hello. Looking forward to more cooperation. Lu Shanze nodded. Lu Shanfeng didn't introduce Mu Kongqing. There was no need to introduce an assistant to Zhang Junyi. Zhang Junyi glanced at Mu Kongqing, who was a very beautiful woman. Since no one introduced her, he didn't pursue it further. Mu Kongqing was also observing Zhang Junyi. This was the person in charge of Xinhe. She often visited their online store to study dishes and prices, and this was their first meeting. Zhang Junyi appeared refined and cultured, giving off an impression of someone with a good temperament and education. Junyi, where's Junsher? Zhou Ziding asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 63. Silent spell. He was busy with something and didn't know where he was at the moment. Zhang Junyi didn't want to continue this topic and change the subject. What do you all think of our new products at Xinhe? Lu Shanfeng had only taken a few bites, and Lu Shanze hadn't touched his food at all. Ever since he had tasted the dishes at Mu Kongqing's small villa, he looked down on food from outside. Only Mu Kongqing had eaten the most, savoring each dish. But it wasn't her turn to speak yet. Artificial food, it's unique in the market, with no competitors. Brother we have no opinions. I'm even planning to order more for my family to try. Others might not know, but my mom will definitely like it. This artificial food will soon be available at our Xinhe chain restaurants. I'll get someone to give you a membership card later. Thank you. Oh, you guys are really boring. Brother Junyi, I'll go find Brother Junsher with you. She twirled her diamond-studded bracelet on her wrist, which sparkled under the light. Turning to Lu Shanfeng, her tone was haughty. Lu Shanfeng, don't say things that can be misunderstood. You're making me very uncomfortable. And my bag? Just put it on the rack of my smart flying vehicle. It will help me receive it. After saying that, she glared at Lucianza. Keep your distance from your brother. He doesn't respect my cousin, and my wonderful brother died beside him, which shows he is not a good person. That was quite rude, but Zhang Juni pretended he didn't hear what she said. Your brother? A good person who imprisoned minors? Lucianza's magnetic voice came through. Don't slander people. Those individuals were all volunteers. My brother gave them the opportunity to perform. They're all ordinary people, and they're very grateful to my brother. The rumors outside are all false. The Zhou family is really becoming more and more outrageous, turning black into white. Brother, your judgment is really lacking. Zhou Ziding's expression darkened as she was about to speak, but made no sound. Kongqing didn't want to listen to her foolish remarks anymore and cast a small silent spell on her. She waved her hands anxiously, but couldn't make any sound. Zhou Yao immediately rushed over. Cousin, what's wrong? Zhou Ziding pointed at her throat. You can't speak? As a host, Zhang Juni immediately asked. Zhou Ziding nodded, stamping her feet anxiously but could only make silent gasping sounds. She desperately pointed at her throat, her delicate makeup slightly distorted from panic. Zhou Yao quickly supported her. Cousin, don't worry. We'll find a doctor right away. Zhang Juni apologized to everyone. Excuse me, I'll take my leave for a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly led the Zhou sisters away. The Zhou family was still very important, and their daughter absolutely couldn't have an accident at his tasting event. Seeing this, Lu Shenfeng followed suit, and several young people also left their seats. In the blink of an eye, only Lucianza and Kongqing were left in this area. Lucianza knew very well who was behind this. She was always so mysterious. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile without saying a word. The tasting event hadn't ended yet, and neither of them had any intention of leaving. They reseated themselves, and Kongqing went to get some dishes that suited her taste. She elegantly picked up her silver chopsticks and began to savor the food. Eating should be an enjoyable thing, she said softly, lightly tapping her fingertips on the edge of the plate. Unfortunately, there are always people who spoil the mood. Lucianza nodded. Now it's peaceful. His remark of now it's peaceful was clearly premature. Just as he finished speaking, someone came over holding a drink, and then many people came over to greet him. The first to arrive was a member of the Duan family, who had been collaborating with the Liu family's mech company recently, with Lucianza as the main person in charge. The person from the Duan family who came today was a general manager who had long wanted to greet Lucianza, but had been too crowded earlier and finally found the opportunity. Lucianza chatted with everyone who came over, his attitude neither cold nor overly warm. Everyone was also quite tactful, engaging in just the right amount of conversation and flattery. When Lu Shenfeng returned, he saw this scene. The light in the banquet hall cast a soft glow around the sofa, enveloping a man and a woman. The woman was quietly eating, her movements graceful, and she was using her chopsticks frequently, while his brother listened to the people beside him, occasionally nodding and responding with a few words. Lu Shenfeng immediately greeted the person on the sofa, who was the head of an electronics company looking to seek cooperation. Lu Shenfeng accepted the other party's business card and scanned it into his light brain. As the tasting event was nearing its end, the three of them took the gifts from the venue and left. The smart car arrived punctually at the venue entrance to pick them up. Lu Shenfeng took out a bag from the car, telling the two to wait for him, and quickly turned to leave. Lucianza and Kongqing sat in the car waiting for Lu Shenfeng. The car was quiet, and only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The food today was pretty good. Why didn't you try some? Kongqing broke the silence first. No need. I feel like the food at the small villa is better. Kongqing didn't expect that to be his reason. Then you should try it and see if it's beneficial for your mental strength. Is it beneficial? Lucianza looked at her. I don't know. I'm an ordinary person and can't tell. Don't worry if it's beneficial. That's the biggest selling point. Shinha wouldn't fail to promote it. If they don't mention it, it's just ordinary edible food. Kongqing nodded, agreeing. There was a trace of spiritual energy in these dishes, but it was negligible. If her main body weren't a plant, she wouldn't be able to sense it at all. This indicated that these artificial dishes still used vegetables from nature. But Kongqing didn't know how they were made specifically. Lucianza then spoke again. That girl named Huru, Song Yu said she good. If you want to do something for her, you can consider nurturing her now. Also, there are 3 others still in the probation period, chosen by me and Song Yu. Lu Shenze only spoke more when he was in front of Mu Kongqing. Joy flashed across Mu Kongqing's face. Finally, there was someone to help. Just then, the car door suddenly slid open. Lu Shenfeng squeezed in. What are you two talking about? Neither of them answered. He didn't team mind and activated the smart driving. Their car merged into the flow of traffic. Brother, don't take what Zitting said today too seriously. Look, she was taken to the hospital. She's just a bit willful. Lu Shenze didn't want to respond to his silly cousin. Shut up. Chapter 64, Great-Grandfather's House, before Mu Kongqing and the others went to the tasting event. They dropped Mu Meng off at the small building where Li Laji and the others were staying. It was Mu Kongqing's first time visiting the small building. The building only had 2 floors and was not very large. The first floor had a small hall with only some basic furniture, but there was a big bookshelf filled with many books and learning materials for the children. The second floor was the children's bedrooms, with each child having their own room. Originally, Li Zipping was supposed to share a room with Li Wan, but as they grew older, it became inconvenient for Li Zipping to live with Li Wan. Li Laji suggested that he stay with him, but Li Zipping was too intimidated by his older brother's strict academic demands and voluntarily proposed to sleep alone. At first, he was unable to sleep all night and even secretly shed a few tears, but he gradually got used to living alone. Each room had a desk and a wardrobe. Mu Kongqing took a look, and the wardrobe was filled with new clothes. The Lu family took good care of them. Li Wan told Mu Kongqing that an aunt came to clean the house every 2 days. After Mu Kongqing left, Li Zipping was pulled by Li Laji to study. Li Wan had been studying hard lately. Besides her schoolwork, the bookshelf on the first floor became her exclusive space, and she read many books every day, filling 2 large notebooks with notes in a short period. At first, Mu Meng sat beside her reading, but gradually he couldn't sit still. He tugged at Li Wan's clothes and pointed to the door, saying, "Sister, play?" Li Wan, engrossed in her notes on microeconomics, didn't lift her head and replied, "Meng, be good, go play by yourself, don't run too far." Mu Meng nodded and turned to run outside. The small building was very close to the Lu family's main residence, where Elder Lu and Lu Shenze lived. Occasionally, younger relatives would come to stay, while other members of the Lu family living in the estate were on the other side, requiring a long tree-lined path to reach the main house. However, they rarely came over. The old man had said not to disturb him unless necessary, as communication was easy with the light brain. After playing alone for a while, Mu Meng found it boring. He looked up at the larger and grander house not far away and started walking toward it with his short legs. When he finally arrived beside the main house, he turned back to look at the small building where his sisters were. Realizing it was not far away and he could play there, there was no one at the entrance of the main house. Just a smart robot that detected him and transmitted the image to Lu Chuanlin's light brain. Elder Lu received the alert, opened it, and saw little Mu Meng peeking through the door. The main entrance was a metal glass door, and Mu Meng, standing on his tiptoes, could just see over the metal panel, revealing his eyes in the glass. Lu Chuanlin initially wanted to call someone, but then decided to go down from the study on the 2nd floor himself. He took the stairs instead of the elevator, and as soon as he showed his head, Mu Meng saw him and waved. Elder Lu opened the door, and Mu Meng looked up with a sweet smile, greeting him obediently. "Great-grandfather, hello." Elder Lu patted his head and asked, "Why are you here all alone?" He then took Mu Meng's small hand and walked toward the sofa in the hall. "Sisters and brothers are studying." "Mom, is it a meeting?" Mu Meng answered seriously. Housekeeper Lu heard the voices and came out. Noticing Elder Lu was holding a little child. "Whose child is this?" "That woman's," Elder Lu replied. The housekeeper immediately understood. He had heard everything, and he was the one who arranged for the small building, although he hadn't met the woman and her child yet. He heard that this child was a miraculous recovery. He quickly approached them. The little boy was very cute, fair-skinned, and slightly chubby, with a nose and 2 eyes. Aside from looking a bit more attractive than an average child, there was nothing particularly special about him. "Have you had enough of looking?" Little Mu Meng obediently stood there, allowing the old man to examine him up and down, but Elder Lu couldn't take it any longer. "To be honest, I really can't tell. In my life, I've seen everything, but this miraculous thing is truly the first time, Elder Lu said while examining Mu Meng. While the old man was looking him over, Mu Meng was also observing the kind-looking old man in front of him. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and took the initiative to greet great-grandfather. Hello. Oh, good. This child is really nice. You know, if you look closely, he actually resembles Dai Shangjiang a bit, Elder Lu remarked. Dai Shangjiang was Elder Lu's late wife, who had passed away many years ago. Close friends still refer to her as Dai Shangjiang. This child looks like his mother, Elder Lu continued, recalling Mu Kongqing's appearance, realizing that there was indeed a resemblance between her and his late wife. That woman had gone to the Zhang family's tasting event with Shinza today, and it was likely that the child had mischievously run over by himself. The housekeeper went downstairs to bring Mu Meng a glass of juice. It wasn't tea, pure juice, just a flavored drink that tasted like juice. Nowadays, children all drank this. Mu Meng curiously held the cup and took a sip, thinking it wasn't tea as good as the peach juice he made himself. He decided that he must let both great-grandfathers try his juice sometime. Usually at this time, the housekeeper would have already returned to his room to play with the light brain. The older he got, the more addicted he became. However, today he unusually didn't leave. The three of them sat on the sofa, staring at each other. It was Mu Meng who shook his short legs and broke the silence by pointing at the room and asking, "Is this great-grandfather's?" "Yes, this is great-grandfather's house." Oh, Mu Meng's eyes lit up. He really didn't know he lived so close to great-grandfather's house. "Can I come to play?" Since he started kindergarten, he had become a bit more fluent in speaking, and at this moment, he unconsciously raised his tone at the end of his sentences. Of course, Elder Lu readily agreed, then called the smart robot at the door, asking the housekeeper to input Mu Meng's biometric information. "From now on, you can come and play." Mu Meng nodded with a small, smiling face. After being out for a while, he took the initiative to say goodbye to great-grandfather. "I'm going home, goodbye." Elder Lu understood his meaning, but he could not let such a small child go back alone. So he took his hand, preparing to escort him back, with the housekeeper following along. The two of them escorted Mu Meng to the side of the small building, watched the little boy enter, and then went back. "Old song, take a look back at those three kids. If they need anything, let us make sure to provide it," they chatted as they walked back slowly. In the evening, when Lu Shinza returned home, he heard his grandfather mention that Mu Meng had come to play. Lu Shinza sent a text message to Mu Kongqing about this. "Uncle Song also said that the child resembles your grandmother a bit. I took a closer look, and he really does. Thinking about it, Ms. Mu also looks a bit like her. It seems there's a connection." Elder Lu spoke a bit more than usual, possibly because they had talked about his late wife. "Ms. Mu has also helped with your mental energy disturbances," Elder Lu sighed, as if remembering something. His usually stern face softened a bit. "Perhaps Dai Shangjiang is watching over you." Elder Lu liked to call his late wife by her military rank when joking. Lu Shinza felt an impulse to share his guess with Elder Lu. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Grandpa. You should rest early. Zhang Junyi specifically asked me to bring back some artificial vegetables for you to try in the kitchen tomorrow." Elder Lu waved his hand, and Lu Shinza left. Chapter 65. Huru and chives. When Huru received the job offer call from the Lu group, she thought it might be a scam call. However, whether it was a scam or not, she wanted to give it a try. She didn't have much time left and no way out. She was an ordinary person, and it was very difficult for her to reach this point in her education. Every teacher praised her as a genius, which gave her the opportunity to continue her studies. Originally, she studied biomedical science, hoping to find hope for ordinary people's future, but the more she learned, the more despair she felt. She realized she could not complete such a heavy subject in her limited lifespan, so she switched her major to physical science at Kongqing University. She was among the best graduates of her cohort, but only she faced repeated setbacks in finding an ideal job. She had her own ideals and ambitions, but only the Lu group could help her fulfill them. The next day at the Lu group, she initially thought things wouldn't go smoothly, but in reality, they went better than she expected. A young man guided her through the onboarding process quickly, and everyone treated him with great respect. Strangely, the Lu group did not assign her any specific position, but directly placed her in the laboratory, pairing her with an older employee, and the young man left. She didn't raise any objections. She had no choice but to cherish every opportunity. In the lab, she encountered a classmate who had also come to apply for the position. The classmate was surprised to see her, because there was no shortage of staff in the lab. They locked eyes, but did not greet each other. Gradually, Huru felt excluded. Everyone probably thought she was there to replace someone. Aside from the older employee who was guiding her, no one else initiated any conversation with her. However, Huru didn't care much. Being overlooked and marginalized had become the norm in her short 18 years of life. She tried to learn as much as possible in the lab, even studying things unrelated to her major. And when she encountered difficulties, she would go home at night and self-study theory using her light brain. Her excellence was evident, and just when everyone thought she was going to replace someone, a young man took her away. He brought her to a mecha factory, where he again left her with a skilled worker. Huru was petite, only about 1.45 meters tall, and her physical condition wasn't great, making her unsuitable for factory work. However, the higher-ups said she was there to learn, so the skilled worker guided her through everything, but never allowed her to take hands-on action. This was Huru's first encounter with purely hands-on technical work, and she was not at all fatigued. She meticulously recorded every process she observed, every action taken, and the key points to note. Personal light brains were not allowed in the factory, so Huru wrote everything down in her notebook, which could not be taken out of the factory. One day, her skilled worker, curious, flipped through her notes and was astounded, thinking her notes could be published, perhaps as a confidential internal document. He secretly advised Huru to never let outsiders see her notes. In fact, note-taking was generally not allowed, but since it was said she could, the skilled worker turned a blind eye. Huru realized this and organized her handwritten notes into her private space, then destroyed all paper notes. Thus, she moved to different laboratories and even participated in an observational project team that the Lu group valued in collaboration with the Duan group. She became increasingly busy, and her friend Kongqing was also occupied. She started drawing talismans again. Previously, she had only successfully created one talisman, which Lian had already used. The paints and materials she had bought online were left in the old house of Lan Huaxing, so she placed another order for various materials online. However, the process of drawing talismans was not smooth. Whether it was the paint composition or the lack of spiritual energy in the air, the power of the talisman she drew was minimal, with a success rate of only 1 out of 10. The more spiritual power she used, the more her inner demons would come out to disrupt her. Kongqing had no better solution and could only continue drawing while lamenting the spiritual power being consumed. Finally, she managed to draw 2 useful talismans for each child, 1 thunder summoning talisman and 1 invisibility talisman. Kongqing calculated that the invisibility duration would be about 3 minutes, but having it was better than not having it. Kongqing had a fear of insufficient spiritual power, so she took a month off for Meng from kindergarten. She then took Meng deep into the mountains behind, entering a polluted area. Meng's ability to absorb energy was becoming smoother. He was no longer the carefree child he had been when his mother practiced. Now, when his mother practiced, he too had to practice, channeling the spiritual energy in his body into the spirit stones prepared by his mother. The speed at which both of them absorbed energy increased significantly. In the meantime, Kongqing returned to their villa to store the spirit stones in an empty room, making space for more spirit stones. As for Meng, he missed kindergarten, his older siblings, Uncle Lu, and his great-grandfather. During this month, the online community began to wail again. Many people inquired on the Greenery website, "Why are there no new products? The shop owner has disappeared again. We're used to it. Last time they bragged about having chives, but they must have run away. Silly shop owner, a bunch of all going to..." This was offensive language that, although filtered, garnered many likes. Kongqing took a moment to post an update, preparing new products, "Everyone please be patient," and then went offline. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Kongqing returned home, immediately starting to grow chives. The success rate for her first attempt at growing chives was surprisingly low. She tried to plant 30 seedlings, but only 10 survived. The good news was that chives could grow in cycles. After cultivating for 1,000 years, Kongqing's temper was not particularly good nor bad. She generally looked down on ordinary provocations because they were too weak. Provocations from weak people only made her feel amused. However, she enjoyed slapping faces, so she decided to use half of the chives for a lottery on her account, which stunned all her followers. 2 winners will be chosen. With no special requirements, The account must be a main account, not a secondary one. Those who like her shop were overjoyed. The shop owner is amazing. Does it hurt to have such a painful face? Don't come here shamelessly to participate in the lottery. Kongqing originally planned to eat the chives with eggs. A perfect match, but her egg hatching plan failed. The egg not only didn't hatch, but also went bad, making it inedible. She was unwilling to give up and ran to many places, eventually buying 2 more eggs, deciding to continue the hatching process. If it failed again, she prepared to go to the polluted area to search for eggs herself. After selling this batch of vegetables and replanting new ones, she finally had time to go to the Lu group. She had an appointment to collect the test reports for those ordinary people who ate the radishes and to meet Huru. Chapter 66 Vegetable Project. Kongqing arrived at Lu Xunzi's office smoothly. Upon seeing her, Song Yu stood up to greet her. Kongqing smiled and exchanged pleasantries, her gaze sweeping over the other people in the office. There were still 3 people, but 2 of them were different from those she saw last time. She lightly knocked on the door, and Song Yu behind her spoke up. Ms. Mu, Mr. Lu said you can go in directly. Kongqing nodded at him and opened the door. Lu Xunzi knew that Kongqing would come today. He hadn't seen her in over a month. This woman had disappeared with Mu Meng, and no one knew where she had gone. Even old Master Lu had asked him once where little Mu Meng had gone. As Lu Xunzi passed by a mirror in the break room, he casually fixed his hair. He had always kept his hair short and straight, a habit from his time in the military. Recently, Lu Shunfeng had dragged him to get a new hairstyle, the ends slightly curled and the top puffed up a bit, softening his previously cold and hard demeanor and adding a touch of elite flair. In Lu Shunfeng's words, your hairstyle always reminds me of my dad. Uncle Lu was a B-class mech warrior, had also served in the military, and was now a senior executive in the Lu family, but he was not on Capital Star. He was on another important mineral planet, Make a Star, where Lu's most important mineral resource acquisition company was located. Besides the hairstyle, he also deliberately wore a gray, casual suit today, which was much more relaxed than his usual serious attire. He chose a dark blue tie, making his eyes appear even deeper. As he adjusted the cufflinks in front of the mirror, he suddenly realized he was a bit nervous. In fact, Lu Xunzi was overthinking it. Kongqing's observations of people never focused on beauty or ugliness, but rather on uniqueness. If he dyed his black short hair red, she might pay him a bit more attention. Sure enough, when Kongqing knocked and entered, she sat directly across from him, not noticing his completely different style at all. Kongqing felt they were no longer strangers, skipping many formalities, and directly invited, Mr. Lu, are you free tonight? We can go to the villa for dinner. I have new dishes. Kongqing was consistent in her style, always wearing casual clothes, showing no difference from a month ago. Lu Xunzi was not sure she had changed. After all, this person always wore a mask. Lu Xunzi immediately agreed and casually handed her the health reports of 5 ordinary people who had eaten radishes. Take a look at this. Kongqing flipped through them, and Lu Xunzi continued. Except for one person's report, there are no changes. The other 4 people's gene chain breakdown rates have slowed down. The one person I personally checked didn't eat the radishes on time, but sold them to one of the other 4, the one named Li Jin. His report results are the best because he didn't leak any information, so I didn't say anything. Kongqing nodded. It seems my guess was correct. Pollution-free vegetables help slow down the breakdown of ordinary people's gene chains. Lu Xunzi carefully considered his tone. May I ask, are these vegetables easy to grow? Kongqing shook her head. Not easy to grow. The yield is very low. On planets with less pollution, the yield might be a bit higher. Capital Star is already the planet with the least pollution in the first star system, so it can become Capital Star. The urban area is much larger than the polluted area, and many planets barely have anyone who can survive. Mr. Lu, I need help. If I was still hesitating about promoting my vegetables before, after experiencing the incident with Zhou Yufeng, I no longer hesitate. She took a deep breath. I'm not a saint, but I must let some people see this world. If possible, I want to trample the Zhou family underfoot. Of course, Mr. Lu, if you have other ideas, no need to feel pressured. I can do it myself. Lu Xunzi had no doubt about the truth of her words. She could do without the Lu family, but the Lu family needed her, and he needed her too. Huru, the girl you recommended, is excellent. She could be your best assistant. Mu Yun, you shouldn't still doubt me. I seem to imply that I doubt the sincerity of the Liu family in wanting to cooperate with you. He didn't wait for Kongqing to speak and quickly tapped on his light brain. Call Ru over and tell Mr. Liu that we need the high-level conference room on the 32nd floor. The high-level conference room on the 32nd floor has the top-level shielding measures available on the market today. Any electronic devices entering the conference room become non-functional, and there is no way to spy on the room's activities from the outside. When Ru was called over, she was still confused. She had been summoned early in the morning and had been sitting alone in an empty conference room for several hours, with no one coming to find her. Lu Shenze first took Kongqing to the 32nd floor, and then Song Yu brought Ru as well. The four of them entered the conference room, and Lu Shenze closed the door, making the room feel like an iron barrel. Lu Shenze sat in the main seat, with Kongqing and Song Yu on either side of him, and Ru sitting next to Song Yu. Now, let's get to know each other. Ru quickly scanned the room. Besides the excessively handsome man she didn't recognize, she immediately recognized the other woman in the room as the one she had bumped into that day. Ru instantly understood that this lady had secretly helped her enter the Liu family group. As the person with the least experience in the room, Ru instinctively stood up to introduce herself. Lu Shenze simply waved his hand lightly, and she obediently sat back down, her palms unconsciously sweating. I am Lu Shenze. Lu Shenze spoke, his voice deep and powerful. This is Mu Yun, and this is Song Yu. He pointed to the two people beside him. Today, the four of us are here to discuss a new project. In the future, this project will be fully managed by Mu Yun. He paused, his gaze scanning each person's face like a scanner. Of course, if anyone does not want to participate after understanding, they can choose to withdraw. Lu Shenze handed two paper documents to Song Yu and Ru. Ru's spine straightened as she took the documents and noticed that the folder was blank. Her fingerprint automatically triggered the biometric lock on the folder, and with a soft click, the seal slowly opened. Taking out the contents with a puzzled expression, a minute later, only shock remained in her eyes. The gene breakdown that she had painstakingly studied for 3 years and couldn't break through, the mountain she thought she could never shake, someone had actually done it. Chapter 67. Dinner together. Ru held 5 ordinary people's health checkup reports in her hands, spaced 15 days apart. Her professional eye immediately caught an anomaly. The gene chain fracture index of one individual dropped from 76.9 to 71. 15 days. Just 15 days. She excitedly lifted her head. Compared to her excitement, Song Yu appeared much calmer. He was not as professional as Ru and seemed a bit slow to react. As an evolver, he thought this was fantastic after reading it, but he did not share Ru's deep emotional response. He finally understood why his grandfather had called him back. Excuse me, how is this possible? Who did this? Her voice was sharp with excitement, and if one listened closely, there was a hint of choked emotion. Her gaze swept across the other 3 people in the room, ultimately locking onto Kongqing. Ru abruptly stood up, the heavy wooden chair scraping loudly against the floor. It's you, right? Her voice trembled, nearly incoherent. You are a hero. Do you know how many people you can save? Her throat suddenly tightened, rendering her speechless, and hot tears welled up in her eyes. Ru opened her mouth, but only managed to emit a choked sound. She took 3 deep breaths, her nails digging deeply into her palm, trying to control her emotions through pain. It's 300,569 people, she finally squeezed out, each word feeling like it had to be forced through her teeth. This is the total number of registered ordinary people across the galaxies. Another deep breath. You saved over 300,000 people. The last sentence drained her of all strength. Ru collapsed back into her chair, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Years of despair, countless sleepless nights of experiments, the faces of those who gradually died from gene fractures before her eyes, all turned into scalding tears streaming down her cheeks. The room was terrifyingly silent. Lu Shenze stared blankly at the table. Kongqing fidgeted with her fingers, and Song Yu wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how. None of them were the type to provide comfort. A minute later, Ru wiped her face vigorously with her sleeve and stood up to bow deeply to the 3. I'm so sorry. I couldn't control myself. Her voice was still hoarse, but much calmer now. Lu Shenze didn't seem mind. After all, when a person is on the brink of death and has lost all hope, suddenly being told they can live again, Who wouldn't he be excited? I understand, but I think we all know this is the project we need to undertake. His expression suddenly turned serious. However, I have to pour a bucket of cold water on everyone. This project faces significant obstacles, and it is challenging to implement. Moreover, it has limitations. We can't help everyone. We can only do our best. He paused for a moment, dropping a second bombshell. Additionally, this method can effectively delay and alleviate the mental power turmoil issues of the mecha warriors. Kongqing looked at Lucianza in surprise. She wasn't very sure about this either. Lucianza continued, I conducted experiments on myself, and the results were excellent. I think that speaks volumes. After all, I am the only person in the entire galaxy who has downgraded due to mental power turmoil. The expressions of the few people varied. This time, it was Song Yu who became excited. Although he was just an ordinary evolver, his 1-year-old daughter was an S-level mental power evolver. I'm also a beneficiary of this project. Let's have Ms. Mu explain everything to you. Kongqing was suddenly called out and cleared her throat. Actually, it's quite simple. It's about the vegetables we eat. Ordinary people can delay the fracture of their gene chains by eating completely unpolluted vegetables. Evolvers only need to eat the vegetables I grow, which have a pollution level above 20, to see effects. She paused, her brows slightly furrowed. However, my power is limited, and the yield of the vegetables I grow is limited, so I need everyone's help. Lucianza continued, Huru, we need your expertise to see if you can help Ms. Mu increase the vegetable yield and improve the storage methods. I know it's difficult for you to do it alone, so we need to form a team. This team has very high requirements for character. Finding the right people is not easy, and your challenges are still ahead. As for Song Yu, Lucianza spoke here, looking at Kongqing, as he wasn't sure about her arrangements either. I want to create a finished dish project. It could be for restaurants or takeout. I don't know how to run a business, so I need your help. Our project requires a lot of star coins, and many wealthy people are willing to spend money to buy finished dishes. I want to create high-end dishes. She added, I know the Liu family is wealthy, but our project is actually independent of the Liu family. We just use the Liu family's name for convenience. Song Yu and Huru nodded in agreement, but Kongqing could see from their slightly furrowed brows that their understanding of vegetables was still vague. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This might be hard to understand. How about you come to my house for dinner tonight? This sentence dropped like a stone into a calm lake. Both of them felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the invitation. Although Song Yu was an evolver, he rarely ate prepared dishes because they were expensive, and Huru had never eaten them at all. She had only consumed nutrient solutions. Next, the four of them discussed many details in the conference room before leaving. They were heading to Kongqing's small villa. Old Master Liu had been paying attention to this meeting. Seeing them leave, he calculated the time. The meeting had lasted for 2 hours. Lucianza and Kongqing took one flying vehicle, while Song Yu pulled Huru into his own. On the way, Kongqing had already thought of tonight's menu. Luckily, she had just harvested a batch of vegetables a few days ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to eat. Although the flying vehicle was fast, it still took over 10 minutes to reach home. Kongqing assessed the situation and took out some meat from the storage space in the flying vehicle, starting to clean it of contaminants. Lucianza found this scene rather strange. A woman in her flying vehicle, gesturing at a piece of raw meat. May I ask what you're doing? Lucianza couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Kongqing continued her actions, cleaning the meat of contaminants. Otherwise, you can't eat it, and it's not good for your mental power turmoil. Upon hearing this, Lucianza felt a stir in his heart, and his lips involuntarily curled upwards. He knew Kongqing was merely stating facts, but this person had still noticed him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have paid attention to his mental power issues. Kongqing, unaware of Lucianza's mental state, was thinking, stir-fried meat with cabbage, stewed potatoes and eggplant with meat, shredded meat stir-fried with leeks. She hadn't eaten this before and didn't know what it would taste like. Spicy stir-fried meat. That's her favorite. She needed to prepare more meat. The two of them each had their thoughts, as the intelligent flying vehicle navigated towards home. Chapter 68. Robbing the rich. To help the poor, 2 flying vehicles arrived one after another at the small villa of Kongqing's family. On the way, Song Yu noticed that the direction of the flying vehicles was towards the Liu family manor. Upon arrival, his guess was confirmed. He was quite familiar with this small villa. At one point, their family had considered buying it for his grandfather to live in, so they could take care of each other since it was close to the Liu family. However, later on, Old Master Liu decided to give one of the houses in the Liu family manor to his grandfather, and the matter faded away. Song Yu's gaze crossed the railing and landed on Kongqing, who was opening the door, his eyes filled with a complex curiosity. Kongqing pushed the door open and said, "Make yourselves at home." After that, she headed straight for the kitchen, where only a kitchen robot was present, as she needed to prepare quickly. Without saying a word, Liu Shinza followed her, his tall figure disappearing behind the door of the front room in an instant. Seeing this, Song Yu raised an eyebrow. As the executive assistant, his professional instinct drove him to quickly follow, even though he didn't know what his boss was up to. How could he just sit outside? Ru blinked at the entrance, glancing at the empty sofa in the living room, and then at the room where 3 people had squeezed in, realizing she didn't really count as a guest either. So she followed them. The kitchen soon became lively. Kongqing was taking fresh vegetables out of the refrigerator and almost bumped into Liu Shinza's chest when she turned around. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, then looked past him to see Song Yu and Ru behind. What were they all doing here? Were they here to look at vegetables? Kongqing hurriedly took out the vegetables she needed for today and placed them on the countertop. Eggplants, potatoes, cabbage, leeks, and chili peppers were lined up neatly. Curious, Song Yu and Ru leaned in to look, apart from what they had seen in roadside shop displays. They rarely encountered such fresh vegetables. Ru touched each one, noting that each had a different texture, and curiously picked one up to smell. They did have a scent, and the smell of the chili and leeks was particularly strong. Seeing their curious expressions, Kongqing took out a white radish that everyone had eaten enough of, used a testing device to check it, and a screen flashed twice before displaying a 0. When that number popped up, both of them widened their eyes. Hearing about pollution-free vegetables and witnessing it firsthand felt entirely different. She cut them each 2 slices. "Try it. You can eat it raw." They each took a slice. Song Yu was fine, as he often attended high-end gatherings where he could eat vegetables. Ru, however, was a bit too excited. Her hands trembled uncontrollably when she picked up the radish slice, reminiscent of the first time 3 children tasted vegetables. Once the radish was in her mouth, her face lit up with astonishment. The taste was strange. She didn't really like it, but she unknowingly finished the slice. While they were eating the radish, Kongqing had tested all the vegetables, confirming that the pollution levels were 0, and she took out the meat she had prepared on the way, setting the robot's program according to the needs. Liu Shinza leaned against the countertop, his long fingers unconsciously adjusting the cuff of his expensive suit. His freshly styled hair seemed out of place in this kitchen, and he could even feel the dissonance himself. His gaze wandered between the busy Kongqing and the 2 enjoying the radish, suddenly feeling like an outsider. "All right." Kongqing's voice broke the brief silence. She had set the program and turned around just in time to see Song Yu and Ru finish their last bite of radish. "Let's go take a look at the vegetable garden." The 3 followed Kongqing to the backyard of the small villa. All they could see was an empty piece of land and the distant mountains. Nothing more. It was Liu Shinza's first time here too, and he knew there must be a vegetable patch somewhere. He was about to witness Kongqing's miraculous side, limited by the lack of spiritual energy in the air. Kongqing didn't use any particularly complicated spells, just a small illusion. She pointed to an inconspicuous line on the ground ahead and said, "You can take a small step forward, but be careful not to step on my leeks." The line looked unremarkable, winding like a natural formation. The 3 exchanged glances, but still stepped forward as instructed. As their toes crossed that fine line, the scene before them suddenly changed. The originally empty land suddenly revealed several neat rows of vegetable beds. The entire garden wasn't large, as the vegetables had only been planted not long ago and were still in seedling stage. But each seedling was vibrant and shining healthily under the sunlight. The leeks had only had their leaves cut for sale last time and were growing quickly, looking poised for another harvest tomorrow. None of the 3 had seen vegetables growing, so they didn't recognize what they were. Kongqing introduced them one by one, squatting down and gently brushing her slender fingers over the tender green seedlings. "This is a radish. The leaves are feathery. Next to it is cabbage. The leaves of the potato are oval, and the edible part is underground. Huru's eyes lit up. She was a quick learner and swiftly opened her holographic interface. As Kongqing introduced each plant, she skillfully swiped the screen to find corresponding growth diagrams for comparison. So this is how potato flowers bloom. She murmured softly, zooming in on a potato plant projection with purple flowers. Lucianza and Songyu stood by, both well-informed but unfamiliar with these plants growing in the soil. Kongqing brushed the dirt off her hands and stood up. Radishes, cabbages, potatoes, and eggplants are all commonly sold, in addition to the peppers and leeks. I've also added tomatoes and spinach this time. The spinach seeds were bought on Capital Star. My own strength is too limited. For now, I can only maintain this small plot of land. Songyu and Huru had too many questions and didn't know where to start, while Lucianza remained silent, just watching the three interact. Kongqing pointed to a nearby tree and said, "This is an apple tree. Look, the fruits are almost ripe. What a pity. They should be ready to eat by tomorrow. Once they're ripe, I'll bring some for you to taste." The two immediately gathered around the apple tree. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the rosy fruits, and a wave of fruity fragrance hit them. Huru cautiously touched the smooth skin of an apple with her finger, exclaiming, "Fruits are very expensive. We can use fruits as a selling point." Songyu had already entered a commercial mindset. "Miss Mu, these fruits can definitely be developed into a high-end product line, although fruits aren't a necessity. In the business world, fresh fruits are the best status symbol." Kongqing had the same idea, but didn't know how to package it. That was Songyu's expertise. She opened her holographic interface to show them her online store, which was so rudimentary that Songyu immediately frowned. Quickly scrolling through, he found that while the page was basic, the comment section was surprisingly harmonious, all 5-star reviews. What surprised him even more was Kongqing's social media account. The number of followers was quite considerable, and the interaction rate on each post was astonishingly high, which caught Songyu off guard. "We need to replan the store. With the precedent of the Zhang family's fresh green plants, we can differentiate ourselves based on them." Fresh Green just finished a new product tasting event, and all aspects of the preheating were well done, likely thanks to the Zhou family's expertise and hype. Recently, the market for fresh greens artificial vegetables has been exceptionally hot. Kongqing promptly interrupted him. "Mr. Song, let me say something bold. My goal is to benefit humanity. It may sound a bit ridiculous, but I truly want to help more people." Songyu looked at her with a polite smile. "Ms. Mu, rest assured. We not only want to benefit humanity, but we also want to rob the rich to help the poor." Chapter 69. Launching a new venture, a few people were still discussing the restart of the online store in the field when a crisp voice called out, "Mom." It was Mu Meng, who had just returned from kindergarten. His short legs moved quickly, and, as he ran in, he discovered that there were strangers next to his mother. Mu Meng immediately felt awkward, his steps hesitating, his round eyes curiously darting around at the unfamiliar faces, and his cheeks visibly reddening. He walked over to his mother and greeted the uncles and aunts nearby. At that moment, Lucianza suddenly spoke up. "Let's go inside and talk." Songyu and Huru immediately understood, and, as subordinates, they had no objections. As they turned to leave, Songyu and Huru instinctively glanced back, and just as they crossed the shallow line on the ground, the small vegetable garden and the apple tree laden with fruit behind them inexplicably vanished, reverting to a bare patch of land. The two exchanged shocked glances but chose to remain silent, both knowing what questions were appropriate to ask and which were not. Back inside, the four of them sat around the large wooden table in the center of the living room. This table was originally used for the children to do their homework, spacious enough to spread out various materials. Mu Meng, being sensible, did not disturb the adults discussing serious matters and ran off to the toy room. Songyu and Huru could hardly contain their excitement. Lucian's gaze swept over their faces, and he gently tapped the wooden table with his long fingers. The soft sound seemed to press an invisible switch, calming the restless air. Songyu was responsible for the business structure. His voice was cool and steady, while Huru was in charge of technical implementation. "Today, let's first discuss the business segment." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of the door turning came from the entrance. Lian and Li Zipping walked in one after the other, carrying their backpacks. "Li Lezi, being in a higher grade, finished school a bit later. The two children greeted everyone, and Li Zipping went to the toy room to find Mu Ming. Hearing that they were discussing opening a store, Lian boldly asked, "Can I stay and listen?" "Of course," Mu Kongqing said, inviting her to sit beside her. The little girl immediately perked up, sitting close to her with her hands neatly placed on her knees, looking serious and attentive. Huru discreetly observed this poised girl and glanced through the half-open door at the two boys playing in the toy room. She was somewhat surprised. How many ordinary children had this woman adopted? These ordinary children did not exhibit the typical timidity often found in regular kids, but instead radiated vibrant energy. Song Yu's fingers moved quickly across the holographic screen, pulling up a set of data analysis charts. "I suggest we formally register the company and divide the online store into two independent segments. A civilian store focusing on basic vegetable supply, and a high-end store emphasizing rare vegetables and fruits." He tapped the screen, and two clear business paths emerged in the projection. "My suggestion is to shut down the current store, as the person behind this account passed away many years ago, and continuing to use it poses significant legal risks. We should reapply for the store under the company name." Mu Kongqing agreed with his opinion and put forward her own request. "I don't want to apply for the company under my name. I prefer to remain as inconspicuous as possible." "I'll take care of that," Song Yu assured her, understanding her thoughts. He then looked at Lu Shenze, uncertain of the boss's perspective. Lu Shenze gave him a look that indicated to continue. He understood that professional matters should be handled by professionals, without unnecessary interference. Song Yu quickly sketched a three-dimensional space map on the screen, his voice rising slightly with excitement. "Regarding high-end finished dishes, I suggest adopting a dual-track parallel model." Two glowing paths immediately emerged in the projection. 30 will be integrated into the high-end online store as regular products, while 70 will follow a private custom route. "We need to rent a studio for private cooking, offering both dine-in and delivery options. I prefer focusing on delivery, as it can reduce our workload." Mu Kongqing nodded. This idea resonated with her. Lian, listening nearby, had shining eyes. Song Yu then listed what they were preparing to do next, his speech unconsciously speeding up. The more he spoke, the more he felt that all private matters were pressing, eager to find the right people to get started immediately. Another sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. It was Li Laji returning. Lu Shenze's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment before he raised his hand to signal a halt. "Let's stop here for today." His voice carried an undeniable decisiveness. "Song, I want to see a complete project proposal within 3 days." Just as Song Yu was about to respond, he heard his superior continue. "Delegate your regular work at Lu's to your subordinates." His bony fingers gently tapped the table. Salary raised by 30. This figure caused Song Yu's pupils to slightly dilate. When Lu Shenze turned to Huru, his tone softened. "Your salary will remain at the new higher standard for now." He paused, "but project bonuses will be calculated separately." Huru quietly nodded, her long hair falling to cover her slightly glimmering eyes. As a new recruit hired right after graduation, she didn't care much about the salary. Being part of this project was her lifelong dream, and she still felt like she was dreaming. The three children began their efficient division of labor, with some serving dishes and others fetching bowls and chopsticks, while the 4 adults moved to the dining table. When it was time to eat, Huru awkwardly realized she didn't know how to use chopsticks, and Lian kindly brought her a spoon. Huru's ears turned slightly red, and she finally couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Mu, are all these children yours?" Mu Kongqing chuckled at her words. "You've got it reversed. It's them who adopted me. Without them, I wouldn't know where I'd be now." Song Yu and Huru couldn't help but exclaim in admiration with every bite of food. "So this is the taste of unpolluted vegetables." He sighed contentedly. "When our finished dishes hit the market, I can't imagine what kind of commercial storm it will create." The group ate with satisfaction, and Mu Kongqing packed a white radish for Huru to take home, saying it could be eaten raw and was good for her health. Huru was so excited that she didn't know what to say. "Make sure it's tested with a detection device. It must be 0 before it's edible. If it's not 0, bring it back. No waste, I have other uses for it," Mu Kongqing instructed. Song Yu left with Huru first, leaving only Lu Shenze behind. Chapter 70. What I Miss. Lu Shenze looked around. The 3 older children had already begun their studies. The younger one, Mu Ming, had recently become obsessed with building blocks and was creating his own forest kingdom. The housekeeper robot passed by his legs, having just finished cleaning the table and heading to tidy up the toys that had been scattered by the two other children. Lucianza couldn't find any reason to stay, so he greeted Kongqing and prepared to leave. Kongqing saw him about to go and quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. She turned and hurried back into the kitchen. Lucianza obediently sat down on the sofa, and Li immediately came over with his mecha homework. These are all basic structural issues. Operating the mecha will be easier to understand, Lucianza suggested while flipping through his notes. Li sighed. The school mecha reservations are booked until next week. His eyes sparkled with a love for mechas. Lucianza silently noted Li's issues with operating the mecha. Li was a very talented mecha warrior, and for an ordinary person like him, it was difficult to serve in the military. The path of mechas offered only a few options: training, becoming a bounty hunter, working as a mecha technician, or competing in mecha leagues. Given Li's talent and age, it would be best for him to compete in mecha leagues while he was young and consider other options later, at which point he could achieve results and pursue whatever he wanted. He had never considered the harsh reality that Li might not live past 30. He had previously wanted Li to join the Xinglu Club for training, and now it was brought up again. Hearing Lucianza mention it again made Li's heart leap. Last time, he couldn't go to the club because his sister was still in the contaminated area and his younger siblings were too small. Now hearing Lucianza's suggestion again made him excited. When Kongqing came out with peaches, she overheard their conversation. The club? That's the one where I'm still listed as an action director? Lucianza nodded. Go ahead, Li, do what you want to do. Lucianza was surprised to see Kongqing bringing the peaches, but continued discussing the club. Once you join, you'll train with a group of peers, and the intensity will be much greater than at school. Also, the club has an elimination system. The best advance through layers, and the lower performers are eliminated. Plus, concentrated training requires accommodation. Li's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Lucianza had high hopes for him. The club ultimately had 4 levels of teams, with the first tier being the best, capable of representing the star system in interstellar mecha competitions. Lucianza estimated that Li could definitely make it to the 3rd tier, and so it was decided. Kongqing quickly called the children over to eat peaches. They had a total of 6 peaches that Meng had saved over the past month. 1 for each of the 4 children, 1 for Lucianza, and 1 that Meng specifically saved for his great-grandfather. Meng pointed at the peach in Kongqing's hand, his eyes sparkling as he said to Lucianza, "Great-grandfather. 2 great-grandfathers." He held up 2 fingers, having learned to count at kindergarten. He learned quickly and could now count to 100. After finishing the peach, Lucianza contentedly stayed in the small villa until it became dark outside. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just couldn't bear to leave. Lucianza walked steadily back to the Lu family's main residence, a peach in hand. He personally went to the kitchen, cut it in half, and gave 1 half to Elder Lu and 1 to the housekeeper. The housekeeper was truly surprised. He didn't know that such a little child would remember to bring him peaches, especially such high-quality ones that could fetch a sky-high price outside. He took the peach back to his room to savor slowly. Elder Lu took a small bite of the peach, and the juice burst forth. Sweet and delicious, something he had never tasted before. He sighed contentedly. When I was young, I heard your great-grandfather say that peaches are delicious, no matter how he described it. I could never imagine that flavor. Your great-grandfather was an ordinary person who never experienced the genetic chain break. Before he left, he kept mumbling about wanting to taste uncontaminated food, but there was nothing at all. Half a peach wasn't large, and Elder Lu finished it in just a few bites. He looked at Lucianza as if he were gazing far into the distance. Shinza, you should do well. That night, Elder Lu contacted a lawyer to change his will. The Lu family couldn't be given to him, but he had to leave enough money to ensure his well-being. Elder Lu was unapologetically biased in his decision. The next day, Huru arrived at the small villa of Kongqing with large and small bags. Filled with basic testing equipment she had applied for from the Lu family early in the morning. Kongqing's villa did not have smart security, and the energy for the protective shield had long been depleted, which Kongqing had never replaced. She rang the doorbell outside. Meng had already gone to school, and Kongqing came out to open the door for Huru, who was followed by Shu, the wolf. When Kongqing was not home, She had kept Shushu locked in an empty room on the second floor. She hadn't let it out yesterday, due to too many people. As soon as Mu Kongqing opened the door, Shushu, more enthusiastic than Mu Kongqing, rushed over, sniffing at Haru's pant leg. Mu Kongqing didn't understand wolf breeds, especially not those of this planet, but Shushu had grown quite large and could reach Mu Kongqing's knee when standing. Haru was startled and froze upon seeing Shushu. Mu Kongqing quickly called Shushu back behind her, telling it to stay away from Haru. It's called Shushu. Don't be afraid. It's just an ordinary wolf, not mutated. It's quite sensible, Mu Kongqing said while patting its head. There are very few strangers it usually sees, so it finds you interesting. Mu Kongqing locked Shushu back inside the house. Once Shushu was gone, Haru felt her breathing became much smoother. She followed Mu Kongqing to the vegetable garden in the backyard, still feeling overwhelmed by the shock she had experienced in the past few days. She felt that even if Ms. Mu pulled out a starship in front of her the next second, it wouldn't surprise her. Haru had come this time to address the issue of land yield, looking for ways to increase production. She took out the instruments and set them up on the ground. Ms. Mu, how do you keep the land low in pollution? Using the techniques I practiced. Mu Kongqing replied, feeling there was nothing to hide, since people in this world could actually cultivate, but the environment didn't permit it. However, they had their own evolutionary path to follow, which was the evolution of mental strength. Cultivation? Haru asked, puzzled, having never heard of it before. Mu Kongqing extended her hand. Let me show you with your hand. Haru hesitated, but placed her hand in Mu Kongqing's. Mu Kongqing closed her eyes, and a thread of spiritual energy flowed through Haru's body along her meridians. Surprisingly, Haru could indeed cultivate. Mu Kongqing now suspected that everyone in this world could cultivate, which was why evolution occurred. Those who didn't evolve would be eliminated. After all, even those who could cultivate weren't guaranteed to succeed. The difference was that those who failed in cultivation could still carve out their own paths. But those who couldn't evolve had no way out, which was a path to extinction. Chapter 71. Earth Online. Mu Kongqing withdrew her hand from Haru's grasp. Your physique can also cultivate techniques. There's nothing wrong with your body, but you're lacking the medium. So you still can't cultivate. What medium? I just used my technique to circulate through your body. Did you feel it? Haru nodded, feeling a kind of sour and swelling sensation. That's the thing you felt. It's invisible to the naked eye. It absorbs from the air into the body. The first absorption must be a large amount of this substance actively taken into star cultivation, but right now, there's too little of it in the air, so you can't cultivate. Mu Kongqing took out a piece of spirit stone and handed it to Haru. Having interned at the Lu Corporation, Haru recognized it immediately as a mutated or used for making mechas. You can test it. There's the substance I mentioned inside. Haru reached out carefully to take the ore from Mu Kongqing. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Mu Kongqing reminded her, don't be overly careful. It's just a stone. You can't damage it no matter how you hold it. She then handed her 3 more pieces. Here, take a few more. Haru fumbled to take them. My equipment here is all basic. These need to be taken back to the company for testing. All right, Mu Kongqing nodded nonchalantly. Haru adjusted the instruments on site. The data showed that the pollution rate in the vegetable field was very low, and the pollution growth rate was slow. But there were no anomalies in the data. Everything was within normal limits. She recorded the data, realizing that it seemed she would return empty-handed today. Don't rush. Take your time. Mu Kongqing called her to pick apples together. Haru was not tall, so Mu Kongqing even got her a ladder. The experience of picking apples was novel. Haru didn't feel like she was working. It felt more like a game to her. After they finished picking, they counted, and there were a total of 48 apples. Mu Kongqing kept the ones needed for selling and for her own consumption, and they each ate 1 apple. The crisp sound of biting into the apple filled the air, and the sweet juice immediately filled their mouths. Both of them squinted their eyes in unison. Haru was experiencing something delicious for the first time, while Mu Kongqing had not tasted one in a long time. Apples had become something people on Earth were tired of eating, yet here they were a rare commodity. Mu Kongqing felt a deep sorrow for herself. Raising the apple in her hand and taking another hearty bite, after finishing the apples, they bagged 3 and took the bus to the Lu Corporation. Mu Kongqing could drive on Earth. She had completed her driving course and had scheduled her driving test for 3 days later. On the way, they received a message from Songyu. The 2 online stores have been registered. That was quick. When they met Song Yu, he brought them into a conference room, poured a glass of water for each of them, and explained, Manager Liu has gone to inspect the project team and said before leaving that all matters here are entrusted to Ms. Mu. Kongqing nodded, acknowledging it. I've applied for the online stores. I found a professional web design team to do the design for us. The visual design for both stores should be completed in about 3 days. Song Yu handed each of them a pair of holographic glasses. Let's go take a look together, see what needs to be done, and we also need to confirm the names of the stores. Song Yu gave Kongqing the account password for the new online store. After she logged in, she shared the store with Song Yu and Huru. The 3 virtual avatars appeared on the streets of the virtual world. Kongqing was still a little tree person. Huru looked like a well-behaved little girl, and Song Yu's avatar resembled him, leaning more toward the business style. Unlike the previous corner store, this time the store felt lively right from the start, located in the center of the business district, surrounded by impressive-looking shops. While the other store was in a pedestrian street directly across from the central store, exuding a cozy vibe. They first went to the central store. This store wasn't very large, about over 100 square meters, but it had a 2-story structure. I didn't choose a particularly large storefront since we don't have many products right now, but don't worry, once we get going, we can change anytime. Song Yu's virtual avatar pointed to the other store outside, which looked to be 4 stories tall, with a post-apocalyptic industrial style that was very eye-catching. This is our Liu Corporation's mecha store. He chuckled. Once we get going, opening such a large store won't be impossible. Then he opened a virtual screen in his hand. This is the preliminary design draft from the design team. I told them our requirements, and they suggested using an ancient rainforest style, like the forest before the stars were radiated. He swiped his finger on the virtual screen. Currently, there are only 3 stores in the first star system selling high-end fruits and vegetables, one being the famous Xinhe, and another being Chupin, invested in by the Duan and Zhou families, which is a brand created by a research team from an agricultural university. The last one is Kakusi from the 3rd star system, backed by the Bell family of the 3rd star system. Once we open, we'll become the 4th store in the 1st star system, and we will definitely attract attention from all sides. Being low-key is impossible. We can only be high-profile, and we not only need to compete, but also need to be the best. Ms. Mu, you need to name this store. Kongqing blurted out, let's call it Earth. Dichio? Which D? The D for land, the Chio for sphere. Every bite of food everyone eats is produced by Earth, carefully cultivated by Earth. After all, my technique comes from Earth. Okay, Earth it is. I'll have them design a logo. I already have an idea for the logo. Let the designer contact me directly. Kongqing had thought it through. The logo would simply use an image of Earth, and she would tell them the image later. Her thoughts became clearer. The other store would be called Moon. Song Yu nodded, noting all her requirements. He then said, I've asked the designer to include expressions of taste and texture in the design. We'll record the taste and texture information of the fruits and vegetables, so customers can experience it when they enter. Additionally, I've arranged for virtual tasting. We'll record the mouthfeel information, giving everyone a chance to taste. Song Yu was very thorough in his considerations, and Kongqing was very satisfied. The 3 of them then visited the other store, which was 80 square meters, and, surprisingly, it was next to a rare flower shop that seemed to be doing exceptionally well, with people coming and going continuously. This flower shop was very famous, selling mutated flowers and potted plants with low attack power, and its business was thriving, aligning well with their brand. After visiting the 2 stores, they removed their holographic glasses and returned to reality. Chapter 72, Apple Juice. Kongqing gently placed the holographic glasses on the table. The development of holographic glasses had matured significantly, and prolonged use did not cause discomfort. However, Kongqing instinctively raised her slender fingertip to her temple. The eye exercises on Earth were deeply ingrained. Her peripheral vision caught the bag on the chair next to her, and she remembered that she had brought apples. Upon seeing Song Yu earlier, the 3 of them had immediately entered work mode, and she had forgotten about them. Kongqing took out an apple and handed it to Song Yu. He accepted it with genuine thanks, not eating it, but carefully putting it away to take home for his wife and children to try. Song Yu opened his light brain, the social account that Ms. Mu applied for earlier can be used for our new store on the Moon. We just need to change the name. We will need to reapply for the account for the Earth store. As he spoke, his hands were busy, and in just a few moments, he registered a new account. All right, what should we call the new account? Kongqing decisively said, let's call it Earth Online. These simple 4 characters carried the hopes and nostalgia of transcending time and space. Song Yu's long fingers tapped on a light brain, and the words Earth Online appeared in the name field, which he confirmed. The Earth Online account was officially registered. No one knew how Kongqing felt at that moment. The weather outside was beautiful, the sunlight warm on her, and she sat in a clean and tidy conference room discussing a project about Earth. She had lived there for 1,000 years. Cultivators viewed meetings and farewells lightly because life was too long and many things were inevitable. However, in the last few decades of her hidden life among mortals, she could not help but develop an attachment to that place. We still need to find a professional photographer to take product pictures for us. Song Yu's voice interrupted Kongqing's thoughts. He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the newly established custom design department. We can use the company's scanning equipment to scan the physical items, generating virtual images and automatically creating pictures, which perfectly meets our requirements. I will discuss this with Manager Liu. Let's proceed with these 2 online stores as planned. I will start some preliminary promotions on social media. Kongqing pulled her thoughts back, her expression becoming much more serious. Now we need to discuss the more challenging issue of vegetable supply for ordinary people. Huru clenched her fists nervously upon hearing her words. My idea is to supply them for free, Kongqing throughout the core of the plan. But how can we distribute the vegetables to more people while ensuring fairness? Hearing Kongqing's words, Song Yu frowned. He studied business and felt that everything she said was impossible to achieve. These ideas were completely anti-human and did not align with economic development laws. However, he wouldn't rashly deny her words, as he was not an ordinary person, and this matter was not a simple commercial act. It involved too many complexities. Huru said, currently, there are 127 ordinary people on Capital Star. Let's start there. Kongqing replied, among all the vegetables, radishes are currently the easiest to distribute. They can be eaten raw, and 1 radish sliced thin can serve more than 80 people. We still have too few people who can get things done. At this point, Kongqing suddenly thought of someone. I noticed a person named Li Jin when I looked at ordinary people's health reports the other day. He's very smart. I remember Manager Liu mentioned that these ordinary people had their backgrounds investigated. If possible, I would like to call him in. Song Yu carefully noted Kongqing's request. Huru knew such matters couldn't be rushed. Now that there was hope for survival, it was much better than being in the dark before. The 3 of them planned their tasks and then dispersed. Song Yu continued to follow up on the online store matters, while Huru took to the laboratory to continue her analysis. Kongqing returned to her small villa, opened her light brain, and began posting. I have good news for everyone. We are preparing a new online store, an upgrade of the current one, with more comprehensive services and a wider variety of green plants. New products will also be more stable in the future. The new store will meet you all in a few days. And today, we will draw 5 customers to win chives. Let's warm up for our new store. As usual, no duplicate accounts allowed. Within minutes of posting, the comment section was filled with curious netizens. What is the new store called? 5 portions of chives? Draw me, shop owner. I bought chives from the shop owner last time. Can I say it? They weren't tasty. What's wrong? Is this upgrade a sign of price increases? Just say it. After all, the shop owner's leg hair is thick. Everyone will still support it. Now that Xinhe has artificial vegetables, which taste quite good, who is still eating the bad chives? I can only say that the shop owner's vegetables are understood by those who understand. The benefits are hard to explain to others. Upstairs, everyone isn't stupid. We are low-key to avoid causing trouble for the shop owner. Wang Lei couldn't help but comment. Although his mental strength was only A grade, he had long been troubled by headaches. His soother said his mental strength was actually close to S grade, which made his agitation stronger than normal. He lived in fear of becoming foolish, but since he impulsively bought vegetables from the shop online, even if he only managed to grab them twice, the effects were unexpectedly good. The soother even called him a miracle. Now this shop held significant weight in his heart, and no one could undermine it. With the shop owner opening a new store, the supply would be more stable in the future, and he felt genuinely happy. Kongqing scrolled through the online comments, ignoring the harsh and deliberately provocative ones. After years of cultivation, she had encountered such remarks too many times. Taking them seriously was a waste of time. Once her new store launched, those people would be slapped in the face. She carefully read every meaningful comment. In response to those asking for the store's name, she replied, "The new store is called Moon Online." Below, there were a bunch of follow-up comments. "What a special name. It doesn't sound like a vegetable shop. It sounds like selling metals." Her private messages were also overflowing, and she casually opened a few. Some were cheering her on, some were criticizing her, and the requests for collaboration were increasing. This time, she even received messages from people wanting to invest in her. In the past, she would ignore such messages. But this time she paid special attention, noting down a few that seemed reliable to have Son Yu follow up on later to see if any profit could be made. After completing the lottery link, she logged off. The new store wouldn't launch for a few days, and the apples couldn't wait. If left there too long, they would spoil. Kongqing had a sudden inspiration. The children had too few good things to eat. She entered the kitchen and started juicing apples. The sweet aroma of fruit spread, filling 3 large jars. Of course, the apple juice was squeezed by a robot. She only set the program. While juicing, she discovered that the robot also had a drying program, so she made a bag of apple chips for the children as a snack. Fruit chips, she murmured softly, quickly jotting down this idea on her portable terminal. Yes, they could completely develop a fruit chip series. It was understandable that Ru and the others couldn't think of this. In a world dominated by nutrient solutions, real natural snacks had long become a legend. Kongqing recalled those colorful nutrient solutions. Although they could simulate hundreds of flavors, they always carried that inescapable industrial taste. She pinched a piece of dried apple and put it in her mouth. The sweetness of natural fructose burst on her tongue, a genuine flavor that no technology could replicate. In addition to fruit chips, she also thought of apple pie, but she had no flour. She had long wanted to plant wheat, and she had already found the seedlings. Unfortunately, the land wasn't big enough, and the spiritual energy was insufficient. Planting a few grains of wheat wouldn't yield anything. So to this day, that wheat seedling was still lying in Kongqing's storage space. In the evening, when the children returned home, they gathered around the glass bottle on the table. Chapter 73. Mu Meng sends a gift. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting beautiful light and shadow on the apple juice bottle on the table. Li Liji stood on tiptoe, curiously leaning in, his nose almost touching the bottle. He had never seen such a naturally clear thing before. "Sister, what is this?" he asked softly. Kongqing smiled and ruffled his hair, handing him a cup. "Apple juice, it's a kind of drink, sweet. Give it a try." Then she poured a cup for each child. Li Liji carefully took a sip, his eyes widening in surprise. He had never tasted such a sweet flavor before. It was not the intense taste of artificial flavoring, but a gentle blend of sunlight and fruit pulp. He cradled the cup as if it were a precious treasure and whispered, "It's really delicious." Liam was like a cheerful little sparrow, bouncing around Kongqing, his face flushed with excitement. "Sister, it's so delicious. 1,000 times better than nutritional liquid." His voice was bright and crisp, echoing in the room. Li Zipping remained silent, but expressed his enjoyment through action. After sipping his first cup, he pursed his lips and quietly reached out to pour himself another. His usually downcast eyes sparkled with tiny glimmers of light. As for Mu Meng, she had already had some when she returned home. Kongqing looked at them, her heart softening. Perhaps this was what she wanted to do. Let these children know that the world should have such genuine sweetness. Kongqing set a rule that no one could have more than 2 cups. Too much wasn't good. As for why it wasn't good, she didn't delve into it. That's just how parents did things on Earth. Once everyone had finished their drinks, Mu Meng made her own request, extending her hand to her mother. "For great-grandpa? You want great-grandpa to try the juice too?" Yes. Mu Meng nodded. Kongqing would not refuse Mu Meng's suggestion. She found a covered bottle, had the housekeeping robot clean it, filled it with apple juice, and also packed a small bag of apple chips for Mu Meng to take. "Can you go by yourself?" she asked softly, her fingers brushing over Mu Meng's soft hair. Mu Meng's chubby little face tightened, and the black grape-like eyes sparkled with an unprecedented seriousness. He nodded vigorously, tightly clutching the bag of apple chips. This was his first task, and his tender shoulders seemed to feel the weight of responsibility. Kongqing didn't think it was wrong for Meng to go deliver something alone. No one in this world could hurt him yet, and he would need to accomplish more things independently in the future. Meng began his solo journey, and the whole process went exceptionally smoothly. After all, the Liu family's manor was located in a remote area with strict security, and there weren't many people around. He walked all the way to the grand house he had visited last time, and the robot at the entrance scanned Meng, confirming his safety and automatically opening the door for him. He walked in, but saw no one. Remembering what his mother had taught him about calling out loudly when no one was around, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Great-grandpa?" His childish voice echoed in the spacious hall, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble slightly. After calling out, Meng held his breath, straining to listen for any sounds. His little hand unconsciously tightening around the strap of the insulated bag. Footsteps hurriedly approached from the second floor, and the housekeeper, Liu, nearly tripped over his own robe as he leaned over the ornate railing to look down. Two round-headed housekeeping robots followed him, their mechanical arms still holding things they hadn't had time to put away. "It's Meng." The housekeeper's voice carried a tone of familiarity. He had eaten the best peach of his life, which Meng had sent him, and more importantly, after eating the peach, he felt much better in his knees, which had been aching due to old age. "Great-grandpa, hello. Where's great-grandpa?" Meng asked, looking up. "I'll ask for you," the housekeeper replied, then dialed the communicator. The other side picked up quickly. "Old Song, what's up?" came the voice of the elder Liu. "When will you be home? Meng is here to see you. I'll be home with Shunze in about 6 minutes." "Okay." The housekeeper hung up the communicator and told Meng, "Great-grandpa will be home soon, in about 6 minutes." Meng nodded, took hold of his items, climbed onto the nearby sofa, and sat obediently, waiting for great-grandpa. The housekeeper still had a bit of work to finish. Seeing Meng sitting quietly, he took the robots to wrap things up. Meng didn't understand how long 6 minutes was, but he had learned to count to 6 in kindergarten. So he eagerly watched the door, counting in his mind over and over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He didn't know how many times he counted, but soon sounds came from the door, and Elder Liu and Lucianza walked in. Meng's eyes lit up when he saw Elder Liu. "Great-grandpa, Uncle Liu." He placed the items he was holding on the sofa, climbed down from the sofa with his short legs, and after his feet hit the ground, he steadied the items in his hands again. He was about to rush over, but Elder Liu and Lucianza had already approached him. Meng stretched out his little hand. "Here." Elder Liu understood and bent down to take the glass bottle and small bag. The crystal-clear light amber liquid gently swayed in the bottle and even through the glass. The sweet fruit aroma was detectable. "What is this?" "Apple." Meng recognized it. At that moment, the housekeeper had just come downstairs and saw what Elder Liu was holding. He picked up a beautifully crafted porcelain cup from the table. Elder Liu picked Meng up and placed him on the sofa, sitting beside him. He took the cup handed over by the housekeeper, unscrewed the cap of the glass bottle, and the fruit aroma immediately filled the air. He poured himself a glass and then handed the bottle to the housekeeper. "You should try a glass too." The housekeeper didn't hesitate and took the bottle to pour himself a glass as well. In an instant, half of the apple juice was gone from the glass bottle. Lucianza voluntarily picked up the porcelain cup, ready to pour himself a glass to taste. "What are you doing?" Elder Liu asked. Lucianza paused. "Grandpa, I want to taste them too." "This is from Meng. I didn't let you drink it." "It's for great-grandpa." Meng chimed in from the side. Lucianza helplessly put down the cup in his hand and sat on the other side of the sofa to watch the two elders drink together. The two elders began to savor the juice. The sweet and sour flavor spread in their mouths, and the fatigue from days of work seemed to dissipate with every swallow. "Great-grandpa, is it good?" Meng blinked and asked. "Delicious," Elder Liu replied sincerely. After finishing a small cup of juice, he opened the small bag that Meng had brought. "What is this?" "Apple chips." Meng recognized them all. Elder Liu handed a piece to the housekeeper, who examined it under the light. The amber-colored fruit chip showed its texture. As soon as he tasted it, the concentrated fruit flavor burst in his mouth, making him squint with delight. "This flavor is amazing." Elder Liu nodded in agreement, enjoying the delicious apple chips and thinking of that woman. She had so many treasures on her, and he wondered what surprise she would bring him in a few days. Seeing that great-grandpa was already enjoying the things he had brought, Meng decided it was time to go home. He climbed down from the sofa and said goodbye to everyone. Goodbye, great-grandpa. Goodbye, great-grandpa. Goodbye, Uncle Lou. Lucianza seized the opportunity and immediately stood up. I'll walk you back. Turning to Elder Lou, he said, Grandpa, I'll take him. Elder Lou nodded. Lucianza took Mu Meng's hand, and they left the main house. Chapter 74. Detecting spirit stones, Lucianza successfully got himself a glass of apple juice by sending Mu Meng home, and before leaving, he also took a small bag of dried apples. Mu Kongqing thought for a moment, and then got him an apple to take to old Master Lu. Standing at the entrance of the small villa, she watched Lucianza's figure grow farther away. Apple juice and dried apples were like snacks on earth, usually served to entertain children when visiting, but now these items had become very formal gifts. She couldn't help but smile at the scene of Lucianza holding the glass and drinking juice. The next day, following the address sent by Huru, she took the bus to Kongqing University. Huru didn't take the stone that Mu Kongqing gave her to the Lu Corporation for testing, but instead brought it to the school. She was an ordinary person without a home, but because of her excellent academic performance, she was a valued student of her teacher, continuing her studies under them. She had previously worked at the Lu Corporation because she heard that Lu was collaborating with the Duan family to develop medical mechs. She wanted to see if she could find a way to treat ordinary people's broken gene chains through physical means using mechs. She placed the ore into the composition analysis instrument. These mutated stones had already been seriously analyzed hundreds of times after radiation exposure, and Huru eagerly watched the operating instrument, but to her disappointment, this ore showed no difference from any previous stones. She called over Ms. Mu to see if there would be any changes in the ore with her presence. Bringing outsiders into the lab was against the rules, but she couldn't care less at the moment. Mu Kongqing followed Huru into the laboratory, which was empty. The school had an event today, and everyone had gone to participate, giving them a whole morning to work. Huru locked the lab door from the inside to prevent anyone from walking in unexpectedly. Ms. Mu, can you use your way to make this stone work? Okay. Mu Kongqing gently absorbed the spiritual energy stored in the stone inside the instrument. But the instrument's readings showed no change at all. Huru frowned. In her understanding, everything in this world was traceable, and even undiscovered items would be marked as unknown on the instrument. What kind of thing is Ms. Mu? Mu Kongqing thought for a moment. Gas, perhaps. She beckoned to Huru. Look. Following her finger, Huru saw a green line floating in the air, appearing and disappearing intermittently, connecting Mu Kongqing's finger and the ore inside the instrument. Curiously, Huru leaned in, her eyes wide as she focused on the green spiritual energy. Can I touch it? Mu Kongqing nodded. She extended her finger and touched it. The green spiritual energy scattered at her touch, but soon gathered together again. So amazing, she exclaimed. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out a vacuum bottle from the lab. Ms. Mu, can you put this gas into this bottle? This is simple. Mu Kongqing directly controlled the spiritual energy in her body to inject into the vacuum bottle Huru had taken out. Huru held the sealed vacuum bottle, but looked troubled again. Ms. Mu, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete this with my own abilities. Then you can find someone based on the situation. Is that okay? Of course. Mu Kongqing thought about how many hands make light work. It was normal to have help in research. Can I ask my teacher? He is a very simple person, only focused on research, and treats us students well. Huru softly recommended, if you think it's appropriate, go ahead and follow the normal procedure. Have them sign a cooperation contract and a confidentiality agreement with Lu Corporation. Since our online store hasn't opened yet, and we're financially constrained, the initial service fee shouldn't be too high. Huru wasn't worried about this. Don't worry, Ms. Mu. They'll be happy to work for free on something they've never seen before. It's even possible for us to charge them a little star currency. Huru spoke earnestly, not joking at all. After radiation, there were some extremely rare minerals that major organizations needed to write papers and donate for defense to obtain, unlike Ms. Mu, who was so generous to let them use it for free and even offer compensation. Mu Kongqing seriously considered it. You're right. If we really run out of money, we could consider selling this. Just for this small bottle. She pointed to the vacuum bottle in Huru's hand. Selling it for 100,000 star currency wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Trust me, Ms. Mu. 1 million. Mu Kongqing and Hu Ru exchanged excited glances, both filled with a thirst for star currency. When Mu Kongqing left Hucking University, she felt as if she was floating. She realized she was so wealthy. Dazed, she wanted to take her driving test and successfully obtained her vehicle driving license. She could only apply for a flying vehicle license 6 months after getting her regular license, which was a strict requirement for ordinary people. She didn't know why. As she prepared to go home, she received a message from Songyu. I found a place for private dining. Do you want to come see it? Okay, I'll meet you at Lu Building. Mu Kongqing took out her light brain to check the bus routes to Lu Building and met Songyu an hour later. The place was not far from Lu Building. Songyu drove Mu Kongqing. It's in the commercial area ahead. There's a high-end mall there. There's a room that was previously an office, but it's been vacant since the office area moved out. It's just right for us. As Songyu finished speaking, a mall came into view. Yes, it was very close. Lu Corporation had exclusive parking spots in this mall, and seeing one empty, Songyu parked without hesitation. We have a deep cooperation with this mall, and this room is quite awkward, making it hard to rent out. So if we rent it, we can get a relatively low rental price. Mu Kongqing was even more satisfied to hear that they could save money. Following Songyu, they arrived at the second floor of the mall, which was mostly clothing stores. Each store occupied a large area, but there weren't many clothes inside, and each had unique decoration style. As they passed one store after another, Mu Kongqing found it delightful. She thought she must bring Lian here to shop sometime. Ever since that meeting, the little girl had been studying like crazy. Songyu opened a door in a corner, leading into a long corridor. After turning 2 corners, they finally reached a door. It was unlocked, and when opened, a spacious and bright room appeared before them. Across from the door was a large floor-to-ceiling window, and the white floor, made of an unknown material, reflected the soft sunlight. Mu Kongqing instantly fell in love with this room. Chapter 75. The radish of ordinary people. Mu Kongqing estimated the room to be about 200 square meters, empty and devoid of anything. We need to renovate it, she said. Mu Kongqing nodded. Don't make it too complicated. Mainly, we need to buy 2 kitchen robots that are more intelligent and feature-rich. Songyu noted the requirements. He no longer felt like Lucian's assistant, but more like Mu Kongqing's assistant. However, he accepted this well, especially since he brought apples home yesterday to share with his wife and daughter. The little girl waved her chubby arms, excitedly squealing, with her rosy cheeks smeared with glistening juice. His wife also rarely showed a satisfied smile, sighing, I've never eaten such sweet fruit in my life. He took out his holographic computer and pulled up the floor plan from the mall. There are water pipes on the right side of this room. We can renovate it into a kitchen. We also need to install a purifier to ensure the water is clean. As for the funding, Mu Kongqing paused here, suddenly feeling an impulse to sell spiritual energy, but she forcibly suppressed it. Let's focus on renovating the kitchen first, and we can gradually add other things after we start making a profit. Songyu hesitated. He wanted to mention that the Lu family could provide financial support, but ultimately didn't say anything. He knew that Ms. Mu had her own considerations, and his role was to support her needs. After finalizing the renovation plan, Songyu immediately contacted a few reputable renovation companies. The meeting in the afternoon was with Li Jin. Mu Kongqing had met him frequently when delivering radishes. Li Jin was a boy about the same age as Li Luji, 16 years old, thin and small, standing in the conference room like a malnourished bean sprout, with an unremarkable appearance. His right leg was slightly lame, and he lived by doing odd jobs, currently residing in a welfare house built by the government for ordinary people. When he saw Mu Kongqing again, his expression was very excited. Since receiving the report, his emotions had been in a state of excitement. Now, facing Mu Kongqing, 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say a single word. Mu Kongqing looked at him with calm and gentle eyes. She raised her hand and pointed to the chair across from her. Her voice soft, please sit down first. Li Jin mechanically nodded and sat down stiffly, gripping his knees tightly, his knuckles turning white. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Kongqing spoke about that radish. You already know its effects. Her voice was soothing, as if it had a calming effect. It is a special variety that I cultivated, and currently only I can grow it. Li Jin held his breath, staring at her without blinking, afraid of missing a single word. According to experimental data, It has a significant inhibitory effect on the speed of gene chain rupture in ordinary people. Kongqing paused, so we plan to distribute it for ordinary people to consume. Li Jin's fingers unconsciously clutched the edge of his clothes, his knuckles white from the force. His voice was hoarse. How much star coins will it cost? Free. Kongqing's answer was direct and crisp, like a light thunderbolt striking Li Jin's ears. He suddenly raised his head, his pupils slightly constricted, as if doubting he had heard incorrectly. Free? Yes, free. The corners of Kongqing's lips curled up slightly, but her eyes remained calm. No matter how it was priced, it wouldn't be reasonable. It was better to give it away directly. Li Jin's breath hitched, feeling as if something had struck him hard in the chest. He opened his mouth, but could only nod heavily, his voice hoarse. Okay. Okay. Kongqing tapped her fingers lightly on the table. I need someone to help me contact ordinary people to distribute the radishes. Her gaze fell on Li Jin's face. You are very suitable. Li Jin straightened up suddenly, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes, like a plant that had long been dormant in darkness, suddenly seeing sunlight. Of course, there would be corresponding rewards. Kongqing's tone shifted, growing a bit more serious, but there are two conditions. She raised one finger first. This must be done discreetly. She raised a second finger. Second, the distribution must be as fair as possible. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a moment. Li Jin unconsciously held his breath as he saw Kongqing's focused gaze on him, which also carried a hint of pressure. Li Jin swallowed hard, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough thread on the edge of his clothes. I can do it. Very good. Kongqing's voice softened, and the corners of her eyes curved slightly. She reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a casual gesture that eased the atmosphere in the entire conference room. Currently, the radish yield is limited, and we need to take turns consuming it. You will be responsible for all distribution work. If you encounter any problems, she gently tapped the communicator in Li Jin's hand. Contact me at any time. Li Jin looked down at the simple communicator on his wrist. This was not an ordinary task, but a heavy trust. He took a deep breath, and when he lifted his head, his gaze had become resolute. I won't let you down. Kongqing felt she should give him a heads up, saying, this matter won't go particularly smoothly, but you don't need to worry. If anything happens, I can help you resolve it. Don't feel too much pressure. Li Jin's shoulders tensed noticeably, but soon relaxed again. He nodded vigorously, his hair swaying slightly with emotion. I am still planning here. You can contact people first or find helpers to assist you. You won't be working for free. There will be rewards. Actually, no rewards would be fine, he started to say, but was interrupted by Kongqing. No, her voice suddenly became very firm. This is work, and work should have rewards. Kongqing was very clear in her heart. Helping ordinary people was her own voluntary action, but she couldn't force others to contribute alongside her, especially a group of kids who already had it tough. Song took Li Jin downstairs to sign a contract. When Li Jin left after signing, his state of mind was completely different from when he arrived. He now had a formal job, and life had hope. Kongqing was unaware of his psychological changes. What she was more eager to know was how to quickly grow more vegetables, and she hoped Huru could bring good news soon. After finishing her tasks, Kongqing realized she still had time and prepared to pick up Meng from school today. Meng would surely be very happy to see her. When Kongqing arrived at the kindergarten, the little children were doing group exercises outside. She saw Meng standing in the corner, stretching her arms and legs with the others. After the exercise ended, the children gathered in small groups to play. But Meng was alone digging in the sandpit. Kongqing sensed something was amiss. Chapter 76, The Birth of Barbecue at the entrance of the kindergarten. It was bustling with activity. Cars and small flying vehicles were neatly parked in the pickup area, and parents were gathering in small groups, waiting for their children. Kongqing stood at the edge of the crowd, her gaze scanning the sea of heads, and she quickly spotted the small figure. Meng was obediently following at the end of the line, clutching his backpack strap, ready to board the school bus with his teacher. Just then, Meng seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head, his big, dark eyes searching through the crowd. In the next moment, his gaze locked onto something, and his small face broke into a radiant smile, his eyes shining brightly. It's Mommy. Kongqing couldn't help but smile as she quickly walked over. The teacher responsible for the bus checked her identification, and smiled as she handed Mu Meng's hand to her. The teacher who brought Mu Meng was only responsible for safely returning the children who took the school bus that evening, and she was not Mu Meng's class teacher. So the two did not engage in any further conversation. Holding Mu Meng's hand, Mu Kongqing went to wait for the bus. She carefully observed Mu Meng. He was bouncing happily while holding her hand, looking as if he hadn't been bullied. Mu Meng, are you happy in kindergarten? Mu Meng bounced a couple of times, the hair on his head swaying. I'm happy, Mommy. Did anyone bully you? Mu Meng thought seriously for a moment, then looked up at Mu Kongqing and said, No, Mommy. Seeing that Mu Meng didn't seem to be lying, Mu Kongqing felt reassured. However, she still wanted to reward Mu Meng. How about making barbecue for everyone tonight? There were no grilling tools like pans in the small villa, as very few people cooked barbecue at home in this world. Not long ago, Mu Kongqing had ordered an electric grill online, and today was just the right time to test if it worked well. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled the barbecue takeout sets on Earth, which included a small electric grill. Yes, her private kitchen could also offer such a set, requiring no processing, just marinating the meat, which would be much easier. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and she quickly noted this idea in her mind. Mu Meng was leaning against the bus window, watching the scenery rush by. There were only the two of them on this bus, heading towards the Lu Manor, where the residents were all wealthy people, and very few people took the bus normally. Mu Kongqing sent a message to Lu Shenze. Are you free tonight? You can come to the villa for barbecue. Lu Shenze replied immediately, yes. Meanwhile, in the office of the Lu Group, Lu Shenze expressionlessly turned off the holographic projection and tapped his fingertips on the table twice. He quickly sent a message to Lu Shanfeng. You accompany Grandpa to the dinner tonight. I have something else to do. Lu Shanfeng put away his intention to leave early, rolled his eyes at the screen, and sent back an okay gesture. Lu Shenze arrived at the small villa on time that evening. The children had already grown accustomed to his arrival. Liam was engrossed in reading a book titled The World Built by Trade, while Lezes was bouncing over to Lu Shenze with questions about problems he couldn't solve at school. Li Zipping was scratching his head in front of his homework. Mu Meng was not in the house. He had gone to the backyard to practice his skills. As soon as Mu Kongqing saw that everyone had arrived, she quickly got busy. She preheated the grill, brushed it with oil, and then laid the marinated meat on top. With a sizzling sound, everyone in the room looked up in her direction. Their attention was drawn to her, but then they nonchalantly turned back to their books and studies. Before long, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and everyone turned their heads again. Mu Kongqing grabbed a housekeeping robot and studied it, discovering that this little thing actually had an air purification mode, so she immediately had it stand aside as a makeshift exhaust fan. After finishing her research on the robot, she looked up to find everyone watching her. She paused for a moment and called out, It's nothing, just come over to eat. Just as she was about to call for Mu Meng, little Mu Meng burst through the door like a cannonball. He had smelled the meat outside. A few people gathered around the table, curiously looking at the unfamiliar dish, something they had never seen before, not even in advertisements. To her embarrassment, it was also Lu Shenze's first time seeing it. This is called barbecue. You eat it while grilling. As she spoke, she distributed the cooked meat from the grill to several people, explaining that it should be eaten hot and that the sauce in their plates was for dipping. She casually picked up a leaf of cabbage, explaining that the meat could also be wrapped in the cabbage leaf, adding a slice of green pepper like this. After demonstrating how to wrap the grilled meat and green pepper in the vibrant cabbage leaf, she took a gentle bite. The sweet cabbage wrapped around the crispy meat, and the salty flavor of the sauce burst on her tongue. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Although the seasonings in this world were not as rich as those on Earth, and there was no garlic for flavor, the freshly picked cabbage was exceptionally sweet and had its own unique taste. Delicious. Everyone started to dig in, imitating Mu Kongqing as they attempted to eat the barbecue. Lu Shenze was the quickest. His long fingers elegantly flattened a piece of cabbage, picked up some meat, dipped it in sauce, folded it, and popped it into his mouth in one smooth motion. His expression revealed his satisfaction with the flavor. Mu Meng was slowly rolling his meat and seeing his movements. Lu Shenze quickly wrapped one up and placed it on Mu Meng's plate. Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. Mu Meng's eyes widened. Thank you, Uncle. Everyone showed satisfied expressions as they enjoyed the barbecue. I plan to sell this barbecue set in my private kitchen. Kongqing shared her plan with everyone. I've already found a place to set up the private kitchen, and I will have everyone try the dishes. If everyone thinks it's good, we can sell it. It will definitely sell well. Lez's was brimming with confidence. This is so delicious. No one can refuse it. Leon nodded in agreement. Even Lez's, who usually spoke little, uncharacteristically chimed in. Sister, many people will buy this for sure. Having tasted the barbecue herself, Kongqing was confident in the flavor. The next step was to standardize and streamline the barbecue set. Leon took the initiative to speak up. Sister, can I help out in the private kitchen? Kongqing knew that Leon was not content with the status quo. She was curious about all business activities. Without hesitation, Kongqing agreed. Sure, you can help out then. Shushu circled around the dining table, and at Kongqing's gesture, it quickly scampered over to grab its lunchbox. Kongqing threw down a few grilled meat strips, and it began munching away. Meng was eating with greasy lips when he suddenly paused and unexpectedly asked a question. Mommy, where's Daddy? Chapter 77. Moonstore launched. The dining table fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of Shushu munching on meat. Lucian's fingers tightened slightly around his chopsticks as he looked up at Meng's small face, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Kongqing asked, what about Dad? Meng tilted her little head, trying to clarify to her mother. Kindergarten, little friends, have Dad. Are you asking about your dad? Kongqing seemed to understand. Meng nodded yes. Kongqing casually replied, look at your older siblings, they don't have a dad, and you don't have one either. Meng thought for a moment and nodded. Kongqing added, you can ask the trees in the forest which one has a dad. None of them do. And neither does Mom. Meng suddenly realized, yes, trees don't have dads. Satisfied with the answer, she happily continued to eat the grilled meat, shaking her head. However, Lucianza couldn't calm his inner turmoil. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin, his heart in chaos. Kongqing keenly noticed that Lucianza's expression was off. The knuckles of the hand gripping the chopsticks were slightly white, and his jawline was tense. Considering the differences between humans and trees, where humans value familial bonds, she explained, Mr. Lu, please don't mind. Meng is different. She doesn't need a dad at all. Lucianza instantly felt as if a knife had been thrust into his heart, blood gushing out. He swallowed hard, his voice tight as he nodded helplessly, understood. To mask his emotions, he lowered his head and picked up a piece of grilled meat to eat, but the once tender and juicy slice now tasted like cardboard, and he could barely detect any flavor from the sauce. As night fell, the crystal chandelier in the Lu family's main hall illuminated the marble floor. Just as Lucianza stepped into the entrance, he saw Old Master Lu sitting on the sofa with a displeased expression, leaning on his cane. Where did you go tonight? Old Master Lu asked, unhappy that Lucianza had changed his mind about attending the dinner, which included many company shareholders. He wanted Lucianza to get familiar with them. Lucianza loosened his tie, still carrying a faint scent of grilled meat. I went to eat grilled meat. Grilled meat? Old Master Lu had heard of it, but had never tried it. He asked sternly, is it good? Very good. Lucianza replied with a frown, his voice deep, sounding anything but enthusiastic. Old Master Lu raised an eyebrow. Humph. Went to enjoy good food by yourself. What else with that expression after eating something good? Lucianza looked dazed. I lost my son. Old Master Lu didn't hear clearly and asked, who did you lose? Lucianza sighed deeply. It's nothing. Just wait a while, and I'll get you some grilled meat to try. It's really delicious. Old Master Lu, seeing that his grandson was still thinking of him, temporarily forgave him. The next day, Kongqing received a message from Huru. Her teacher had agreed to join their project and brought 2 students along, making the research team 4 people. Kongqing promptly scheduled a meeting time, and the 5 of them met in the conference room of the Lu group to facilitate their work. Lucianza had specially approved the use of the 34th floor for them. The working area was relatively small since half of the space was designated for a helipad, where Lucianza's aircraft usually parked, leaving the office area empty and simple, with just a few desks, chairs, and a set of holographic equipment for discussions. Kongqing had expected Huru's teacher to be an older person, but upon meeting, she found he was quite a handsome young man, exuding an air of intellect. Standing tall in a collared t-shirt and casual trousers, he looked only a few years older than Lucianza. Gong Kuaming appeared excited to see Mu Kongqing approach. Mu Kongqing handed them 3 copies of the contract. Gong Kuaming didn't look at it, but passed it to the students behind him, a boy and a girl, who began to review it. "You must be Ms. Mu, right? Just call me Mu Yun," she said, extending her hand. Gong Kuaming shook her hand lightly. "You discovered this previously unknown gas. May I ask where you found it?" Mu Kongqing quickly exchanged a glance with Huru, realizing that Huru had likely only mentioned the need to study the unknown gas to her teacher without providing further details. "I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that at the moment. However, if necessary in the future, I will inform you." Gong Kuaming nodded, understanding her reluctance to share, as he would be cautious if he had made the discovery himself. The 2 students quickly reviewed the contract and found no pitfalls, only strict confidentiality requirements. They analyzed the contract carefully with their teacher, and the 3 of them picked up pens, signing their names without hesitation. All 3 were passionate about research, and after signing the contract, they wasted no time leaving the Lu group to rush back to school, eager to begin studying the newly discovered gas. 2 days later, the online moon store was finally renovated. Mu Kongqing, along with Song Yu and Huru, donned their holographic glasses once again. The store style was simple and elegant, without excessive decorations, looking bright and spacious, which pleased all 3 of them. Mu Kongqing brought her vegetables, taking one of each variety, scanned them at Lu's, generated 3-dimensional images, and uploaded them to the store. Without pause, she announced the good news on social media. "Our new store, Moon Store, is now open. Today, order fresh vegetables for a 20% discount." Less than 5 minutes after the message was sent, the store was sold out. Still didn't T get any? Whose hands are so fast? Is the store owner engaging in hunger marketing? Upstairs, can't you be more generous on the first day of opening? Won't compete anymore. ISNT it better not to grab? Whoever grabs is a fool. Fewer competitors. The store owner is making money. The store looks beautiful. They must have earned a lot from selling vegetables. What are you complaining about upstairs? Who doesn't T know vegetable prices are high? Mu Kongqing ignored the deliberately unreasonable comments and felt that the low production was indeed a problem, but fortunately, the research team was already on the right track. Next, they just had to wait for the Earth store to launch. Chapter 78. Live streaming barbecue. The location for the private kitchen restaurant was finally decided to be a single room in a high-end shopping mall. Due to its not-so-great position in the mall, the finalized rent was 5,000 star coins per month. Mu Kongqing inquired a bit and found out that a 200-square-meter office in the same mall was renting for 18,800 star coins a month. Mu Kongqing immediately felt that she had benefited from the Lu family's influence and got a good deal. After signing the contract and paying the rent, the official renovation began. Mu Kongqing occasionally went to check on things. Overseeing the renovation was much easier than she had imagined. On one hand, the renovations she needed were simple, and on the other hand, the work was being done by robots. Once the robots were programmed, they could follow the steps to complete tasks, reducing a lot of communication costs. Lian was very happy to hear that the private kitchen restaurant was starting renovations and urged Mu Kongqing to take her see it. It happened to be the weekend, and Li Leji was going to the club with Lu Shinze to watch a mech competition. Rarely, Li Zipping did not want to be with Lian, but preferred to stay in a small villa. Mu Kongqing guessed that this child usually felt too much pressure being around 2 top students and needed some personal space. Meanwhile, Mu Meng thought for a moment and expressed a desire to go with her brother to watch the mech competition. After getting Lu Shinze's approval, Mu Meng left with Li Leji. Lian followed Mu Kongqing to their private kitchen restaurant, and after taking a tour of the spacious and bright place, Lian discovered that her sister had only renovated a small part of the room. The right side had a custom-made large cooking island with a stove, sink, and vegetable washing machine. She gently touched the moon-white, smooth countertop, imagining the scene of cooking delicious food there in the future. "Sister, this cooking island is amazing." Lian turned to Mu Kongqing, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. Mu Kongqing smiled and nodded. Lian squatted down and opened the custom refrigerator under the cooking area. Looking satisfied as she said, "It's very spacious, and the temperature control is very convenient." Next to the refrigerator was a multifunctional dishwasher, and to the left of the cooking island were an ice maker and a refrigerator. She glanced at them before turning to the right cabinet. opening the door to see various small appliances and tableware neatly arranged inside, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these dishes are so exquisite." Kongqing laughed and said, "These were sponsored by your Uncle Lu as a gift for the opening of our new restaurant." Lian nodded and, getting closer, noticed that behind the cooking island was a small room that had been separated out. When she opened the door, it turned out to be a small storeroom. Finally, she walked to the glass-walled kitchen, looking out through the glass, imagining the scene of customers watching the chefs and robots cooking. This design is great. Customers can see the food preparation process, and they will feel more at ease eating it. Kongqing walked over to her and softly said, "Yes. Although I don't plan to offer dine-in service, we will inevitably have to host customers. A transparent kitchen can increase their trust." Outside the kitchen, Kongqing set up a few sets of tables and chairs for receiving clients. Opposite the kitchen, she also separated a room to serve as a lounge for everyone. However, the hall with a few sets of tables and chairs still felt empty. Lian walked around the tables a few times, and an idea formed in her mind. She looked at Kongqing seriously and said, "Sister, should we do live streaming?" She often heard her classmates discussing idle live streaming at school, where everyone would buy beautiful clothes and quirky items to show off in the live chat. She had watched a few live streams and thought that their kitchen matched perfectly with the concept. "We can use live streaming to tell everyone how great our dishes are." "Sister, don't you want to sell barbecue? We can live stream how to eat barbecue at home. I think many people don't know how to do it." Kongqing nodded, feeling that Lian had a point. "Just right, we have enough space. And I can set up a live streaming station in front of the kitchen glass so everyone can see our meal preparation environment." Without hesitation, Kongqing immediately contacted the renovation company, conveyed her needs, and asked them to come up with a renovation plan. The other party quickly responded that it was no problem. It was a simple task, and they promised to complete the design and renovation in 2 days. Lucianza took Li Laji to watch the mech competition and unexpectedly got the chance to spend a day with Mu Meng, which was a delightful surprise. As Mu Meng grew older, he no longer liked being held by others, so he held his brother's hand with his left hand and Lucian's hand with his right, bouncing along with a group of adults as they prepared to enter the venue to watch the competition. Today, those accompanying Lucianza were all managers and seed players from the Xinglu Club. The competition was a friendly match, and the Xinglu Club only sent out members from the second team. In the Met competition, both sides were in real combat, with an actual venue and satellite live broadcasting the match. The competition would also simulate various adverse weather conditions and feature real mutated beasts. Today's friendly match had 3 teams participating, each with 5 members. Each mech was equipped with instruments for data monitoring, and if the comprehensive data of a mech fell below 10, it would be considered eliminated. The viewing area had a surround screen, providing a strong visual impact. Of course, one could also choose to wear holographic glasses for an immersive viewing experience, but the immersive experience did not surpass the large screen, and the screen offered a broader field of view, so everyone opted to watch on the screen. Li Laji looked up, his eyes glued to the center of the arena. The mechs on the surround screen traced dazzling light trails in the arena, and the roar of energy cannons vibrated in his chest. This was much more exciting than watching on a light brain. Meanwhile, Mu Meng had it simpler. He understood nothing but cheered happily when the green mech won, and secretly encouraged it when it lost. Several club managers in the VIP viewing area frequently glanced over. The famously aloof genius mech warrior from the Lu family. When did he start working as a babysitter? Moreover, the child he brought was just an ordinary person. But no one dared to approach, only watching from afar as the child leaned in to whisper something in Lucian's ear. The usually expressionless Lu Xiao surprisingly nodded slightly and even reached out to fix the static-induced messy hair of the child. Another child had found out that once school was out, that child would officially enter the club for training, which was quite a novelty. Ordinary people could participate in mech competitions. They hadn't seen such a thing in decades. As the event concluded, Xinglu Club secured second place. Lucianza was focused on listening to the technical director analyze the data of a new type of thruster, his stern profile half illuminated and half shadowed by the remaining light from the arena. Suddenly, a bright shout of cousin broke his concentration. Lu Shenfeng squeezed through the crowd with the Zhou sisters and several young people. You came to watch the match too? Lu Shenfeng greeted him cheerfully, and the next moment, he noticed the child holding Lu Shen's hand. Whose child is this? Lu Shenfeng bent down to get closer to Mu Meng, his fingers itching to pinch the child's cheek. Chapter 79. The Sinful Fate of Lu Shenze. As Lu Shenfeng's hand reached halfway up, Lu Shenze's long fingers clamped down on his wrist like a vice. The two arms formed a taut arc in the air, causing Mu Meng to tilt her little head in confusion, her round eyes darting back and forth between the two prominent hands. Lu Shenfeng. Lu Shenze's fingertips tightened warningly on his cousin's wrist, a silent admonition not to be so childish. He flicked his hand away with clear disdain, as if he had touched something dirty, wiping his fingertips along the seam of his suit pants. Ouch! Lu Shenfeng rubbed his wrist and bent down closer to Mu Meng, suddenly grinning widely. Little cutie. Whose child are you? You're so adorable. Hearing the word adorable, Mu Meng suddenly raised her chubby little hand, pointing her index finger at herself. Meng Meng. Lu Shenfeng chuckled. You're called Meng Meng? Mu Meng nodded. The competition is over. Hurry up and go with your friend. They're all waiting for you. Lu Shenze issued the dismissal without hesitation. Wait, bro, whose child is this? She looks a bit familiar, Lu Shenfeng said, stroking his chin, genuinely puzzled as he tried to remember where he had seen her. Lu Shenze knew his cousin was clingy. If he didn't tell him, he would keep asking. It was fine to let him know. She's the child of Assistant Mu. Right? Assistant Mu, the one who went with us to the tasting event last time. He suddenly squatted down to meet Mu Meng's round eyes. No wonder she looks so familiar with that little nose and mouth. She is just like Assistant Mu. As he spoke, Lu Shenfeng suddenly showed a mischievous smile, elbowing his cousin. Something's off, bro. Since when did our young master Lu become so caring? Even personally bringing along an assistant's kid to watch the competition? Lu Shenze didn't even raise an eyebrow, just pulled Mu Meng, who was trying to wiggle toward Lu Shenfeng, closer to himself. Mu Meng thought this uncle was interesting and could be a friend. His friend Xiao Suo, she heard Uncle Lu say, was taken away for an experiment by someone else, and she hadn't had a friend for a long time. At this moment, Zhou Ziding, who had been standing at the back, suddenly let out a sharp laugh. Oh, is young Master Lu going to be a ready-made dad? Her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, twirled around the ends of her hair. Can't catch my cousin. So you settle for an assistant with a kid? The air instantly froze. Lu Shenze slowly raised his eyes and gave her a cold glance. Zhou Ziding immediately felt a shiver run down her spine, forcing herself to lift her chin, still defiantly saying, Am I wrong? Can't catch my cousin. And now you're with the assistant? Zhou Yao stepped forward to pull Zhou Ziding back, her voice soft. Cousin, don't do that. I'm fine. This was a clever remark, sounding like mediation while implying ambiguity. To anyone unaware of the truth, it might really seem like there was something going on between her and Lu Shenze. Zhou Yao bit her lip, sneaking glances at Lu Shenze's chiseled profile. Ever since she saw him at the tasting event, his cold brows and eyes had been etched in her mind. Her family wasn't from the capital, and she had been brought over this time for a marriage alliance. After meeting several young men, none matched up to Lu Shenze's excellence, which made her heart flutter, yet he was a short-lived one. She prided herself on her beauty, but this young Master Lu hadn't even glanced at her since earlier, which made her very dissatisfied. She was the Zhou family's young lady. How could she be less attractive than a mere assistant's child? Even if she couldn't marry this man, she still wanted him to see her. Mr. Lu, my cousin is a bit impulsive because of me. Please don't mind, Zhou Yao added with a hint of a pout and plea in her tone. A young man who had come along and usually had a crush on Zhou Ziding couldn't hold back. What does your cousin mean by that? What is wrong with the little girl? Lu Shenfeng looked back in confusion. What is wrong with my cousin? Lu Shenze was too lazy to play along with them, coldly stating to Lu Shenfeng, Shenfeng, can't you just hang out with normal people? You're sharp in business, yet you surround yourself with this kind of crowd. After saying that, he didn't wait for a response and directly took Mu Meng to the exit. Li Leji, still trying to figure out what was going on, hurried to catch up with his Uncle Lu, followed closely by several managers, and a group of people left in a grand manner. Zhou Yao's fingertips dug deeply into her palms, her carefully manicured nails leaving crescent-shaped red marks on her delicate skin. She watched Lucian's retreating figure, the man's presence lingering in her nose, while her almond-shaped eyes, usually glimmering with water, were now dark and terrifying. Zhou Ziding, rarely ignored like this, was instantly furious. Just as she was about to chase after him, Zhou Yao held her back. "Cousin, there's so many people, just let it go." Zhou Ziding was persuaded but still fuming, her gaze shifting to Lu Shunfeng, instantly directing her anger at him. "Can't your cousin just stop coming around? Otherwise, don't come looking for me in the future." Zhou Yao looked at Lu Shunfeng's somewhat similar face, a fleeting glimmer of darkness passing through her eyes like a snake flicking its tongue. She needed to create some opportunities. Kongqing had no idea about the events at the mecha competition, but received some gossip from Liluji. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Brother Lu has some unclear relationship with his sister." At that moment, Lu Xinze was returning the two kids to the small villa, also staying for a meal, and was currently in an empty room having a brief video meeting with company personnel using a hologram. Oh, Kongqing suddenly became interested, and the two of them leaned in to whisper. Upon hearing, Kongqing understood it was still those two girls from last time. Lu Xinze really had poor taste. She didn't like either of them. As the private kitchen's renovations were completed, the online Earth store was also finally finished, taking even longer than the real-life renovations. Kongqing, Hu Ru, Song Yu, and Lu Xinze, the four of them went online to check the store, and it was clear why it took so long. In the bustling business district with dense virtual avatars, Kongqing saw a holographic projection of a blue planet slowly rotating from afar. It was Earth. Kongqing was stunned. It was so realistic. Based on her descriptions, this Earth was crafted with incredible detail. The renovation company had made it rotate, with the words Earth Online following behind. And below it was a line of small text, high-end fruits and vegetables. No sign could be more dazzling than the blue planet. This sign stood out among the meticulously designed ones, exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 80. Online store decoration this time. The location for the launch is the Moon Store. The four of them took a tour around the Moon Store, which has a message board filled with requests for new products. Kongqing looked at the messages helplessly. She wanted to release new items too. Huru noticed Kongqing's furrowed brows and quietly said to her, "We have some leads now. Once it's confirmed, we'll let you know." Kongqing felt a surge of joy but didn't say much, just nodded slightly. After leaving the Moon Store, the four of them headed to the Earth Store. Upon arriving at the entrance, Huru looked up and exclaimed, "It's truly spectacular." Kongqing was very satisfied with the sign's design. It exceeded her expectations. Up close, the words Earth Online seemed to shimmer like liquid metal. At the store entrance stood a staff member from the decoration company, holding the design blueprints and waiting to confirm the final details with them to see if any adjustments were needed. After exchanging greetings, the staff member asked, "Are you all satisfied with the storefront signage?" Kongqing generously praised, "I'm very satisfied. It perfectly presents the effect I wanted." The staff member replied, without formality, "To be honest, we are quite pleased with our design as well. This should be the best design we've created so far, and your ideas have truly inspired us." The pride in the staff member's tone was unmistakable. Song Yu accompanied Lu Xinze, whose virtual avatar was a custom little figure from Xingdawang. Lu Xinze made no changes or adjustments. He was gazing up at the rotating blue planet, his virtual figure displaying no expression. The five of them entered the online store together. The first floor had some display counters, and since it was virtual, the counters were all open style. We specifically incorporated tactile and olfactory feedback into the decoration program. For every product here, we can collect some of its texture and scent with an 80 restoration rate. After saying this, he walked to the nearest counter, tapped on the virtual screen, and a selection page appeared with a picture of a chili pepper. With a light tap, a virtual chili pepper appeared on the counter. This was an experimental item we randomly picked, a chili pepper with a pollution rate of 17. The others gathered around to take a closer look and smell, and they could detect a hint of spiciness. Kongqing picked up the virtual chili pepper, which had some weight to it. She could feel its smooth surface and, upon bringing it closer to her nose, detected a faint spicy aroma. "Not bad," she commented. "We can increase the number of display counters." We can launch up to 130 different types of products at once, but adding more types will affect the display quality. Since the first floor wasn't very large, it didn't adopt an overly complex style. It was simple and straightforward. There were 2 reception robots at the entrance and a designated resting area in the corner. The second floor had a treehouse vibe with stairs and an elevator styled like a forest path. The second floor was mainly for hosting VIP clients and meetings, featuring only a row of display counters, with the rest being a resting area. Does anyone have any changes they'd like to suggest? Kongqing asked, puzzled. These are all virtual clients. Do we really need so many resting areas? The staff member patiently explained, we're going for a high-end boutique approach, which requires resting areas. Our professional data shows that stores with resting areas have a 43% higher client approval rate than those without. All right then, Kongqing conceded. The other 3 exchanged glances and also expressed no objections. Then it's settled, Song Yu said as he approached the staff member, extending his hand. We can contact you via our light brain for the specifics. The staff member smiled and shook hands with everyone, gradually fading from the virtual space. The 4 of them carefully inspected the store again, confirming the last few details. Kongqing suggested, let us go back to the conference room to continue our discussion. They all simultaneously removed their holographic glasses and neatly placed them in the center of the conference table. The edges of the glasses still emitted a faint blue glow, casting a soft shadow on the table. Song Yu swiped on his light brain screen, projecting it above the conference table. Good news. The 2 regular staff members we trained have passed their assessments and can be assigned to this new store. He opened the calendar on his light brain and said, we need to choose a day for the grand opening and finalize our business scope. Kongqing had already thought this through. Last time at the tasting event hosted by Xianhe, they launched vegetables with a 4 pollution rate. Our store will inevitably compete with them when we open. I don't want to waste time on a commercial war. I just need to ensure that as long as we are strong enough, we can win. After she spoke, her gaze swept over the other 3. Song Yu frowned. Uru looked at her with admiration, and Lu Xinze, whose thoughts were hard to read, watched her with focused eyes. Our store will directly offer vegetables and fruits with 4 and 2 pollution rates. This statement was like a boulder dropping into the water. Vegetables and fruits with pollution rates below 4 are extremely rare throughout the entire galaxy. Even Xianhe has only managed to produce vegetables with a 4 pollution rate, and they're in limited supply. People holding star coins line up just to buy them. Song Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, and the projected light cast a look of shock on his face. Uru looked at Kongqing with eyes sparkling with admiration. For the first time, Lu Xinze's eyes lit up with a different kind of brilliance, which then softened. The word gentle rarely appeared in Lu Xinze's demeanor. This was the Kongqing he knew, a strong person who always caught others off guard. She could decisively take Zhou Yufeng's life, yet also teach children to enjoy barbecue in a small villa. She knew exactly what she wanted to do with every step she took. Her next step was to overturn the agricultural industry. Song Yu uncertainly asked Ms. Mu, can you guarantee the stability of the quality for fruits and vegetables below 4? Kongqing confidently replied, I can guarantee every fruit and vegetable that passes through my hands. Song Yu nodded, recording while murmuring, for such an important promotional point, I need to include it in the advertising copy. For the first time today, Lu Xinze voiced his opinion. Once this store opens, it will undoubtedly create a sensation. I know Ms. Mu prefers to avoid trouble, so let us temporarily put this store under my name. He sensed Kongqing's special feelings for the Earth Online store, and he needed to seize the opportunity to get closer to her. Kongqing completely trusted Lu Xinze and had no objections to his suggestion. Chapter 81. New car. Lu Xinze's little thoughts fleetingly disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. The 4 continued to focus on the details of the opening preparations. The opening date was set for the next apple harvest, which was 5 days away. 5 days was enough time for promotion. Song Yu took out a small box, which was the flavor and texture collector. By scanning the items we want to sell, it would automatically upload the information to the online store's database. Kongqing took the small box, planning to take it home to scan. By the way, about the special effects I mentioned last time, I don't want to use it as a selling point for promotion. It's better to wait for everyone to discover it and verify its effectiveness. Song Yu nodded, made a note, understanding Ms. Mu's concerns, Poor promotion could bring trouble. Lucianza spoke up. There's a large warehouse at the back door of the Lu building, usually for internal logistics. I've already informed them in advance and set aside a separate room for us to store vegetables. This way, Ms. Mu can bring the vegetables and fruits here to pack and ship, which is more convenient. He added slyly, Ms. Mu, you have your driver's license now, right? The company has an extra delivery vehicle, not too big, perfect for vegetables. You can take it. After saying this, he pulled out a car key from somewhere and placed it on the table. I'll take you to register your biometric information later. Mu Kongqing was taken aback by Lu Shin's thoughtfulness. Mr. Lu, you've thought of everything. It instantly solved two of her problems. Recently, she had been delivering radishes to Li Jin herself, but now it was much easier. She could just have Li Jin come to the warehouse to pick them up. Huru moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. It was Mu Kongqing who noticed her. Huru, do you have something to say? We need to hire people for shipping, right? I know a few ordinary people. They have some disabilities, but packing work is fine for them. Mu Kongqing replied, that's fine. We need at least 3 people for the packing warehouse. And my private kitchen also needs 1 employee, so that makes 4. Huru, please bring over reliable people to take a look. Huru nodded gratefully. Okay. Mu Kongqing continued. In the future, I'll focus more on cultivating vegetables and fruits since I'm the only one who can do this for now. We also need to find someone to manage our social media accounts. As the 4 discussed, they found more things to do, so they decided to wrap up for today and resolve some issues first. They went to the warehouse Lu Shinza mentioned, which was actually an independent space located at the side of the Lu building. Opening the inconspicuous metal door revealed a blank room of about 100 square meters, with white walls and a floor so shiny it could reflect light, completely different from the imagined cluttered storage area. An independent room, separated from the Lu's warehouse, made Mu Kongqing very satisfied. It would be easier to do things this way. Just then, Huru's light brain suddenly rang with a communication request from the school, and she hurriedly said goodbye. Sanyu also rushed back to his workstation to deal with backlog work. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of them remained in the empty warehouse. Let's go. As Lu Shinza turned, a faint cedar fragrance wafted from his sleeve. I'll take you to see the transport vehicle. The scent brushed past Mu Kongqing's nose. Is he wearing perfume? She thought, how subtle. Contrary to her expectations of the transport vehicle, what stood before her was a spacious business car, with the back seats folded down. She had thought Lu Shinza would give her something similar to a Wuling Hongguang from Earth. Mu Kongqing scanned the vehicle with her light brain. It was worth 690,000 star coins. She gasped. This car can carry vegetables? Lu Shinza's gaze was indifferent. Why not? Mu Kongqing replied, that's such a waste. Lu Shinza said, it's a company car. It's idle anyway. That was a lie. He specifically bought this car, considering that Mu Kongqing had many children, and he chose a 7-seater family business vehicle with a huge trunk for family trips. Mu Kongqing was convinced. Since you arranged such a nice car for me, I'll treat you to a feast tonight. She thought for a moment and added, how about inviting Huru and Sanyu too? Lu Shin's expression was ambiguous. They left in a hurry. They must have important things to do. Maybe next time. Mu Kongqing replied, that makes sense. Do you have anything to do? If not, come with me to buy meat. Lu Shinza replied expressionlessly, I don't. Mu Kongqing was driving for the first time in the first star system, mainly with the help of artificial intelligence. She just had to sit there. After we buy the meat, let us also pick up Mu Meng. Lu Shinza nodded. By the way, speaking of buying meat, I'll need meat for my private dishes. And I need to contact a stable supplier. To be honest, I still don't know what kind of animal meat we are eating. Lu Shinza knew. It's the evolved beasts of pigs, cows, and sheep. The evolved pigs breed quickly, with tough skin and thick meat. Some even have giant teeth and tusks, but their aggressiveness is relatively low, making them the favorite targets of mecha hunter teams. Their teeth and skin can be sold for star coins. Their skin is excellent for defense materials. Mu Kongqing suddenly understood. No wonder she felt the taste of the meat was not much different from that of Earth. Then I can contact the mecha hunter teams directly. Arrange for meat. Lu Shinza said, sure, I can help you contact them. Our Lu family has very good relations with several teams. We often acquire some rare materials from them. Mu Kongqing thought, whatever I think of, Lu Shinza has it. She didn't know that Lu Shinza was worried about not being able to help her. We'll have barbecue skewers tonight. Lucianza had no particular opinion on what to eat. After they bought the meat, they drove to the kindergarten, just in time for outdoor activity time. They quickly spotted Mu Meng, as he stood out too much, while other children played together. Mu Meng sat alone on a small bench watching everyone. Mu Kongqing felt puzzled and expressed her thoughts to Lucianza. The last time I came. He also played by himself. This time he is alone again. Mr. Liu, I can't shake the feeling that something is off, but I can't pinpoint it. I asked Mu Meng, and he said he was very happy at kindergarten. His expression didn't seem like he was lying, but I still feel like he is being isolated. Mu Kongqing looked confused, but she knew Mu Meng wouldn't lie to her. Upon hearing this, Lucian's face immediately darkened. He directly knocked on the kindergarten's main door. Chapter 82. Dried apple social. Mu Kongqing wanted to stop them, but couldn't. The kindergarten teacher, knowing that Mu Meng's parent had arrived, hurried over. All along, only one woman had come to pick up Mu Meng, and she didn't come often or contact the teacher privately, so the teacher knew little about Mu Meng's family. The only thing she knew was that he was admitted through the Liu family connection. This time, however, it was different. As soon as the teacher approached, she saw a man and a woman. Mu Meng was sitting on a small stool, swinging his legs and looking around. He immediately spotted his mother and Uncle Liu at the door and ran over. "Hello, teacher." The teacher hadn't finished speaking when Mu Meng interrupted. "Mom, Uncle Liu." "Liu?" "Mu Meng, slow down, don't rush," the teacher said, helping the running Mu Meng. Mu Meng smiled and nodded at the teacher, then rushed to hug Mu Kongqing's leg. Mu Kongqing squatted down and patted Mu Meng's round little face, asking, "How was today?" "Very good." Standing beside them, Lucianza reached out to ruffle Mu Meng's hair, his lips slightly curling up, but as he turned to the teacher, his expression gradually became serious. His voice was low and earnest. "Teacher, we would like to understand Mu Meng's situation at kindergarten. Recently, we noticed that he seems to be alone a lot and rarely plays with other kids." The teacher's expression stiffened slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes before she revealed a gentle smile. "Little Mu Meng is doing well in the kindergarten. He is very sensible and caring, but he is a bit unsociable." "Unsociable? How is he unsociable?" Lucianza asked in a deep voice. Children's ears are always the most sensitive. As soon as they heard adults talking, several kids who had been playing immediately gathered around, chattering like a group of sparrows, pushing and shoving to get closer. One little girl with horns braids looked up and piped in, "Mu Meng is lying." Lucianza froze for a moment, but quickly relaxed. He slowly crouched down to the little girl's level and gently asked, "What did Mu Meng lie about?" He said, "Meat is delicious. Peaches are delicious. Apples are delicious." The little girl counted on her fingers earnestly, then wrinkled her little nose and concluded firmly, "He is lying." Mu Meng, who had been tugging at Mu Kongqing's shirt, immediately leaned forward, his eyes wide open, and seriously nodded in agreement. "Meat is delicious. Peaches are delicious." His tone was as firm as if he was announcing a major discovery. The other children instantly started chattering. "That's not true. Mu Meng is lying." The teacher said, "We can't lie." One chubby little hand pointed at him. "Lying? My mom said ordinary people can't eat meat, and we can't eat fruit either." Lucian's gaze swept over the children's faces and finally landed on Mu Meng. Mu Meng had no idea what was wrong with his words and looked at Lucianza seriously, saying, "Uncle, they," pointing with his little hand, "are poor. They don't have fruit to eat." Mu Kongqing and Lucianza fell silent together, realizing that Mu Meng was feeling pity for others while he himself was invisibly isolated and hadn't even noticed it. The teacher, seeing the parents' embarrassment, hurried to smooth things over. Children are just speaking their minds. Mu Meng is actually doing fine in kindergarten. He participates well in group activities, but he just spent a bit more time alone. As soon as Mu Kongqing and Lucian's eyes met, they instantly reached a mutual understanding. Mu Kongqing handed Mu Meng over to Lucianza, turned, and exited the kindergarten heading towards the new car. She pretended to take something out, but in reality, she retrieved the dried apples she had made earlier from her storage space. There weren't many left, but it was enough to give each of the kids at the door 2 slices. Mu Kongqing returned to Lucian's side with the dried apples, handed them to him, and took Mu Meng's hand. Lucianza waved the bag containing the dried apples in front of the kids. Mu Meng didn't lie. Uncle has dried apples that all the kids can eat, whether they're evolved kids or ordinary kids. We're dried apples. I've never heard of them. I haven't eaten them. Uncle, can I try some? Several children crowded around again, chattering. However, Lucians has straightened up and addressed the teacher. I know children shouldn't eat random food. There aren't many of these dried apples, so if it's okay, you can let these few kids try them. The teacher looked at the dried apples in Lucian's hand, realizing they were quite precious, and asked uncertainly, "Are you really going to share with the kids?" Lucianza replied steadily, "This is a new food we've developed, and it will be on the market in a few days. These kids might be our customers in the future. These are samples, so it's fine for them to try." Hearing this, the kindergarten teacher took the dried apples from Lucian's hand. As soon as the children saw the dried apples in the teacher's hand, they gathered around again, bouncing with excitement. "Teacher, teacher, let me try. Teacher, I want some too. I want some." "No, okay? The teacher has to ask your parents first before you can have any." Once the parents were mentioned, the kids immediately stopped fighting. After all, school was about to end, and they would soon see their parents. The first child to speak walked over to Mu Meng, looking at him in awe. "Mu Meng, you really ate apples. Your dad is so amazing." Mu Meng showed a puzzled expression and replied, "No dad. Trees don't have dads. Mom said so." Lucianza, hearing their innocent conversation from the side, felt a slight stiffness in his expression. The children didn't understand the complexities behind it. They were simply envious of Mu Meng for having a new snack, as kids with fresh treats were always the envy of others. Mu Kongqing took Mu Meng's hand, and they left the kindergarten early with Lucianza. When Mu Meng saw the new car, he showed no special reaction, thinking it was Uncle Lu's car, until he saw his mom sitting in the driver's seat. "Mom, car?" He jumped into his mother's arms and asked. "It's Mommy's work car." In Mu Meng's world, a Mommy's work car was just her car, and he was overjoyed climbing around in the car. Seeing his happy expression, Mu Kongqing said, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for the car." Mu Meng's eyes sparkled as he climbed into Lucian's arms. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." After he finished, he laughed and crawled away. They didn't know that evening, several kids got to eat the dried apples. The interstellar world didn't lack snacks. There were also products that simulated apple flavors. But in an era of scarce resources, being able to eat snacks made from real fruit was simply a luxury, even though it was just 2 thin slices. The apple aroma was particularly strong, the texture was chewy, and the taste was sweet, making all the kids who got to try it feel immensely satisfied. Chapter 83. Lucian's selfishness that night. The 6 of them enjoyed delicious skewers again, this time grilled in the courtyard. Lucian's had never tried this way of dining before and found it quite novel. The grill was custom-made by Mu Kongqing, who initially planned to use magic to skewer the food, but later discovered that the household robot and kitchen robot could collaborate to do it, saving her the trouble of doing it herself. Mu Kongqing was pleased and considered buying a household robot for a private restaurant or hiring someone. Before she crossed over to this timeline from Earth, she had seen discussions online about whether robots would take away job opportunities from ordinary people. She hadn't felt it while on Earth, but now she found herself pondering such social issues here. However, from her observations, robots had indeed taken many job opportunities. After all, robots could execute programmed tasks directly, reducing communication costs and eliminating the need for responsibility regarding their safety. Many wealthy individuals chose robots for work to avoid trouble. Thinking of this, Mu Kongqing decided to hire ordinary people to work first and see how it goes. While grilling, Mu Kongqing continued to think about her recent work: 2 online stores, a physical store, and a charitable job providing free radishes to ordinary people. She was indeed very busy, and it was time to collect the spirit stones in the forest. Oh, and the heart demon, who hadn't made a sound for a long time. She called out in her sea of consciousness. "Are you there? Are you there?" No one responded. The eggs were about to hatch. She had heard noises these past 2 days. She should draw more talisman papers. Should she create a clone? She was too busy, but her spiritual energy wasn't enough. A hand gently touched hers and quickly withdrew. Mu Kongqing looked up to see Lucianza. He had lightly brushed her fingers and felt like a pervert while maintaining a serious expression as he said, "Let me take over. You've been grilling for a while now, so you should have learned how to do it." Mu Kongqing trusted his skills, so she readily handed over the chef's position to him and started eating a few already grilled skewers on the side. The skewers received unanimous praise from everyone. Lucianza finally felt a bit of conscience and remembered to grill 5 skewers for his grandfather before leaving, a mix of vegetarian and meat options. Old Master Lu had gotten used to the food Lucianza brought back from time to time, but he was still amazed by the smell of the skewers this time. "I say, why do you go to the villa every day? Turns out you eat so well every day," Old Master Lu exclaimed. Lucianza had ulterior motives, but couldn't tell his grandfather. He could only remain silent. He often stayed silent, and Old Master Lu was used to it and went on to talk about many company matters. Lucianza reported in detail what everyone had been doing recently. Old Master Lu's eyes flashed. "You're using the Lu family's name, but putting all these stores under your own name. Isn't that clearly cutting ties with the Lu family? Shinza, what do you want to do?" Lucianza replied honestly, "I don't want to do anything." This was originally Ms. Mu's idea. Being closely tied to the Lu family doesn't benefit her. With so many clever people in the Lu family, a business acquisition by someone with ulterior motives could leave Ms. Mu with nothing. It's better to put everything under my name. This way, I can ensure she won't be schemed against by the Lu family. Old Master Lu almost laughed in anger. "You're questioning the Lu family's methods right in front of the family head?" Lucianza spoke respectfully, but his words were firm. "Grandfather, that's not my intention. With so many people in the Lu family, there are always aspects you might overlook. Moreover, collaborating with Ms. Mu is beneficial for us. Once these stores are up and running, the commercial potential will be huge. I must provide her with the most basic protection." Old Master Lu knew he had a point, but felt a bit hurt that his grandson was so guarded against him. Lucianza noticed Old Master Lu's displeasure. "Grandfather, you just ate the meat she made. With her ability to produce uncontaminated meat, we should take a few steps back." Old Master Lu sneered. "So why do you think you're the most reliable person? What if you have ulterior motives?" He waved his hand, dismissing Lucianza from his study. "I do have ulterior motives, but I can't tell you," Lucianza thought to himself. The next day, just as Kongqing entered the woods to collect spirit stones, she received a communication from Huru asking her to come to Kongqing University. Kongqing replied, "I have something in the morning. I'll come in the afternoon." Huru responded, "Okay." Kongqing also sent a message to Lucianza, asking if he wanted to go with her. Huru must have discovered something to call her over, and Kongqing thought that bringing Lucianza along might be helpful. Lucianza replied immediately, "Okay, I'll pick you up." Kongqing quickly typed, "No need. Let's meet at the entrance of Kongqing University. I have other things to attend to." After sending the message, she didn't wait for Lucianza's reply and rushed into the mountains, where the signal was poor. She needed to collect the spirit stones quickly. She had finished collecting the spirit stones yet, but the scheduled time was approaching, so Kongqing used a shrink earth technique to return to the villa, placing the spirit stones in an empty room. The empty room in this villa was filling up quickly, and there were still many vacant spaces in the courtyard. So she planned to find someone to build a warehouse specifically for the spirit stones. These stones wouldn't be stolen easily since they were useless to others. While contemplating her new plan, she drove to Kongqing University and spotted Lucianza at a glance. He was tall, dressed in a tailored suit, and stood out among a group of students. Kongqing took him to the laboratory that Huru had brought her the last time. Upon entering the laboratory to inform Huru of their arrival, it took less than 2 minutes for Huru to run out of the laboratory building. Huru's gaze fell on Kongqing, and her excitement was palpable. She quickly and meticulously registered them both for entry, and then led Kongqing and Lucianza into the laboratory. As soon as they entered, Kongqing's eyes immediately caught sight of the mentor she had met last time, along with a pair of students beside him. The three of them lit up upon seeing Kongqing. The atmosphere in the laboratory became lively, with everyone eager to speak. But the three students still focused their attention on their teacher. Their teacher, Kongqing, a young man with a scholarly demeanor, immediately shook Kongqing's hand, and Lucianza didn't even try to stop him. "We have discovered gaseous cellulose and lignin," he exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 84. The Secret of Spiritual Energy. What are cellulose and lignin? Kongqing looked puzzled and glanced at the people in the room. When she looked at Lucianza, she found him a daze, his expression thoughtful. Kongqing pulled her hand away from Kongqing's tight grip Just say it directly. Huru stepped forward to explain. Cellulose is a solid polysaccharide compound, and both cellulose and lignin are key components of plant cell walls. They're supposed to exist in solid form in nature. As Huru spoke, she activated the laboratory projector, and a schematic of a chemical structure was projected. It looked like several polygons holding hands. These outlines represent cellulose, and the substance that tightly connects them is lignin. Their chemical structure determines that they can only exist as solids, but we have isolated cellulose and lignin from the gas you provided us. She paused here and added, "This is completely contrary to science." Kongqing understood this, but before she could speak, Kongqing interjected. The gas contains not only cellulose and lignin, but also other components that we haven't isolated yet. We're still working on it. Kongqing organized her thoughts. So the components in the gas I provided you are all closely related to plants, right? Yes, Kongqing confirmed. His excitement evident as he looked at Kongqing with a focused gaze, as if she were his beloved. Lucianza quietly shifted forward, blocking Kongqing's line of sight. Kongqing did not notice Lucianza's movement. She was deep in thought. She was not a scientist and was not interested in solids or gases. Nor did she care how groundbreaking this discovery was. She raised the question she was most concerned about. So, according to your research conclusions, how can I improve the efficiency of my vegetable growing? The air instantly froze, and the people in the room exchanged wide-eyed glances. Hee. Huru awkwardly laughed a couple of times, breaking the silence. Kongqing, who had spent years in the laboratory, had fair skin and was usually very stable in his emotions due to his focus, but now his pale face was flushed, and he excitedly said, "Ms. Mu, do you realize that just now you created history? These things can change the modern scientific community." Lucian's cold voice interrupted. The scientific community naturally has its scientists to pay attention to. We businessmen have our own priorities. Kongqing glared at Lucianza, his eyes shining brightly. Huru quickly stepped in to mediate. "Professor Gong, Mr. Liu, they need our research to improve the efficiency of vegetable growing," which is a good thing. She stood between the two men, having to look up at them due to her shorter stature. We have been in material scarcity for too long, and making the first star system rich in resources is the wish of many people. Kongqing was focused on his academic work and had a simple mindset. Huru's two sentences moved him. He lowered his head, a bit embarrassed, and smiled. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive." Kongqing, standing behind Lucianza, reached out and patted his shoulder. Lucianza turned to look at her, and she waved her hand to the side. The tall man understood and shifted slightly to the side. "Professor Gong, I understand you. This is just like my training. Every small progress makes me excited. However, I am really in a hurry." Kongqing resumed his usual calm demeanor and nodded in understanding. Huru mentioned earlier that this gas can counteract radiation pollutants in the soil. "Yes," he said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ms. Mu, but we have not yet found an effective method to improve agricultural efficiency." Kongqing felt a bit disappointed. It seemed her trip today would be in vain. Lucianza seemed to remember something and spoke up. "China has its own planting base, and they have been able to continuously produce vegetables for many years using a special material that can control pollution levels in the soil. Isn't that similar to your principle?" Kongqing was puzzled. If there's such a special material, why doesn't everyone use it? Wouldn't that allow for more vegetables to be grown? Lucianza explained. "The strange thing is that only a few people have succeeded in experiments. Most have failed. Even those who have succeeded are not always successful. The Zhang family publicly claims to have 20 experimental fields. While that doesn't sound like a lot, it is very difficult to control. They spent decades, and only recently announced that vegetables with a 4 pollution level could be sold. It sounds like a breakthrough, but in reality, the 4 pollution vegetables still have no market because the yield is too low." Kongqing caught the key point. What special material? "It is a mineral that has been radiated, called Genie's stone." Kongqing was more familiar with this stone because their laboratory had analyzed it. "Yes, we have analyzed this stone, but the result was that we couldn't analyze anything from it." "Can't analyze anything?" Kongqing pondered and said. "The stone I gave to Huru also could not be analyzed. Is there a possibility that the stone you mentioned contains the gas I told you about?" Kongqing was momentarily stunned. In the next second, he jumped up and rushed out of the laboratory. Kongqing and Lucianza watched him run out and turned to look at Ru in confusion. Ah, the professor might be going to get the mineral. We have Genie Stone in our sample room. Sure enough, Kongqing hurriedly left and quickly returned. He was holding a transparent box containing a stone the size of an adult's fist, which he placed on the table, signaling his students behind him. The students understood immediately. A boy stepped forward to close the laboratory door and locked it from the inside. He also grabbed a lab coat hanging over a chair and tossed it onto the monitor. There was a monitor at the laboratory entrance that had a limited range, recording the people entering and exiting the laboratory for security purposes. However, researchers all tacitly agreed to block it when there were important discoveries to prevent someone from invading the surveillance and adjusting the angle to harm their interests. After completing all this, Kongqing opened the transparent cover and took out the mineral. He handed it to Kongqing. Kongqing took the mineral and sensed it. There was indeed spiritual energy inside. This world actually has natural spirit stones. Kongqing, there's gas inside. Let me demonstrate for you. The gas is colorless. And to let you see it, I will dye it green. After saying that, Kongqing lightly raised her finger, and a wisp of green gas floated out from the spirit stone under her guidance. Chapter 85. You don't understand. Among those present, Lucianza was fine. He had seen too many things before. However, the other four people unanimously gathered around, exclaiming, "How amazing!" Ru took out a gas collection bottle, and Kongqing guided the spiritual energy into the collection bottle. This gas is not pure. There are many impurities inside. I could refine the effective gas from it. But for the purpose of your experiment, I won't refine it. Kongqing took the collection bottle from Ru's hands, feeling excited once again. At that time, the government had issued a notice for all universities and laboratories in the first star system to analyze the gold lithium stone with all their might. But in the end, all the laboratories in the first star system were wiped out, and everyone ended up with nothing. No one knew that this stone concealed a special gas. Are there many of these stones? Kongqing asked. Lucianza replied, not many, and they're expensive. Kongqing calculated that she could use this stone to create a formation specifically for growing fruits and vegetables sold in the moonshop. The spiritual stones she made could be used in a formation to grow fruits and vegetables sold in the earth shop, allowing her to save a lot of spiritual energy, which could all be used to grow pollution-free radishes. By the stones, I don't need many, just about the size of fist will do. Get as many as you can. Okay, Lucianza solemnly agreed. This time, Kongqing clearly stated her requirements to Kongqing and the others. I need to find a way to make this gas more effective in resisting radiation pollution. Kongqing and the three students nodded. Kongqing then left with Lucianza, who contacted his uncle, who was far away on Micah Star, to discuss his need to buy gold lithium stones. Uncle Lu quickly replied, if you want to buy large ones, that's a bit difficult for me. But if you only need fist-sized ones, that's much easier. I just happen to have 300 kilograms of crushed stones. I'll send them to you. You can use the company account and pay 60 of the market price. No problem, uncle. The matter of the stones was settled for now, and Kongqing was quite happy that it could solve some efficiency issues. In her joy, she couldn't help but tease Lucianza. Why didn't you say earlier that you had such special materials? She glanced sideways at Lucianza. Lucianza heard her light tone, but still responded steadily. The quality of the vegetables you grow is far better than those on the market. I just didn't think of how this material could help you. I only realized it after listening to their analysis today. His tone carried a hint of regret. It's my fault. I should have been more rigorous. Kongqing, hearing his self-reproach, immediately said, I didn't mean to blame you. I was just joking. Lucianza looked at Kongqing's face, his gaze deep and unreadable. You don't understand. I want to do better. I want to do better for you. Upon hearing this, Kongqing tilted her mouth in confusion, thinking this might be a genius's high self-requirement. After all, Lucianza was hailed as the strongest mecha warrior of the younger generation, and it was normal for the strongest to have high standards for themselves. The intelligent vehicle sped along the straight road, carrying two people with completely different thoughts heading into the distance. The starship carrying the gold lithium stones docked at the port 4 days later, on the day when Kongqing's Earth online shop officially opened. Song Yu's promotional method for the shop was simple and straightforward, with the slogan being just one sentence: only selling green plants with pollution values below 4. When this sentence first appeared in the public eye, everyone thought it was a joke, assuming someone was just trying to gain traffic. It wasn't until they saw the Earth Online account had official certification that they realized it was serious. Earth Online? Why does that name sound so familiar? On the top floor, I also think it sounds familiar. Moon Online? Wow, are they really going this big? Netizens flocked to the Moon Online account to ask. That Earth Online is riding on our traffic. Shop owner, what's going on? Are you opening a branch? Calling the shop owner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kongqing officially posted a new message. Congratulations to our high-end green plant shop Earth Online, officially launching on July 18th. This shop only sells green plants with pollution values below 4, and we welcome new and old customers to support us. The netizens were excited. The shop owner is getting bigger and bigger. Below 4? She and a family just broke through 4. Are you saying you have 3? 2? Is that so awesome? The shop owner is starting to cut leaks again. Hurry up and spend star coins on the shop owner's leg hair. Large-scale pig-killing plate carnival scene. Shop owner, don't mind the petty comments. Are you selling vegetables with a pollution value of 3? Kongqing liked this comment. Compared to the excitement of the netizens, the most concerned about the shop were other green plant stores. Zhang Junyi frowned tightly, staring at the light brain, while his assistant was contacting someone outside. Manager Zhang, we found out. It's the Liu family. Zhang Junyi pointed in the direction of the mountains. That Liu family. Yes. The assistant replied. Zhang Junyi was very surprised. He had heard nothing about the Liu family entering the agricultural field. He had previously speculated that this shop was run by someone from the 2nd or 3rd star system. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be an acquaintance. 3? How'd they do that? Zhang Junyi muttered. The assistant also looked puzzled. We can also cultivate vegetables with a pollution value of 3, but it's very difficult. The quantity is simply not enough to open a shop. Could they have made a breakthrough in their research on gold lithium stones? It's not impossible. They have a mecha research team, and maybe they achieved some breakthroughs while studying the materials. I found out that this shop is mainly managed by Lucianza. Zhang Ci is close to Lucianza. Should we find out more? Zhang Junyi felt a headache at the mention of his younger sister. She is close to Lucianza, but her relationship with us isn't good. Even if she knows something, she won't say. Meanwhile, the Zhou family was also paying attention to this shop. Zhou Chengren had just attended a high-ranking official gathering and was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. His assistant quietly approached and stood beside him without speaking. What's wrong? Zhou Chengren's voice rang out in the room. He closed his eyes and asked wearily. The assistant bent slightly, respectfully saying, Didn't TU ask the people below to pay attention to the Liu family's movements? There has been some activity. I don't know if it will affect us. Go on. Zhou Chengren's voice carried a hint of impatience. The Liu family has opened an online shop selling green plants, claiming to only sell vegetables with pollution values below 4. Pollution value below 4? Zhou Chengren's tightly closed eyes snapped open. The Zhou family had also considered entering the green plant business back then. After careful study, they realized that doing it on a small scale wouldn't make much money, and doing it on a large scale would require significant investment and fierce competition, with profits not even half of what they made in the entertainment industry. It just didn't make sense, so they gave up. A pollution value below 4 means rewriting the landscape of the agricultural field. When did the Liu family invest in research? Chapter 86. Expensive peaches. The Liu family green plants? When did the Liu family start researching green plants? Zhou Chengren's voice was filled with confusion. No news at all. The secretary replied respectfully. Zhou Chengren asked, What recent movements has Lucianza been making? Nothing particularly special. He has been back in the capital city for a while now. As of now, old man Liu hasn't entrusted him with any major business, the secretary replied, flipping through the holographic screen. His main focus lately has been on advancing the medical mech project with the Duan family. Interestingly, this newly opened online green plant store is also his new project. Zhou Chengren frowned, deep in thought. The Liu family has subsidiaries on various mining planets due to their mech business. So, is it possible that they have made breakthroughs in their private research on lithium? Or, it's not impossible. Or, mechs, green plants, soldiers, Vegetables with a pollution value below 4 have a calming effect on the mental energy of high-tier mech warriors, which means they have tighter control over the military. Zhou Chungrun waved his hand to tell the secretary to report this to the president and murmured to himself, "We cannot let the military fall entirely into the hands of the Liu family." Old man Liu still doesn't know that the Zhou family is once again targeting them. The balance he wishes to maintain has already been subtly disrupted. Zhang Xi and Yuan Liang, stationed at the border, received a package sent by Lu Shenze. When they opened it, they exchanged glances. It was a box of vegetables and some fruits, along with a letter. Due to the military's recent closed training, they had lost internet contact with the outside world and were unaware of what was happening. Zhang Xi took off her training gloves and picked up the letter to unfold it. The letter was short. "Here are some vegetables that are very effective for calming mental energy. Also, there's a peach inside that Mu Meng specifically put in for you, and no one else can eat it." Zhang Xi flipped the letter back and forth. That was it. Such a brief note. She handed the letter to Yuan Liang, saying, "Oh, look at me. I have special treatment." While laughing, she picked up the only peach inside, carefully wrapped in protective material to avoid damage. She peeled back the packaging, exerting pressure with both hands, and the peach split in two, juice staining her fingers as a sweet peach fragrance wafted through the air. Yuan Liang's nose twitched, thinking she was going to share half with him, and reached out to take it. Zhang Xi quickly dodged, saying, "What are you doing? This is mine. It's exclusive to me." After that, she took a big bite, her eyes squinting in happiness. "This is so delicious. Little Mu Meng is truly the best in the world." She quickly finished half, and in the face of Yuan Liang's subtle, pleading gaze, she proudly devoured the other half. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but after finishing the peach, she felt much better from her sore and tired body following training. She knew her little good friend, who could make her feel this way, was no ordinary person. "Commander Zhang," a voice called from a distance. "Huh?" Zhang Xi turned around to see a soldier calling her from afar. "The command center said to have you go to the docking port to meet a mental energy soother coming to learn from you. You'll be responsible for him during this period." "Okay," Zhang Xi replied. Turning to Yuan Liang, she said, "You take the vegetables and put them away." Saying this, she made a gun gesture to threaten him. "Don't eat it all by yourself. Wait for me to come back and eat with you." Yuan Liang rolled his eyes at her and picked up the box from the ground, heading toward the kitchen of the military camp to borrow their refrigerator. Zhang Xi went to the docking port, where a small starship was slowly approaching. When the ship's hatch opened, a man stepped out. His eyes were dark and narrow, slightly upturned at the corners, with a straight, narrow nose. Zhang Xi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was handsome, a rare sight for a man to look this good. The man walked straight over to the woman waiting at the docking port, smiling as he extended his hand in a polite manner. "Hello, I am Zhou Feibai." Zhang Xi extended her hand and shook his gently, saying, "I am Zhang Xi. Welcome to the First Legion." On the first day of opening on Earth, there were no discount activities, mainly because Kongqing was currently short on star coins. Their account was still in the negative, with a deficit of nearly 200,000 star coins. However, she announced that all orders placed on the first day would earn triple points, which could be exchanged for special gifts. The first batch of vegetables and fruits had been fully listed, with the same varieties as before: eggplants, cabbages, potatoes, etc., but all had a pollution value of 3. Additionally, only apples were listed, with 50 apples available at once, and there were also 2 peaches. These 2 peaches drew a lot of attention, as Kongqing unceremoniously priced each peach at 300,000 star coins, with an interesting note beside it stating simply, "has special uses." Kongqing felt she had shown restraint. After all, the peaches produced by Mu Meng were considered divine peaches on Earth, just for their longevity benefits. Selling them for 300,000 yuan would surely cause a frenzy. If it weren't for her need for money, she wouldn't have put the peaches up for sale. She had already decided that in the future, one must spend at least 1 million in her store to qualify for buying peaches, aiming to become a greedy capitalist. The label of the expensive peaches quickly trended online. So expensive. Who would buy it? Has special uses? Is it a smartness tester? This gimmick is pretty good, taking a different approach, not engaging in price competition. straight to sky-high prices. I used to wrongly accuse Xianhe. It turns out there are those even worse than them. Sold. Wow, someone really bought one. Are there too many rich people? I'm envious. Truly, foolish people with too much money. Maybe they just had someone buy it for them. Don't take it too seriously. Kongqing and her team were paying attention to the online buzz. However, adhering to what she learned on Earth, where there is a topic, there is heat, she accepted the many discordant voices. After all, good things can't be hidden. Time will reveal everything. The items in the Earth store were not selling as fast as those in the Moon store. On the morning of July 18th at 10 o'clock, the store opened on time, and they sold a few eggplants and tomatoes. To their surprise, someone quickly bought one of the peaches. When Kongqing checked the store's back end, she found out that the buyer was actually Steward Duan. Steward Duan had complete trust in the owner of this green plant store. He was practically a fan, even though he didn't know whether the owner was male or female. The Duan family had also learned that the person behind this green plant store was the Liu family. Compared to the various speculations of other families, Steward Duan firmly believed that the owner collaborated with the Liu family. He had complained more than once to Duan Cheng, saying that their family was a step too slow. They should have sincerely invested more star coins to collaborate with the owner back then. And today, this green plant store would have benefited the Duan family. Chapter 87 Market Rules. When Steward Duan saw the notification that the Earth store was open for business, he immediately logged in with his holographic glasses. The store was crowded with people, many of whom were just there to join the excitement. However, that's the advantage of online shopping. No matter how many people there are, it doesn't seem overwhelming. The sky-high price peaches were surrounded by a crowd because the scent feature had been activated, allowing everyone present to smell the faint aroma of peaches. While others hesitated at the sight of the expensive peaches, Steward Duan felt relieved to see that the peaches were still available. He quickly ordered one, but did not make the payment right away. Instead, he went to find Duan Cheng to request star coins. Although he was the steward, he still needed to apply for such an unusually large expenditure for an unknown reason with the head of the family. Once Duan Cheng approved the expenditure of 300,000, Steward Duan wasted no time making the payment and sent it to the head of the Duan family, Duan Han. His virtual avatar listened to the malicious comments from those around him, calling buyers fools or saying they were paying an intelligence tax, but he was unconcerned. The key to recognizing valuable things is having a discerning eye, and he believed in his judgment. After approving the expenditure, Duan Cheng sat in his office, lost in thought. Their family was not originally a prestigious family on Capital Star. They had moved there after the radiation, as family members considered better survival and long-term development. Since the incident with Zhou Yufeng, he had inadvertently helped Liu Xinze, which had strengthened the relationship between the Duan and Liu families. Unlike others, he did not believe that the woman had died that day, but he had no evidence. Now that the Liu family had suddenly started a green plant business, Steward Duan had mentioned it to him several times, noting that the Liu family had partnered with the store owner. However, he felt that things were not that simple. The business on Lanhua Star had stabilized. His family and the Zhou family were in the entertainment industry, which made them competitors. The expansion into the youth market on Lanhua Star had not been smooth, but thanks to Zhou Yufeng's sudden death, the Zhou family's plans had been disrupted. To avoid public scrutiny, the Zhou family had scaled back their operations on Lanhua Star, which had benefited his family, leading to unusually smooth progress. He planned to return to Capital Star soon and arranged to meet Liu Xinze for a chat. The first item sold out at the Earth store was apples, 50 of them. Although each was priced at 500 star coins, many people were still willing to pay for the fruit. Even Song Yu secretly ordered some for himself. After his child had eaten apples last time, they had been longing for more. Although Kongqing would bring them apples again, he couldn't take others' kindness for granted. Liu Xinze had raised his salary. 500 star coins was a lot, but occasionally buying an apple was still affordable. Most importantly, it would benefit his daughter's mental strength, which money couldn't buy. The remaining vegetables sold slowly, but Kongqing was in no rush because the golden lithium stone had arrived, and she was busy laying it out in the backyard of the villa. The golden lithium stones were transported by someone Liu Xinze had arranged. Kongqing casually took a few pieces for testing and found that the impurities in the spiritual energy of the ore varied. She had the ore moved to a spacious area behind the small villa and began her work. She had an idea to lay the more impure crush stones underground, cover them with soil, and then plant vegetables. This could slow down the pollution's progress, but she wasn't sure if this method would work. While using magic to manipulate the soil, she complained about not being proficient in earth magic, as she was a wood-type practitioner. Moving things around was such a hassle. From day to night, Kongqing finally buried the more impure ore. She piled the remaining ore on the surface, completing a small gathering array. This way, she only needed to place her spirit stones at several key points to activate the array's spiritual energy circulation to purify the land. Although the spirit stones needed to be replaced daily, it was much better than before. Then she made a significant decision to lower the prices of the vegetables at the moon store. Previously, a white radish was priced around 200 star coins, and she directly reduced it to 100 star coins. A potato, originally priced at 900 star coins, was dropped to 400 star coins. Her intention was not only to allow more mecha warriors suffering from mental energy disturbances to eat vegetables, but also to make it affordable for ordinary evolvers to shop. In her mind, apart from cultivation, delicious food was the highest existence. Deliciousness should be enjoyed by everyone. As soon as she proposed the idea of lowering prices, she was met with strong opposition from Songyu. Ms. Mu, we can't do this. It disrupts the market. Not just disrupts the market. Songyu deliberated, trying to clarify the situation. Ms. Mu, you have a special method for growing vegetables, but others do not. I'm not saying your idea of lowering prices is wrong. Rather, in a sense, it constitutes malicious competition, and many small farmers won't be able to survive. Kongqing tried to understand his point and began to grasp it. In this way, she would be taking advantage of the weak. Then what should we do? Songyu opened his holographic computer to look up information. Give me a few days. I'll find someone to calculate the profit margins of other green plant businesses and see where our price adjustment range lies. Another method is for you to help other farmers increase their yield, which would balance the market turbulence caused by your price reduction. After all, the market is large, and our yield can only consume a small portion. Kongqing nodded, accepting his proposal. The first batch of vegetables to be transported arrived at their new warehouse, where 3 ordinary people were already waiting. Just in time for Li Laji and his friends to have a break, the 3 kids came to help. Li Laji and Lian taught the 3 young people how to package the vegetables, considering the transport damage issues for each one. They needed to be wrapped in protective bags and have cooling bags added. The 3 ordinary people, 2 boys and a girl, were around 15 years old. They studied earnestly. After all, it was very hard to find a stable job as an ordinary person these days, and everyone cherished this hard-won opportunity. Li Jin also came to the warehouse for the first time to pick up radishes and happened to witness the packaging scene. When the ordinary people met, they recognized each other as neighbors, all living in the welfare housing provided by the government. Upon seeing Li Jin, they realized that it was the Liu family who had been giving them free radishes recently. The 3 of them were suddenly so excited they couldn't speak, expressing that they could help Li Jin distribute radishes to ordinary people in the future. Li Jin's method of distributing radishes was very simple. He made a list and marked a check next to each person's name when they came to pick up radishes, then reminded them to notify the ordinary people around them to come and collect theirs. Some people came once and never returned. Some came sporadically, while others showed up punctually every time. Li Jin never forced anyone. Whether they came or not was their choice. Li Jin did not leave immediately, but stayed to help everyone package the vegetables. When he left, he waved goodbye to everyone. However, as he approached the neighborhood where he lived, he was robbed. Chapter 88 Massage. When Kongqing received a communication from Li Jin, Lu Shenze had just walked into the warehouse. What's wrong? He asked, noticing Kongqing frowning at the holographic device on her wrist. Li Jin was robbed on his way home with some radishes. Kongqing replied, I need to go check it out. With that, she was about to head out. Lu Shenze stopped her hurried figure and said, I'll go with you. After he finished speaking, he called Songyu to come over and help send the 4 children home first. Songyu arrived quickly, and when Kongqing saw the 4 children had gotten into the car, she and Lu Shenze hurried to Li Jin's location. They were traveling in Lu Shenze's flying vehicle, which was faster. On the way, the buildings outside the vehicle were rapidly retreating. Kongqing's gaze was fixed on a distant point in the void, lost in thought. Lu Shenze caught a glimpse of her state and gently tapped his fingers, softly asking, What are you thinking about? Kongqing was brought back to her senses by his sudden voice. Nothing, just too much on my mind. You still don't have enough manpower, he remarked. Yes. Everything is piling up. After she spoke, she unconsciously rubbed her temples. Lucian's fingers moved slightly. He licked his back molars, speaking in a calm voice, though the muscles in his back had unconsciously tensed. His fingertips precisely landed on Kongqing's temples, starting with gentle, tentative touches. He felt her taut skin gradually soften before applying more pressure, creating spirals, occasionally pressing on the Fengqi acupoint with just the right amount of force that danced on the border between comfort and mild soreness. His fingers were slightly warm, and as they glided along her hairline, Kongqing could feel warm arcs forming on her head, a tingling sensation spreading from her scalp throughout her body. Suddenly, his movements paused. His index finger gently lifted a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear, and as he tucked it back, his nail lightly brushed against her skin, eliciting a small shiver. Kongqing involuntarily let out a comfortable sigh, her voice melodious. Lucian's fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. He silently scolded himself for his own baseness while unconsciously wanting to get closer to her. Mr. Liu, Kongqing's voice was relaxed yet lazy. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you really could. Your technique is really good. Thank you so much. The woody scent from Lucian's wafted from his rolled-up sleeves, and Kongqing felt that this fragrance suited him perfectly. Lucian's smiled as he accepted Kongqing's compliment. Yin, if you want to thank me. Don't call me Mr. Liu in private anymore. Just call me Lucian's. I've been over to your place for meals so many times. If you keep calling me that, it feels like I'm an outsider. Aren't you an outsider? Kongqing thought to herself, too shy to say it out loud. But then she reconsidered. It was indeed overly polite to call someone Mr. when dining together often. Okay then, Lucian's. Calling him by his full name for the first time felt strange to Kongqing. The flying vehicle emitted 3 urgent beeps, signaling the occupants that they were nearing their destination. The vehicle landed at the entrance of the community where Li Jin was robbed. And as soon as Li Jin saw the vehicle door open, he rushed over. His eyes were red, and his voice carried guilt and regret. I'm sorry, Ms. Mu. I didn't handle the matter you entrusted to me well. Kongqing's voice was no different from usual, and, having just experienced a pleasant massage, it carried a hint of joy. Li Jin, I told you before that this wouldn't go smoothly. Don't feel pressured. Really, I anticipated this. She reached out to ruffle Li Jin's hair. The 16-year-old boy had wrinkled clothes hanging on him, covered in dust, and had a scrape on his face, which made it easy to imagine how fiercely he had fought for those radishes. Lucian's scanned the area. There's a camera here. It probably captured the robber. There were 3 men and 1 woman who robbed the radishes. 2 of the boys should be older than me, and they're strong, Li Jin said urgently. Lucian's began contacting nearby security officers to review the surveillance footage. Kongqing pulled Li Jin aside to check for any other injuries. I forgot to tell you. In situations like this, just quickly hand over the vegetables to them. Don't resist or struggle. Li Jin's eyes were red, full of resentment. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Kongqing. You don't need me to teach you survival wisdom, and don't argue with me. Y won't accept un rabutal. She patted the boy's thin shoulder, speaking earnestly. I have plenty of vegetables. In others' eyes, they may be valuable, but to me, they're just food. Besides, if lost, they can be replaced. Don't be foolish. Li Jin listened to her words and nodded, but still felt discontent. If it were his own belongings that were lost, it would be one thing, but having failed to accomplish such an important task assigned by Ms. Mu made him feel he had let her down. Kongqing noticed his expression and quickly reassured him. Don't feel sorry for me. Let me teach you an ancient saying. A common man is innocent, but possessing a jewel brings calamity. This means ordinary people are not at fault, but owning something precious can attract trouble. You did nothing wrong. The ones who did wrong are those who harbored ill intentions because of the valuable items. It was the first time Li Jin had heard someone say this to him, and his expression momentarily turned blank. Lucian's watched Kongqing's back from behind. Her powerful confidence and transparency truly made him unconsciously admire her. The security officer arrived quickly. Upon hearing that someone had been robbed, he took 3 people to the surveillance room without hesitation. The time of the robbery was clear, so they quickly pulled up the footage from that moment. In the video, Li Jin was carrying a cardboard box, preparing to enter the community when a man approached and pretended to accidentally bump into him. While Li Jin was distracted checking the box, two other men jumped from behind, knocking him to the ground. The box fell, and several radishes rolled out. Li Jin struggled desperately, but the two men pinned him down while the boy who had pretended to bump into him picked up the box. And a girl ran over from a distance to help collect the fallen radishes. "I know those 4 people," the security officer said. Chapter 89. New employees and barbecue. These 4 people lived in the neighboring community, all of whom were residents of a government welfare housing project. They formed a small gang that often stole star coins from ordinary people, engaging in petty theft without committing any major crimes, so they had only faced criticism and education. Kongqing watched the 4 individuals on the surveillance footage and smiled. "No major crimes? Well, this time they've committed one. My vegetables are worth hundreds of thousands of star coins." The security officer looked at the 3 individuals in disbelief. The man was tall and handsome, clearly someone wealthy, while the woman seemed ordinary, suggesting a decent living. The young boy appeared to be just an average person living in this community. The security officer asked, "Do we need to file a case?" Lucianza replied calmly, "First, take us to find them." When the 4 young people were brought to the security bureau, they wore expressions of defiance. They were already regular visitors here, so there was no trace of fear on their faces, only impatience and annoyance. Instead of being taken separately to the interrogation room, they were brought into a reception room together. In the reception room sat a man and a woman, along with the young man who had been staring at them for a long time. The security officer sat to the side while the 4 lined up in front of Lucianza. Lucianza looked at them with a serious expression, not saying a word. His fingers tapped slowly on the table in the interrogation room, creating a rhythmic sound that filled the room alongside the increasingly heavy breathing of the young people. The low pressure emanating from Lucianza was enough to make all his subordinates back in the army tremble, let alone the 4 kids before him, who finally began to feel fear. Lucianza suddenly stood up without saying a word, his tall figure casting a shadow over the 4 individuals. "I was wrong." The most favored boy couldn't hold back and was the first to plead for mercy. The tallest boy shot him an angry glare, but trembled when looking at Lucianza. Lucianza spoke slowly, "I can have my lawyer talk to you. The items you stole are worth hundreds of thousands of star coins. With our powerful legal team, it's very easy to sentence you to 10 or 8 years for robbery of such a large amount, especially since you have a history of repeating your offenses." He paused and coldly smiled. "By the way, it seems you might not even live to see 10 years. Congratulations, you'll be spending the rest of your lives in prison." The short boy couldn't take it and burst into tears. "I don't want to go to jail. I was wrong. I'll return your vegetables." After scaring the children, Lucianza looked at their faces, which were filled with despair, and at the one with tears and a runny nose, feeling quite satisfied with his results. In the end, after several pleas for mercy, Lucianza had the security officer keep evidence from a few of them, preparing to give them another chance. He also offered them a part-time job as bodyguards for Li Jin, with no salary, just voluntary work. The young people hurriedly agreed. After leaving the security bureau, Kongqing pulled Li Jin aside and advised, "No matter what happens, safety is the most important thing." This time, it was about stolen vegetables. But if someone comes to question you about the source of the vegetables next time, just tell the truth. This is a rescue project initiated by the Liu family. No need to hide it, got it? Once she confirmed that Li Jin understood her, Kongqing left with Lucianza. On their way back, Kongqing took the initiative to bring up her recent work to Lucianza. "I want to buy a piece of land. If I can't buy it, renting will do." Lucianza, who was replying to work messages on his optical brain, asked, "What do you mean?" "I want to grow wheat." "Wheat?" Lucianza had heard of it, but didn't know much. "Yes, wheat can be made into staple food and delicious pastries, and it can also be used for brewing." Kongqing thought of the soft and fragrant cakes on Earth and couldn't wait to taste them. Growing wheat requires a large piece of land. "So I want to find a piece of land specifically for that." Lucianza, eager to learn, listened to Kongqing's words and searched for information about wheat online, discovering its many uses. "Leave the land search to me. Is it easy to find land?" Kongqing felt she was asking for too much, but Lucianza replied nonchalantly, It's very easy to find. Don't worry, because there are very few people who can plant it. There are many vacant lands. Actually, there's a large piece of vacant land east of your small villa. Tomorrow, I'll have them inquire about it. We can either buy or rent it. With that, the matter was settled. The two online stores commenced their operations methodically, and Kongqing's private restaurant was also fully prepared to open at any time. At the dinner table, Kongqing discussed the menu with the four children and Lucianza. "D San Cien is delicious. Sister, it must be on the menu," Lian suggested. Kongqing noted down D San Cien, stir-fried pork with chili, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. "Let's add a drink, just apple juice. If anyone wants it, they can have it." And finally, our main event, barbecue. Kongqing studied the menu seriously, while Lucianza openly admired her focused profile. "By the way, we haven't had hot pot yet. Hot pot is livelier when there are more people. Let's have hot pot in a couple of days." The four children cheered at the mention of more delicious food. Lucianza contacted the Mecha bounty team and negotiated the meat delivery. Kongqing didn't mind the pollution level of the meat. A 20 pollution level was a watershed. Meat below 20 was as expensive as vegetables, while meat above 20 pollution was very cheap as it was considered useless and previously discarded in polluted areas. To save money, Kongqing only requested meat with over 20 pollution, ultimately agreeing on a price of 32 star coins for 500 grams. The barbecue set was also finalized, featuring various vegetables and marinated meats in different styles. Priced at 2,999 star coins for a small portion, serving 2 to 3 people, and 5,555 star coins for a large portion, serving 6 to 7 people. Looking at her pricing, Kongqing realized that the cost of 10 gene of meat was only 320 star coins, and she was truly making a big profit. She squinted her eyes, her fingers lightly tapping on the virtual keyboard, as if she could already hear the sound of star coins flowing into her account. Seeing the lively expression on Kongqing's face, Lucianza, who had just seen her deep in thought, couldn't help but smile at her greedy demeanor. He looked at her proud little expression and suddenly wanted to reach out and ruffle her hair. But in the end, he just averted his gaze and said lightly, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back first." "Okay, Lucianza, take care." After saying that, she began to urge the children, "Hurry, pack up your things, and go home with Uncle Lou." Chapter 90. The barbecue grand opening. Kongqing finally named her private restaurant Galaxy. She asked Li Jin to find a few ordinary people to deliver dishes specifically for Galaxy. They wouldn't need to stay at the restaurant daily. They would deliver orders as they came in, with no base salary, receiving all delivery fees for themselves, while she wouldn't take a penny. Since she decided to go the live streaming route, Kongqing wanted to find a host. She felt her requirements weren't high. She needed someone who was an evolver, articulate, and able to eat well. However, upon searching, she realized that while it was easy to find someone articulate, finding someone who could eat was quite difficult. The vast majority of people usually chose nutrient solutions as their food and didn't really know if they could eat meat. Sonya recommended a girl to her, who had previously applied at the Lu company. Although her qualifications were lacking in a company filled with elites like Lu's, she was bold, outspoken, and from an average family background, making her very ambitious. The girl's name was Fong Maichi. After chatting with her, Kongqing decided to give her a try, and she was very interested in the job, especially since she had never eaten meat in her life. Kongqing taught her step-by-step how to grill meat. It was Fong Maichi's first time eating grilled meat, and she was so excited that she didn't know how to express it. "I'm so lucky to have found this job. Ms. Mu, you're amazing. This is really delicious." Hearing her words, Kongqing preemptively poured cold water on her enthusiasm. No matter how delicious something is, eating too much can become a burden. So when you're live streaming, you must learn to control how often you eat. I don't need you to eat continuously. Mainly, you should introduce and demonstrate. Fong Maichi nodded. "I understand, Ms. Mu. Don't worry." Fong Maichi was very reliable, and there were very few food streamers online. She studied live streaming speech in various rooms and even specially prepared several outfits for streaming. While Fong Maichi was learning, Kongqing hired another staff member who was also an evolver. She didn't dare hire ordinary people, as the pollution level of the dishes in the restaurant was around 15, and she was worried that ordinary people might accidentally consume them and suffer serious consequences. The Galaxy restaurant opened quietly. To promote the shop, Kongqing's only effort was to name the live streaming room Galaxy, the only barbecue restaurant in the entire star system. Is that too ostentatious? Kongqing asked uncertainly. Fang Maichi gave her a thumbs up. Not at all. We are being realistic. The live streaming room went online, and the number of viewers was 0. Fang Maichi was optimistic. The lack of viewers was simply because people didn't know how delicious this food was. With the new live streaming room online, the official platform provided traffic coupons, which Fang Maichi used up, and viewers gradually started coming in. She picked up the tongs and placed the grilled meat on the grill, and with a sizzling sound, the few people entering the live stream stayed. The live streaming room had both 2D and 3D modes, and there was a scent synchronization feature. However, due to privacy reasons, the immersive 3D experience in the live streaming room was no different from the 3D immersive experience in the Star Tao online shop. So most people prefer the ordinary 2D mode when browsing. Fang Maichi turned the grilled meat on the grill while explaining, "Welcome to the Galaxy live streaming room. Our restaurant mainly sells grilled meat and home-cooked dishes. We are the only barbecue restaurant in the entire star system, and we welcome everyone to taste it. Grilling meat doesn't require frequent flipping, but to showcase the meat in her hands, Fang Maichi acted very diligent. In an instant, there were dozens of viewers in the live streaming room, but no one spoke, creating a strange feeling of silence. However, Fang Maichi didn't feel defeated. She rotated the tongs in her hand and spoke calmly about the advantages of the meat. Their shop was taking a high-end route, so they didn't need a noisy background or a loud introduction. Our fresh meat, due to a special processing method, will not cause mental agitation for mental power users. So besides ordinary people, everyone else can eat it with confidence." Her statement finally stirred some activity in the live streaming room. User 398779723. It won't cause mental strain for mental power users. Fang Maichi looked at the comment and replied with a smile. "That's right, you can rest assured. It absolutely won tea." User 398779723. Is there any proof? This was currently the biggest issue. There really was no proof, as there had been no research conducted in the star system regarding the effects of meat on mental power. However, Kongqing had already briefed Fang Maichi on how to handle such situations. "Our shop is located on the second floor of the Dekai Mall," she began, picking up the live streaming device to show the view outside the window, which was clearly visible in the live streaming room. "We are a legitimate shop." She then adjusted the camera angle, revealing a clean kitchen in the live streaming room. "All our food sold comes with strict after-sale service, meaning if anyone experiences mental agitation after eating our grilled meat, they can come to us and we will compensate them tenfold." As she said this, she raised her hand, pointing to a guarantee symbol above her head in the live streaming room. "Our compensation guarantee has already been transferred to the platform's secure account. You can rest assured." Similarly, we also have special detection methods to determine whether the mental agitation is caused by our meat. User 398779723. Then I'll place an order to try it out. After saying this, the live streaming room displayed that an order had been placed. Order placed. Kongqing gave Fang Maichi a thumbs up. Fang Maichi restrained her joy and continued at a steady pace. Considering the convenience of consumption, today, users who place an order in our live streaming room will receive one of these grilling pans that I use during the stream with each barbecue set. She picked up an unused grilling pan to show everyone, and after displaying it, the grilled meat was ready. She picked up a piece of meat to demonstrate how to eat it. First, we dip the grilled meat in our special dipping sauce, then place it on the lettuce or cabbage leaves we provide. She took a piece of lettuce, placed the grilled meat on it, then picked up a slice of chili to add on top. Then roll it up, and it's ready to eat. Fang Maichi stuffed the wrapped grilled meat into her mouth, took a couple of bites, and squinted her eyes in happiness. "This is amazing. How did I ever find such a great job? It looks so delicious. I thought this was an abstract, live streaming room, but it really can be eaten. 2,999 star coins. So expensive." Fang Maichi swallowed the grilled meat in a few bites and noticed that more and more people were speaking in the live streaming room. "I'm not exaggerating. It's really delicious. Our meat doesn't have the astringent taste caused by pollution like other places. It's pure meat flavor. I feel like this is the original taste of meat from before the Star era. Welcome everyone to Follow Galaxy. We are the only barbecue restaurant in the star system. There was a notification in the background. 6 more people had placed orders, and Kongqing and the new employee Jiang Jiao got busy. Chapter 91. Seduction. Kongqing's Galaxy Shop officially opened for business. On the first day, they sold 32 portions of barbecue, which greatly exceeded Kongqing's expectations, earning enough to cover this month's rent right away. As expected, there's less competition in the food industry, making it much easier. In a good mood, Kongqing gave each customer who placed an order a piece of dried apple as a free tasting treat. Looking at the income in the back end, her life as a wealthy woman was about to return. In the past few days, wherever Zhang Xiai went, that person named Zhou Feibai followed. Zhou Feibai did not hide his admiration for Zhang Xiai, but how much of that admiration was genuine or feigned, no one knew. Zhang Xiai had just jumped out of her mecha, which she named Little Bao. Zhou Feibai approached with a towel in hand. An electronic voice with a metallic tone sounded. Your admirer has arrived. Zhang Xiai, don't label people around me casually. Little Bao, I've been learning a lot about love online recently. Titles like The Spoiled Wife of a Domineering Mecha and 260 Ways to Make Her Fall in Love suggest that he is your admirer. Zhang Xiai, then didn't you learn how to distinguish between sincerity and insincerity? Little Bao, sorry, I can't learn to discern inner emotions. Zhang Xiai, you're just a machine. I forgive you. While communicating with Little Bao in her mind, her hands were still busy. She took the towel Zhou Feibai offered and wiped her slightly damp forehead, asking, how's it going? Are you adapting? Zhou Feibai, who not only looked good but also had a pleasant voice, replied calmly, very well. I was worried it would be tough and boring, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Xiai smiled but didn't speak. In the evening, there was a knock on Zhang Xi's room door. When she opened it, Zhou Feibai stood there in his pajamas. Seizing the moment, she was stunned. He took a step forward, ready to enter. Zhang Xiai, though momentarily dazed, was a soldier and quickly grabbed his collar. She didn't even know what material his clothes were made of, but she felt she hadn't pulled hard, and his pajamas just tore in her hands. That's right. It wasn't just a button that popped off. The clothing had directly ripped apart. Her hand had directly touched Zhou Feibai's chest. Zhang Xiai immediately withdrew her hand, while Zhou Feibai smiled, taking advantage of her moment of hesitation to shut the door. Before Zhang Xiai could react, Zhou Feibai explained directly, I just need to use the bathroom. He looked down at the torn shirt on his upper body. Zhang Xiai stared at him. You don't expect me to pay for your clothes, do you? I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. I won't apologize or compensate you for your clothes. What material is that, paper? So fragile. Zhou Feibai was quick and soon took off his upper clothing. Sorry. I bought this top in a hurry when I came over. Didn't expect the quality to be so poor. I might have been tricked. Not true. He had specifically worn this clothing, bought from a special shop. It looked just like ordinary clothes on the outside, but it broke easily. Now, with his upper body bare, his skin was exceptionally fair and delicate. He looked attractive and had a great physique. Every muscle was smooth and natural, indicating he had trained specifically for it. His well-defined abs led down to a V-line that disappeared into his pajama pants, which seemed a bit too tight, clearly outlining his shape below. Zhang Xiai awkwardly averted her gaze, thinking, what if those pants also rip apart with a touch? Using the bathroom? Yeah, the shower in my room suddenly stopped working. What a terrible excuse, yet worked. Zhang Xiai remembered that the previous occupant of his room had reported issues with the shower, and after that person finished studying, they left, leaving the room empty. She had completely forgotten to check it. Zhang Xiai pointed towards the shower. Go ahead. Zhou Feibai obediently walked toward the bathroom without saying much. Zhang Xiai teased from behind. Be gentle when you take off your pants. I really don't want a naked guy suddenly appearing in my room. Zhou Feibai said nothing and turned his back to Zhang Xiai, raising a hand, his shoulder muscles moving with his action. He entered the bathroom, closed the door, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. Hearing the water, Zhang Xiai let out a deep breath, one hand covering her heart. This was so troublesome. Who brought this person here? He was perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences and even had the surname Zhou. What did the Zhou family want with her? She couldn't figure out. The water stopped 10 minutes later, and the next moment, a man's voice called out, I forgot to bring a towel. There were 2 knocks at the bathroom door. Zhou Feibai opened it, and a robot holding a towel stood at the entrance. Kongqing was browsing information on her light brain inside the house, listening to the sounds of the door opening, and was glad she had prepared in advance. Every time Zhou Feibai looked at Zhang Xi, there was a gentle smile on his face. When he came out to say goodbye, Zhang Xi was mindful that this person's clothes were paper-thin, fearing she might accidentally damage his pants. So she kept a distance of 3 steps away from him. Zhou Feibai noticed her avoidance, and his smile grew wider. He stepped closer, and she took a step back. Zhou Feibai understood when to stop. He noticed Zhang Xi was about to change her expression and quickly hid his playful thoughts. Suddenly, he bent down, bringing his overly beautiful face right in front of Zhang Xi. "Thank you for the bathroom. Goodbye." His tone was soft, and the breath he exhaled brushed against Zhang Xi's ear, making her ears slowly turn red. Seeing his handiwork, he smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave Zhang Xi's room. Zhang Xi rubbed her still warm ears and took out her light brain to message Lu Xinze. "Someone is trying to seduce me." Lu Xinze had just returned to his room from Kongqing's villa and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Xi's message. "Who?" "Zhou Feibai. A member of the Zhou family?" "I haven't checked. I'm not sure." Lu Xinze pretended to ask casually. "How did he try to seduce you?" Zhang Xi felt it was strange but couldn't pinpoint why. Replying, "He just came to my room to borrow the bathroom." Lu Xinze frowned at her unsatisfactory answer. Borrowing a bathroom is seduction? It can't be that simple, right? Zhang Xi furrowed her brows. "Are you Lu Xinze?" "Yeah." Zhang Xi looked at the reply on the other side and suddenly laughed. "Lu Xinze, something's off with you. Are you trying to learn seduction? Who do you want to seduce?" Lu Xinze furrowed his brows, realizing he shouldn't engage in conversation with someone ranked first in interrogation skills. Chapter 92. Temptation of Flesh. Lu Xinze calmly typed, "I'll help you check on that, Zhou Feibai." Zhang Xi held her light brain, her face full of interest. But she didn't continue to ask. She knew that asking Lu Xinze would lead to nothing. "When you have time, help me check it out. No need to pay special attention. He came to study and will leave after a while, so he won't stir up any trouble." After typing, Zhang Xi put the light brain on the table and prepared to take a shower. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back and picked up the light brain again. Lu Xinze changed into comfortable pajamas and saw that he hadn't had time to reply to Zhang Xi's message when he received another one from her. He.S. wearing pajamas that look like they're made of paper. They tear as soon as you touch them, and his biceps, chest muscles, and abs are all exposed. I must say his physique is quite nice, with smooth lines and not greasy at all. "You're definitely in better shape than him, bro. Go for it." There was a mirror in Lu Xinze's room. He looked at himself in the mirror and, for some reason, pulled up his own pajamas. In the mirror, six-pack abs were clearly and perfectly displayed. As he let go, the well-draped pajamas fell back down, covering such a beautiful sight. He stood still for a moment, exhaling deeply, feeling like he might be going crazy. After sending the message, Zhang Xi smiled with satisfaction, humming a tune as she opened the bathroom door. The bathroom, just used, had already been cleaned by the robot, and the humidity had not completely dissipated. There was a bath rack inside, with the items on it showing no signs of being disturbed. But next to it was an extra bath towel arranged in a heart shape. Zhang Xi looked at the heart and inexplicably shivered. She reached out to grab the bath towel, but hesitated and put it down. She really didn't want to touch that heart. Turning around, she called the housekeeping robot, which rolled in with its round body and 2 thin arms, picking up the towel from the rack and tossing it into the laundry basket. Guy came to the first galaxy to visit and study with his father, who was one of the 3 major directors of the Senate in the 3rd galaxy, in charge of the economy. After arriving in the first galaxy, they received numerous invitations. Guy had been meeting with different people over the past few days. He enjoyed the feeling of being pursued, but occasionally needed to rest. He lay alone in the luxurious hotel suite, playing with his light brain. Although the networks of the 1st and 3rd galaxies were interconnected, each had its own active websites and topics. He wandered randomly on the internet, buying many interesting items from the 1st galaxy on Star Mall to take home. While watching a live stream, he was attracted by a merchant whose store was called Galaxy, the only barbecue restaurant in the entire galaxy. The only one in the entire galaxy? That is quite a claim, considering the 3rd galaxy is more developed than the 1st. He was captivated by the promotion of meat that Wu-Ti increased mental agitation. As an S-class mech warrior, he had hardly eaten meat since birth. He ordered without hesitation. An hour later, he received the delivered meat. He thought about tasting a bite first. If it affected his mental power, he planned to use his influence to shut down this deceptive store directly. He opened the packaging and took out 4 boxes of meat and 3 boxes of vegetables. He opened his light brain. The store was still streaming. Following the host's instructions, he brushed oil, fried the meat, and laid down a few thinly sliced potatoes. As the host said, they could be put on early because they took longer to cook. The meat sizzled on the grill, releasing a fragrant aroma, and Guy stared intently at the meat on the plate. According to the host, he flipped it once one side was cooked, and when the edges turned brown, he flipped it again. In less than 2 minutes, the meat was fully cooked. He dipped it in sauce, added chili rings, and wrapped it in lettuce. When Guy took a bite, the oil seeped out from the lettuce. The savory flavor of the meat combined with the crispness of the lettuce and a hint of spiciness from the chili made his eyes widen in disbelief. The meat was delicious, but he remained cautious, carefully sensing for any abnormalities. He knew that usually just a bite of meat would make his mental power feel heated, and he would become irritable. This was truly amazing, and the meat had no bitter taste of impurities at all. What good stuff had the first galaxy been secretly developing? If he hadn't come this time, he would have missed out on this delicacy. In a live stream, others who had received the meat started giving positive reviews. The female host sincerely thanked each one individually. Guy only ate the meat and potato slices from the grill before putting down his chopsticks. He wanted to wait for his father to come back to try it together. He rummaged through the packaging bag. Besides the meal and vegetable boxes, he found a transparent sealed small bag. Guy opened it and tasted it. It had a sweet flavor and a chewy texture. Someone in the live stream asked what was in the small bag. Fang Maichi didn't know either. She signaled to Kongqing off camera, who wrote dried apple on a board to show her. Fang Maichi understood. As a thank you to the first batch of customers who ordered, we included dried apples for tasting. The number of dried apples is limited, so it's first come, first served. On the first day, not only did the income far exceed Kongqing's expectations, but her store also became popular in places she didn't know about. Before she even felt the heat of popularity, she received a violation notice from the livestream platform, telling her to change the name because her store name was against the rules. Kongqing obediently deleted everything in the parentheses of the store name, leaving only Galaxy. That evening, Guy's father, Vincent, returned. He was a spirited middle-aged man, dressed in a proper suit, low-key and unassuming, with golden hair and gray eyes. He looked at the items on the hotel room table with confusion. Guy took the initiative to demonstrate, and they both tasted the barbecue. Vincent chewed the meat carefully and asked, "Is this the only store selling barbecue online?" Guy replied while eating, "I checked, and this is the only one. Besides, it's a new store. It doesn't seem like a government operation, more like an individual who found a way to make meat." Vincent asked, "What is the pollution level of the meat?" Guy answered, "I tested it. It's around 15, nothing special." Vincent picked up a slice of potato. It seems they've only found a way to remove the impurities from a meat. Guy said, "That's what I think too, but it's really delicious." Just after he said that, he took another bite of meat. Vincent added some chives to the grill. "Keep it under wraps. Let us see if we can collaborate." Guy nodded. Chapter 93. The temptation of oranges. Kongqing has felt that Lu Xinzi has been acting strangely these past few days, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The man, who usually speaks very little, has been even more taciturn lately. However, she didn't pay much attention to it, as she has been extremely busy herself. The work in the fields is something she has to do alone. She considered hiring someone, but hasn't found a suitable candidate yet. The barbecue in the shop sells out every day, which she hadn't anticipated. She could only sell a maximum of 40 portions each day because she didn't have time to make more. With the barbecue selling well, Fang Maichi finishes her live stream early every day, and she helps the staff member Jiang Jiao organize other things. The online store is also operating smoothly. That evening, after dinner in the small villa, Lu Xinzi took the initiative to bring up a business deal. The Lu family is hosting a business meeting in a week and wants to order banquet food from you. Kongqing readily agreed. No problem. She turned to look at Lu Xinzi. "Do you have any requirements?" "Nothing too complicated, mainly just good to eat," Lu Xinzi replied. Kongqing pondered her mind about the food that is good to eat. I'll prepare some fruit platters then. I recently planted a peach tree and a few melons, including watermelons and cantaloupes. She then thought, should I provide some juice and dried fruits? Lucianza nodded, of course. Let's also make some marinated meat, sliced and plated. It looks good. Haven't you tried it? Lucianza nodded slightly. He indeed hadn't tried it. If we had wheat, we can make some pastries. By the way, do you drink? We always have alcohol, but nowadays, there are only substitutes that taste like alcohol and some rare and expensive fruit wines. Lucianza said, yes, drinking is quite popular. We can't make grain wine, but I can prepare some fruit wine for you. What is wine? Is it good? Lian, who had been listening to their conversation, asked. Kongqing turned to her and said, minors can't drink alcohol. After she finished, she looked around at the curious eyes. None of you can drink. All right. The kids all listened to their sister very obediently. If their sister said no, there must be a reason. Lucianza listened to their conversation when his holographic computer suddenly flashed. It was a message from his grandfather. He opened it and frowned. Kongqing thought it was work-related and didn't disturb him, but who knew he would tug at her sleeve. Kongqing turned to look at him in confusion, and he opened the holographic computer and leaned over to her. Kongqing understood. He wanted her to see it. She shifted her gaze back to the holographic computer, where there was a message from Old Master Lu. The child named Li Zipping had his enrollment handled by my assistant, and the contact information left was his. Today, I received a notification from school. The teacher wants to meet his parents, preferably tomorrow, as the school will be on break in a week. Kongqing looked at the message and didn't speak, her eyes drifting to Li Zipping, who was lying on the table doing homework, his fingers picking at himself. This was the time for Li Luji's strict physical training, so no one was watching him study. He had picked at his fingers to the point of forgetting himself. Kongqing didn't understand what was so interesting about picking at mechanical fingers. Kongqing raised an eyebrow. Yes, being called in as a parent seems reasonable. She turned her head and whispered to Lucianza, I'll go. I'll go in the name of your assistant. I don't need to. Kongqing interrupted him, her gaze falling on Li Zipping, who was still picking at his fingers not far away. Kids also care about face. There's no need for so many people to go. Lucianza nodded in understanding, his legs suddenly feeling heavy as Mu Meng leaned over. She held out a fruit. What is this? Mu Meng looked up, holding out to Lucianza an orange. Lucianza took it, his long fingers gently rubbing the skin, still figuring out how to eat this fruit. Mu Meng pointed outside the door, cheerfully saying, for great-grandpa. Having eaten enough peaches lately, Mu Meng had turned herself into an orange tree, starting to try to bear oranges. Kongqing smiled and said to her, this is a jelly orange. You might not have eaten much fruit in the army, and this one needs to be peeled to eat. It tastes quite good, but there are only 4. We can share 3. And the last one is specially saved for Old Master Lu. Upon hearing Kongqing's words, Lucianza felt as if his heart had been hit by an energy blast. Realizing he didn't have one for himself. Seeing his disappointed face, Kongqing quickly added, you can eat it with Old Master Lu. That night, Old Master Lu got to try the fresh orange. Lucianza pinched a few pieces of the orange he had just snatched from his grandfather's hand, the glistening fruit flesh shining enticingly under the light. However, he didn't rush to taste it. Instead, he first reported on business matters. I ordered some food, juice, and wine from Ms. Mu. I still need to purchase a batch of artificial vegetables from the Shiana family store. Old Master Lu slowly brought a piece of orange to his mouth, the orange juice bursting between his lips and teeth. The fruit flesh was so delicate it almost melted in his mouth, the sweet juice carrying just the right hint of acidity to perfectly balance the sweetness. Compared to the soft peach, this jelly-like texture was much more to his liking, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. The cooperation with the Duan family went very smoothly, and this time the medical mechas. Lucianza was halfway through speaking when he saw Old Master Lu pop another piece of orange into his mouth. Our designers have provided the latest design plan, which has received wide acclaim. Old Master Lu nodded in satisfaction. The room suddenly fell silent. Why are you not speaking? Old Master Lu looked up in confusion. Is it good? Lucianza's voice carried a subtle inquiry. Old Master Lu nodded as if savoring the taste. Yes, it particularly suits my taste. Ask Ms. Mu if there are any extras to buy more for me. That's all. Lucian's voice suddenly became deep, and he turned and strode out of the study. Old Master Lu watched Lucian's back, muttering in confusion. What's wrong with this child? The shower head in the bathroom was turned to the maximum, water streaming over Lucian's body. Huff! Lucian's exhaled, feeling the sensation of water flowing over his body. Kongqing treated him like a colleague, and her attitude seemed no different from how she treated Songyu. Meng cared for him even less than she did for Old Master Lu. How did it end up like this? Which link went wrong? Lucian's was puzzled. He put on a bathrobe, picked up a piece of orange, and put it in his mouth. The refreshing sensation cleared his mind significantly after the shower, which had left him in a daze. Meanwhile, a tempting uniform lay quietly in the shopping cart of the nearby holographic computer. Chapter 94 Mediocre People. Kongqing led Li Zipping out of the school, where Li Zipping walked beside her with his head down, exuding a low pressure. Kongqing reached out and rubbed the top of his head. His hair was very soft, and the strands brushed against her palm, causing a slight itch. He raised his head to look at her, his face filled with frustration. "Sister," he said. Kongqing smiled at him. Recalling what the teacher had said, this child is older and very withdrawn, so he has no friends at school. He learns things slowly, and knowing that he is an orphan, we hope that those who sponsor him can pay more attention to him. Kongqing gently asked Li Zipping, "Do you want to go to school?" Li Zipping tilted his head and thought for a moment before responding softly, "I don't know." Kongqing asked, "Then do you dislike going to school?" This time, Li Zipping answered quickly, "I don't dislike it." Kongqing continued, "Are you happy at school?" Li Zipping hesitated for a while before shaking his head, not very happy. Kongqing asked in surprise, "Why?" "I'm different from others. In the capital star, there were more ordinary students, but in Li Zipping's class, there was still only one ordinary person." However, Kongqing felt it wasn't just because of this. She had long noticed that Li Zipping was insecure and sensitive. His life before meeting her had been too lonely. Later, life improved, and Li Laji and Li adapted quickly and found their own goals. Only Li Zipping, although visibly happier, still felt a significant gap from this world. Aside from these few family members, he did not interact with anyone else. Kongqing took his hand, looked at his worried expression, and comforted him. "Don't think too much. I'm here with you." After saying that, she led him into the business car. After dinner that evening, watching the children busy with their own things, Kongqing looked at Lucianza, who was sitting on the sofa beside her working on his holographic computer, and suddenly spoke to him. "Do you think children must be excellent?" Lucianza looked at her and asked, "Did the teacher say something?" Kongqing did not look at Lucianza, but instead gazed through the window at a point outside the villa. Her voice was light and steady, as if she were recounting a story. "You must think I'm very impressive, right? But actually, there are very few cultivators as skilled as I am. From the day I gained spiritual awareness, I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to cultivate and become strong. I set high standards for myself, and no one can influence my goals." She paused, retracting her gaze from the distance and looking at Lucianza. "Li Leji and Lian are very much like me. They both have their own goals and work hard for them. Li Meng is my child, and his excellence is innate. However, Li Zipping seems to have no goal. He doesn't seem to need one. He is different from me. You are excellent. You were once the best mecha warrior. Can you understand him? Must this child be excellent?" Although Lucianza considered himself a father, he had always lacked a genuine sense of what it meant to be one. It was only after hearing Kongqing's words that he first truly put himself in the role of a father to think about the issue. He thought carefully and realized that every member of the Lu family was outstanding. In this family, not working hard meant being eliminated. Even the most cynical Lucianza had entered a top business school based on his true abilities, without relying on family connections. This sudden question plunged him into deep thought. After a while, he cautiously replied, "Actually, it's not necessary to be too excellent. Being self-sufficient is enough. If he can live happily, that's even better." Kongqing nodded. "It's not that we can't support him. Then let's support him. It seems we need to provide a little more security for Li Zipping." Compared to Kongqing's calm understanding, the one who could not tolerate Li Zipping living a muddled life in this family was actually Li Leji. Kongqing rarely took on the role of a caring sister, but when she found an opportunity to talk privately with Li Leji, she finally convinced him. "Your pressure on Li Zipping is too great. He is already sensitive, and you're making it worse. She looked at the boy who was almost as tall as herself now, his once thin and weak frame having become strong and upright through daily training. And his temperament had also become much steadier. Li Leji lowered his eyes, recalling how Li Zipping would fall silent and withdraw every time he scolded him. He clenched his fist and finally said softly, "Sister, I understand. Don't worry." Mu Kongqing looked at Li Leji, who was caught between boyhood and youth. And from his tense jawline and clenched fists, she understood all his struggles. She raised her hand and patted his shoulder, feeling the young man's firm muscles. She recalled a saying she had seen back on Earth. Some people are destined to forge their way through thorns, while for others, merely living safely and joyfully is already the best form. During this time, Mu Kongqing almost spent all her free time drawing talismans. She leaned over her desk, her brush moving like a dragon, various pigments swirling on yellow paper, creating lines of spiritual light. Positioning talismans, invisibility talismans, protective talismans, swift talismans. The success rate of creating talismans was still very low. As she counted, she carefully stored the finished talismans in her storage space, bringing them along for the children, which would at least provide some peace of mind. As her brush paused slightly, she began drawing a highly offensive Thunderfire talisman. As she worked, a hint of sharpness flashed across her brows. She did not believe that the current peaceful life could last forever. Sooner or later, her current abilities would attract those with ulterior motives. Involving the safety of the children, she was more resolute than anyone. That evening, after school, Mu Kongqing stood in the middle of the villa's living room, a silver knife gleaming coldly in her hand. The children, returning from school, pushed open the door and, before they could set down their backpacks, saw her lips curve up into a rare, slightly wicked smile. "Come here." She beckoned with her finger, drawing blood from each child. With a light slice, crimson droplets emerged. Mu Kongqing skillfully smeared each child's blood onto different talismans, the pigments mixing with the blood to create mysterious lines on the yellow paper. "That's it," she said, satisfied as she looked at the talismans glowing with a faint light. "From now on, only you can activate these talismans. Even if someone steals them, they will be worthless." Mu Kongqing taught each child the purpose of every talisman, instructing them to store them carefully. As she looked up, she happened to see Lu Xinze coming over to eat. She casually pulled out a Thunderfire talisman with swirling dark patterns from her sleeve and unceremoniously shoved it into his hand. "Knowing your abilities, you probably won't need it. But just in case you run into trouble, tearing it apart will do." Mu Kongqing hesitated for a moment, doubting anyone could take the talisman from him, but still asked, "Do you want to smear a bit of blood on it? That way, only you can use it." Lu Xinze looked at the strange patterns on the yellow paper she had pushed into his hands and, without hesitation, cut his finger. As Mu Kongqing watched him decisively slice his finger, a drop of blood fell onto the talisman paper with a plop, and the pigment patterns glowed with an enchanting purple light, absorbing the blood droplet completely. Chapter 95. The Lu Family Banquet. The Lu Family's Business Association happened to take place right after the school vacation. With school out, Li Leji officially joined the club's training team. Dragging a suitcase filled with training gear, he formally checked into the club's training base, beginning a 3-week closed training session. Lian followed Mu Kongqing, starting to get involved in various business operations. Meanwhile, the business at the Earth store gradually improved. The store began to attract repeat customers, especially since the connection to the Lu family was becoming widely known, leading to more private discussions among people. It was at this time that the Lu Family Business Association commenced. The event would last 3 days, held at the most luxurious hotel in the city center, which the Lu family extravagantly booked in its entirety. Today marked the grand banquet before the event started, with every detail of this grand occasion silently showcasing the Lu family's immense strength. As the invited business elites and their families entered the venue, they couldn't help but adjust their attire, fearing they might lose their composure in such a lavish atmosphere. At this moment, Grandpa Lu stood on the second-floor observation deck, looking down at the scene with a satisfied smile, pleased to see the Lu family thriving. Mu Kongqing, dressed in a custom gown prepared for her by Lu Xinze, walked alongside Song Yu, dutifully playing the role of an assistant. Lu Xinze didn't need to do anything. A crowd naturally gathered around him to greet him. As the host, he rarely showed impatience, instead maintaining a smile and greeting everyone. Song Yu was mainly responsible for engaging in social pleasantries, while Kongqing was somewhat lost in thought, as her presence wasn't really required. When Lu Shunfeng approached with his mother, Lu Rozhen, Lu Xinze took the initiative to greet Lu Rozhen. Annie, Lu Rozhen, with her usual naive enthusiasm, remarked, "You put on a bit of weight lately." That hit hard. Lu Xinze had indeed gained a little weight since joining the military, and although he tried to swim and exercise daily, he couldn't help but notice the change. Lu Rozhen didn't catch the slight change in his expression and continued cheerfully, "A little weight is good. It makes you look more affluent." Lu Xinze glanced at Kongqing, realizing she was completely unaware of their conversation and was instead focused on the dishes of the nearby table. He felt a little relieved, but also somewhat awkward. This woman truly didn't care much about him. Lu Shunfeng, noticing Lu Xinze's unnatural expression, quickly intervened. "Mom, young people don't like hearing others say they've gained weight. You should stop praising him." Turning to Lu Xinze, he added, "Sorry, brother, my mom is just enthusiastic." Lu Xinze didn't mind Lu Rozhen's comments and smoothly changed the subject. "I heard my second uncle is back today. Where is he?" Lu Rozhen, typically uninterested in such matters, looked at her son, who took over. "Dad will be here soon." Lu Xinze nodded, and they parted ways to greet other guests. After a few steps, he unexpectedly ran into Mi Qianan, who was circling the buffet table. Lu Xinze took the initiative to greet her. "Dr. Mi." Mi Qianan held a glass of juice, which she had fallen in love with after trying once, and today's banquet was worth attending. "Lu Xinze, you haven't come to see me for a checkup in a long time." Lu Xinze paused for a moment. "Sorry, Dr. Mi, I've been too busy lately, and I feel my mental state has been really good. Should we find a place later for me to check you?" Mi Qianan asked. After considering, Lu Xinze declined. "Let us skip today. I'll come to see you in a few days when I have time." "Okay," Mi Qianan said, enjoying a sip of her juice. "You go ahead and get busy. Don't mind me. I'm here representing Yuan Liang, so I'm fine." A commotion arose at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. It was the Zhou family, a group of over 20 people, including popular idol stars. The Zhou family members were equally striking, making them very noticeable. Kongqing specifically glanced to see Zhou Chengrun, who had lost his son. She didn't realize that a person of his status wouldn't be appearing on the first floor and had long since gone upstairs to meet Grandpa Lu. Among the remaining guests, Kongqing recognized a few from news articles and spotted Zhou Ziding and Zhou Yao, whom she had seen last time. She leaned closer to Lu Xinze and whispered gossip. "Do you think the Zhou family is hiding some secret research on genetic appearance modification? It's strange how they all look so good. It defies science." Song Yu, who was nearby, overheard her despite her low voice and agreed, finding her reasoning sound. Lu Xinze smiled at her, but refrained from saying, "You can come back to life, yet you talk about science?" He realized that although Kongqing was unscientific in many ways, she actually respected science a lot. The Zhou family entered the banquet hall in a grand procession, quickly dispersing to engage in their own socializing. Zhou Yao and Zhou Ziding were slowly making their way toward Lu Xinze, apparently discussing something. However, Lu Xinze didn't pay attention to them because following the Zhou family was his second uncle, who was accompanied by a strikingly dressed woman in a high-end suit. The woman was tall and slender, walking beside his second uncle rather than trailing behind. Lu Xinze's second uncle spotted him and walked over with the woman. Lu Xinze immediately greeted him, second uncle. His second uncle, clearly fond of this nephew, patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Xinze, long time no see." Chapter 96. The Lu family and the Zhang family. Uncle Lu, named Lu Huagao, was tall and upright, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Xinze, both of them having similar heights. Kongqing stood behind Lu Xinze, her gaze shifting back and forth between the uncle and nephew, secretly surprised that from certain angles, their eyebrows and eyes bore a striking resemblance, as expected for blood relatives. "Xinze, Uncle has another batch of gold lithium stones here. Do you want them?" "If you do, Uncle will have them sent over," Lu Huagao said. Lu Xinze slightly inclined his body, his attitude respectful. "Thank you, Uncle, I would like them." Just as they were speaking, Lu Rozhen, who had just left, returned. "Huagao, Her voice was bright, and she walked lightly to her husband's side, naturally linking her arm with his. Seeing his wife come over, Lu Huagao smiled faintly, but discreetly withdrew his arm. There are so many people watching. Lu Rojin noticed her husband was happy and understood the situation, retracting her hand. However, Mu Kongqing, standing behind Lu Xinze, clearly saw the woman next to Uncle Lu pause for a moment at the arm Lu Rojin had just linked, a flicker of obscure emotion passing through her eyes. "Hey, who is this?" Lu Rojin noticed that her husband was standing next to a striking woman. Lu Huagao slightly turned to introduce, "This is Manager Jiang, who is in charge of sales at Kongqing, Jiang Fong." The woman named Jiang Fong proactively extended her hand to shake hands with Lu Xinze and Lu Rojin. Mu Kongqing and Song Yu, both assistants, did not take the initiative to greet. "I'll have a few words with Xinze. You all can go about your business," Lu Huagao said after everyone had finished shaking hands. Then Huagao, "I'll go over there to chat with the ladies I'm usually friendly with," Lu Rojin said. Lu Huagao nodded, and Lu Rojin turned to leave, but the others did not move. Lu Huagao indeed had questions to ask his nephew. "Xinze, are you planning to use the gold lithium stones for growing vegetables? I just got back and heard everyone talking about it. They said the Lu family opened a plant store." Lu Xinze discreetly glanced at Jiang Fong beside Lu Huagao and readily admitted, but did not elaborate, "Yes, uncle." Uncle Lu was surprised. "Good boy. I didn't expect you had this skill. Speaking of which, I always said you were the most promising, capable of excelling in anything." More people began to gather to greet, and the Lu family had not yet handed over the reins. It was still Elder Lu in charge. Elder Lu had two sons. The elder son being Lu Xinze's father. Both parents were military personnel stationed away for long periods, while the second son was Lu Huagao. Elder Lu himself had 8 siblings and a multitude of younger generations, but outsiders speculated that Elder Lu's successor would likely be his second son, Lu Huagao. Lu Huagao's appearance at the venue attracted a lot of attention. Many wanted to greet him, but seeing him talking to his nephew, they refrained from interrupting. As time passed, the conversation between the uncle and nephew showed no signs of ending. A few restless guests started to approach cautiously, and soon a circle of people gathered around Lu Huagao. Most of these people were there to see him, with greetings and flattery rising and falling. Seeing this, Lu Xinze subtly took half a step back and quietly slipped away amidst the crowd's movement. Not far from the exit, he ran into Lu Shanzhen, who had just finished talking with a partner. Lu Shanzhen had come over to greet his father, but caught sight of Zhou Ziding standing in another group. His gaze flickered between the crowd around his father and Zhou Ziding before he turned decisively towards her. Lu Xinze initially planned to leave alone when he suddenly heard a clear voice behind him, "Lu Xinze." He paused, and Mu Kongqing turned to look back with him. Seeing Zhang Junyi standing by the crowd, his long fingers lightly holding a wine glass, smiling slightly at him. The glow of the crystal chandelier spilled over him, making his smile appear particularly warm. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Xinze's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his expression and walked toward Zhang Junyi. His pace was unhurried, and several people surrounded Zhang Junyi, many of whom Lu Xinze did not recognize, but among them were Zhou Ziding and Zhou Yao, making Lu Xinze frown slightly. Lu Shenzhen and Lu Xinze approached the group, with Lu Shenzhen quickly moving beside Zhou Ziding. It was then that Lu Xinze noticed a somewhat familiar face next to Zhou Ziding, Zhang Junshi, whom he had an unpleasant encounter with at Zhou Yufeng's party. Lu Xinze had a very poor impression of him, categorizing him as a scoundrel. Lu Xinze's gaze lingered on him for only a moment, while Mu Kongqing stared at him for a long time, thinking, "Oh, that trash." Zhang Junyi, unaware of their thoughts, took the initiative to compliment, "Mr. Lu, your banquet today is quite nice, especially this apple wine. The taste is very pure." Lu Xinze modestly smiled, "You're too kind. We did put some effort into this fruit wine." Zhang Junyi took another sip from his glass, the liquid a light golden color, particularly warm under the light. "Where did you order this? Next time we have guests, we could also order some a drink." Lu Xinze understood the man's intentions, but did not feel troubled. These matters were inevitable to face sooner or later. It's homemade. The atmosphere momentarily became a bit stagnant. Zhou Ziding suddenly interjected, her voice clear, yet laced with feigned surprise. "I heard that the Lu family has also started a green plant business. Is that true? She cast a slightly reproachful glance at Lu Shenzhen. With such good things in your family, why are you keeping it from me? Lu Shenzhen frowned, looking somewhat helpless. I truly didn't know. He shrugged. I've explained to you before, family matters aren't always communicated to me. Lu Shenzhen was indeed wronged. He had not heard a whisper about their green plant business and didn't even know where their planting base was. Zhou Ziding snorted lightly, clearly unconvinced, and turned her gaze to Zhang Junshi, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Brother Junshi, your Zhang family has been in the green plant industry for a long time. Not just anyone can easily share the profits, right? Her words were straightforward and harsh, creating a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Zhang Junyi, who had originally been discussing matters with Lu Xinze, noticed the shift and smiled gently, timely easing the situation. We're actually very welcoming of the Lu family entering the green plant market. After all, high-quality green plants and vegetables greatly benefit mental strength. The more participants in the market, the better for those with mental abilities. He paused, his tone steady and serious. Don't forget, the peace of our star system relies on these mental power mecha warriors to protect it. His words not only diffused the tense atmosphere, but also cleverly shifted the topic to a broader perspective, providing the Lu family with an exit while maintaining the Zhang family's position. Lu Xinze glanced at him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 97. Cooperative lovers. Lu Xinze maintained a calm demeanor, ignoring Zhou Ziding's subtle jibes. He slightly turned to face Zhang Junyi, speaking earnestly. Mr. Zhang, you truly have a broad mind. To be honest, Lu Corporation is currently interested in purchasing a batch of new agricultural machinery and agricultural robots from Zhang Corporation. After a brief pause, he humbly added, after all, we are newcomers in the industry and have much to learn from Xianhe in terms of planting technology. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Zhang Junyi's eyes, but he shook his head and smiled. Mr. Lu, you are being too modest. Xianhe has been deeply involved for many years, and even we find it difficult to guarantee the quality of vegetables with a pollution level below 5. Yet Lu Corporation has managed to maintain such stable high quality since its inception. This technical strength is truly admirable. However, Lu Xinze did not shy away from the issue. If given the opportunity, we can exchange insights on planting. Zhang Junyi was surprised by Lu Xinze's candor. In an era where business secrets equate to core competitive advantages, planting technology should be a commercial barrier that Lu Corporation guarded fiercely. Yet, this young leader openly discussed the possibility of cooperation. Zhang Junyi did not understand Lu Xinze's responsibilities and worries. He had no thoughts of commercial competition. His mind was filled with the mental well-being of millions of soldiers stationed on the borders. The birth rate of children with aggressive mental powers had been steadily rising in recent years, and more people would be troubled by mental power disruptions. Their current vegetable production capacity was limited, and if they wanted to benefit more people, cooperation was inevitable. Cooperation is the key to mutual benefit, Lu Xinze stated, his voice steady and profound. We can ensure that more people have access to purified vegetables. Zhang Junyi was moved. This man's vision was broader than he had imagined. With a more sincere smile, he raised his glass to Lu Xinze. I am always at your service. The two exchanged smiles. Zhou Ziding stood aside, watching them engage in pleasant conversation, her expression darkening slightly. Though she appeared dazzling and innocent, as the daughter of the Zhou family, she could not be truly naive. The Zhang family had always been close to the Zhou family, while their interactions with Lu Corporation were limited to necessary business dealings. However, it seemed that the relationship between the two families was about to undergo substantial changes. Zhang Junshi still remembered how, at Zhou Yufeng's banquet, Lu Xinze had shown him no respect, and he had disdainfully snorted, "Humph, is he planning to come to our Zhang family for guidance?" Zhang Junyi had turned back to look at his cousin, as if he were a fool, his eyes conveying a warning. However, Zhang Junshi did not notice his older cousin's gaze. Instead, Zhou Ziding had linked her arm with his. Junyi, you're right. Some people really have character issues. In such an important setting, they still bring their lovers. She then directed her gaze toward Kongqing, who stood behind Lu Xinze. From the moment the three of them arrived, she had noticed her and, recalling the incident with the child last time, she did not believe that the two had not had an affair. Her gaze was overly conspicuous, causing even Zhang Junyi to uncontrollably follow her gaze toward Kongqing. Kongqing had been silently acting as a quiet assistant, but unexpectedly, all eyes fell upon her. The gazes held curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain. Song Yu, standing nearby, could not hide his shock upon hearing these words. He looked at Zhou sitting across from him, thinking, is this woman out of her mind? Spreading such rumors? Kongqing finally reacted, thinking, what lover? Me? I'm Lu Xin's Lua. She raised her eyes to look at the back of Lu Xin's head, puzzled as to how she had become his lover. Lu Xin's expression darkened immediately. Miss Zhou, please conduct yourself with dignity and refrain from making baseless statements. Zhou Ziding quickly retorted, am I wrong? Why are you getting angry? Besides, you were inexplicably interested in my cousin before, and now you have a little assistant who seems quite proper but turns out to be this kind of person. Zhou Yao had remained quietly by Zhou Ziding's side, like a meticulously pruned orchid, maintaining just the right level of presence. She was acutely aware of her position in such a setting. She was merely the daughter of a collateral branch of the Zhou family, far less significant than the legitimate daughter of the Zhou family. Therefore, all night long, she perfectly played the role of a beautiful and understanding background figure, her lips curled in a barely perceptible smile. Even the angle of her glass raised was meticulously calculated. This demeanor was evidently effective, as several young aristocrats had proactively approached her for conversation. At this moment, when Zhou Ziding suddenly directed the topic toward her, Zhou Yao's eyelashes fluttered, and a hint of thin anger and embarrassment appeared on her face. She did not respond immediately, merely tilting her head slightly, allowing the light to cast a delicate shadow on her exquisite profile. This subtle change in expression immediately caught the attention of several nearby young talents. Some frowned, and Lu Xin's gaze lingered on Zhou Yao's face for an additional 2 seconds. As the central figure of the gossip, Kongqing was completely unaware of her role. She noticed Zhou Yao's expression and recalled how Li Laji had gossiped about Lu Xin's interaction with a beautiful woman. She suddenly realized the implication. Just then, Lu Xin's had turned back and saw Kongqing's expression. He had expected her to be troubled and was prepared to explain, but instead, he found her wearing an amused expression, completely alleviating his concerns. Lu Xinze felt even more frustrated. Zhang Junyi truly did not know what was happening among these few, so he hesitated to speak up. Instead, it was Lu Xinzhen who explained, Ziding, you've misunderstood. This is my brother's assistant. Having completed his business, Lu Xinzhen noticed that Kongqing was unaffected and had no desire to engage with them. He turned to leave, but Zhang Junqi's voice rang out again. Feeling guilty? Trying to leave? Keeping an assistant as a lover? I really didn't see that coming. You're still a soldier, right? Must not have seen many girls in the army. Nearby, some had already noticed the commotion, but because the voices were low, they were unclear about what was being debated. Lu Rojin saw that her son and nephew were both present and approached to see what was going on. As she moved closer, she spotted Zhou Ziding and Zhou Yao at the front of the crowd. She had seen a photo of Zhou Yao before and remembered her as a beautiful girl. She sincerely complimented, this must be Zhou Yao. You look really lovely. Then she turned to Lu Xinze beside her. Is this the girl Aunt Air mentioned? Have you two already met? Lu Shenzhen immediately stepped forward to stop Lu Rojin. Mom, please don't stir up trouble. Chapter 98. The fighting power of the second Aunt Zhou Ziding had 2 candidates for her arranged marriage. One was Lu Shanfeng from the Lu family, and the other was Zhang Junshi from the Zhang family. The rest of the candidates did not meet her standards in terms of family background. Among these 2, Lu Shanfeng only had eyes for her. Although there were many young girls around him and many who wanted to enter the Lu family, he remained indifferent. However, while Lu Shanfeng treated her well, he never stood up for her, or he simply couldn't tell when he should. Zhang Junshi was different. He was warm and understanding, very good at winning girls' hearts. He had many admirers, and he handled them well. But Zhou Ziding felt that her relationship with him was different. He was willing to spend money on her and stand up for her. In her heart, she had already developed a bias, but she couldn't let go of the feeling of having 2 outstanding young men around her. At that moment, Lu Shanfeng was surrounding her innocent and naive mother, who was famous in their circle, while Zhang Junshi stood beside her, looking provocatively at Lu Xinze. What's going on? Lu Rozhen looked at the group of young people. Puzzled, her gaze shifted from her nephew Lu Xinza's tense face to the beautiful girl she was concerned about, and finally back to her son as hesitant eyes. Lu Shenfeng pulled Lu Rozhen's arm. Mom, it's nothing. Let's talk over there. Lu Rozhen grasped her son's hand, frowning slightly. What is there to talk about? Is there something we can't say here? She deliberately raised her voice, putting on a warm smile typical of an elder. Look at your cousin and that girl. They're a perfect match. Before she finished speaking, she noticed her nephew's expression was somewhat displeased. Lu Shenfeng pressed his lips together and almost forcibly turned Lu Rozhen away, quickly explaining the situation to her in a few words. Lu Rozhen's mind raced. Although she usually appeared innocent and carefree in front of others, she had accumulated a wealth of knowledge from her years in the high society. She had learned far more about love and relationships than Lu Shenfeng could imagine. She glanced at the pretty girl named Zhou Yao, who wore a look of unspoken distress, then looked at Lu Xinza. It wasn't that she was biased. In her eyes, her nephew was the best. Yet, Lu Xinza still didn't look pleased, and the other woman behind him appeared indifferent, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Kongqing noticed Lu Rozhen's gaze and exchanged a brief glance with her, wearing a professional, faint smile. Kongqing found this situation quite amusing. Her current life consisted of farming and selling vegetables, which was indeed too dull. It was nice to have some excitement, especially the commotion around Lu Xinza, who was usually serious and reliable, but somewhat dull, making this lively situation even more interesting. Zhang Junshi spoke again. With a sticky tone, Lu Xinza, is it fun to toy with girls' feelings? And the woman you brought to the banquet last time, to avoid forgetting? This refers to the deceased Li Wan. Isn't also one of your mistresses, is she? Kongqing was puzzled, thinking, could that mistress be referring to me? She looked at Lu Xinza and noticed his expression had darkened even more. Lu Xinza turned around, but before he could speak, Lu Rozhen swiftly turned and stood in front of him. Junshi, let's clarify this. When did our Xinza toy with girls' feelings? Her voice was firm enough for those around to hear. Lu Xinza looked at his second aunt's back, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This second aunt had always been very protective of their family's younger generation. Zhang Junshi's momentum weakened in the face of the elder's question. He glanced around at the Zhou sisters, and Zhou Ziding immediately understood, pulling Zhou Yao's wrist. Zhou Yao was caught off guard and pushed into the center of everyone's attention. She was angry at Zhou Ziding for pushing her forward without hesitation, but she couldn't show it and could only pretend to be innocent, stammering, "No, that's not true." Lu Rozhen let out a soft hum, elegantly adjusting her jade bracelet. That's right, it's quite normal for young people to get to know each other. Our Xinza is excellent. If he had to take responsibility for every girl he met, he wouldn't be able to handle so many responsibilities. She waved her hand, and the jade bracelet slipped down her wrist. She then lamented, "It seems I was short-sighted before. When looking for a partner, one shouldn't just consider appearance and family background, but also character and upbringing." Her words were heavy, and Kongqing turned to look at Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao's face gradually lost color, her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her skirt. She never expected that this usually cheerful and seemingly simple-minded second lady of the Lu family could be so sharp-tongued, publicly exposing her vulnerabilities. Zhou Ziding glared at her cousin's pale lips, her chest heaving with anger. She was not angry because Zhou Yao was being humiliated, but because Lu Rozhen was being so merciless, clearly slapping the entire Zhou family in the face. As a younger generation, she didn't dare to directly confront Lu Rozhen and instead turned her frustration towards Lu Shenfeng. Lu Shenfeng, it was your family that first said they wanted to get to know my cousin. So, what's going on now? Are all of your family members so difficult to deal with? Lu Shenfeng instinctively put on a flattering smile, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Rozhen slapped him on the back, producing a crisp sound. "Shut up. You're so big now, and I'll talk to you when we get home." Then she turned to the crowd with a proper smile. Now they know each other, right? What else is needed? Lu Rozhen's tone was light, but each word felt like a needle. "Our Xinza." She suddenly stopped, her gaze shifting as if recalling something, and turned to Lu Xinza. "Xinza, this Miss Zhou? Is it only a relationship of friends among noble families?" Lu Xinza immediately stepped forward to support her, his voice gentle yet firm. Auntie is right. We can only be friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Rosian's expression softened. See, young people, isn't it nice to be friends? She looked around at everyone, her words giving the Zhou family a way out, while also drawing a line for the Lu family. But we can't be friends with those of poor character, and we girls must maintain our distance from those with unclear relationships with other women. Zhou Ziding, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, though she didn't dare to go too far. After all, she had seen Lu Shenze with a child last time and was convinced that he definitely had an affair with his assistant. No one had ever heard of a boss bringing their assistant's child along. It was clear that their relationship was not what it seemed. Chapter 99, Am I the Lover? Lu Rosian looked at Lu Shenze and Mu Kongqing, both of whom turned to look back at her at the same time. One had a calm expression, while the other was full of curiosity. It was a bit of a pity that the girl was just an ordinary person, but you have to admit, they really matched. Lu Rosian softly asked, Shenze, you and this assistant? Her eyes were fixed on Lu Shenze, and she noticed his face stiffen. He didn't immediately deny their relationship. In that moment of hesitation, Lu Rosian's eyes lit up. There's hope. If his nephew had no feelings for the girl at all, he would definitely have drawn the line immediately. The hesitation indicated something was amiss, like a secret crush. After all, the girl had maintained an open expression throughout, clearly curious and eager to gossip. Lu Rosian looked at him with an understanding expression, leaving Lu Shenze stunned. What's wrong, second aunt? Mu Kongqing also felt curious about Lu Rosian's expression. Lu Rosian cleared her throat. Our Shenze is single, excellent, has his own pursuits, and will have his own preferred girl. So you all don't need to worry. As she said this, she decided to help her nephew out and walked slowly towards Mu Kongqing, taking her hand. Look at this girl. She seems outstanding. What do you think of our Lu Shenze? Mu Kongqing, caught up in the gossip, honestly replied, Manager Lu is a very excellent person, right? You see, you also think he is excellent. There aren't many boys his age with his accomplishments. You should help him more. Mu Kongqing didn't quite understand what Lu Rosian meant, but she could certainly help Lu Shenze. She replied firmly, Okay, I will definitely help him more. Lu Rosian nodded in satisfaction. However, a voice suddenly came from the side. What is the use of being excellent? Life is short. It was Zhang Junqi's sarcastic tone. Zhang Junqi's expression changed drastically as he grabbed his brother's arm, his voice unusually stern. Junshi, that is too much. Today was the Lu family's banquet, and Zhang Junshi knew he had said something he shouldn't have. He was unwilling but didn't dare to say more, muttering to himself, just speaking the truth. The atmosphere around them was lively, with socializing sounds rising and falling, but this small area suddenly fell silent. Mi Qunan, who had been sipping juice and watching the spectacle, couldn't help but wonder, how did Zhang Xi end up with such a cousin? No wonder Zhang Xi always says he is trash. She gently placed her cup on the nearby table with a clink, breaking the silence. My patient, you don't need to worry about him. Everyone can rest assured, Major Lu Shenze, with his physical condition, should have no problem sending away those who have their eyes on him. After saying this, she smiled at Zhang Junshi. Zhang Junshi felt a chill from her gaze, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. As the most renowned mental comforter in the first galaxy, Mi Qionan's words were authoritative in the medical field, and the scene fell into silence. Zhang Junyi awkwardly smiled at Lu Shenze, using the excuse of needing to discuss something, and hurriedly pulled his brother away. Zhou Ziding and the others followed suit, just as Lu Shenzhen was about to chase after them. He was pulled back by Lu Rosian. Don't go joining in the fun, properly attend to the other guests. She turned to Lu Shenze and gently patted his shoulder. Don't take those idle words to heart. After that, she looked at Mu Kongqing. Don't listen to those people talking nonsense. Our Shenze is doing well. Mu Kongqing nodded upon hearing this. She knew he was fine. Automatically, he would show up for meals on time. His mental state had stabilized completely, and recently he even had a vague feeling of a breakthrough. After Lu Rosian finished speaking, she noticed some sisters waving at her not far away, so she took her son and left. Lu Shenze walked up to Mi Qionan and respectfully bowed. Thank you, doctor. Me for helping me out. Mi Qionan picked up the juice cup on the table again, gently swirling it, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. You're being polite. I was just speaking the truth. Besides, if you don't care, others might think they can bully you. Lucianza nodded in understanding. After me, Qianan spoke. She looked curiously at Kongqing. She hadn't noticed the silent assistant behind Lucianza before. She had seen everything that just happened, which piqued her curiosity about this woman. The last time she saw Kongqing, it was when Xiao Meng awakened in her body. Not the disguised version of Mu Yin now, so she didn't recognize her. However, she was smart and instinctively felt something was off. If Mu Meng were here, she might recognize this beautiful aunt, but Kongqing had never met Qianan, so she looked back at her in confusion. Lucianza stepped forward to block Qianan's line of sight. Doctor me, if you like this juice, I'll bring you some later. Qianan noticed a man suddenly stepping in and raised an eyebrow. Oh, protecting her, huh? There's more gossip to share with Yuan Liang now. But I can't refuse delicious juice. Lucianza couldn't help but smile at her words, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. Everything happening on the first floor hadn't escaped the eyes of old Master Lu. He tapped his cane lightly. Since eating the various fruits sent by Mu Meng, his leg pain had improved significantly, but he still habitually leaned on his cane. He didn't care about the banter among the younger generation. But it seemed Lucianza was serious about collaborating with the Zhang family, and Zhang Junyi was indeed difficult to deal with. Zhang Junyi and Zhang Ci were siblings, but their parents had died early, and they were raised by their uncle, while Zhang Junshi was the child of their third uncle and was quite favored at home. Time was up. Father, I'll go down with you. A knock on the door was heard. It was Lu Huagao's voice. Old Master Lu opened the door and saw his favored second son, along with the woman beside him, and he frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. The lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A spotlight shone on the floating stage in the center, and old Master Lu, leaning on his cane, slowly appeared. The whole venue immediately went silent, and everyone turned to face the stage. Thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. The old man's voice was loud, showing no signs of his advanced age. Taking this opportunity, I want to announce that the Lu family business meeting officially begins today, lasting for 3 days. Starting tomorrow, the old man scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lucianza for a moment. The Lu Group's mecha development project in the first galaxy will be showcased for everyone, and there will be many collaborative projects that need to be tendered. This business meeting will be fully managed by Lucianza and Lucianzen. A wave of low murmurs erupted among the crowd. These projects were worth hundreds of billions of star coins and were the Lu family's core industry for the next decade. This was the first time they were officially handed over to the new generation to manage. Lu Huagao, supporting his father, felt a bit stiff. He had thought that this time he would be in charge of the business meeting, but he didn't expect it to be directly given to his nephew and son. Chapter 100. The Power of Fruit Wine. The banquet hosted by the Lu Family Commerce Association had ended late at night. Lucianza and Lu Shunfeng had been busy until the very end, sending off all the guests. Before Song Yu drove away, he confirmed the work arrangements for the next few days with Lucianza using his holographic device. Chairman Lu suddenly assigned us to be in charge of this business meeting, so we need to rearrange everything for the next few days. Tomorrow's meetings are all canceled, and I will be with you the whole time. We also need to bring one more person. Lucianza was unsure why his grandfather suddenly wanted him involved in this business meeting. Logically, with his second uncle back, it should have been his second uncle who took the lead, bringing along Lu Shunfeng, as the father and son had aligned goals and could communicate well. There were many people in the Lu family who wanted to get involved, but none could surpass Lu Ershu. Now suddenly having him involved, without any prior notice from his grandfather, made him wonder what was being planned. Lucianza scrolled through the agenda on his holographic device for the next 3 days. Tonight, you'll have to work a bit harder. Take a few of your subordinates to coordinate with Lu Shunfeng's team, but let them take the lead. Song Yu asked softly, should we take this opportunity to arrange a few people in? Lucianza shifted his gaze from the holographic device to Song Yu's face. The screen's glow casting flickering light on his chiseled profile. His voice was steady, devoid of any emotion. No need. We just need to do our jobs well. We already have green plant technology, which is too eye-catching, so we don't need to do anything extra. Maintaining a low profile is enough. Lucianza didn't want to get involved in the power struggles within the Lu family. He could feel his mental state becoming increasingly stable, and if possible, he wanted to return to the military. He knew his grandfather would not treat him unfairly. He didn't need to make unnecessary moves that would complicate things further. Seeing this, Song Yu nodded gently, closed his holographic device, and the small projection screen on his arm vanished instantly. He exchanged a tacit glance with Kongqing beside him before driving away. The night was deep, and he had a pile of tasks to handle, even needing to call back a few assistants who had already gone home. Tonight, Lu Shinza was driving a private aircraft, and Kongqing naturally hitched a ride. Inside, Lu Shinza deliberately kept the lights off, with only the glow from the control panel and the neon lights outside intertwining, casting flickering spots of light on their faces. Lu Shinza enjoyed the quiet feeling of being together with Kongqing in the dark. He could hear the soft and slow sound of her breathing. When they reached the main gate of the Lu family estate, Kongqing prepared to get off the aircraft, as her small villa was still a walk down the road. However, the aircraft did not slow down, but flew towards her villa instead. Kongqing looked at Lu Shinza and said, "I can walk back by myself. It's not far." Lu Shinza replied steadily, without any emotion, sounding casual. "It's on the way, and we'll pick up Lian and Li Zipping to come back together." Li Leji had gone to the club for training, leaving only Li Un and Li Zipping at home with Mu Meng tonight. Kongqing did not notice anything amiss in their conversation, and as they spoke, the aircraft quietly landed in front of her villa. They walked down the ramp side by side and entered the house one after the other. As soon as she pushed open the door, Kongqing caught a whiff of a strange scent in the air, a faint sweet aroma, like fermented fruit mixed with honey. Shushu, the family pet, greeted her with its fluffy tail, affectionately rubbing against her pants. "Good boy." Kongqing crouched down to rub its fluffy head, her fingertips sinking into its soft fur. "We're your older siblings." Shushu let out a low growl and happily led them toward the living room. The sight before them made them both stop in their tracks. 3 small children were sprawled on the carpet in front of the sofa. Mu Meng was riding on Li Zipping's back, giggling with a flushed face, while Li Zipping lay motionless like a starfish. The only one who seemed somewhat aware, Lian, saw them and wobbled her hand. "Sister, hic, brother." She let out a drunken hiccup, laughing with her eyes squinted. On the table were 2 bottles of fruit wine, one of which was already empty. Kongqing immediately realized what had happened. The 3 children had mistaken the fruit wine for juice. She rushed over to check on them. This new type of fruit wine was rare in the world, and the children did not understand what alcohol was. They only thought it was deliciously sweet and sour. However, they were unaware that the wine had a strong after effect. Just a little over a cup could get someone tipsy. Placing her fingers on the children's warm pulses, she confirmed they were just ordinarily drunk, and Kongqing breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Lu Shinza and smiled awkwardly. "It seems we'll be staying over tonight. These 2 little drunkards probably can't go back." However, Lu Shinza was curiously looking at the remaining fruit wine on the table, examining the amber liquid under the light. "Is this wine really that good?" Kongqing was taken aback by his words, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. It dawned on her that she had indeed never seen Lu Shinza touch alcohol. Even at tonight's banquet, he had only held juice in his hand. "You've never had alcohol?" Kongqing asked in surprise. Lu Shinza shook his head, maintaining a straight posture typical of soldier, even while relaxed. "No, our military has strict alcohol restrictions, and I've never drunk." Kongqing understood. The military indeed had limits on this matter, just like on Earth. She pointed to the unopened bottle. "This is the last one. You can give it a try. The wine I brewed this time really tastes good." Lu Shinza picked up the unopened bottle, brought it to his nose, and a burst of fruity aroma wafted over. Kongqing maneuvered around the little drunkards and brought 2 glasses, took the wine from Lu Shinza's hand, opened it, and the amber liquid swirled in the transparent glass. She poured the first glass and handed it to Lu Shinza, who took it but hesitated to drink, looking uncertainly at the glass in his hand. After pouring the second glass, she placed the bottle on the coffee table, took a sip of her own, and seeing Lu Shinza's hesitation, she said, "You can give it a try. We're not in the military here, and my fruit wine isn't addictive. It even has health benefits." With that, she happily downed the drink in her glass, feeling satisfied as she exhaled. The aroma of the wine spread in the air, wafting to Lu Shinza's nose, and he felt the scent of the wine becoming stronger. His body stiffened, and without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a sip. His eyes brightened slightly. Not bad. It was a different taste from juice. Seeing his expression, Kongqing smiled slightly, bent down to pick up the giggling Mu Ming, and pointed to the sofa. You could drink slowly here. I'll go take care of the 3 kids. After saying that, she turned and walked upstairs. Chapter 101. Drunken misbehavior. Kongqing carefully settled the 3 tipsy little ones in the same bedroom, so that if anyone felt uncomfortable in the middle of the night, they could look out for each other. Be good and lie down, she softly coaxed, gently wiping the children clean. The warm water washed away the smell of alcohol from their bodies. After much effort, she finally got all 3 children into soft pajamas. Shushu instinctively curled up at the foot of the bed, its fluffy tail gently draped over the children's feet like a natural fur blanket. She dimmed the lights, leaving only a warm yellow night light. The 3 rosy little faces appeared particularly serene in the soft light, and their breathing gradually steadied as they fell asleep. By the time Kongqing finished all this, half an hour had passed. She gently closed the door and went downstairs, where she saw Lu Xinze on the sofa. Unlike his usual upright sitting posture, even when relaxed, Lu Xinze was now sunk into the soft sofa. His suit jacket had been removed at some point and casually draped over the armrest, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. On the coffee table in front of him lay empty wine glasses and 2 empty bottles, with a few drops of amber liquid still clinging to the glasses, glimmering under the light. Kongqing's heart skipped a beat as an incredible thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? She instinctively lightened her breath and quickly walked to the front of the sofa, her gaze drifting between the man's reddened ears and his slightly dazed eyes. This usually strong and decisive man had really been brought down by less than a bottle of fruit wine. Lu Xinze slowly lifted his eyelids, his dazed gaze colliding with Kongqing's surprised eyes in midair. His cheeks were flushed unnaturally, the blush spreading along his long neck, ultimately disappearing beneath the disheveled collar of his shirt. Surprisingly, even in such a drunken state, he maintained his usual cold expression, as if he were merely wearing a mask of intoxication. Kongqing thought to herself, this man probably can't go home tonight. Luckily, there are plenty of rooms at home, so he can stay. Suddenly, Lu Xinze fidgeted irritably, his knuckles visibly pulling at 2 buttons. Hot, he mumbled indistinctly. In an instant, the well-defined collarbone was fully exposed to the light, and his honey-colored chest was partially visible, a thin layer of light red tinting his skin. Resigned, Kongqing stepped forward, slipping one arm under his armpit to grasp his broad shoulder. When Lu Xinze's hot arm unconsciously wrapped around her neck, she caught a whiff of the mingled, fruity scent of alcohol. Taking a deep breath, she engaged her waist and legs, steadily lifting the man who was half a head taller than her. Lu Xinze's warm breath immediately brushed against her ear, accompanied by a temperature that quickened her heartbeat. As Kongqing took 2 steps with Lu Xinze, he suddenly stumbled forward. He fell toward her like a collapsing iron tower, bringing with him a strong smell of alcohol and scorching body heat. Kongqing took a deep breath. Her seemingly slender body stood firm against the man's robust frame, not wavering even slightly. Kongqing gave herself full marks. Just a moment ago, she had indeed considered sidestepping and letting this drunken guy fall hard. Fortunately, she remembered that this man had helped her a lot and was already considered a friend. And as for using her spiritual power, that was impossible. The spiritual energy was too scarce, and she couldn't bear to waste any. Gritting her teeth, Kongqing simply scooped Lu Xinze up under his knee, horizontally lifting the man who was half a head taller than her. Sorry, Lu Xinze, she whispered, carefully adjusting his position so that his head could rest comfortably on her shoulder. Lu Xinze kept his eyes open, staring at her intently. Their faces were very close, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Kongqing did not carry Lu Xinze upstairs, but took him to the guest bedroom on the first floor. Bending down, she placed the man on the bed, and, just as she was about to straighten up, Lu Xinze's hands suddenly wrapped around her shoulders. Kongqing. At this moment, Kongqing was using her real name. Lu Xinze rarely called her by her real name, mostly referring to her by her alias, Yun. Mu Kongqing knew there was no reasoning with a drunkard and could only coax him. "It's me. Let go." She felt his arms tighten around her waist again, and Lucian's scorching breath sprayed against her neck. His voice was low and filled with an unprecedented vulnerability. Mu Kongqing. In front of him was the face of the person he loved most, with a cool and heroic demeanor. Lucian's felt as if he had been tossed into the waves, abandoned and falling, his body taut and hot, pulled between scorching heat and freezing cold. His thoughts were like shattered waves, unable to piece themselves back together into a complete form. He longed to sink to the bottom of the sea, letting the salty seawater fill his lungs and drown him. Perhaps that would calm the raging desire within him. Lucianze, mu Kongqing softenet hertone. Gently pressing her fingertips against his hot forehead. "Let go. I'll get you a glass of water." Lucianze stubbornly shook his head, tightening his arms even more. "You will disappear." Mu Kongqing's heart trembled, and she softened her voice. "I promise I won't. I'll be back soon." Lucianze stubbornly stared into her eyes, his gaze so intense it felt as if he would leave a mark on her face, trying to determine if she was lying to him, especially since he had lost her once before. Mu Kongqing reached out her hand, firmly prying his fingers apart. This time, Lucianze did not resist, obediently letting go of her as his red-rimmed eyes followed her figure. Mu Kongqing took off Lucian's shoes, opened the door, and called for the household robot to bring a glass of water, which took just over 10 seconds. When Mu Kongqing returned to the room, she found a man lying on the bed had completely removed his shirt. He was bare-chested, slightly lifting his head to unbuckle his belt. With a click, the belt came undone, and he pulled it out and tossed it aside. In the next moment, he directly unzipped his pants. "Hey!" Mu Kongqing exclaimed, leaping forward to pin down the man's long fingers that were about to pull down his pants. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Her brain felt like it had been paused, with only the sound of her own racing heartbeat echoing in her ears. In her palm, Lucian's wrist bone felt astonishingly hot. The body beneath her squirmed restlessly, and Mu Kongqing instinctively tightened her grip. Lucian's struggled in vain, lifting his flushed face to gaze at her intently, a single sound escaping his throat, tinged with grievance. "Hot." Mu Kongqing's breath hitched. She had never imagined that this usually serious man would be so unexpectedly vulnerable while drunk. Their hands were now intertwined on Lucian's taut abdomen. As it revealed its curve, Mu Kongqing completely froze. In that electric moment, a glimmer of clarity suddenly flashed in Lucian's dazed eyes. He violently broke free from her grip and awkwardly turned away. Silence spread in the room. After a long while, a hoarse apology emerged from the shadows. "I'm sorry." His voice sounded as if it had been sanded down. "I couldn't control myself." Chapter 102. Clingy after drinking. Mu Kongqing stood by the bed, her gaze unconsciously falling on Lucian's bare back. The dim yellow light cast a warm hue over his honey-colored skin, the lines of his back muscles rising and falling with his breath, exuding a sense of strength, while the shadows of his shoulder blades quivered slightly with each inhalation. "Knock! Knock, knock!" The abrupt knocking at the door jolted her from her daze. Only then did Mu Kongqing realize she had been staring for so long. She quickly walked to the door, took the cup of water from the household robot, and deliberately softened her movements as she closed the door. As she approached Lucian's with the cup, she was still pondering how to wake him up for some water, but before she could say anything, Lucian's, who had his back to her, suddenly moved. Lucian's consciousness felt like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the chaotic darkness. The moment of clarity vanished in an instant, and his boiling blood once again engulfed his rationality, sinking into the depths of the sea. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, himself piloting a mech in battle at the border, suddenly surrounded by a swarm of mutated insects, and then a woman bursting out from the sea of bugs. He found himself entangled with her, bare-skinned and passionately intertwined, followed by the sound of alarms blaring, and him madly ramming his head against the walls of a cave in a frenzy. "So hot, my head hurts. Where is this?" He heard footsteps behind him and turned on the bed to see the woman he had been longing for. Mu Kongqing held a cup of water up to him and said softly, "Wake up and drink some water. You'll feel better." Hearing her words, Lucian's sat up unsteadily. He took the cup from her hand and stared at it for a while, but didn't tea drink. Kongqing sighed helplessly at his dazed expression. She gently pried his tightly clenched fingers apart, reclaimed the cup, and carefully supported the back of his neck, bringing the rim of the cup to his lips. This time, Lucianza surprisingly cooperated, his Adam's apple rolling with each swallow, and soon the cup was empty. Just as she turned to place the cup back, her ears caught the sound of wind rushing from behind her. Without turning around, Kongqing's left hand shot back like lightning, accurately gripping the man's approaching wrist. Then she pulled hard, and Lucian's tall body arced through the air, the fabric of his suit pants rustling as he moved. Surprisingly, Lucianza did not resist at all, allowing himself to flip in the air before landing steadily in Kongqing's outstretched arms. Looking down into her embrace, Kongqing found Lucian's face slightly flushed, his expression submissive as he leaned against her, but his arms were possessively wrapped around her neck. Holding Lucianza, Kongqing felt a rare sense of confusion. She knew that drunken people were unreasonable, but she didn't understand why Lucianza was especially clingy with her. Lucianza was bare-chested, and due to the earlier movements, his pants hung loosely on his hips. Kongqing had never seen what a man looked like, and her gaze wandered unabashedly for a moment. Quite interesting, she thought, looking at Lucianza in her arms, whose eyes were already half closed. She resignedly placed him back on the bed. Lucianza, lying on the bed, did not loosen his grip around Kongqing. This time, she didn't hold back and directly pried his hand away, causing him to open his eyes wide in pain. Upon seeing Kongqing, he inexplicably smiled, and after laughing, he settled down again, ultimately closing his eyes and letting out a soft breath. Kongqing sat at the edge of the bed, seeing the man who had fallen asleep. She pulled a blanket over him. Then a mischievous smile appeared on her face as her hand slipped under the blanket to remove Lucian's pants. She had thought it would be difficult to take them off, but to her surprise, Lucianza was wearing tailored trousers that came off easily. Now, he was left in just his underwear. Kongqing wondered if he would remember what had happened tonight when he woke up in the morning. She turned off the lights in the room, gently opened the door, and left. Exiting Lucian's room, she set the robot to night mode and went to the small vegetable garden in the backyard, where she replaced the old spiritual stones in the formation and began her daily meditation. 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes. The essence of meditation is to calm the mind, but her heart was in turmoil. She rubbed her fingers across the light brain on her wrist, her mind filled with images of Lucian's bare upper body and the warmth of his arms around her neck. In her sea of consciousness, Kongqing addressed her inner demon. "It's you, isn't it? You took advantage of the situation and disturbed my mind." Unlike before, the inner demon did not remain silent, but let out a soft laugh. "Kongqing, you're the one whose heart is in chaos. Why should I take the blame? Aren't you a bit ungracious?" Kongqing's wide-open eyes darkened. "You previously harbored murderous intent, and now you've stirred up desire. Kongqing, you're finished." The delicate and crisp voice echoed, growing fainter, while Kongqing's eyes grew darker and distant thunder rumbled from the mountains. That voice scolded sharply, "Damn the heavens! Not a bit of mercy for me." After that, the darkness in Kongqing's eyes receded, and the voice disappeared entirely. Kongqing sat in silence for a while, then opened her light brain, pulled up the AI software, and typed in, "Why do drunken men cling to a specific person?" The AI quickly provided an answer. When a man becomes particularly clingy to someone, such as a partner, friend, or specific person, after drinking, it usually reflects a strong emotional dependency or unmet psychological needs in his subconscious, which may involve the following reasons. 1. Emotional repression, not daring to express when sober. 2. Lack of security, fear of losing the other person. 3. Immediate need for fulfillment. Alcohol amplifies the impulse to get close at that moment. Kongqing looked at the answer from the light brain and summarized it for herself. Afraid to express to me? Fearful of losing me? Wanting to get close to me? She spent the entire night contemplating, planning to have a good talk with Lucianza about what happened last night once he woke up. However, Lucianza did not give her the opportunity. When a morning light spilled through the sheer curtains onto the guest bedroom, Lucianza suddenly opened his eyes wide. The dull ache from a hangover instantly swept over his temples. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, but noticed something unusual in the process. He was wearing only a pair of underwear, and his neatly folded suit lay meticulously next to his pillow. This realization made his body go rigid. Memories surged like a tide. The fragrant fruit wine, which he had unknowingly finished, being carried. Kongqing's cool fingertips, his uncontrollable actions, his clinginess. He mechanically turned his head to survey the unfamiliar bedroom, spotting a cup of water that had long gone cold on the bedside table. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his bony fingers digging into his hair. As an A-grade mech warrior, he had been taken down by a cup of fruit wine and in front of Kongqing. It seemed the military's alcohol ban was indeed necessary. Chapter 103. The hard-working person Lu Xinze couldn't even pay attention to basic etiquette. He hastily threw on a wrinkled suit, scribbled a note saying he had an urgent matter and was leaving first, and rushed out of the small villa in Kongqing. As the private aircraft sped back to the Lu family's old residence at maximum speed, the heat on his face hadn't faded. Just as he stepped into the foyer, he bumped into the old Master Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, looking at his holographic computer. The old master was surprised that his eldest grandson had returned so early from outside. He looked him up and down. Lu Xinze was still in the wrinkled clothes he wore at yesterday's banquet, clinging to him awkwardly. The old master rarely saw him looking so disheveled while sober. Leaning on his sandalwood cane, the old master's gaze swept over his grandson's darkening eye circles. "You didn't come home last night?" Lu Xinze's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he imperceptibly nodded. However, the old master misunderstood. "I'll leave the responsibility of this business conference to you. Don't feel too much pressure. We've done this a few times, and the staff are experienced. Just follow the procedures step by step." He thought Lu Xinze hadn't come home last night because he was preparing for the upcoming conference at the company. Lu Xinze rarely lied, but this time he didn't refute the old master. His taut jawline relaxed for a moment as he stiffly replied, "I understand, Grandpa. I'll go change." After saying this, fearing the old master would notice something was off, he hurriedly left. The old master watched Lu Xinze's quickly departing figure without suspicion. Flipping through the materials on his holographic computer, his mind fully occupied with his recently returned son. Meanwhile, in the bathroom on the second floor, Lu Xinze pressed his hot forehead against the cold tiles. The hot water streamed over his tense back, but couldn't wash away the scattered images in his mind. Soft fingers, a clear voice, and he suddenly turned off the faucet and punched the wall with a fist. When Kongqing returned from the backyard to the small villa, she saw the note on the living room table. She hadn't expected Lu Xinze to leave so hurriedly and early to avoid her. She knew he was going to be responsible for the conference, and thought he was just eager to get back to work, which made it a bit strange that he didn't send her a message through his holographic computer, but instead left a note. The sun had risen more than halfway, illuminating the living room. Three little ones rubbed their eyes and came downstairs one after another, looking droopy with faint dark circles under their eyes. They lined up obediently in front of Kongqing, like three little cabbages that had been frostbitten, listening to her lecture. Meng's tuft of hair stood up high. Li Zipping kept yawning, and Lian occasionally stole glances at her sister's expression. She held up a finger, her voice not loud but clear. "Until you turn 18, no one is allowed to touch alcoholic beverages." The three children hurriedly nodded. Seeing the droopy looks on the three children's faces softened Kongqing's heart. At that moment, a robot came in with breakfast, and the aroma of the food made the three little heads instinctively turn toward the tray. "Let us eat first." She ultimately didn't say more and gently tapped the dining table. The three children, as if granted amnesty, immediately sat obediently at the table. Kongqing watched them gobble down their food, a slight smile tugging at her lips. The children weren't intentionally causing trouble. They were just curious about new things. She reached out to wipe the food crumbs off Li Zipping's mouth. After they finished eating, Kongqing prepared to go see the conference site. Lian expressed that she wanted to go too, while Li Zipping still wanted to stay home. So Kongqing left Meng with Li Zipping, as it wasn't convenient to take Meng to a formal occasion. Kongqing drove Li into the conference site. On the way, Lian was visibly excited. her eyes constantly darting outside. This was her first time participating in a formal business event. When they arrived at the conference site, it was almost noon. After confirming their attendance with the security at the entrance, the two walked in. There were many people inside, and even more mech models. Holding Lian's hand, Kongqing felt like two little people who had stumbled into a giant's world. Lian couldn't help but widen her eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredible." Kongqing was also dazzled. She had never seen such a scene before. At each exhibition booth they passed, a staff member would come forward with a robot to give an introduction. Kongqing and Lian strolled through the conference, where they encountered Lu Xinze and Lu Xinfeng, with several assistants standing behind them. Lu Xinze was focused on flipping through documents, while an assistant was quietly reporting something beside him. "Hello," Kongqing greeted politely. Lu Xinze's fingertips paused slightly at the edge of the document, but did not immediately look up. Instead, Lu Xinfeng enthusiastically waved back. "Assistant Mu." "Hello, Brother Lu." Lian chimed in, looking up with her small face, greeting sweetly. Only then did Lu Xinze lift his gaze. But he deliberately avoided looking at Kongqing and focused directly on Lian. The little girl took the opportunity to step forward, hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes sparkling as she requested, "Brother, I'm on vacation. Can I stay by your side to watch the conference for the next few days?" Lu Xinze closed a folder in his hand and nodded. "Ahem, that's fine." He nearly choked on his words. Lian exclaimed in delight, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Her small hand reached out to grasp Lu Xinze's fingertips. At that moment, an assistant's urgent call came from behind. "Mr. Lu, the head of Kongqing Group has arrived." Lu Xinze nodded slightly, taking Lian's hand and turning to leave. His movements were brisk and decisive. The sound of his leather shoes tapping on the marble floor created a steady rhythm, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Kongqing. Lu Xinze didn't miss the slight flush on his cousin's ears when they brushed past each other. Watching his back, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he turned to Kongqing. "Assistant Mu, aren't you going to follow?" Kongqing found Lu Xinze very strange. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about him. She smiled at Lu Xinfeng and replied, "No, I need to make a trip back to Lu Corporation. I have work to do there." After politely nodding, she turned to leave. As she walked away, she messaged Lu Xinze, "I'm on to Lu Corporation to check on the dishes that need to be shipped today. If it's inconvenient for you to take Lian, just message me anytime, and I'll come pick her up." After a while, she received a one-word reply, "Okay." Kongqing drove toward Lu Corporation, receiving a message from Feng Maichi along the way. "Ms. Mu, someone came to our store wanting to discuss a cooperation issue with you." Looking at the message, Kongqing reset her destination. The smart vehicle automatically steered into the flow of traffic.